All right, are we live? I think we're live. So, a few technical things to consider here. For one thing, the fan is going. For another thing, the placement of the microphone is different from that of the camera. So anybody watching right now is going to be my guinea pigs. It seems the only one who's commented so far is NWR Films. So terribly sorry, NWR Films, but you're gonna have to test this out for me. So how do I sound? Is there echo? Is there anything? Shrek. This is Errol Prickland. Shrek, Madagascar. I don't see why we're naming these movies, but I'm here for it. We're getting some people flooding in now. Can we suggest anything? Yes, Kildane, absolutely you can. But until I bring somebody in to actually moderate and read me the questions, I don't know how much of it I'm actually going to see. So I should probably bring somebody in relatively soon. Who's interested in entering the stream? You'll forgive me. I draw E2 looking Thomas a lot more than I do TV series Thomas. So this, see how this turns out. Watched a video recently that said, don't do sketchy lines, do confident lines, that, you know exactly what you're doing and where you're drawing. And I guess I can do that, but I don't know, it's scary then. See, look, that's not a perfect curve. That's a scary curve. So I prefer the kind of sketchy approach because it depends on are you doing it for the process and enjoying it, or are you doing it for the end result? And either way, I think sketching it, being kind of rough about it, makes it more fun while you're working on it. And then in the end, you've got all the lines in the right places, so you can just kind of tidy them up. So I'm very sketchy the way that I do these things. Please feel free to take that out of context. Comes to life when you color the eyes in like that, doesn't it? I don't think I'm capable of drawing Thomas with anything less than like a smug grin. His eyebrows are never at the same level when I draw him. He always looks like this. But that's because he's a smug bastard, and I love him. But that's him. Like he's always like this. It's kind of nice. I like that. Sometimes I go too hard on certain wrinkles in the face, and then it throws things off. So I got to erase. Though I do often draw with pen too. Here, I'll look at the stream chat in a second. I am aware this is a live stream, and I should be, engaging. That's all right. Oh, that's kind of blurry. I don't like how blurry that is. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, you guys can see what I'm drawing. It's just a little fuzzy. It's better on my end. Anyway, so let's see what people are saying. We take everything out of context as NWR Films. Excellent. Let's see. I hear you loud and clear, Lemmy, says NWR number 13. Thank you. It's 10 past 10, Lemmy, for fuck's sake, says Scrapyard Studios. Look, I'm in California, all right? For me, it is 2 o'clock. I'm aware that there's a lot of very nice British people that are watching these things for whatever reason, and I thank you. But I would have to very deliberately have a stream at British-friendly hours to catch everyone, which I have done and will probably do again. But this isn't one of these. This is very impromptu. So it's going to end up being in California convenient hours. I'm sorry. Let's see. I wouldn't mind joining, as I didn't get to last time, says Useful Engine 11, folding his arms with great discontent. Perhaps useful. I mean, let me scroll through. You've been in quite a few of my streams in the past. Just Diesel in your style, the smug, amazing style, says Kildane. I'd love that. I'll do Diesel afterwards, probably, if I remember. Lemmy is sus, says Mr. Tugboat 532. I think that's because I said I was very sketchy, which is true. Sure, I'm sus. Mr. Webster, have you ever heard of Horrors of Holland Lake? I have. I've watched it all the way through since the start, and I love it. Let's see. Steak and Cake says, "Oh my God!" And it's OMG, but I'm putting some emphasis into it. I love how you shade pencil drawings. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Make him a terrifying lowrider like Thomas, like AEG. Is Thomas a lowrider in All Engines Go? Is that? I guess you could describe him that way. The Sodor Caterpillar says, "Lemmy, hey, how's it going? I'd like to join in." Oh, okay. So we're getting a few people here. I'm gonna bring in just one to begin with. Yeah, Sodor Caterpillar. We talked what feels like a very long time ago, and I never got back to you. Story of my life. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Do I have you on Skype, Sodor Caterpillar? Are you the person I am thinking of? It's a yes or no question. There's no wrong answers. I know those two are at odds with each other. It's pick one. Oh God, my Skype. I have so many. Oh Christ. I'm going through Skype. I'm looking through everything in here, and let me tell you, folks, it's expansive. I'm not trying to brag to anybody, believe me. I every time someone's like, "Hey, you want to talk?" I'm like, "Yes." And half of you are no, that's not true. Half of you are like, "Well, you haven't talked to me," and it's true, right? So that tells you how big our fandom is. That like every other time I say, "Yeah, sure, let's talk," and it's a sea of messages. I'd rather be overwhelmed with people than alone, I suppose. But the best thing would be something in between. I do have you on Skype, Sodor Caterpillar. Is this you? All right, check Skype, Sodor Caterpillar. Unpopular opinion, but I personally prefer Thomas's Clive Spong face. I can't untrain my brain to not like it, says Carl Matthews 8. Here's the thing. I do like how Clive Spong draws Thomas's face, but it is the exact same face that is on every single engine in the Railway series under his tenure. Like, that's just the nature of things. Like, he draws every face the same. They're all the same face. Like, you could honestly switch almost any of them. I gotta sign in again. Wah, says Sodor Caterpillar. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. I'm gonna need. I'm. This is the rudest thing ever to say, but I'm gonna need a refresher on who you are. Like I know I have fond memories with you, and I know that I will. It's not. I need to remember who you are. It's I need to remember which one you are, because like I know we had some great conversations. Were you the one doing the TV series ish like wooden railway engines, like the duck and stuff? I should wait until you're actually in this call and can actually talk to me. That would be a good idea. I'm gonna do that. Lemmy, where's Dougie? Says the small green bean. I don't know where Dougie is. I haven't talked to Dougie in some time. Though I did talk to Dougie very briefly in the last stream through messages, but that was about it. They just kind of popped in. Out of convenience. Yes, says the Sodor Caterpillar. Okay, good. I remember you. Do you go by Dank? Is that a thing? It's pardon my amnesia. Cool. Lemmy drawing a natural talent, says fan of Hero. That is very sweet. It's so nice of you. I love your videos, by the way, fan of Hero. I were the first. I think it's maybe the Gordon one I watched, and I think some of your videos I watched and was blown away by them, but then I couldn't comment on them because it probably got made for kids or something, which sucks. But like I saw like your Gordon, I like your Origins stuff. Like that's great. Yeah, that's me, says the Sodor Caterpillar. Yes. Okay, there you are. Wow, you took very little time logging in. You would not believe the amount of technical difficulties I've had just trying to get people into these streams. at some point, that's why it becomes easier to just drop the link in the chat. It's madness, but I can still control the floodgates. All right, I've sent you the link, so enter anytime at your leisure. Anytime. Any moment now. And then I'll finally, that would have been the Gordon one. It really kicked things off. And yes, made for kids, YouTube's best feature, says fan of Hero. Okay, cool. Yeah, that Gordon one was fantastic. But I watched others too, and you're just a great writer. You're fantastic. So I loved watching your stuff. I've not been keeping up with everybody's YouTube affairs as much as I'd like to. But I'm sure you've made more awesome stuff since then. Have you ever drawn the Strasbourg Thomas? I haven't. But that's a very niche thing, I could probably draw it and make it look like the Strasbourg Thomas, but I'm not really interested in it. Scrapyard Studios says, "How's Turtles doing? If you still talk to him, and what's he up to nowadays? I kind of miss him. I have not been able to get a hold of him. But also, there were a lot of people that were way closer with him than I was. I always respected Turtles. I got along with him. He got accused of a lot of things that weren't actually, I don't think were true of him. For instance, people were claiming that he was homophobic, and I knew him personally. He couldn't have been further from that. He was very left leaning. He was like Duncan. He couldn't keep his mouth shut sometimes, and he got in trouble for it, which isn't a good thing. But at the end of the day, he was a good person, and I hope he's still okay. But yeah, I mean, it's probably better he's not in the fandom. I'm sure he realized that, which is why he hasn't come back. But I do still think that he was a creative juggernaut. And I think that no matter what kind of person he is, I'm inclined to believe he was all right. But no matter what kind of person he was, his art is still of merit, I think. Anyway, without further ado, I'm glad I could warm you up with all that controversy. Here you are.
Hi.
How's it going?
Oh, it's been so long.
It has been
too
so
long, man.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, so what do you go by now? Has it changed?
It hasn't changed because it's kind of just like that's what people know me as. It's just there's no real reason to change it because it's either Caterpillar or Dank.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
cool. I mean, I get that because I'm Lemmy because of I honestly haven't done anything cars on my channel since 2015 or before. But my channel's Master of the Lemons, then I come into the Thomas community and everybody's like, oh, hey, let's call you Lemmy. And that just stuck. So my name is based on, and my iconography, in fact, is all based on a franchise I don't even hardly engage with anymore. But it's who I am, so yeah. What can you do?
Okay, so I have no idea. What should I do? Should I show some stuff? I don't know. Let's see.
If you want to, it's up to you. We can chat. We can do whatever. Honestly, there's no pressure.
Alrighty, I guess it's time. To get into the models. Here's the Thomas.
Look at this. It's been a while since I've seen your models. That's brilliant.
I had to redo him, just repaint him and everything, and then he's
so crisp. He looks so clean. I love seeing looking at that. I'm kind of I kind of wish all the Wooden Railway models looked like that. It still fits the range.
Yeah, and then there's Edward who kind of breaches it with the wheels, but
naturally. But Edward's a very difficult territory to get into anyway.
I mean, it's still Wooden Railway wheels, so
yeah, it counts just barely.
Just barely cut down Wooden Railway wheels. I think.
Honestly, I've thought of doing something similar with Edward, and I've had to reel myself in every time I thought of attempting it, just because I don't know, he's very He doesn't really fit the mold of Wooden Railway very well.
Yeah.
Because he should be the size that he is. But also to give him kind of the wheel arrangement he needs to have, you would kind of need to make him longer. So it's a debate.
I didn't make him longer. I made it just so it barely fits in there. And I'm like, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
It was so hard. I was so annoyed. But then I was like, oh, all right, cool. And there's
Yeah, a lot of the best model projects are like that, where you're halfway through and you're like, this is not going to work. And then you're done with it and you're like, oh, shit. That works.
Exactly. Oh, and here's my really cool OC that I make sure everybody knows. It's Theodore.
Oh, cool.
Theodore.
Tiny fella.
Yeah, he's really tiny. He's really cool. It's one of the workshop engines who was with Percy. That's what I made him as. So that's cool. And then
Henry.
see, Gordon
Boy.
is so outdated because I still haven't gotten my early engineers wheels for him. But here's my Big Henry.
Oh, I love that. That's the
Big
best.
Henry.
That's so
cool. He's like big now. The tender's taller. Everything's taller.
That's awesome.
No, he's just too big compared to Gordon. Because I don't have my stuff for Gordon because Dex hasn't sent me my stuff. So I don't know when I'll get it, but who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I get how people could get overwhelmed with that stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
That's why, like, a lot of people have asked me in the past, do you do commissions for this or for that or whatever? And it's like, sometimes I want to say, yeah, like that would be kind of cool to do. I mean, I used to kind of think, well, do I really want to like put a price on my models? There's something that feels ethically weird about that. But I think I've gotten over that hurdle. I don't think that bothers me, honestly. But what does still bother me is the fact that, well, what if I have a whole lot of energy to work on something one day and then the next day I have none of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, then I'll be trapped in all these commitments that I made on Tuesday, and now it's Thursday, and I just want to relax, and I can't because I have all these commitments to model making and whatnot, and people have given me their money. So if I was going to do commissions, I would probably do them one at a time or slowly. Like, I wouldn't take on a lot at once. Enough that, I could be done with it fairly soon.
That's why I'm about to stop doing commissions, like, really. Because, well, the only ones I really do are for, like, close people. So that's a whole thing.
But far people are not. They're not even a consideration.
No, I mean, like, my close friends, but, like, people far away, Jesus.
I get you. Yeah, that's honestly... See, that's the thing. If we categorize it that way, I've done a hell of a lot of favors for good friends of mine.
Yeah.
And I almost just say yes automatically because I'm like, well, yeah, sure. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time I did something in relation to Train King James's series, Sodor, A New Era, I'd have a lot of nickels. But it's just because I want to see that project flourish, and because I talk to him regularly enough that it's like, I hear about it all the time anyway. It'd be kind of cool to see it chugging along.
Yeah.
God, something is so... These proportions are just horrendous. I don't know what's up with this guy, but
I don't know. He's getting somewhere.
Getting somewhere. I don't know if he's making tracks to destinations, but I'm not sure what kind of destinations.
I don't want to go to these destinations.
Yeah, I gotta say. Yeah.
But I'm right now doing more commissions for Matt. So that's the whole thing.
Which Matt?
Enterprising.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Because after I sent him a Fergus, he asked me for a couple more things, so I'm getting those done.
Fergus. I hate that I can't think about Fergus without thinking about Dax. Like, those two are just...
Yeah.
The thing is, like, Dax couldn't be more different
Fergus.
from his character. Like, I find it funny that Dax loves... that's brilliant. What a guy.
He's the guy, the little
That
guy.
long funnel just changes everything.
It does.
But, like, it's funny that... See, to me, Fergus is like a 70-year-old man that's been working in one factory his whole life, and he's really, like, kind of old-fashioned, and he refuses to try new things, and he talks like this. Hello, I'm Fergus. I'm the pride of the cement works. And, that's Dax's favorite. Like Dax is
he just really likes Blue Circle, and then it's Fergus. So he's
right.
Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if he was a huge Blue Circle buff, okay, maybe Blue Circle's this young, sprightly engine. But Fergus, how he's portrayed in the show, he's just this like old man. It's an interesting favorite to have. Like, Edward's an old man, but he's an old man with style. That's different.
Yeah.
I'm one to talk, though. It's like Gordon's up there for me. And it's like, he's got to be at least in his 50s if we're talking in human years. So all trains are old. They're all old.
They're all old. They still all act like children.
Yeah, exactly. That's our life.
The greatest Railway Series exclusive character is Bear. I love Bear. Bear's so cool.
Oh, I think I know. Oh, this is what I did wrong. Thomas's running board. Okay. So it doesn't sit. His smoke box doesn't sit on the running board. That was what I was doing wrong. So if I want him to look correct, I've got to give him a bigger neck, so to speak. That'll
Woohoo!
that'll
the
help.
neck now, and he starts moving it around. Hi guys.
Exactly, like Top Hat, you know?
God,
Yeah. All
Just
the
like-
engines should have that feature.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Did you hear about how apparently like this is only for the first 7 engines in the show, like the first season, but they gave them a face rotating mechanism as well and just never used it because it didn't work very well?
Thank God. Thank God.
I made that up, of course, for anyone who's having a heart attack. It's not true.
I wouldn't put it past them. So I just thank God. That's it.
I really just can't wait until like somebody stopped watching the stream right there and now
Put
they're
it
gonna
on Twitter immediately.
Yeah, they're gonna spread that rumor. Yeah, and now it's like I'm gonna hear it's like, oh well, apparently this thing happened. It'll get back
like,
to me and I'll be like, that's not true. I made that up.
I made it up. It's okay. The narrow cage engines. I only have 5 of them done. Oh no.
I do love like the take along ones kind of paired with the wooden railway ones because they have such like awesome squished proportions. It's great.
They're tiny. They're like tiny.
Yeah. And they still have magnets, but they're a different kind of magnet, so it kind of feels just like right.
I don't have Donald, but there's Douglas.
Hey, that's a solid shape.
Yep. Did the same thing I did with like Edward and James, and like made the boiler higher and everything, and I fixed all the weird looking things on the front. It was just weird.
Yeah. It's weird on Donald and Douglas that for some reason they really felt they had to represent like the handrails. So they like made these really huge notches along the sides, these like parts, and it just really kind of throws it off because it's such a small detail that's represented in such a big way that it just kind of like, I don't know, it's weird. It's a bizarre.
It is. I was contemplating taking them off, but at this point I just don't care. I think it's cool, It makes them more different because they're mostly just black tender engines and that's it.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, I think that, keeping them basic makes sense. Some engines need like a major overhaul. Some don't. Some are just they kind of did the trick.
Then there's Markland with a face.
I love that guy.
Markland with a face. Markland with a face. Oh yeah.
I really like the idea of Markland being like a legit thing, and then he's, within the mythos of Sodor, he's just so secretive and hidden away. Like he only does like the really low profile jobs that like are secretive for whatever reason. Like maybe the fat director, the shadiest of all the directors, was kind of like trying to keep the railway afloat in the early days. So he used Markland for like really covert tasks that would maybe get him in trouble. Like that'd be kind of awesome.
But I have to write a story about Duck and Markland whenever I get to it, because there's like a whole thing I'm gonna do. Because Markland is kind of like a secretive thing.
Yeah, that's
There's
cool.
gonna be a lot of secret things that I'm gonna like write about, like the Boulder Mountain, all that stuff. Bertram. There's gonna be a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, those are neat topics to explore. The ones that are were left in suspense about. We're like, well, hold on, what happened here? Like there's a whole railway that Bertram worked on that we don't know about. And maybe it was the mid Sodor, or maybe it's something entirely different. But either way, it's like, it's just kind of trippy,
James needs a laughing face. I don't know why we didn't get a James laughing face.
Yeah, I do love that. He's laughing at someone's expense, definitely.
Always, of course, always. Then there's the 94 Thomas face, which is one of the greatest. It's such a great face. Yeah,
no, that's stellar.
Yeah. I haven't checked the chat. What does the chat say? Let's chat.
Great question. Let's.
Oh my! Hi, Scrapyard Studios. I forgot. Yeah, I had to talk to my buddy. Hi, buddy.
I love that you're staying up for the Scrapyard Studios. I appreciate that, though. I also don't condone it. I mean, within reason, obviously. Don't lose sleep over me.
And then I have to start making more Railway Series characters and TV series. Woohoo! Get these auto coaches up. Jesus.
Oh, that's great. You got the shape really right, but you also included like the thick wooden railway roof. It's a good like combination of features.
Yeah, I was really contemplating how I was gonna do it, and I was like, you know what? Let's just make it look actually good
Right.
instead of just doing it one specific way. What else do we have in here? Haven't got this thing out in years. Haven't got this thing out in years. Woohoo! It's sunshine.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. No, I love that. Yeah, I think that's when we first started talking. Is when I
Yeah.
saw that fella. Yeah,
Yep.
I love the look of him.
And I had to watch that video.
Yeah.
Entire video. I watched the entire video. Yeah.
I'm surprised so many people did. I'm honored because it was a lot. I mean,
It
that
was a lot, and I sat there.
You just sat there and you absorbed.
There's a thing of express coaches.
Is that what it's officially called? As a thing of express coaches?
Yeah, the container. Let's get the scrap engines. Okay. Since my buddy Scrapyard Studios is in here now. But here we go. Let's start off with the most tame one. Sure. There's this one. He's just a surprise. That's it.
Yeah, Scrapyard Studios. Is there any way you could join the stream, or is it too late for you? Are you gonna wake up the fam?
I'm gonna wake up the fam. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's good. Like scrap weathering. Like I like the inconsistency of it. Like how it's
I just
got holes in certain engines.
like multiple different browns as well.
Yeah, see, that's the key to good weathering is having some kind of irregularity in there.
Yeah, but this is the one with just the okay face. You know, no pupils. That's it. Then we have this one.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's this one. Then we have my personal favorite. This one.
Oh boy, jeez, the jaw's gone.
Yeah, the jaw is gone.
That's
I
freaky.
really loved that concept when I was drawing these out.
Yeah.
And then here's this one. Yeah, this one's cool.
Yeah, look at that.
Whoa.
Oh, Jesus. How did you even?
Okay, so I was gonna do it with this one too, but I accidentally messed up the wiring. So when I took off the smoke box,
Yeah,
all I did was start drilling. I like literally tried to clear out as much inside the back of the smoke box. I just fed it from here to here and just put milliput to keep it stable so it doesn't move anymore. And I painted that all black, and then I put a face over it. And then
wait, what kind of a light is that?
it's just the light from the talking engine.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's clever and scary. Man, I love that.
I'm gonna do more, definitely.
That's really out there. I love that.
Yeah, it was really fun to do.
That's crazy.
What else do we have over here? Oh, we have the new Percy that I'm making. Woohoo, Percy.
Oh, look at that guy with his wheels all close together. That's cute.
Yep, and they're towards the back, like the actual TV series model, because it's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can't wait to finish that guy. But let me put these things back. What is the chat saying?
Yeah, maybe we ought to look at them for a while. But it's so great seeing your stuff again and what you've like done since then. It's just so some of that is really inspired, like the what you've done with the scrap engines especially is really like that's beyond just making something that looks cool and looks like the show. It's like your own ideas in there. I love that.
When it comes to the scrap engines, I was like, all my cool customs, my normal ones are gonna be like cool, they're nice and sweet. And then the scrap ones, they're gonna be like really brutal looking.
To offset just the cuteness of the main ones. Yeah.
Let me get out Emily because I haven't worked on her.
Oh, I'm curious to see what she looks like if I haven't already, because Emily is the worst wooden railway model ever made, in my opinion.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put this on here. This is not the final, but
it'll give it an insight into it, even if it's not. I mean, oh yes,
Yeah.
that's right on the money. See, that's very similar to what I did. Do I have my Emily here somewhere? Where is
I
she?
love your Emily because when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, thanks. Let me try to find her.
I had to make sure to make it longer than a normal engine, but not too long.
I'm trying to figure out where she even went. Is she still down here?
Disappeared.
Into the mist. Oh, there she is. She's seen better days. She's been
Better
in
days.
cold storage for a while.
The grab.
Held on with blue tack, but there she is. Okay, here. So
There she is. It's been so long.
Here, I'm not going to even try to do the tender at the same time.
I haven't seen that Emily in so long.
Yeah, so here's mine.
Yeah.
She's smug. She's been perpetually smug for a very long time. But yeah, then I just used a regular wooden railway tender because I didn't see any problem with that. But it was just the shape of her. She just wasn't,
Yeah.
Like,
I had to fix it. Like,
yeah.
I just couldn't. There's still a bunch of work that I need to do for her, but for right now, she sits up here with the rest of these guys, with Airy, Bert, and other things that Bluebell. Bluebell has not been worked on since Bluebell started 2 years ago. I think I haven't worked on her for like a year.
Right.
And this is all I got. Yeah, this is Bluebell.
Oh, that looks good though.
I
That's
haven't
awesome.
worked on her since.
Yeah. Bluebell's like that's one of those special engines that's kind of like Stepney. Anyone from the Bluebell Railway is just kind of like, I don't know. There's an elegance to them. Oh, I love the bordering on him.
See, when it comes to them, I want it to be as straight as possible and to be as clean as possible. So, new Murdoch, long Murdoch, longer.
Oh my god.
Yeah, make him bigger.
That's frightening, but that's awesome too.
Fixed Arthur.
Oh, very interesting.
I hate normal wooden railway Arthur. It makes me so
hate him. Come on, he's great.
Normal wooden railway Arthur is too tall. He was the tallest one out of all of my models at first when I had him base Arthur. His running board was too wide. It didn't make sense. It didn't look right. And same with Murdoch. The way it went out into like a thinner bit at the back, I couldn't do it.
I do agree with that. That's my least favorite part of those models is that it narrows at the back like that. Yeah. I think that a wooden railway running board should not get thinner than the standard thickness of it.
Yeah. And then here we have the Tommies. Woohoo, Tommy!
Yeah.
Tommy.
That's great.
And then we have Percy.
That's awesome.
What else do we have in here? We have milk tankers. We have dumpsters.
Let's see.
Okay. Let's get some of my custom built rolling stuff over here. Let's get some of those because the others are in the room, so I'm gonna have to go get those.
All right. Well, as much as I'd love to see that, we probably should focus on the chat a little bit, considering all these other people.
Oh my god! I gotta see what's in the chat.
Yeah. So let's focus on them going forward. Let's see. 50 people. Christ.
Oh, that's a lot of people.
Yeah. So that's 50.
Murdoch. Oh my god! It's Fan of Hero. Wow, I'm such a fan of Hero. Wow.
Yeah, you might want to shut the camera off, Dank, just so that we don't get distracted.
Oh yeah.
But it's been fantastic seeing your stuff. It really has.
One more thing. It's this.
Oh, I love that. That should definitely be 8 wheels. Just the way it looks.
No, not to make small ones.
We crave more attention, says NWR number 13. I agree. So we got to shut the camera off.
Oh, no more camera.
All right. So read off for me because, again, I am sketching and cannot look at the chat.
That's a lot of people. Yeah, it's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Hey there. Hi there. Hi. I'm not sure how to feel about having bloody, brutal faces in my stuff. I love blood in Thomas the Tank Engine stuff, but now I'm not so sure.
I
All the
would
same,
I would say blood is a risk because the thing is,
risk. Yeah.
like, having things be graphic, all right, so be it, right? But I feel like a train should not have blood because I'm probably a broken record at this point, and I probably will be for the rest of my life. But engines, I don't think the faces on the engines really are real. You know, they're not like a physical thing that can be cut. Like, it's not like an engine can get a paper cut. It's like you've got a castle class, right? Or a hall class or something. And that engine has a grandeur to it and a mystique and an elegance, and so that's reflected in its personality. And so the face that appears on that engine will probably be very kind of grand with a long nose and kind of a smug expression and a dimpled chin. And that's just because that's how the engine is, so that's how the face would be. And so I could see maybe like if an engine got in a serious crash, maybe they've got blood dripping from the mouth just because that's like to indicate that the body of the engine is damaged, and so the face should reflect that. But even then, there's something about blood that feels very physical, like if an engine has a bruise on the eye, I think that just says, okay, this train is hurt. But if an engine has blood dripping, where does it drip? Is it going to drip on the tracks? Is it still going to be there when the engine is gone? Because again, this thing doesn't actually have a face on it. It's a train. So like it gets a little weird at that point. But at the same time, I do respect when people do that, like on one of your scrap engines. It's like, I can see like does have quite an impact, right? It is a powerful thing to see. And I'm not saying we shouldn't use that tool, but I do understand the trepidation in not wanting to give an engine blood at all, because it is a weird territory and it might convey that this engine just has a big mound of flesh on the front of it that can blink and talk, which is not how I feel about the trains. I think that they're just trains, and they're trains who talk. They're not trains who spit or bleed or need to blow their noses. They're just trains that talk,
But what if they're ill? What if they're ill?
If they're ill, then they cough soot, because that's what trains do. But nothing more than that.
I like it. See, when it comes to the like weird blood thing,
that's a conversation topic, huh? That's what we're calling it, the weird blood thing.
Yeah, the weird blood thing.
No going back now. That's what it's called, folks.
Yeah, but like scrap engines, I always liked the idea of it's really kind of brutal, but like faces can either wither away and just leave them, or we can have the workers be kind of impatient and kind of just take bits from the engine without it even mattering, so it can get ripped and forced off the engine.
Right, which is the very physical approach, right?
Yeah.
So I don't take that approach. I mean, but like, I see where it would come from, right? That's the most literal reading of Thomas the Tank Engine, is to say, okay, this is just a machine with a huge version of a human face on it, right? And you could take that approach, but I think that does make it a bit gross,
It makes it.
And it also makes sure that the engines are just definitely slaves. Like, there's really no other way to approach it. Because it's like, if an engine literally has a physical face on the front of it, like, that's just a being, That's like a dog or a cat or a human or a giraffe. It's just a creature. And it's a creature with human intelligence, which means it deserves human rights. Whereas, like, in my head, like, the Flying Scotsman gets rescued from scrap. That's awesome. But he's not actually like a living, breathing being. He's a train, but he's a train people love so much that they visualize him being alive. But he's not actually. So nobody at BR committed a crime. Well, maybe they did, but it would have been uprooting communities and hurting actual people. And the trains are more of a sad kind of, display of the end of steam and its grandeur kind of coming to a close. But it doesn't have anything to do with actual human rights. It's just trains ending, which is sad for railway enthusiasts. And, if you see the train as being a living thing in a way, in the same way that a great painting will speak to you, then that is sad, but it's not a crime,
Scrapyard Studio said he could join, but like he doesn't have Skype, so you'd have to get the link through something.
Yeah. So how? Well, I could Twitter probably.
Yeah, he could definitely. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does have. But okay. When it comes to scrap, when it comes to, like, engines, the way it seems is like it's desperation sometimes. How the engines will do whatever it takes to make sure they don't get scrapped. So I'm like, at this point, it seems like it literally is just a fight for survival, and who is just the test of time, and it's like survival of the fittest. Whoever gets caught is caught. You know, it is what it is.
Right.
Ripped apart.
I'm trying to find Scrapyard Studios.
Yeah.
Scrapyard Studio. Like what are you on Twitter, Scrapyard Studios? I'm giving you the opportunity to plug here. So, use it well.
But when it comes to what was I gonna say? Well, I'm gonna speak on that later, because also I have a story that I want to do because I've never seen it done.
Yeah.
We have diesel against steam engine against diesel, like Dudley and all that. But
I don't think Dudley's the first time steam engine against diesel has been done. But
it's not. But that's the one that came to my mind first.
Right.
So,
it's the most recent example.
Yeah,
that has
the most recent one.
Large platform.
But I'm gonna write a story about a steam engine going against one of its own, and it's going to be a genuine, just survival of the fittest thing for that engine.
So how so? Like, what's the setting?
So 2 engines come to Sodor, right?
Mm-hmm.
One, I don't know if I want the other one to just be like a normal engine, or to be like kind of not as efficient, but still gets the work done.
Right.
And still somehow gets better attention than the other one. The other one is more desperate, and does whatever it takes, even if it means scrapping the other one. And
I do think I've seen that done in regard to Henry being the weaker of the two. The 98462875546, etc. But that doesn't mean by any stretch that it's not worth making, because it's definitely an interesting idea. I mean, some engines would definitely be way more cutthroat than others. I mean, the first story I ever did that I published anyway was Pacifics, and that was basically about that, where I had Spencer kind of being cutthroat and turning in A3s in favor of his own class. So it's definitely like a poignant subject, because if engines are under enough pressure, perfectly decent engines might even turn on each other because they have no other way to survive, which is, a scary concept, but it's also something that's very real and something that, people in the real world have had to do before. So that could be very poignant.
And it's more the fact of like how steam engines or like usually one of the types are like, we never have this because we're real engines, So what are they going to do when they realize that it doesn't matter? Steam engines can go after steam engines. Diesel engines might as well go over diesel engines at this point.
Yeah, it would be interesting to explore after that happens, how the camaraderie between steam engines is maybe threatened a little. Anyone who's aware of this event would kind of be like, whoa, hold on. I thought I could trust another steam engine. Now we can't trust anybody, right?
Yes. When it comes to James, I am going to make sure this hits hard.
Right.
Because James was
hates diesels because he's
deceiving diesels. But now we have deceiving steam engines. So what are we going to do now? James can't trust anyone.
And it kind, in a way, it kind of redeems diesels, because James would realize, or at least he should realize in that situation, that in fact anybody can be malicious, and it doesn't really have much to do with your type of traction. It has to do with what you're told and what you have to fight for. Yeah. And whether that's because you're brought into this world with no challenge and you think that you're superior to all the steam engines that came before you, or it's you prioritize your own survival over everybody else's, and so if somebody's got to go, it's going to be your neighbor, it's not going to be you. Either way, I mean, anybody can really turn if they're under the right circumstances, and I still don't think James would understand that right away, but I think somebody like Edward, most of the other engines, they would think for a moment like, wow, so this steam engine did something that I I might do under those same circumstances. It's kind of harrowing in a way.
Yeah.
Okay, at Studio Scrapyard. All right, and that was 4 minutes ago. All right. At Studio
Yard underscore scrapyard.
Scrapyard.
But speaking of stories, I've been writing quite a bit. I have finished a Mavis and Terrence story that I'm going to probably release like next week or something.
Oh, cool. Mavis and Terrence. Yeah, that's fun because those are two lesser explored characters in the Farquhar branch.
Yeah. And this takes place like when Mavis first started being able to go out. So she's still kind of like young in being herself. So, yeah. But
there you are.
I'm
not even following you. Hold on. I'm gonna send you a message. All right. I gotta make sure this is the right link.
Fan of Hero said, both of your models are amazing. And the stuff that you did with the Farquhar X was likewise amazing.
Well, thank you. And I hope you liked it because that's unfortunately all you're getting. But,
I'm not even gonna lie, when I saw the trucks, I was like, oh, okay, this is perfect then. Anything that has unique trucks, I'm going to love it. It sucks that there's not many unique trucks. You know?
Yeah, so what do you mean by unique trucks? You mean like as characters?
Especially as characters.
So like, the idea of having one of them break out amongst the rest and kind of show a different personality.
Okay, when it comes to the trucks, specific ones have specific traits usually.
Right.
Like the cattle trucks, like the livestock trucks, they're like kind of not assholes.
Right.
And that's where my OC Gregory comes into play.
Okay.
And he's cattle van. He's the most polite one. Everybody loves him. Like there's no reason to hate him. There's nothing. He's done nothing. He never does anything. He's just cool.
Right.
I have the male vans. I give them all faces and stuff, so that's cool.
Yeah, they must be they must be decent fellows. If Percy deals with
I'm gonna.
I guess you're right. The cattle trucks, the only thing that ever happened with them is they got charged by cows. It's not their fault.
Yeah.
Like that's that's sad. And then the ballast trucks are apparently the worst of all.
Yeah.
Which I could imagine, but I wonder why that is. Like just because they carry the heaviest loads for a plank wagon, and plank wagons in general are kind of suck. Maybe.
Unpredictable.
All right.
It's crazy.
Here's Scrapyard.
Hello, my son.
Hello.
It's so long. Hi, Scrapyard.
Hey.
How you doing on this fine nighttime for you?
Giddy. But, yeah,
Okay, good. That's a pretty image. What is your profile picture?
That is very.
This is for a song inspired by you, funny enough. It's a Hornby Thomas, but like basically where I live there's like a lake and no shit. But
right. That's
like
so that's just did you do anything to the actual photograph, or is that just like did you put any post effects?
What kind of? It's funny though as well because like I was in college. Well, I wasn't in college, but like I had like a box, like a Screwfix box, and like just put my Hornby Thomas in there for the photo, because this is SoundCloud, so like I needed a cover photo for it. So I thingied that, and then it's bizarre as well because again, it's like taking a train to college, but so I could cycle to the lake bit after college. So there's like I don't know what you call it, fucking dot bit or like thing, and like I like put the because obviously there's no wheels to it because it's fuckered.
Right.
So like I just took a picture of it, angled it, like, and then just put a couple filters over it. Well, not filters, but like edited it so it's like so it looks.
Did you paint in the top of the tanks?
What, the lids?
Yeah, or no, the just the top of them, like not the lids themselves, but just the like how it's all black like that, like on Real.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because
that works a lot better. Because that's something that most people don't realize. I think is that like most tank engines, they don't have the tops painted like that. That whole area would kind of be a black, and it looks good. I like it.
Yeah, because me one's like that, so it's like okay, I got to be consistent with it.
Right. Yeah, that's really just an evocative picture. Looking at it, it's just really kind of magical. Like it gives a sense of wonder, and I'm just wondering what he's thinking about and what adventure this is a part of. It's just so cool.
He's going on a big adventure.
It's a song called Cheeky Thomas, I think, that I put on SoundCloud. SRW. Shut up. Sam.
Yeah.
But like it's your.
I didn't realize you had a SoundCloud. That's awesome. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's your fault. But, like, because the lyrics are because it's off. It's based. Was it your 10-year live stream where I think it was you, Jamie, and Will talking about like everything Thomas does,
right?
Like legacy, and then I put at the lyrics like, at the end chorus is legacy they can't destroy, and you know it's
That's
like
cool.
stuff like. God, I was gonna say I'm trying to think back because it was that long ago the song I did, but there's a couple. I think it was last year-ish, at the beginning of this year, like because it goes down to like him, obviously being built and then like getting sent off to the war, and then 10 years pass. Obviously, you know the railway gets built, war. James nearly dies,
right?
And then you know, and then like it goes, you know. To present day almost, and then the 60s, it's just like a US tank going, yeah, they're not great. That bit was mainly taken from your thing. Well, not taken, but
no, I mean, I please take anything you want. Here's the thing, like I love that the idea of Thomas having a great legacy and you know kind of having endured so much resonated with you because I mean that to me that is a huge part of him. You know, like just bringing up the war at all. I'd say there's a solid chunk of the community that just doesn't think about that part of Thomas's life, or maybe even doesn't subscribe to it. And you know, that's fine. I mean, there's tons of great stories to be told in any era, you know, but to me, I just love the idea that Thomas has had just a really eventful life and he's a survivor. He has endured quite a lot. When you think about, he was literally born into war and came out kicking, you know, and then after that he gets shoved into, you know, a shunting yard after he's already proven himself building the railway. He feels like he's entitled to more, and then they're like, nah, you're just going to shunt for bigger guys, right? But he doesn't just give up. Instead, he keeps fighting and fighting, and eventually he gets his own branch, and you know, then that becomes like a major priority to him because you know that's what he's achieved after all these years. And, you know, and then he's running it on his own for a long time until Toby and Percy arrive. And then after that, you know, I mean, I do believe that during the beaching acts, I'm sure there was probably some trouble there. He's been through a lot and he never gives up. And he has the just most incredible optimism about it, you know, and there's such smugness. He just believes everything's going to work out for him. But that doesn't stop him from fighting tooth and nail for the things that he believes he deserves and fighting for other people, too. So I think it's obvious I have a great deal of respect for Thomas as a character. And despite the fact that he is a bit of a dumbass sometimes and he is rather smug and kind of a, you know, very comedic character, I think he's also incredibly inspirational. And I think that no matter what any of the engines say, even Gordon, I do think they look up to him in some ways, even though he is in a lot of ways one of the younger members of the family. So, you know, Thomas is one of my favorites. That being said, I think I'm done with this sketch. So it's okay. It's I like the TV series Thomas, I think.
The chat. Oh, chat. Hi, Ryan. I haven't talked to you in a good, like, day or two.
Which Ryan?
Ryan Sock.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Oh, I see now. Yeah, I did scroll up a bit.
Will said drawback buffers. Did you? Yeah, you did. Okay, good.
Will, I love you. That's like the last thing I did, and I like that's what I would tell you if I saw you drew this. I'd be like, hold on, there's one thing missing. Do you know what it is? Maybe the behind the wheels too, but I never like doing those. Those are always kind of a mess. Yeah, there's Thomas. There's the tank engine. That's all from memory. So I don't draw TV series Thomas that often, but for whatever reason I did today. All right. Somebody said draw Diesel, which I think would be awesome. So
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna draw
did
Diesel.
say draw Diesel. Yeah.
All right, who said that?
What else can I talk about? Let me see what I got in my phone. Oh, my stories. I'm gonna talk about my stories. I don't know. Like, okay, so we have the one that I released yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Is Fear Factor, and that's a story about this teenager, and he kind of plays chicken with the drains, jumping on the line and then moving.
Yeah.
And he kind of keeps doing that, harassing the engines. Then he gets bored. So he has an even dumber idea. So he decides to jump on one of the goods vans when it's moving. And yeah, that was then I think he was going to try and ride it.
Oh, damn.
But no, Henry stops and then he falls off. He falls onto the line.
Is this published anywhere, or is this just something you have cooking?
I released it. It's on Twitter.
Twitter. Cool. Is it a written story?
Yeah, it's a written story.
Awesome.
All the stories that I have on my Twitter that I released that people can read, they're all free to adapt, guys. Adapt.
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to say that anything I've ever written and published is also free to adapt. I mean, the thing is, I get so many comments from people, and so many people ask, oh, can I please use this character, adapt this, so politely, right? And it's like, guys, literally anything that you know about that I had anything to do with is free to adapt in any way, shape, or form. If somebody went and literally just read Long Live the Iron Horse aloud and used my backing track in it and just read over my voice, and you can still hear my voice in the background, and uploaded it, I wouldn't even mind that. And that is the most flagrant plagiarism I can imagine. So if I don't mind that, anything that's at all creative, I mean, it wouldn't be very classy to do that, don't get me wrong, but I don't really believe in copyright personally. For me, I'm not society might break down if other people felt that way, if businesses felt that way. Me personally, anything I make, just use it, and do whatever you want with it.
You've said yourself, this is anything you put out, you consider public domain, because this is
right. Exactly.
YouTube
is a much more succinct way of putting it.
YouTube's like an open platform as well, because
right. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is I think public domain is definitely the way to describe it. Is I think anyone should be able to use it, and that's kind of why I do it. I tell a story because I kind of want to expose people to my version of a character. The way I explored Rheneas in the story I did. That was, I love that version of Rheneas, and I would love to see him reappear without me having to do it. And so it'd be really cool to see other people just bring that to life without me having to even lift a finger. That would be a dream come true. So, I mean, it's a little selfish too, is I want to see my version of things actually matter. I want to see it spread through the community and see people take it and evolve it and change it and pervert it into something that is even differenter than that, That's kind of my whole point of being an artist. And so I love to see people adapt this stuff.
Caterpillar Twitter. Oh my God, I get to plug!
Yeah.
The Dankins.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, and we got to split this up fairly. So we should all
talking dick. I don't. My Twitter.
Scrapyard. What do I call you properly? What's your what do you go by most commonly?
I mean, it's I've done a sneaky. I've just put Scranyard on my stream.
I saw that.
Yeah,
Scram. Fucking scram.
What is that?
It's basically, I think it's northern slang for food.
Yeah, I remember from last stream. That was a new revelation for me. But so what do you? Are you?
I'm another one of the pile. I'm a Sam. So
You are. That's right. I knew your name. Awesome. Well, it's a good thing I'm Lemmy, because otherwise I would be another one in that pile. So anyway, are you at all secretive about that? I mean, obviously you just said it on the internet, but do you prefer being called Sam?
Well, yeah. If it's, I mean, if it, I don't know. It depends because it's like if I don't know someone, it's like, mind you, again, it's public domain. If I put it out there, it's like if someone says my last name or something, it's like fuck out. But like,
Right.
if it's just Sam, that's just like more personal. Do you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, I get
more
you.
of a bond,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll call
Like,
you Sam, just because it seems
yeah,
more better, But
yeah, and
I
also
always like
just
to
saying,
ask. I always like to have the long, awkward conversation in the beginning, so then I know forever. That's my
and then like
tendency.
just saying someone's full name like online, like screen name, anyhow. It's like it's just like awkward because it's like hello, master of the lemons, hello. So it's like it's like
It's
it gets
impersonal.
mouthy.
Yeah, mouthy, impersonal. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with the first Skype group I ever joined, I introduced myself as Sam, but there was already a Sam in there. So then one of the guys in there was like, "Hey, you guys can call him Sam if you want, but I'm going to call him Lemmy because it sounds better."
There's an
And
imposter among us.
Imposter among us.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, my name, I don't say it usually, but it's there because Dax, Dane, people like they always say my name. So I'm
The
like,
thing is, there's a scale to everything, right? So even if your name has been said somewhere, it may never ever be discovered because it's in such a hard to find place that nobody would ever see. And so that's the thing, right? Like I don't plaster Sam Webster all over everything, but I have put it out there. Like the story I put out on Twitter today that has Sam Webster written on it. But like I don't think if like an employer were to do like a Sam Webster search, they would have an easy time finding it because it's not really written in text very many places. It's in the credits to Journey Beyond Sodor, how it should be, and a few other. It's on the thumbnail to Long Live the Iron Horse, and I think the token maybe, probably not. And then there's the story I put out today is probably the only readable instance of me writing Webster anywhere. So like that's not very public. A lot of people still wouldn't know, even though it's not technically a secret either. So secret can mean a lot of things, right? Like it's real big.
No more secrets.
There you go. Yeah, look at the references.
And
but yeah,
it's a fun. I could go on like an hour rant about like online shit and whatever because I'm disturbed. But like, because I've done this. Like I've put like because it feels more professional, I guess, when you put real names in there. But I've done.
It does.
I haven't put last names in there. Like Mike, Berry Truck. I've put written because I've done a couple of adaptations of his. I've put like written and told by Mike, and then with Sam as such and such, and then because that's again it feels more, I don't know, like enclosed, is that the right word? Because fandom, no, but it's like,
well, I'll tell you a story. Is that for my senior year of high school, we had to do a project talking about something personal, something that really had to do with us. It was the final project that we had to do in my English class, and what I did is I brought in a Tugs replica I was working on at the time, and I showed everybody. It was 10 cents, which nobody's ever seen. Actually, that was a Tugs scale. It was the first one I ever made, and I never finished him, which is why no one's seen him. And he's been thrown out since, so he doesn't exist anymore. But he was impressive at the time because it's the first time I got the head and eye mechanism working, and so I took it to school and showed everybody 10 cents moving his head and everything. And here's the thing, that never ever got back to anyone because this was back in 2016. And I've been working on Tugs my whole life, but I was secretive about it up until No More Secrets because I wanted to make a big Tugs series and surprise everyone, and I never got to it. And eventually it was eating me out on the inside that I had no presence in the Tugs fandom. And so I decided to just tell everybody about everything. But the thing is, back in 2016, it was a total secret. I didn't tell anybody about it until 2019, which means 3 years elapsed. I showed hundreds of people in high school, and it never got back to the Thomas community in any way. And it would have, considering that there are like very few Gauge 1 kind of style Tugs models even now. So that would have been kind of, if anybody had caught wind of that who was even remotely attached to the Thomas community, I feel like something would have spread, but it didn't. And that's incredible, right? Because it shows how hard it is for something to actually get back to the community, even though it's you would think it'd be obvious. You'd think, oh well, if you show it to hundreds of people in public, somebody's gonna find out, but nah. So what you're talking about with like it's isolated, that definitely plays a factor.
Yeah.
To be fair, I'm trying to think of anyone else who's apart from Tug, but like he's done that with a kit with OJ, like 3 years ago. I think I'm trying to think of like
there's a TC, a Tug's replica, that account. So he's been working on a 10 cents replica for a long time. Somebody started a Sunshine Head at some point. Somebody was working on a Hercules. But like I've never seen anything actually completed, I don't think, that I can think of.
Floating vessels as well.
Where is
that's true, but that's part of my whole crowd again. So it's kind of like I'm trying to think of somebody independently who had nothing to do with me or with all the people I roll with. But yeah, Floating Vessels definitely did some stuff that was pretty bang up. And also Lego Spaceman did 10 cents and a Warrior and other things. But yeah, I mean, it's not much when you think about the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Let's see. Lemmy, what are your thoughts on the Trampy movies?
I love them.
I love
They're
them
so good. It really is written. It's like Tug's style writing for Thomas.
Yeah.
And they don't deviate too much from the actual like source material, but they feel like it because
they use a lot.
They're so satisfying. Yeah.
And some of them have refrained from using the dialogue as well.
Yeah, which I love. I think that's such a classy move because if you do something word for word, then it almost feels too safe. It feels like you're not willing to take any risks narratively. And like I love little things. Like the most recent one, James and Edward take that train, and then James breaks the coaches and needs the bootlace on that same train that he's on with Edward. That is so much more concise. Nice. I love that. And then we get to see Edward's reaction to it, but it doesn't change anything because Edward would be respectful and not mention it to anybody. So it's like if Gordon was on that train with James, it would be a totally different scenario. But Edward being there, he's just kind of politely there as a presence. And so it doesn't actually change the character development, but it does also allow us to see Edward's reaction, and it makes the whole thing more interesting. It's great writing. It's just phenomenal writing. I love the character voices. I love how Thomas has this kind of shouty Cockney thing. That's awesome. That's so Thomas.
So fucking fiery as well.
Yeah, it's really just it's great. I love Edward. He's got kind of this sort of hello, I'm Edward. I'm Edward the Blue Engine. Well, it would be nice to do this or do that.
It would be nice.
And it's like it's not at all the way I do Edward. I mean, he's really quite a lot more posh when you think about it. Whereas his is more like this, he's just a lot more, common, for lack of a better word.
Aristocratic almost.
Well, less aristocratic. That's my point. I mean, if he speaks like this, right? I mean, I would say this is more aristocratic than this. This sounds a lot more reserved. Not really as proper. I think. I don't know. I don't live in England. What would I know? But
Yankee bastard.
Like what do you think? What is which one of those is more aristocratic in your mind, Sam?
I mean, I would say it's different types of aristocrat, but there's not. But like, I don't know, because it depends on. I don't know. I don't know how to word this, but like this, that sounds bad, doesn't it? Fucking hell. But like, it depends on like what kind of aristocrat it is. Because if it's like, if it's like Topham, Fat Director, where it's like, because Audrey said this himself, like he made Topham as like a dig at like pompous officials in his words, not mine. But
right. Well, no, it's well known though. I mean, that's absolutely the case for the Fat Director.
And I based my voice off him, off of Sodor Soap Bar, Hoovy,
right?
Twitter. Like I based mine off his. How it's kind of, like finally there was that kind of thing. But like, and it's also like Johnny Morris almost, but like not. And it's like people don't. It's a tangent on fat controllers as well, but like it's annoying.
I can talk about the fat controller all day long. I love him, especially the first one.
It gets on my nerves when people like only do the Angelus voice and nothing else because it's like, okay,
Yeah.
no, it's like, okay, no, there's 3 of them, like, because
Yeah.
like Chopper sounds like this, and then Charles kind of sounds like TARDIS Rescue almost sounds like a deeper voice, and then
Oh, thanks.
and then Steven's just kind of, like CGI, and then I'd imagine Richard is just normal English, like just
Right.
yeah. But
the only thing I used to have a very similar approach where I thought, well, I think that like the Fat Control, we could just use one of the like we've got the CGI series Fat Controller voice. We could use that. And then we've got the character gallery, Sir Topham Hatt voice.
I love
that as well. And then we've got the the Michelangelo's voice where he's talking a bit like Sean Connery, like you could assign one of those to all the 3 controllers. The only thing is that's a lot of accent changing for one family. Yeah. Like you got to wonder, like, why is the accent itself changing? Where did they get that from? Maybe the mothers. So I think at this point, I honestly. In my head, the first Fat director, he sounds something like this, he's rather reserved, and he's also the sternest out of all of them, so he sounds like this. And then I suppose Charles sounds more like this just because he's more fun and boisterous and kind, and he's a bit more like Santa Claus. I don't really know what I think about Steven because I haven't written for him in a very long time, so it's like
oh, hi guys, it's me, the Fat Controller.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I mean, Richard's harder, to be fair, because there's naffle about naffle that's been done with him. Because, like,
yeah, I mean, I honestly, I think I'm at the point where I think Emily takes over. I really like what Wild Wild West did. Like, I kind of don't want another man, like another guy that just looks exactly the same as the last 3. Can we do something different, please?
And Minecraft Villages.
Yeah. And like Wild Nor'Wester's take was just so splendid. I just love how he sets up Emily Hatt and just the role she has and how she modernizes the railway in a way that treats the steam engines with such respect and just like she grew up with them, but also is totally capable of being an authority figure to them. It's so cool. I just love that whole thing.
I love the running joke as well, how Bill and Ben is just like, but you're not fat.
I know, it's great. Like the title is all that's required. It doesn't need to actually be backed up, right? And that's cool. I mean, at this point, it matters that much. So it's just a really, really great story. Winds of Change, where she's first introduced, and everything that comes afterward, where she just handles the engines with such delicacy. I mean, there's a lot of situations where they're put under stress or hurt in some way, and she's just prioritizes them while also being very in charge of the situation.
And the title of Fat Controller not digresses, but like sort of like gets put into perspective. How it's like it's not like a hierarchy. It's like you've earned the engine's trust, and it's like you've earned your respect on this railway, and it's like
exactly. I mean, what's so cool is that like that opening story. I think is it Norman Spencer? Is that the guy's name, or is that from something totally different? In Winds of Change.
Yeah.
It's either Arthur Spencer or Norman. It's been a while since
it's Norman, I think.
I know Norman Spencer's in what's it called? Careers and Concerns. But then because Lily says, "Are you related to a man named Arthur Spencer?" So I think it's Norman Spencer. Oh God. Norman.
Whatever his name is, that guy is just a real piece of work. And I love how the engines, none of them support him. None of them are like, this is our controller. They're all like just begging for Emily to be in charge, even though she has like no official, like she's got her position on the railway. I mean, she does have a role. She's like the publicity manager or something important like that. But she's like, for all intents and purposes, she doesn't have the power that this other guy has, but she does have the respect of the engines. And that turns out to be a lot more important. And I love that. I love the fact that at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with who's making the most money. Obviously, you have to keep the railway profitable, but treating its legacy with respect is equally important. And it's cool. It's a great story.
It's over what, almost 110 years at this point, if not more, that the railway's
diesel's gone sideways. Hold on.
almost 200 if we're taking into account W&S and S&M or what have you. But like Northwestern,
yeah, I mean, I would
going on
say,
since.
yeah, because that's the 1870s with the Wellsworth and Suddery. That's way back when.
Speaking of, actually, oh god, that's my face.
Oh god, here we go.
Fuck's sake, how do you switch camera?
You have to go to your settings, and then it's the whole thing.
Fine with
you gotta like turn off your camera. Then you gotta go into settings. You gotta switch it
faces
to the back thing.
For this is Wilfred. This is hard to do on self-cam. And I'd say I was following your efforts. Not really steal, is it? But this is MS Paint.
That's fantastic. I love that. I love the facial hair. There's such character in that.
I did as well. Like I had it just like on my bed. And mum jokingly said, "Is that a self-portrait?" I was like, "No."
Wow.
And then there's the other one. There's Terry, short for Terrier.
Okay. Oh, that's great. So you
down-
got all the alternates.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only doing this just so because again, like SoundCloud. I'll fucking turn the camera off now.
We're showing.
I'm an old man. You could have told me that. Back camera. There you go. Jesus Christ.
I was like trying to, but you were like.
Sorry, but I lost my train of thought. But but it's like because obviously SoundCloud is just a picture to go along the thing, and I've done this just to make different expressions and also eyes. But and the only downside, part of me feels like I've unintentionally made him look like James, but it's the eyebrows that's done it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that looks remotely like James.
Yeah, I mean, there's the boy.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, he wasn't though. I think it was this one. It wasn't.
I always figured that the other Wellsworth and Suddery engines were Manning Wartles, and then it just got straight out confirmed, which is a weird feeling. But like those are kind of just I don't know, like of that era, you know, they were very commonplace engines. So it just kind of feels right.
It's the other one.
You gotta love early Sodor. It's like
I mean, he's got no face because it's upstairs. But this is Terry or Terrier.
Woohoo! Alrighty.
That's great.
This was introduced before I get comments being like, "Hey, I'm Manning Waddles." I had this in a video before the lecture came out, being like, "Oh, they're all whatever these are."
Look,
tags.
I treat the new Audrey information dubiously. If people are inspired by it and they want to use it, awesome. But Wilbert did not publish it. So, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like, I don't subscribe to a great deal of that. Like,
I mean, he said it to like Heritage Railways,
right?
Like so he gave lectures, but that's about it.
It's more official than something he threw in the bin, but it's still, you know, I don't know. Like, I've been a scholar of the Railway series my whole life, and I'm very attached to what I already knew about it. And so I kind of don't want Audrey coming back from the dead telling me actually all my theories are wrong for something that he didn't spread widely enough.
Rule 55.
Rule 55.
You can't do it.
Rule 55.
I swear, one of these days, I'm going to buy a British Railways book, like a handbook from the 50s. I'm going to sit down on a live stream and I'm going to read the other goddamn rules because nobody knows any of them other than that one. That is the only rule. That is a lovely Dennis. I love that Dennis.
Dennis is my favorite out of the new series guys. So
yeah, he's pretty great. He's got a great design.
I like Flora a lot, and people I don't understand.
I do too. I think she's extraordinarily shy, like a wallflower. What do you think?
And also, it's this in her storybook. I love saying this because her wheels can change from standard gauge to narrow gauge to run on narrow gauge tramways. So she technically could be on narrow gauge track.
That's crazy. Well, here's the thing. Her basis is indisputably narrow gauge.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, if anything, the narrow gauge is more believable. The idea of her being able to be re-gauged to standard gauge is kind of, I mean, I'm willing to, like, tolerate that. I'm like, yeah, sure, I guess that's possible, but that's pretty crazy. Like,
It's cool.
she's really tiny. I've done overlays of like, Flora and other engines, and she's like a narrow gauge. She's like really small. Like, it'd be easier to re-gauge like Rheneas maybe than to re-gauge Flora.
Yeah, but I like it, and I'll probably write for it at some point.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I like the idea too that maybe she could go on like the local tram networks, like other engines can't, but maybe she can. So like she can go into Tidmouth Town or something. That would be really cool. I would love that.
It's Theodore. Theodore faces. Theodore's cool. I love Theodore. Theodore's awesome. Theodore's so. What else do we have? We have Ivo Hugh, because Ivo Hugh is the greatest of all time, and like
I wish I could draw that.
Now who is he is the real question.
When it comes to Ivo Hugh, another plug, because I rewrote I named this engine to actually have Ivo Hugh do something, because it's like he just in the end, and you smile and wave, boys, smile and wave. That's it. That's all he did. He smiled.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is that guy?
He's named after an incredibly important and honorable man. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Ivo Hugh, was one of the people that kept the lights on in the hardest years of the Skarloey Railway. So like, maybe more so even than Sir Handel Brown and Mr. Peterson.
Speaking of Ivo
He was
Hugh,
CME, wasn't he, in like the 50s?
No, he was I guess he was. Yeah. It's weird to say that on a railway that had 3 employees. But yeah, I guess by default, he was the chief mechanical engineer.
the Taken play that I made.
That's
no
awesome.
wait, he was guard. This is coming back to me, to be fair, from
well,
engine. Where it says it.
This shows how dire the situation is.
Guard.
He was both.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he was both.
So for anyone who doesn't really know anything about the Skarloey history, so the 3 major figures we're talking about are Mr. Peter Sam, Sir Handel Brown, and Ivo Hugh. And Ivo Hugh and Mr. Peter Sam and Sir Handel Brown, in fact, are all children of men that shared their names earlier on in the railway's history. So in the 1910s or 20s or thereabouts, Mr. Mack, the guy who ran the old Skarloey Railway back when it was just a mining company, he gives up the railway. He sells it. Yeah, the rat bastard. he gives up the railway and he sells it to Sir Handel Brown the first. And Sir Handel Brown, he literally buys the railway because he lives near it and he realizes that the local economy will be devastated without it. And Mr. Mack doesn't give a shit. He's just like, it's whatever. I'm going to go and I'm going to retire to my mansion. And then, which is what I think, right? Maybe Mr. Mack is awesome. Maybe he's like a really cool guy. And he just happened to accidentally bankrupt the entire economy of the eastern side of the island of Sodor. I don't know. Sometimes you do that by accident. Maybe he's an awesome guy.
Everybody days.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm dead.
Yeah, it's not his fault. But anyway, so Mr. Mack does that, and the island's going to go bankrupt. This part of the island is. So Sir Handel Brown buys it up and says, I'm going to keep it running no matter what. And, that's what he does. And he slowly bankrupts himself, keeping this part of the island alive. They change the traffic to, I think, go from copper to slate or something along those lines. They do more passenger trains. He's just trying to serve the people, basically. So Sir Handel Brown is an honorable guy. He's got Peter Sam or not Peter Sam. I think it's Roger Sam. No, I don't remember how the Sams work, but it's a Sam that's not the one in the 50s. But he's got 2 men by the name of Sam and Hugh, right? Those are the last names. And they run the line between the 20s and the 50s, but eventually Sir Handel Brown dies, right? So he's dead. He was the one man who had the power and the wealth to keep this part of the island going. So now they're screwed, but his son, Sir Handel Brown II, has just, he's gotten all of his assets, right? So he is crippled by death duties because, his father just died. There's a lot of cost involved with that. And his father incurred a lot of cost over the course of the railway's history. And so what ends up happening is Sir Handel Brown II is thinking, well, I might have to close the railway. But the kids of Mr. Hugh, Mr. Sam, who are now Peter Sam and Ivo Hugh, they both say, no, we can keep it going. Just give us 1 year. And that's the year that Skarloey's broken down, and Rheneas is the only engine to do the job, because Skarloey was used pretty heavily throughout the years. So he's laid up in the shed. He can't do a damn thing. But Rheneas has just enough steam to keep going. So he keeps the line alive for a year. And in that year, they've laid everybody off. It really is just, it's Peter Sam as the driver, and it's Ivo Hugh as the fireman, I believe. And it's and Sir Handel Brown, I'm not sure what his role is. I don't think he's accompanying the train. Maybe he is. But the point being, Ivo Hugh was one of the few people who vied for the railway's success and said, hey, let's keep it going. Let's give it a chance to survive. I think that's really admirable. So he's the one who's going along the line. He's weeding the line. He's fixing the sleepers. Any damage to the engines or the track, it's all on him. He's the only one who knows shit about it. So, Ivo Hugh is crucial to the railway's history. And of course, we do know that eventually it does find success. Eventually they can get to the point where they can buy 2 more engines, and then another, and then another. So you've got Stewart and Falcon and Duncan and Rusty, and eventually Ivo Hugh. They build their own engine, which is really a great expense, and it's impressive and a testament to the fact that their railway is so successful now. And so it's a great pride that this new engine, the first one the railway has ever built, is named after Ivo Hugh, the chief mechanical engineer for so long, and the one who really knew about engines. He's the one who gets the engine named after him. So that's really cool. But that doesn't tell us anything about Ivo Hugh. That just tells him everything about the man he's named for. And that might be a little intimidating when he hears that story and he's like, holy shit, wait, he did all that. And I haven't done anything. I just came into the world yesterday, and you're telling me I'm named after this guy who just kept the railway afloat and put his blood, sweat, and tears into it for so long. I mean, that's a lot of pressure for a kid,
And the thing is, with like the 50s, it probably wouldn't have been a case of, what's his face, Ivo Hugh being general manager for the whole thing. Roles would probably switch, because it's the same personal life. My father's got his own company. It's been 5 years. It's only him, me, and some other bloke. I'm not going to say his name because privacy, but It's the same with that. It's like, he calls me in when he needs an extra pair of hands, because it's road marking. It's almost like steam engines, because you have boilers on the back of truck, and then to heat up the plastic, i.e. the paint, and it's that sort of thing. It's you're not just going to be, mind you, it's different to this, I suppose, but say Peter Sam,
honestly quite similar. I mean, that situation you're talking about is actually starkly similar.
So say Peter Sam one day is guard, and then the next week, Ivo Hugh comes in and is right, mate, you're on cleaning duties or something, and it's he'll probably switch about, because it'll depend on what man's on the job. Because if
well, that's the scale of the operation too. Is if you have a huge company, then maybe you do allocate one guy and can afford to pay him all the time and give him what he needs. But these people are just desperately trying to get along, right? When you've got a small business like that, a very small business, you do what you got to do when you got to do it. And sometimes you do switch around, I mean, that makes sense. You wouldn't have an allocated role necessarily. I'm sure some people would be better at some things.
Wartime would absolutely not help either, because obviously.
That was a shitty period for the Skarloey Railway, because they basically the government was like, hey, we need all of your slate now. There's a lot of houses that are destroyed. We need it all. So they send in a bunch of engines extra. So Skarloey and Rheneas have been limping along for the 30s, and the 20s, and then all of a sudden there's a whirlwind. They've got 7 engines on their railway, and they take all the
Beetle ones, right?
The what?
The beetle back.
Nah, those come later. That's once the quarry's already mined out and gets sold to the government.
All right.
This was back in the 40s during the war, when they sent other steam engines that weren't Skarloey and Rheneas, to run the line, because they needed to pump out a huge volume of slate from the quarry. And so they did that. And then the result was that, basically the tracks are run down. These people, they don't live in this area. They're not used to it. So they don't treat the valley with the respect it deserves. I mean, they don't mean any harm. They're just trying to fight the war. But the thing is, they just absolutely wear down this entire line that was already struggling as it was. So after the war, the Skarloey Railway has just been beaten and battered, and the slate has been extremely run down, right? So this is a crisis. The government came in, took their one resource, and left, which is really quite a lot like what happened to the Northwestern back during the First World War, is they basically said, okay, take all the railways, put them together, and then maybe the Sudrians were like, well, we don't have enough engines to run an island-wide network. And the government's like, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And then
anyway.
Now the war's over. And they're like, actually, we need those engines back. This one's going back to the GNR. This one's going back to the GCR, etc. And so Thomas and Edward had all this help during the war. They had like 10 other engines to help them. Then they're all gone, and it's just Thomas and Edward and the coffee pots and Wellsworth and Sudbury engines, and they are woefully unprepared to run a railway of this size. That's what we call a locomotive crisis. So that's why the Fat Controller buys Henry. Like that, you have to be that desperate to buy Henry.
Also the
Pacific.
Sorry, go on, Capella.
No. I just I ordered a Pacific, and that son of a bitch gave me this.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is, it's only partly the scammer's fault though that the Fat Director was scammed, because if he would have gone to a reputable locomotive dealer if he had enough money to do it, but his railway was desperate. So what was he supposed to do other than go to someone who's a little shadier? And he probably knew, it's like, well, I'm getting like a really good engine for like a really low price. There's got to be like something to this, right? And there was something to it. So he did get scammed.
That and also the Wellsworth and Sudbury tanks were pretty much fucked anyway. So it's because if this is like 1919 time, because they were scrapped around that sort of period.
Well,
and
how do you know?
Because it's in the lecture.
The what?
The lecture. I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but like it's
Well, counterpoint. No.
Yes, there we go. Say no to Audrey. We need to do
I'll take the book over the lecture. Like I don't know. I don't like. What is he also going to say? Is there like a really fine print in there somewhere that said, "Oh, by the way, Thomas died in 1987"? Is that just in there somewhere, and I have to accept it now? Like what are in those lectures?
Is that the accident of 87? Oh no. The scrapping of 87.
The scrap of 87. That's right. The scran of 87. The great scran of 87.
Just
took a bite out of his smoke box.
Yeah, that did him in. Yeah.
We went from 12 to 5 OQ. Now we're dying in 87. What's going on?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing though, right? Like I'm too old now to accept. I'm only 24, but I'm too old now to accept that the lore of the Railway series is fundamentally different from what I think it is. So
it's also
but also the guy then goes, he said all this S&M engines were dead, and then he's like, actually Neil's alive, but don't worry, the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines are all dead. It's like, dude, I was down with the old storyline. What is this?
And like ambiguity as well. It's like once you know everything about Sodor, it kind of undoes it. Because like, especially with the earlier stuff, it's like again, you've predicted, no, that's the wrong word, depicted, like with Mr. Mac being like a cunt, for lack of a better word.
Right.
It's like, and it's like, what I'm doing with SoundCloud pre-grouping engines, it's about the Wellsworth and Sudbury. And it's like, Mr. Squire, the manager in my thing, he's like, I've written in the thing, he's cruel when he's pushed to his limit, but like he's fair. And like the worst he did was have William, the number one, he had an accident, and then spoiler alert, by the way. But and as a punishment, he like mounted his smoke box onto the shed wall. He's still alive, but
oh my god, that's a great idea. That's really good. But also, that's a monstrous person right there. Like that's a sinister character.
But it's funny though as well, because like.
It is, yeah, because then that engine can still engage with the rest of the cast. I
mean, he still gets his wheels back eventually, but it brews up for quite a while because it's a rant. But like because he thinks he's named after William Gladstone, which was Prime Minister in the 1880s, and but he was actually named after William Squire, Mr. Squire's son. So he's wrapped in his own head, like saying big words to sound big, and he's like, Kerry especially.
Hold on. So is this an audio? I didn't know about this. Is this an audio?
That's what I'm doing. I would get the camera up, but I would reveal shit. But like,
is any of it published yet?
And then the first one is an engine's name. I finished the voice work for the second one, and I've yet to sound mix it or sound design it. I don't know what the fucking term is.
That's awesome. I'm definitely gonna listen to this. Do you think maybe link it to me on Twitter?
Could do. Yeah.
Yeah, when you get the chance.
That's Scrapyard. You need to help me with sound mixing and stuff like that because I'm not good with that. Because with my stories, I need to do the narration for it. Because even though they're free to adapt stories, usually most people would just kind of just use the audio of the narration. So I gotta like.
It is true. I wish people were a little more confident with their voices.
Exactly.
It doesn't reveal too much about a person, honestly. Like if you're trying to be anonymous online, and it's just fun, like just narrating and speaking aloud. I understand speaking like in front of a crowd live. That's intimidating, but you have total control over how you sound if you do it and then record it and then put it out there. If you don't like the way you pronounce the line, obviously don't obsess over it, but you can tweak it, So
also when you're recording it, you're kind of on your own. So you feel like you can. I keep saying slur your words, but that sounds bad. But you know what I mean.
Jesus.
You kind of like but you can kind of like go out with the line deliveries more because again you're on your own.
Like there's a lot of I would have had to like with something like Iron Horse, right? I would have had to probably put in a few more paragraphs at least if I wasn't the one reading it because not everything would have carried. A lot of it is in the pacing and how quickly you say something or slowly you say it and with the drama or the inflection. And some lines might even be funny when you read them, but horrifying when you speak them. And so, I mean, it's really helpful to be able to use your own voice to convey the ideas because then it sets the tone and people get it,
Yeah. And it's like, because, words. And like, because it's harder like hiring other voice actors to do it because like only you know how to say a line or how you
right.
It. So
I've always reserved that if I was ever to do voice actors for any of my stuff, I would probably get in a call with them and actively tell them like, hey, this is what I want, like look for the lines and, also, and not,
And also, I don't like telling people that it happened before with Jackson, Slow King 64, a mate of mine, because we did a thing. And it's like I messed up with the script because I put basically explaining what a saddle tank is, saying saddle of the horse. And I was like, saddle of a horse, you moron. I was like,
of the horse, the ultimate horse, the horse to end all horses. Yeah.
I was like, and I was like, oh, sorry, I'll just use the original thing, but like edit it so it kind of sounds like the. It's annoying to me because I know it's the horse, but like, but
it's not as obvious to people who hear it, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I get that.
It's like once you notice it, but like
I'm so in my head with stuff like that where like I make an edit and then I think it's really obvious and then nobody notices. Like that's it's easy to do that.
And then like unless you get a comment about it being like, oh what this mess up at 2:56 or something, then it's
very aggravating when you get a comment like that and it's wrong, but you just released it anyway because you knew if you let little things like that bug you, you'd never release anything. And so it's like an act of bravery to do that, to say there are flaws in this, but I'm going to put it out anyway, right? That's admirable. But then when people say like, hey, there's a flaw here, did you know that? Like they're actively basically saying you shouldn't have taken that brave step, which they're not trying to say, but that's the impact their words are having, is saying like, I mean, the way it translates to an artist is just don't release anything because there's always going to be imperfections. So
it's different. Like people approach it differently, to fact, because it sounds arrogant, but I make my videos for me. And
no, you should. And that's absolutely the right move.
And if I don't enjoy my videos, then what's the point? But at the same time, I'm not perfectionistic, but it's like, stuff like filming stuff and being like there's a hair on Henry's boiler or something, it's like
if I had a quarter for every hair that was on an engine or in a shot, I'd have a very gross pile of quarters, my friend.
And
a big one for me as well. Sorry, go on, Dan.
when it comes to like being a perfectionist, that's the reason why I barely make videos anymore, because I recorded so many things.
Right.
One of my stories that I wrote, I filmed it and stuff. All I had to do was do narration and other stuff. I just didn't like it, so it was on my old phone. Now my old phone's broken, so I don't even have it anymore. So
That sucks. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, because honestly, like, if you're a good person, which is a very low bar and almost everybody is, then just release things, regardless of what they are. And if you have a million shitty things and one good thing, the good thing will get attention and all the shitty things will just be fodder on your channel that nobody pays attention to, and that's okay, because you'll still have made the good things and nobody will talk about the bad things. And so there's a natural filter of all of your best achievements are the ones you'll remember by the end of your life. And I think that yes, very good. I love your doodles. All the different expressions.
Rabbit.
Yes.
Tool.
Yes, boys.
Yeah. I don't see it.
But I do think that it's always worth releasing something. But I haven't. The reason I say that so strongly is because I haven't done that in the past, and I've needed friends to encourage me to. Because like say today, I wrote like a very short story about Duck back at Paddington, and put it out on Twitter. And it's like there's flaws in that story, and it's really short, and it's not very grand. It's just a short thing. I mean, something I'm always paranoid about is the themes of my stories and what they might be saying accidentally, So it's like with that one, the whole thing is basically about the Great Western Railway taking care of people who, say, lose a hand or a foot, on the railway, and then they make them prosthetic. I always thought that was a really cool idea, but it's also the railway's fault that they even lost that foot in the first place, right? So, like, am I advocating for big companies, just kind of injuring their workers and getting away with it? Is that something I'm saying through that story? I'm paranoid about stuff like that.
Gransley was right.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like you're always saying something with your work, though, whether you realize it or not. But I think that it's just the best thing is just to put it out there. And I told myself before I released it, look, maybe someone will take it that way. But I know I'm a good person, and I know that what I believe in, I think is just. And I don't think that means I can't write a story with a perspective that's maybe a little questionable. I can still do that, because Duck and his driver would both strongly believe in the Great Western Railway, and they would believe that big companies have their best interests at heart. Do I believe that? No, but they do. And they kind of deserve to be themselves, even if it's in my story, So
like putting yourself in I guess ties in this case. It's like putting yourself in the shoes of the characters.
Right. I love your blueprints, Dink. That's so cool.
Do them a lot.
I do the same thing. That is a great, like, condensed, like, jock design. That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. But I usually just sit here and draw like faces, especially.
Yeah.
I got the
cool.
model.
Faces are really flexible and fun. You don't really have to like worry too much about them.
Especially Jock. I love Jock.
Yeah, no,
And
he's
that's
great.
how I do his model face, because
I really wanted to. I want to tell a story. If I ever do anything with the Arsdale, it's going to be centered around Jock, because he's my favorite.
I'm gonna write a story about. I've written a story about Rex and Willie, because I what if Rex has some sour feelings? Get that.
I can see that. There's a rivalry between him and the farmer or the tractor. That's kind of great.
Doesn't know
that
Rex is being a dick for no reason, and then it bites him in the ass, and he does something dumb, and it's his fault for once, and then
kind of everyone like Bert is the most mature of the three Arsdale engines, but he's not like the patriarch. He's not the one in charge of the yard. Rex is, which is kind of interesting, like that Bert is kind of wiser and more patient than Rex in a way, but like he's not the one who gets to kind of introduce, like Rex is the one who introduces the Arsdale engines. Rex is kind of the one who always gets the last laugh,
He's more
He's
outgoing.
usually more confident, kind of just out there one out of them all.
Right. He is, yeah.
Just in the end, or even in the beginning, he's just always the one who comes out usually on time.
Yeah.
He's quick-witted.
He is. He's the coolest, I
Even
think.
if it's an accident, he usually comes out on top.
Yeah. But anyway, we were talking about something that I don't think we quite concluded.
We talk about steam engines, and we just got Diesel looking absolutely livid.
Yeah.
But, I need to write Jock's story because when it comes to Jock, I love Jock. I'm making a Jock right now. Should I show Jock? I don't know. Maybe.
It's up to you. I mean, I think, if you're not, I mean, don't stress about it.
Like what do you think I'm using for my Arsdale guys?
I have no idea. I mean, your narrow gauge engines are like take along.
No.
Oh.
These tiny.
I could have guessed that.
Those are Takara, right? Or am I dumb?
The capsule player ones.
Right, yeah.
It's so tiny. They're like.
So you're just making Jock in that style.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I was at first just repainting like a mic, but Jock doesn't have this amount of wheels, and his running board in the front is longer. So I had to cut him and fix it and do the wheels. Yeah.
That's cool. That's very cool.
It's very cool, but I also had to make the funnel taller. It was hell. It was hell. Really,
I imagine. The second you said, "What am I making him out of?" I face palmed because I was like, "You're making him out of something." Yeah. What you drew would be best just scratch built. It'd be a lot easier on you.
That tiny of a scale as well.
Yeah, that's tough.
The scale, I was like, I might as well get something because myself.
NWR Film says that's a good drawing of a Diesel. What's his name?
What's his name?
Diesel.
Yes, I know you're Diesel, but what is your name? My name is Diesel.
Oh. Then here's Jay.
But what's your name though?
Screaming.
Okay, but actually though, it's Diesel.
Yeah. We have many Diesels with that name. We have Diesel 261.
I don't know.
Works Diesel.
But he's screaming. James is screaming.
I love that. That's so expressive.
Here's these two because they're cool. I love Telefon. And
that's awesome.
The boys.
What do we have in here? What else? Oh, okay.
Hey, Trampy's here.
Oh, Trampy.
His name is
Trampy.
John Diesel.
We have Scarlet coaches because I need to do those. We have Sir Handle sketches because I need to do Sir Handle. Then we have Duncan.
That's great. Look at that face.
Yes,
and we have Sir Handle.
Those are both so on par, despite being literally just like a little smiley face. That's 100% the personality.
And then here's them, freaking Ivo and Sir Handle chilling.
That's great.
Yeah. Probably asking some silly questions, and Sir Handle just wants to die or something.
Yeah.
Here's what I usually do. It's just a bunch of focus. Jesus. But it's just a bunch of faces.
Oh, I love it. The whole page. That would make excellent wrapping paper.
Yeah, I just do a bunch of faces.
How long does it normally take to draw one face?
Okay. When it comes to faces, me.
Not very long, it seems, based on the fact that you're about to just show us real quick.
Here's one I made earlier.
That's
great.
The small.
I love that. You have a great style.
Thank you.
All right. So I've noticed that Dustin, Rudy Productions, has just entered. I told him that he was free to join once he got home from work, and it seems he has. So I want to add him in, but I'm thinking maybe it's time to swap out people. Maybe. As much as I hate to do that. I mean, I loved having you on here, Dank, but also it gets crazy once it's like more than 3-4 people.
I mean, yeah, because this entire time I'm like, because I'm not the one who does the history things, and you two kind of just going back and forth. I'm just like, oh, that's stuff.
I get you, but also when you show that your stuff and you talk about your designs, it's like, then the focus is on you, and that's great because I can kind of riff off of that. So it's more a matter of just like, whoever's center stage at the moment just kind of talks about their thing. And, it's been really great seeing what you've been working on. But I think that considering we're an hour and 49 minutes in, I should probably
you. We are?
We are, yeah.
Jesus. Wow.
It's pretty crazy.
Feel so special.
Yeah. Sam has been in here for significantly less time, so I'll keep him in a little longer. But it's been really great having you in here, Dank.
We need to talk more.
Yeah, no, for sure. I always say that, but I'll try my best.
No, you say that, and then I'll message you on Skype, and then you do the disappear for God knows how long.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people,
Yeah.
I go through.
Bye, chat. Bye, guys.
All right. Well, it's been great having you.
I mean, y'all will probably see me in the chat soon.
Probably.
I'll probably come back, but
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Bye. Goodbye.
Take care. Have a wonderful week.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Goodbye. There he goes.
Sorry if we've come across as
all right, Dustin. You're in. I knew you were in the car, you rascal. He's in the car, isn't he?
Oh, I'm in.
Dustin Rudy.
I told you I was in the car.
Where did you tell me that? On
Skype.
the playback screen of my active live stream that I have to monitor.
Yeah. Well, I also figured. Okay. Fair.
So I just didn't see it. But yeah, welcome to the stream.
Good to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Sam, Scrapyard Studios.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
You're outnumbered in terms of Sams, just so you know. But I don't go by that, so we're fine, except for you.
Yeah.
The council shall decide your fate.
Yeah, no. I only call you Sam when we're in the same room. So
yeah, for some reason that's the rule. You'll be like, Lemmy, could you pick up groceries and I'll get home? He'll be like, Sam, you were supposed to get milk.
I thought that's you were master of the lemons.
But let's see. What someone said something funny. Tank to Tank Productions says he's on the run. Are you on the run?
I am on the run.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my boss is out to get me. So.
Oh, nice.
Or he can't be on the run because he's driving.
All right. So that's Diesel. Goodbye. Who's next?
Look at the oily boy.
He's a greasy fella.
You could say he's well lubed.
Yeah, you could say that. I don't know if I would per se, but you could. Wooden Railway Edward says, "Okay, Mr. Webster."
He's greasy before.
How are you doing, Dustin? Says Anas Swee. Anas Sway.
I am doing quite well. It was a very slow day at work, which is very stressful when, your buddy is out live streaming and you realize you could be doing much better things than sitting at a computer waiting for something to happen. Right. But, I'd rather that than doing all the things at the same time.
That's true. Though, Dustin, you should know that if you asked, I would just do a live stream just because you asked. So, don't stress about that. We could be good.
Look, I know that, but
but still,
it's the principle of the matter,
right? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do the dangerous thing where I have two characters in this image, and I'm gonna draw them. I'm gonna draw the faces first. And then I won't know if the engines are actually spaced correctly or not. So then they're going to be really close together, and it's going to be really scary. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think I've spaced them correctly, but God knows. And Anyway, so now people will have to guess who these characters are, except you, Dustin. I don't want you veering off the road.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. There's a reason I didn't turn my camera on.
Yeah, see, I knew that too, but a major part of our friendship is saying things that the other already knows, but just reassuring each other. So I said it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my god. My goodness. Goody goodness. What is your favorite character, Sam?
Fuck. It's a tie between either the Caledonians or James, because James was the child one.
That's exactly what Train King James says. That's like, that's great.
Because James was like, because obviously, I say the only red engine, there's Arthur and everyone, but that's different. There's Crimson. But,
there's only one big red engine on Sodor, and everyone knows his name is Arthur.
And it's the Fury. No. But because red was my mum's favourite colour, and then obviously, because I'm part Scottish, so Donald and Douglas, yes, Pog.
Those are very poignant personal reasons. Like, that's a lot more epic than just, I like him, he's fast, or something.
Yeah, but and also they're kind of like, they're very like practically minded.
Yeah, no, the twins are so, like, I like different characters in different ways, and the twins I like in the way that I respect them, you know? Like, I don't write about them all that often, but like, as people, I like them a lot more than most of the characters. Like, I would like enjoy their presence more. They're really good-hearted and understanding, but they're also just so practical, and they'll be so honest about things, you know?
Yeah. They're very blunt as well.
Twins are two of the most down-to-earth characters. Like,
right.
They have a level head about things, but also, like, they aren't as, like, wise or intelligent as Edward. It's
right. And they don't need to be. That's the thing, is that they just kind of, they don't feel the need to prove themselves at all, other than obviously when they first arrive, they want to stay. But like, they are totally at peace with who they are as people. And that's really cool, I think. Whereas Edward, despite all of his brilliance, isn't. He is quite insecure about quite a few things. And so it's just very interesting to see the clash there, where, you've got the twins who, they don't know everything, but they don't need to. And I think that's cool. That confidence that they have, that they know how to do their job very, very well, and maybe not much else. Like, that's not really, but they're
get crap done kind of people, and you gotta love that about them.
Right.
Yeah, they're very hands-on, or buffers on rather.
Yeah, true.
They're also very blunt as well. I would say Duncan blunt, but no, because Duncan's would say cancel all shit on a daily basis. But like, I say, like, they're Donald and Douglas are blunt in the sense that they take the piss out of someone, but they'd know that, they'd be comfortable, because obviously,
right. They never punch down is the thing.
Yeah.
They only ever like kind of they only ever get on the nerves of somebody who deserves it.
Yeah. But what I mean by that, because like with Britain, like in England, wouldn't make a stereotype type joke, but no. But like, because we have like very like biting humor, I guess, where it's like I don't know, but
yeah, I get you.
We rip into people as like funny, but like it's different time of the place, because like, but with them they'd recognize that, because obviously Sodor, everyone's like family to them, so it's like just that fucking Gordon's a cunt he is, and like
right.
Obviously Gordon would despise that, but like everyone else would be like, okay, no, it's he knows he's joking, unless Donald or something goes up to Gordon, bashes him.
But also, it's very, very like, it's very, very difficult, if not impossible, to hurt Gordon's feelings. So like, the twins know that. Like, the thing is, Gordon, obviously there are things that have deeply upset him in life, but like they're never.
Queen's
they're
death this year as well. The Queen dying, was it this year? Or
last year? Like, that would hit him hard, right?
Yeah.
But that's like a big thing, I don't think there's anything you could say to Gordon that would actually hurt him, Like, I think that it's all about just what happens, and like, he's just so tough, and he just believes, he believes more strongly in his own value than he does the spherical nature of the Earth. You know, you could more easily convince Gordon that the Earth is flat than you could that he's, you know, a useless engine. Like, he fully believes in his own power and strength and grandeur. And
you can bruise his ego, but you can't hurt it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, it's like, I think that there's, you know, there's a reason there's such a spectacle made over Gordon the Big Engine, where he, you know, he goes into disgrace for conceivably the first time. But even then, like, you know, say when he like blows his safety valve in the early years, I don't think he's so much like wondering, oh no, am I useful? Am I of value to the railway? He's thinking, oh, this is so unbecoming of an engine like me.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
high spirits could happen to any engine.
Right. He blows it off later. But even in the moment, the reason he's embarrassed is because it doesn't fit his own personal narrative. It's not because he's been convinced that he's actually worthless. It's much the opposite. It's he knows he's not. And so it's humiliating for other people to be looking at him like he is, you know. And so I think he's just got a lot of confidence. And so for the twins to kind of pick on him, they could totally do that and get away with it and know they're not actually hurting him. And, you know, I think that's, you know, they know what fights to pick and what fights not to pick. And they don't get into petty fights. Absolutely not with each other. Like, I don't think the twins would ever. You know, I can't stand that the CGI series treats them like Bill and Ben, where they're bickering every 5 minutes. I mean, that doesn't. You don't fight your way tooth and nail across the entirety of Scotland and England, you know, trying to save your brother and then fight with him. No,
they would bicker, but not near to the extent of you'll never listen to me, and then like fucking bumping each other on the hill.
Even then, like. I mean, bickering, maybe. I don't see it, you know. I mean, I don't know what their bickering would look like. It just seems weird, you know. I mean, I
can see them ribbing on each other, but nothing more than that.
I don't see it. I mean, that's kind of, who are the two guys in the Muppets that are kind of riffing on everything, you know, like up in the high seats. You know who I'm talking about?
Oh
yeah.
But the name was,
forget their name.
Tug referenced it in a thing,
right? They're kind of like they're Donald and Douglas are almost always on the same page, and they're kind of laughing at everybody else, right? Like, they're not. Yeah. They don't really laugh at each other at all. I mean.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I feel like whatever riffing they do is so inoffensive and so, you know, just purely comedic that it probably wouldn't even be brought up in a conversation about riffing. You know, like, it's just they get along, plain and simple.
Yeah.
You know?
And even if it was,
I could probably imagine them making like, oh, look how ugly you are. We're the same. You know, kind of a
right. Yeah, I could see that. Where it's like it's clearly like if they made that joke, it would be hurting both of them anyway, you know. So it's like clearly like just not it takes the bite out of it immediately before it even lands, you know.
Yeah. Or if it's like, you know, you're late with that train, you're getting old. It's like, you know, it's like they're taking the piss, but they know it's a joke. They know that, like, neither or is going to take it seriously and be like, what the fuck? Or, you know.
Yeah, like I could see that. Like, if I saw that in a video, I wouldn't be, like, annoyed. But I also would never do it myself. Like, I mean, like, when I think of the twins, you know, I think about me and my sister. Because her and I get along just really well. Like, she's like my best friend. And the thing is, like, we don't bicker ever. We just don't, you know, like, we just get along really, really well and complement each other. And that's it. Like, so to me, that's the gold standard. That's like a really amazing relationship. And I think I relate very strongly to the twins because I have that kind of relationship. And I would brave Scotland and England for her. And so I think, you know, it's kind of like, that's what I think of the twins as, because I feel very strongly about sibling bonds. But I think most people will probably insert their own sibling relationships, and most sibling relationships have a bit of bickering in there. It's just, for me, mine doesn't at all. So, you know, I don't relate to it.
Yeah. I was going to say myself, I feel like everyone who isn't an only child inserts their own sibling bond into the twins a little bit,
Yeah.
because I think we
sure.
just can't help it.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm sure that's the case, But, to me, I mean, the twins story, for a long time I would say The Deputation was my favorite Thomas episode. And it's just because it moves me so deeply. For one, to see what the twins are willing to sacrifice for each other. That they're basically leaping in front of each other saying, kill me, no, kill me. But also the fact that all the other engines, after only a few weeks of knowing these engines, maybe months, are willing to put everything on the line and put their own reputations on the line just to save them, I mean, it's really so cool because usually it's the Fat Controller defending engines, but this is a case where it's the engines just defending each other, and it shows that the engines believe every bit as strongly in Sodor's kind of way of thinking and motto as, the Fat Controller does, that it's just a Sudrian thing, that if somebody's in trouble, you help them, regardless of the circumstance. It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's like don't be a dick to someone unless they're a dick to you, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like, respect them if they respect you.
The rules of karma, I mean, it's just it's karma rules.
It's
good
like
old Sudrian karma.
Yeah.
You can't fucking beat it.
Yeah, the same exact kind. Oh my god.
Sudrian conflict, if you will.
Sure. Why not?
And it goes back to what you and Dougie were saying about I don't like to say diesel racism because that's but you know what I mean.
How it is though. It gets people's attention because there are a great many people that just refuse to compare steam engines and diesel engines to people, right? They're kind of well, I mean, if there were mechanical people in real life, it wouldn't be racism. It'd be perfectly fine for them to hate each other on the basis of what kind of thing they are. And it's well, no, it's like watching Zootopia and not understanding that it's about racism. It is, and that's the thing is I wouldn't put it in a story. I would never have Henry say, James, that's racist, but describing it in conversation, 100%. Mainline engines is about racism. I mean, that really is what it is structurally. But I understand the kind of stylistic concern you have with it, where it's it doesn't sound good coming out of
yeah.
Yeah.
But because we don't, again, you and Dougie were talking about this, and it's in the moment, I'm the same as well, to be fair, because in the moment, if Donald passes, I don't know, class 40 or something, it's just just all right, mate, and then they not walk past, fucking idiot, but they puff past, just whistle a response, and then when they're out of earshot, just oh, fucking it, that guy.
Right. A lot of racists are like that,
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely not everybody. I mean, because it at the heart of it, racism is a rather cowardly thing. You kind of have to be a coward, either because you're afraid of people that are no threat to you, or because that's the main reason right there. And the thing is, a coward isn't going to confront the person they're afraid of face to face. And so oftentimes people will not say what they're thinking, So I could see that. But the other thing about the twins, you look at James and you look at the twins, and the reason we give the twins not a pass, but the reason that we're not mad at them for that really is because they went through all of England and Scotland and were almost murdered by diesels, and they encountered a lot of them. And I get why they're so traumatized, right?
Yeah.
But also they get over it way quicker than James does. They get over it in the 60s, and James gets over it in the 80s. Dude, come on. That's why we hold him over the fire about that. Is because
they're both proving themselves, but it's different. With James, it's not legacy, because it's proving his image, I guess. But with Donald and Douglas, they're trying to survive. Because if they fuck up once, they're dead. Not dead, obviously, but they're getting the boot. James is only. Well, I guess you could argue he's not, because he just turns up on his first day. But he's the bootlace era. He's trying. He was
part of the crowd of steam engines that was protected on the Fat Controller's Railway during modernization. Because the thing is, Donald and Douglas, it's a very different thing. Being, I hope I don't get sent away from the Fat Controller's Railway. Then I'll have to work on another steam-friendly railway for the next 20 years. Oh, God. Whereas, Donald and Douglas were I hope I don't get turned away from the Fat Controller's Railway. If I do, then I'll die. Like, that's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I hope I don't have a long and productive working career in a color I don't like. That would suck. It's like, come on, James.
No, I mean, like in 25 or 26, whenever thingy takes place.
Right. Yeah, like that's the era, you know, where he'd be perfectly safe if he went back.
Like, because you've delved into this perfectly with the token, where it's like, you know, he's defined by his own insecurities, that's proof of that. Because it's like, I take away your coat and have you painted blue. Because like, you know, if he does that, he'll look like everyone else. Like, the whole reason he's red is because, I mean, blue is a bright color to be fair, but like red it's like you got all these blue engines, and then there's like just this red modal, which by that point most locomotives of that caliber would be like black or something, or like just have LMS and just like in yellow and nothing else. But like with James, he's got brass, he's got blue or black line, depending on preference, and the brass dome.
I think it's depending on era. Personally, I think it goes black, blue, then black again, or I think it's black, blue, and then blue today. But the second time he keeps the black cab. But yeah, that's a tangent. I do think that you know, it makes a lot of sense why James hates diesels, and I don't think it's because he had some traumatic incident with them. I don't think it's because, you know, there's something that happened to him that didn't happen to the others. I think it's because the way he values himself is fundamentally different from the way his friends do. James is, his entire worldview is, if I'm unique enough and individual enough, then I will always be worth something to someone. That's what he thinks, right? And he does that by painting himself in the most bright colors and being the most noticeable and the most individualistic and unique. That is his path to survival and his path to personal value. Then the government decides we're going to make all the railways use the exact same boxy looking design. Every single engine on the network is going to look practically indistinguishable from each other. And that is going to be the key to survival in the 60s. That terrifies James, not because he's afraid to die. He absolutely is. He's, you know, he's very afraid of that. But most of all, the reason that it sticks with him so long is because it proves to him that the key to survival is not being different and unique and looking amazing. That's not what it is. It just was proven to him by face value. Gordon, on the other hand, he's not nearly as affected by the realization. And the reason for that is that he values his speed and his strength. So what did they replace him with? Deltics, which are fast and strong. So sure, a Deltic might be faster or stronger than him, but it's still the same type of fight, right? Like, it's like, okay, well, I lost this fight. These engines are better at it than me, but I'm still in the running. I'm still very good at the thing I always thought I was. Whereas James realizes that he's been spending his entire life, every single day of it, you know, contemplating whether that speck on his paint is noticeable or not. And he's wasted all that time. He's wasted it all.
He's been fighting a fight that doesn't exist.
Exactly, right? Because nobody actually cares about, you know, and it's not true. People do miss the grandeur of steam engines, and he'll realize that eventually. But at the end of the day, being pretty didn't help him survive at all. It had nothing to do with anything. And so the thing he values doesn't matter.
He's just there, right place at the right time.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so I think that, you know, he has a lot of, you know, respect for, you know, he has a very keen sense of style and color. And I think that BR and the diesels that replace steam engines are just the least glamorous thing humanly possible. And that is what bugs James more than anything, is that the thing he loves most in the world, style, is gone. And the diesels are responsible. So that's why he hates them, you know. And, you know, Donald and Douglas don't give a shit about that. And all the other engines, for one reason or another, they have problems with the diesels at first, but none of them have a problem with the legacy, about like how things look, about how the railway feels. In a strange way, James hates the diesels for the same reasons we're all a little bit kind of bitter about British railways and about how steam got phased out.
Yeah.
It's not because we are steam. I'm not a steam engine. I'm not a steam engine that was scared of being killed. That's not why
you're 11.
We are. Yeah, exactly. I'm 11. But the thing is, I have misgivings about the 60s and about everything that came afterward, because I thought that what came before it was beautiful. And it's gone now, and I do hate that. And that's why James feels that way. But the problem is he takes that feeling way too far, and then he he puts it on the diesels that never could have been anything else. You know, it's not like they're all universally making a fashion statement to be diesels. They just are that. So he has no goddamn right to hate them for what they are, you know. But also, diesels can be beautiful, and I think maybe eventually James will realize that, because some of them are pretty awesome. You know, you've got
I do love me a good diesel, too far.
Yeah, you've got the blue Pullmans, you've got the Inner City 125s, you've got the Deltics are pretty badass. You got a lot of things that are actually really cool. But James is just so shocked with the fashion trends at the time changing fundamentally and being just totally not in line with what he values himself on that it devastates him. And that's why it sticks with him so long, because in the 70s and the 80s, BR still looks like that. However, in the 70s and the 80s, the Northwestern is safe for steam engines. So Gordon's fine. Donald and Douglas are fine. Oliver's fine. All those engines get over diesels because they're not a threat to them anymore physically. But James, they're a threat to him ideologically. And that hasn't changed, which is why he still hates them. So he has to actually get to the point where he values himself on something beyond his paintwork, which he's never done since the 20s, which is why it's so hard for him. But eventually...
It's like an exaggerated to handle almost, how, because with him, it's like you've said before, it's like a fashion thing. It's like, I don't like the look of that sort of thing. But that's as far as it goes with him. With James, it's like he's built himself off of, you know, standing out and like, you know, seeing, I don't know, his class, I guess, but like everyone, not everyone around him because it's a Sodor, but like, you know, posing a threat because then, you know, 67 happens and they're coming to Sodor. So he's like, oh, fuck, I'm you know, and then, you know, because he doesn't, because when you panic, you don't really think things through. So sometimes it's like, you know, I'm vulnerable here, sort of thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, and that's the thing is like, Sir Handel and James are a very good comparison. Actually, I don't know if you saw it. William Politeski and Percy Six Productions did a video together recently called "No Matter What." And it's about.
I was wondering why I was thinking that was such a good freaking comparison.
yeah.
I have seen that, to be fair.
Okay, so yeah, that compares those two very closely, and it's great. It really kind of hits the nail on the head as to how both of them are kind of petty and whiny, but also at the end of the day are scared to their cores. And you know, there's something a lot more admirable at the very heart of why James feels the way he does. Now, he's a racist in the 60s, and it's unforgivable until he fixes it, right? It's not okay. But the thing is, you can look into him, like if we can't look into the soul of a racist and think, why the hell do they think that? All hope is lost. There is no vanquishing racism from this world. But you can figure out, why does this person believe this awful thing? And then you realize they're just a scared little child on the inside that hasn't grown up. And, you know, it's abysmal, obviously, that anybody has any form of racism, but you can figure out why they feel that way and hopefully disavow them of those dreaded notions. And James gets disavowed of them. And I think it could be a really inspirational story in the 80s, seeing how he overcomes it, and then seeing how apologetic he is in the 90s and the 2000s, and doing everything in his power to like make sure diesels are comfortable and maybe even defend them against other racist steam engines. Because God knows the railway is going to get a lot of heritage railway engines coming in the 2000s, and some of them probably have very strong beliefs against diesels. It'd be badass to see James defend Boko and say, leave him alone, you know, and use that big mouth of his to actually defend somebody instead of just complaining and whining and being vain. The truth is, he's loud and he can stand up for somebody, you know, and eventually, once he gets over his own personal demons, he will stand up for other people, and he'll be the best at it because James is that loud, you know. And so, I mean, I think he's very worthy of being redeemed. But, you know, obviously, his own vanity is the reason that he is so bigoted back in the 60s. And he does need to get over that. And he does eventually, but it takes him way too long. Like, what the fuck, man? Or maybe you just move that story to 1968. I don't know.
It would be worse in the 20s, to be fair, because they had like toys about shooting black people back in them days, so it was normalized.
That's true, but James has no problem with black people, so
yeah. I mean, no, but I don't know. This sounds awful, but you know, I'm trying to. I don't know, but like,
here's what's interesting. I think that if you go back to the 20s and see how the engines would feel, like they would witness racism because it was common back then. Not just for black people, but for a lot of people. There was sexism. There was, a lot of horrendous belief about human beings and how they should be treated. And I think the engines would just be confused because they don't see the petty little distinctions that we humans do. Like Henry would be like, hold on, you're not hiring him because of the color of his skin? And, the driver would be like, well, that seems to be the reason why they're not hiring him. Yeah. Oh,
no, they
wait,
just
so hold on. Does the color of your hair matter too? What do you mean? Well, I mean, Bob, your hair's blonde, and Jim's hair is red. Does that matter? No. Why would anyone care? No, that doesn't matter. Then why does the skin matter? I don't get it. It doesn't make any bloody sense. He makes some good points, Jim. Yeah, I know he does, but I haven't thought of it this way before. Like the engines would not understand these stupid, petty distinctions that humans find, And I think
the only distinctions they'd have. Sorry.
No, you go on.
The only distinctions they'd have is like the practicality thing, where it's like, that's the draftsman, or roles on the railway, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, if they wouldn't
take skin color into account. They'd just be like, oh, that's, I don't know what's the common name in the 20s, Tyler or something, but he's, that's the,
Yeah, whatever their role is would be more relevant to them than the petty things, And that's the thing is I think the engines just wouldn't get it. They see
I'm
people
a house
for who they are. Oh, nice. So they would see, people for who they are, not what they are, And I think that's something that's nice about the way Audrey writes the engines. And obviously he's never commented on human, race and gender relations and whatnot. But I think that he's the way he writes the engines, a lot of things that humans think are really important and get kind of stuck up about, engines just don't get, it just doesn't even really dawn on them what it means because it's all kind of fabricated and unimportant. Oh, there goes Sam. But we're still here. I'm sure he'll explain where he's vanished off to. Maybe his internet died, or maybe he died. I hope not. I hope that didn't happen. Let it show on the record. I hope that didn't happen.
If your phone dies, you essentially die because
exactly.
We are all these phone devices are a vital part of us, I guess.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not.
I mean, it is for me because it monitors my blood sugar, but
Yeah, there you go. That's true, but it's not an immediate effect. It's not, you don't die instantly. It's more of a.
You don't know.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you, Cincinnati. You've been around me with a phone that was dying constantly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That trip was had a lot of. The only good thing about it was I saw you in person for the first time.
I mean, that was the only reason I went. So, that.
Checked out.
Yes.
But there were more good things about it, to be fair. But yeah, for the most part.
Granyard says I is back.
I is back. Oh, yeah. I is back.
Hey, my internet cut out.
Did you die? Did you die,
Yeah.
Sam? Die and come back?
I died. Twit. We was talking about race, and Twitter was like, no.
No.
But yeah,
Can't do it. No.
You can't do it.
You can't do it. No. We get only one. You understand me?
What?
Oh, this.
Sorry,
this
you almost
this
killed me
doesn't
there,
concern
Lemmy.
you, Sam. We get one, Dustin. You know we only get one.
One each or only one?
No, that I used it up. That's the only one.
No.
One
Two. It's a long story, Sam, and you don't want to hear
Okay.
it. Believe me.
I thought you meant Sam. It was like, we only get one Sam.
We only get one Sam.
That can only be one. But yeah,
Very
just as you were doing Dumb Gordon, I sipped a root beer and you just sent that root beer up my nose.
Nice.
So
Awesome. All right, I'm doing it, guys. Here. I don't know if Will is watching, William Politaski, but if you are, you're going to be a really happy boy for what I'm doing right now. God knows if he is. Probably not, but he'll get exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's as far as it goes with like not discrimination, but with them, with engines, it would be like again like roles, like oh that's the chief mechanical engineer or something, or like you know, he's the I don't know what fucking he's the plate layer, you know, that's you know, they view it as like rank, but like as like not a practical thing because that's the wrong word, but you know what I mean, like. You know, roles on the railway or like the business.
Oh yeah, no, I think so. You know, I mean, it would be about how it actually affects them, and race just has no impact on their lives. And really, that should be the case with humans too. It should be like, why do we care? But it's just the fact that racism kind of has to be taught, and who's going to teach the engines really when they don't even fully understand that the systems in place that would even make it matter in the first place, you know, like it just doesn't.
How would you even explain it to something that isn't even alive in the first place?
Yeah, there's a really great. I made a tweet recently about this. I read through Half Baked Hex's J.K. Rowling versus Hat story, which is just amazing. It is the best thing I've read all.
It's a combination of people I never thought I'd do.
Yeah, it's great though because it's basically about Olton Hall and. How, you know, that engine is dressed up as the Hogwarts Express and stuck in an exhibition and would be miserable about that naturally. And then the whole thing is about Topham trying to liberate this engine and J.K. Rowling wanting none of it because she doesn't respect Olton Hall's wishes and, you know, identity, essentially. She says, you're going to be my engine and you're going to be the Hogwarts Express. And obviously Olton Hall has their own identity, right? They're not going to, you know, just pick up and leave and change their whole personality just for this one woman. But like, what are they supposed to do? They're under contract and 4 bands is the only way, says Will. You know. Yeah, you know. But anyway, it's a
more
really
bands the better.
Yeah, yes, of course. Except
in 2 boiler bands.
Give him one boiler band. It's weird. I was drawing a crab.
Hold it on.
Mm-hmm.
One band will hold it on. We don't need more than one band.
There we go.
Must band together. Ha 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 ha.
One band or bust. But or one band bust. 4 bands or bust. I think that's the approach. But anyway, it's a great story. And there's this one part where the engines are all around the turntable talking about the headlines that this whole dispute is making, right? And they bring up the word turf, because that's what J.K. Rowling is. And does everyone know what a turf is? Do I need to explain what a turf is?
It's a transphobic term, I think, but I can't remember. Yeah,
it's a trans exclusionary radical feminist. It's somebody. Somebody who's highly feminist, but at the expense of trans people, saying, you know, trans women aren't women, and that they're threatened that makes them less of women. That trans women are women. But anyway, so the point being, the engines are all trying to figure out what a turf is, and it's just they're getting the word wrong, and Percy's mispronouncing it, and it's like it's written so well, I can't even do it justice. But it's so funny. At some point, Duck misquotes it, and he's like, "My driver says that she's a swerve," and Daisy's like, "Swerve? You can't be a swerve. Swerves are something you have." It's so funny. Yeah?
No.
Yes.
So, yeah, after you told me about it, I went and read it that night, Lemmy.
Oh, wow. The whole thing through?
Yes.
What did you think?
Basically the same. It's absolutely fucking great.
Yeah, isn't it? And you know, apparently Hayden's been writing it since January or March or something of last year, and I only just discovered it now. But it's just, it reads like the Railway series as a novel. You know, it's so brilliant. It's about current events like the Railway series always was. You know, it just I don't know. Every time I sit down to write a story that takes place in the modern day, I think, who wants to hear about Thomas in the age of smartphones? Let's write in the 60s. But then I see something like this, and I'm like, yeah, 2023, yeah, sure, like this is awesome. I mean, it's so relevant. And the idea that Steam is still alive and kicking on the island of Sodor in this day and age just further makes their victory in enterprising engines sweeter. It's so cool. It's like, oh, so they really won then, didn't they? Damn. Like,
could you imagine Thomas with a fucking YouTube channel? What would he do?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there would definitely be YouTube channels for Sodor. I mean, that would be awesome. Thomas would be, giving fan reactions. They'd like show him clips from the show or from All Engines Go or something. And
oh god,
I have a feeling he would react in a way we don't like. He would watch All Engines Go and he'd be like, how many people are watching this? And his driver would be like, well, let's see, this particular clip has 3 million views. 3 million? What? This is awesome. And then we'd all be like, no, you're supposed to hate it, Blue Train.
I'm just picturing that now, just Charlie Sand or something, just like getting his fucking camera out, just being like, or just doing a vlog, just firing it or something, just like, and just like say, and then he just films Edward.
God, would he be 100 years old by now?
Yeah, he would be.
Just have Ed, just like film, like very awkwardly film Edward, just going, don't forget to like and subscribe.
That's great. Yeah, it's like, I think, what was I gonna say? Like, with the engines on Sodor, I mean, there'd be enthusiasts. There's got to be at least a few Thomas fans that would move to the island explicitly because of the engines and because it'd be their dream, right? I mean, a lot of the people who work for the railway probably found out about it first through Britt Allcroft's TV series and then realized how much they loved the real thing and went there. Think about how many volunteers are in preservation societies in the UK right now because they love Thomas and want to be around trains. They would all be on Sodor if they could afford to go that distance, right? Like, that would be, but also just, I mean, it's, like the show itself, like, it's funny. I think that the engines like wouldn't be all that up in arms about it, like we are, but we are because we know that if we don't defend who Thomas is, then nobody will. Then just who he is will be lost to the general public. And I think that's why we all feel so strongly against All Engines Go. I mean, not everybody does. Some people like it, and I can see why. But like, for all the people who hate the new show, we feel that way because we are defensive of Thomas, and he's just an idea. He's an idea. Yeah. And if you don't defend an idea, it disappears. And so we're defending him with every might of our being. But the thing is, Thomas doesn't need to defend himself because he's not an idea. He just is, He'd see the show and he wouldn't take it all that personally because what's going to happen? He still exists. He still pulls his trains. He would be way more threatened by the prospect of losing his branch line than he would the prospect of a show being made about him that didn't look all that cool. So I take a weird amount of solace in that, knowing that if Thomas, like, what would Thomas say about the current state of affairs?
Most famous.
Speak again, Dustin.
I said he'd still be the most famous tank engine on the planet.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is, right? And the thing is, even though his current iteration is really kind of silly looking and childish and doesn't look much like a train at all, it's still part of his legacy. His name is still being remembered. And, worst thing that'll happen is a few kids will go to the island because they saw that show and then see the real thing and get interested in that instead. Maybe a few of them will be like, that's not Thomas. He doesn't look like that. He's so long,
Do a backflip, Thomas.
Yeah. But the thing is, Thomas has been getting that sort of flack since the 80s, right? Because they keep going to the island and then they're like, why is he so long? That doesn't look like Thomas. And Thomas is like, blame the illustrators and the model makers and whoever else got me wrong. Look at a photograph sometime.
I've always wondered that, to be fair. What do you reckon? I say proper purists, and like by that I mean people who grew up with the Railway series, like in the 40s. Like, how do you think they felt being like, I don't know, 60 years of age and like seeing the show and like being like, okay, this isn't what I remember. sort of thing, being like, okay, this is the story was told differently, and knowing
I think they probably felt exactly the same way Audrey did, and probably even a little more forgiving of it. Because Audrey liked the first 2 seasons. They had problems. He wasn't, like happy with every aspect of them, but he was all right with them. It's only when the third came along and they started writing stories that weren't in the same vein as what he had done that he started to get frustrated. So that's probably how the fans reacted too, I would imagine.
I mean, as the years go by as well, like with season 5 as well, with being like, boulders don't exist. Well, not don't exist, but
What's crazy is when I first became aware of the fandom back in like 2007-ish, season 5 had to be defended. Like back that's as recently as 2006, 2007.
So far to me, to be fair. The thought of people having to defend season 5 so foreign to me.
Yeah, well, that's why I say it, right? Is because it is foreign, isn't it? It sounds crazy, but there were it was kind of radical to like season 5 back then. Now, to be fair, SIF had a very strong influence over the fandom at the time, and anybody who liked something that didn't really comply with that wasn't exactly. I mean, there was a very strong kind of oligarchy of sorts. So, I mean, I think that, people definitely, they wanted to fall in line with whatever the fandom believed. I mean, I remember like reading the articles SIF would put out, and every time a new Brenner episode even came out that far into history, right? Like that they would do a review of it. And before that, anyway, the point is like everyone was kind of more in line with each other back then. And there was a very strong feeling all the way back in the early 2000s about season 5 being kind of like shitty, right? Like it's weird, it's not realistic, and everything that happened in it was kind of hard to justify. And it was kind of like defending season 5 back then was kind of like almost like defending Big World Big Adventures when it came out. Like it was that sort of extreme nature where it was like, okay, well, this thing is wildly different from what we're used to, and it's bastardizing it and whatnot. And there were still people who liked it. Season 5 had to be defended even during like 2014, says TSG. I believe that, honestly, But again, that kind of correlates with SIF's influence slowly dwindling until eventually it was the general Twitter hive mind that just kind of, yeah.
That final idea that season 5 is best season prevailed.
Yeah. Which took a very long time, right? Like it's such a 180 from when I started, involving myself with Thomas on the internet. It's pretty crazy to think, that it's just so universally adored now. But also makes sense because think about it. I mean, back when season 5 was still being defended, the Railway series was still publishing new installments, So what's basically happened is slowly but surely the Railway series, the TV series has prevailed in favor of the Railway series or whatever. Anyway, the point is, it still has a very strong following and people still love the Railway series. So nobody had anything to be afraid of in the first place. But
it's weird
TV series is still predominant. No, go ahead.
It's weird to think how fucking long the fandom's been going on for. Like,
yeah,
it's older than like Team Fortress 2's community.
Oh, like, yeah. I mean, it's pretty crazy.
Like, Sodor fan site came out in 2002. That's 20 years ago.
Yeah. No, it's nuts. And there were even earlier sites before that got taken down or ran off the internet. It's a whole long story. But yeah, it's old. It's very, very old. Crazy. And now SIF is nothing. I mean, you look at the original site, it's only preserved through the Wayback Machine. The current site is a husk of its former self. There's basically nothing on there. It's really a pity.
Oh, yeah. The interviews got taken down as well, didn't they?
Well, some of them got re-uploaded, but not all of them. And some of the best ones are still on the Wayback. I think I went through and I screenshotted all of the interviews at some point. So if the site goes down, I at least have those. But I'd like to go through and screenshot all of SIF before the Wayback takes it down, because God knows it won't last forever. You never know.
You never know.
You never know. But anyway, yeah, so season 5. Oh, so the point is the engines have lived through all of that. They're numb to it by this point. Probably much like I kind of think the engines would feel the same way the Audrey family does right now, where I haven't even heard what Christopher thinks about the new show. And truth is, he probably doesn't think about it at all. It's probably not even relevant to him. It's so distant from his, his thought process that he's just probably tuning it out. I imagine. I haven't heard that, but I just assume, at this point.
Yeah.
It kind of part of me feels like it's for the better. He's out the public eye to a degree.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because he would have, if he was on Twitter, people would probably pester him, being like, "What was the austerity engine or something?" Like
Every time I talk to Will Thomas 199, he says, "I can't stand that Christopher Audrey confirmed that Stephen Hatt is still running the railway in 2023." Which I understand why that infuriates him, but also I live in a happy wonderland where I can just ignore shit like that. I also ignore that the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines were murdered in the 1930s or whatever. That just I don't care, A lot of people care. I don't care.
Look, you guys said that happened, but I don't remember seeing or hearing the parts in the lectures where that happened. Just that.
But what happened?
I don't even know where to find
the Wellsworth and Sudbury engines were scrapped. Just that, they were in poor condition by 1919.
Oh, so
yeah. Did
you find a loophole then?
It's in the 2021 one.
That's a pretty loopy hole. It's a very
awesome.
So yeah, I don't think it was ever straight up said like, nope, those fuckers were scrapped.
Right.
No, they said they lasted until 1919, but again, it doesn't say they were scrapped. They could have been like preserved or something, or like withdrawn.
That is true. There is a bit of an ambiguity there, but lasted does sound like they were scrapped to me.
Yeah. And keep in mind, withdrawn means taken out of service, not necessarily cut up.
Right. I mean, it does kind of make sense that it'd be till like the 30s or even 40s, though, because nothing really happens in the 30s and 40s. Like,
they'd have to make money during the Depression as well.
Yeah, like it's a really long gap where we don't really know what the railway felt like. We know what it felt like in the 50s, and we know what it felt like in the 20s, and we know what it felt like for a very, very brief period in the 30s because of Henry's book. But that's like it, Like other than that, there's like a huge question. We know that how the 50s felt on Sodor versus the 60s. Like that's a very clear. There are books in both of those periods, but the 30s and the 40s, it's anyone's guess what Sodor was like in those days.
Going back to what I said as well about ambiguity, like with knowing that all the WNS were man o' wars, it's good because it like helps have a clear picture of what they are. But at the same time, it's like it's like with that, it's like again, you got a clear picture of what they look like in your head, so it's easier. But it's like you want to put your own ideas with it, like with Terry on my thing being a terrier, and like sort of putting your own shit in there. And it's like working off of it almost.
Having more ideas is always a good thing, given that people have the choice to say no to them. And everyone does. But some people don't realize they do. Some people are so attached to canon and the idea of it that they will just throw out their own great ideas in favor of what the official canon is. And I know that because that was me. And I threw out a lot of great ideas back in 2015, 2016, because I was afraid to deviate from what the Railway series said was fact.
Yeah.
And the show too. Like back when I did one of my stories, Old Souls, where you see a lot of the older engines come back as ghosts. I had a scene where Percy met a coffee pot, like that haunted him. And that scene, I wrote that out of inspiration of Adventure Begins recently had come out, and we saw Glyn. And I was like, oh, so he probably didn't make it to the present because I haven't seen him at Farquhar. And so I'm going to do a scene where Percy meets Glyn. That would be kind of awesome, wouldn't it? And then fucking the Christmas coffee pot came out. And I was like, oh, shit. All right, I guess I've got to make it another coffee pot. So I gave it another name. I made it Cecil or something. And it's like, that sucked, I mean, like it still worked. It was still a good story, but it wasn't nearly as powerful as if it had just been Glyn and I was making implications about the Adventure Begins through my work. That would have been a much cooler commentary than just having a coffee pot, you know, and having Percy have to say kind of ham-fistedly that Glenn still is alive, but the other coffee pots didn't live. It's just not as clean, right? And if this were today, I would have just made it Glenn and said, who cares? This is different from the show. But back then, I was afraid to. I was afraid to deviate. But my advice to anybody listening is just deviate. Make it as different as you want. And as long as you like it, as long as there's a little part of you that likes it, just go with it, you know? And don't worry about being different from the Railway series or different from the show. Because if you do that, your thing will stand the test of time a lot more. The people who did things differently, they push the envelope. They make new ideas, and then those ideas get built upon. And slowly we have a more and more interesting mythos for Thomas, and people can pull things from here and there and say, okay, I like this character. I like this different personality for Gordon. I like this new character trait for Bowler. You know, I like all these things. And so, you know, you can just, it's a huge buffet, and you can take what you want. And we need people doing things very differently from one another in order to have that buffet. Otherwise, it's just one dish, and nobody wants a buffet with just one dish.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
Is great.
Is someone saying coffee pot?
Yeah. That is so cool. I love the green.
None of us said coffee pot. None of us at all.
Fine. I don't even like coffee. That's the
We
thing.
said tea kettle.
What's the chassis? Is that a what is that?
What do you call it? Hang on. It's a pump truck.
Oh, that's genius.
Oh, I know.
Ooh.
I'm poor, so I have these. I call this one the donkey because it's out of a donkey engine,
Right.
or motor rather. And then this is Cecil, taking your name, haha.
Okay, cool.
But in my thing, this is after Cecil Hat, which is Topham's cousin, financial backer Ford, who was financial backer for the coffee pots.
That's cool.
This is the number one. He ran the thing, and then Topham built this one, and the donkey isn't alive, so it's a bit. I want to do a story. I'm doing a thing on all the pre-grouping railways. I've done Realism and Sodor. I want to do. I've got the concepts down for TK and S&M, but I've just not got around to it because I want to complete one thing for ADHD. It's like, you know, I'm indecisive.
I totally get you. Like you have to just work on something and stick with it, or nothing will ever come out. Believe me, that's been my biggest problem.
Yeah, and sometimes you're too dead set on something as well.
I'm not knowingly.
Yeah. It's like you have to slap yourself sometimes a bit, not literally, but be like, no, work on this first because this is
right.
You know, because this is nearly finished. This has been longer overdue, and it's like do that, do the next thing, and then like, you know, and like
oh yeah, absolutely.
And back to green, it's like you know, sticking with canon being not a play because that sounds wrong, but like you know, people, you know, accepting that the coffee pots were red. Because like no one knows what livery the TK sported,
Right.
And this is
it could have been literally anything, and I think it's so cool that you went with that green.
Yeah.
That just feels right, but it also feels old fashioned. You know, it doesn't feel like super modern.
Yeah, it's like a not drawn out. That's the wrong fucking word. Dry, like a more desaturated, like of like the 1860s or whenever the fucking railway was a thing. But they based it off of someone called Tunchagi J9 something on Twitter. He does like I've butchered the name. I'm sorry if you're watching this, but I based the livery off of that. And like the thing with me and customs, I try and keep it Ertl, but like simplifying stuff. But sometimes if it's like this, if it's more complicated, it's like okay, add stuff like the brake and what have you, which is
right.
I think that's a cotton bud with like loads of with just card as the thing. And then the brake, is that the regulator? I don't fucking know. The regulator is just a coffee. No. Yeah, it's a coffee stick, matchstick. And then.
That's great.
Yeah. It's like thinking outside the box, really, with stuff like this.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, I love kind of found materials. You know, I mean, that's like sometimes the very best way to build something is to use stuff you would never, ever expect would actually do the trick.
In fact, my proudest claim to fame, hang on. I say claim to fame, it's just like, hang on. Fucking showing off, you bastard. Cab details.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh.
That's beautiful.
I know, it's so fun. Because I could have gone.
Now, Pinch, that's beautiful. I could cry.
Yeah.
You captured the real me. But like, well, Henry's as well. But like, he was a bastard because you can't find a proper green with him because the Erta one is just neon.
Right.
But like, Henry's probably my favorite.
Yeah. Greens are difficult. You got to mix a darker green with a yellow to get something brighter. Because I tried white and it just dulls it down.
Yeah, but and also I hate how bright this green is. It's like neon.
Right.
Edwards is probably my favorite one. And like that's not many people do close-up models, and it's a shame.
Yeah,
like,
it's a really great art. I mean, I did a lot of them in my series. I love here's the thing. It can get stressful if you got to do them for everybody, but like I just love having stuff like that. It's so cool to have like a close-up thing, and then you can get a lot more detail out of it, and then you can shoot it from any angle, so you don't have to worry about editing it every time. It's so cool.
Gone all out. I got fucking not firearm. That's a gun. I got shovel. I've got
firearm. Nice.
I've got filler caps. One open, one closed. I'm just showing off now at this point. Fucking hell.
No, that's fine. No, Dank did an extreme amount of that earlier, and I was fine with it. So
the fires can light, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to blind anyone. But I have like head torches for modeling, and like if you press the on the button a couple of times, it goes red. So I put that in there. There's like a hole that goes through it, and it shines. It's the same with the tenders as well. And like, where's the fucking button thing? I don't know, but I have, the G scale lamp. Yeah, I have those. Fucking hell, it's hard to do this for one. I have them stuck there, and then like, I've had one where I've cut out the circle bit where it's red, so it can like shine through there. I haven't got a chance to use it yet. Oh my god, hello. Fucking brake lever as well. I haven't got a chance to use it yet because, I haven't. I've stopped doing videos for now, at least. But
right.
James is probably one of my favorites just because of the safety valve.
Yeah, no, that is cool.
I love it because it's like working on a budget as well.
Right. Which is sometimes when you build the best models, just because you take approaches you never would otherwise.
It's like when you don't know what it is, it looks better, if you know what I mean. It's like how like ambiguity as well. It's like, oh, how did he do that? And then you get told it, and it's like, oh, that looks so good because like this is straws, and the tops of it. Do you know 22 Tesla?
Yeah, absolutely.
He does like 3D prints like for Ertls, and I bought his Alfred one.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously they come with like 3D printed wheels. These are those because I just opted to use the normal ones because like I can't be bothered to buy Hot Wheels shit just to make them. And then the middle is a screw, and then in between that is a paper clip, and then the safety valve bit, probably the best bit, is a cotton bud.
That's awesome.
So it's very hackneyed.
And none of that jumps out too much. Like when I look at it, I'm like, yeah, I can see how that's put together. But like, it really just sells the illusion.
And it's like the thing, I've said this before as well. Like the point of it as well, it's like it's on a bigger scale, meaning you can add more detail, like rivets and like the gold trim, and also plaque and stuff like that.
That is cool.
And
what does the plate say?
It says published 48.
That's great.
Edward's the only one that doesn't have one. I've done one with Gordon, built 21 Doncaster, and then see this is, and I use like model Hornby ones as reference because I'm not being funny, but with James I refuse to do the show one because it's just too complicated. But
which one?
James's close-up one, the cab details. This shot in old iron.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So I just use like a Buckman 3F for reference because it's like it's still cab controls, but it's a lot easier to model.
Yeah, and generally the same period and design ideas.
Henry's was more fun. You can't read it, but it's I can't even. To be fair, it says rebuilt crew works under direction of W.A. Stanley 35, and then built 1919. I think that says not. I think it says Northwestern Railway on the top, but I cannot tell. I'm pretty sure it says Northwestern Railway on the
I
top.
love how complicated Henry's is. It's like, imagine anytime somebody's like, "What class of engine are you?" He desperately wants to say Black 5, but that's not exactly true. So he's like, "It's a long story." You know.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
All right, buckle in. It's gonna take some time to get your head around this.
Are you sitting comfortably?
Good. Let's begin. Oh my god, that's great.
Yeah.
So Topham Hatt wanted an Atlantic.
Oh my god.
Just like, just he gets cold shivers just hearing Topham swear in the other's office, just like, goddamn fucking, and slamming the fucking photo on his
It's nice that this is a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that line has reached the level of recognition where it annoys me now. Like,
yeah.
Because it was like when I first read People, History, and Railways through, it was such a great like part of it that was so funny, and now everyone knows it. It's a meme. I love that so much shit in People, History, and Railways has become a meme. Because it used to be just me and Oliver Duck having to explain things over and over again to people who had never heard of it. And now it's like, oh, great. We actually have like a whole bunch of recognition for all these ideas. It's just so cool that like, because that's some of the best stuff in all of Thomas's mythos is what Audrey wrote in that book. It's just, it's so great.
Yeah.
What he said.
Yeah. What I said.
You guys ever think about, I know you think about this, Dustin, because I've given you no choice, but you guys ever think about the fact that lamp irons are almost always supposed to go like where the face is, but we've all just systematically moved them up on top of the smoke box because we have no other choice?
No, it's like that anyway, isn't it? Because head codes
I don't know. I mean, on some engines.
No, because head codes are like that. Sometimes.
Yeah, but they go like right here, where the forehead would be typically.
Yeah.
But it's up on top of the smoke box.
There we go. Camera's off. Okay, how would
they
you
just all have a third eye?
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like typically it's supposed to go, you know, on the front of the smoke box, just very high up on the smoke box. But
okay, genius. How do you explain the dart?
The
handle on the smoke box.
What about it? Oh, I'm not right here. You see where I'm pointing?
Yes.
The dart's in the middle. This is near the top.
Yeah, exactly. The face is where the dart is.
Oh,
the nose.
I explain it the same way I explain the lamp iron. I moved it. So, I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying we all do it without acknowledging it. Like, we all know that opening the smoke box is difficult now. Like, that's a very common thing. We're all aware of that. But I never hear anyone acknowledge that the lamp iron's different too. Like, that's something that we all moved, and we just act like putting the lamp on top of the smoke box is a normal thing to do, which is...
I think with, like, opening the smoke box, it's one of... Same with the faces as well. It's one of them things where it's like, you just say, you know, they open the smoke box and then don't think about it beyond that, because it's just like, okay, you just fuck yourself over.
Like, that's the thing. I think the key lies in not making it weird. Like, yeah, it's the reason people are so grossed out by the smoke box opening is the same reason they're grossed out by Boko and the fact that he has two faces. Like, it's the same deal though, because like, I mean, Boko's not a human being.
Face supremacy.
Careful, but he's an engine.
Temper.
Like,
lose his stat if it weren't screwed on.
Like, Boko's life experience is fundamentally different from that of a human being. He just has two faces, but he doesn't really have two faces. He has two ends, right? So, he's driven from both ends, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
So people are either arguing that he has two faces or that he's going backwards half the time and can't see a damn thing. Like, there's no scenario where Boko just goes forwards on the face end all the time and uses turntables. That's not reasonable. Like, I can't talk
because I've done the exact same thing with Bear. I've just to piss people off and see if they notice. I did like a train spotting thing, and I had him going past with the limited, but he was facing the front. But obviously, I've used paper faces for him because you can't tell. But I'm just putting backwards because it's like, they got 2 cabs. What's the point in turning that? I'm getting pissed off now. But like, why turn a diesel around if it's got 2 cabs? It's like
No, exactly. But the biggest thing is it's not something to be emphasized, right? Like everybody's only freaking out about it now in the 2000s because they finally noticed it. It's true in all the illustrations. It's true in the way the Railway series operates. It's a well-established fact about the island, but it's just not that crazy. It's just how it is, And the thing is, it's not the fact that Boko has 2 faces. He doesn't even have 1 face, the way I see it, It's that he's the ability to go both directions without turning around. Like, it's like a human being able to turn their head to the left and turn their head to the right. You wouldn't claim they have 2 heads. You'd say they have a head that can go in 2 positions. And so I'm not saying that the face jumps between both sides of the engine. I'm just saying there's never a moment where he doesn't have a face, and there's never a moment where one side doesn't have a face on it. But like, you can't ever see both at once, and that's really the point. It's just he's never going backwards. He's incapable of going backwards. Like, that's really what it is. But people just can't wrap their heads around that because they're, again, picturing him like a human being. But if we have to do that, if we have to picture Boko like a human, then okay. So based on this scenario, Boko, like when I say Boko has 2 faces, people are like, oh, it's like having a face on the back of your head. No, it's like having 2 heads on your shoulders. They're both you, and one of them, and they both have a face on them. Now, the people who defend that Boko only has 1 face, those people are saying that Boko still has 2 heads on his shoulders, but one of them has a face on it, and the other is just a blank, fleshy slate. And it's just kind of slumping over dead most of the time. That's what I'm picturing when Boko has 1 face. Like, we're fucked either way, right? Like, he has 2 cabs. He has 2 heads. He just does. So the face doesn't change a damn thing about him having 2 heads. Like, he still does. In the show, I see him driving away from me, and I think that's weird that the real version of Boko is on the back, and I can just see that, right? I don't want to see the faceless version of Boko. It's Thomas. I should be watching it, and he should have a face. But I can see it because his back doesn't have a face, but his front does. The whole thing's weird, right? So 2 faces, to me, is simpler. Even though it sounds more complicated, it's simpler when you think about the nature of the engine, unless you do what Wilson and Brewster do in Chuggington and just cut off the whole back entirely. Then you win. If you do that, you win. So anyone who's willing to cut off Boko's ass/head, you win.
And also, Toby doesn't apply to this. He has 1 face. It's no.
I honestly don't know.
We'll cut off all the bows. We'll cut off several bows.
And leave only a co in its wake. That's right.
Several bows and a cow.
Yeah.
Bo, Coca-Cola.
Like, I think... what was I going to say? Is that, like, I forgot. The only answer is the Chuggington thing. Like, if you just cut off that end and he genuinely only has 1 end, or maybe it's just like a flat metal surface or something, like it's not a cab, then that's kind of how he operates in the show anyway. Or that cab is just haunted.
The answer is to decapitate half of Boko.
Yeah, you could do that. Or you could just ignore it entirely because it makes you uncomfortable, which is also an option. And that's what almost everybody on the entire planet does. And you know what? That's okay. But not with my soul.
It is?
Or you could recycle. You could cut Boko in half and use the discarded end to make a custom.
That's actually really inventive. Yeah, maybe we do that. Now,
no,
you do mean the
it's
real
no longer
Boko,
Boko,
right?
It's Bo and Co.
Oh, God. Don't do this. Don't do this now, of all times. I don't know why. Now, if any time was right, it's now. Now is the perfect time. But no.
I
won't stand for it.
Now is the perfect time for several bows and a co.
Any time is the perfect time for several bows and a co, I would say.
So how do you feel about Toby having 2 faces, or is that illegal?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. I think he does have 2. But it literally, here's the thing. I don't have any problem with the engines having two faces, like one at either end. To me, again, like the engines are engines. They're not people. I psychoanalyze them like people, don't get me wrong, but in their physicality, I have no discomfort whatsoever with an engine having two faces and being the same face. Like it doesn't bug me. So
it's the metaphor.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Like that's how I look at it. So it's not like, oh well, I've accepted it with Boko, but I couldn't handle it with Toby. No, that's kind of like saying, oh well, I discriminate against this diesel, but I like all the other diesels. Like I just don't have a problem with diesels, right? And likewise, I don't have a problem with two-faced engines. It's fine. They can be them. It's all right. And so with Toby, if I suddenly find out that he has two faces, it doesn't change anything for me much. But the thing is, it's a question of, well, how does the engine actually work? Did he have two cabs? Like, because I don't know if he had controls at both ends. That's the question, right?
No, because I think it was the smoke box. Well, it was Toby's wooden outline, and then the boiler, and then the back of the cab was obviously the controls and stuff. So that's my argument with it, because obviously, the boiler's facing one way, and it's like...
My understanding is that there were limited controls on the smoke box end.
The question is, did he go backwards? Like, I don't know. Like, see, it's interesting, right? Because inevitably this conversation leads to, well, Thomas goes backwards just as much as he does forward. So what are you waiting for? To which I respond, don't be sick.
Thomas has Clarabelle, though.
He does.
Don't
he does.
Belly.
But, but then the engine himself, right, in the goods yard is probably going backwards as much as forwards. Okay, well, is that viable? Does that make sense that he would have a face on the back? I would say no, because he's not obviously symmetrical. Like, it's kind of hard not to give Boko a face on one end when he looks exactly the same on the other end. And the thing is, like here's the thing. Like, if you, like, say you mentioned a few moments ago, Sam, that you're going to make one coffee pot sentient, but the other not. And it's like, well, if you can, and if you have that ability, then this isn't a problem for you. You can just do things on an arbitrary basis based on what feels right to you as a writer, which is liberating, and a lot of people do that, and that's fine. But for me, I have rules, right? And it's mostly based on what I've observed in the Railway series. It's like there's that one Gronk that everybody puts a face on the back because they've mistaken a class 20 for a Gronk.
Oh, don't get me started on that one.
That bugs the shit out of me. It's like there's not like, it's not like we have, there's hundreds and hundreds of Gronks, and then just some of them have a face on the back for no reason. Like the whole point of the Railway series and what I love about it. And this is the thing. I love that. So if other people don't like particularly care about this concept, or they're not as attached to it, then it doesn't matter for them and they can do whatever they want. But for me, the reason it kind of sullies the experience a little bit when you put the face on the back of a Gronk is that the engine's personalities fundamentally come from how they're built and what they look like and how they perform. And so Boko goes both ways. He's got a forward, backward, they're both equal directions to him. So for that reason, it just makes sense that he would treat both ends like a front. That's based on his behavior. That's based on how he acts and how he looks in equal parts. Thomas also goes forward and backwards, but he's not symmetrical. It's kind of guttural to me. I just look at Boko and I think most people would probably, if they saw footage of a class 28 slowly coming past the camera, they'd be picturing Boko's face on there, and then find out that's actually the back, and then they throw up. They'd be like, "Oh no, what did I do? I'm not Lemmy. I wouldn't do that." No. But it's like everyone does it, right? The only difference is like when you're watching the show, you don't have to picture it because the face is on him, right? So it's dealt with. But it's interesting because with Boko, we all would look at either side of that engine and not be able to distinguish one from the other. And so if you look at that surface and say a face would go well on that, wouldn't you say that for both surfaces because they both look the same and therefore would elicit that same feeling equally? Like that's kind of my approach on it, right? With Toby, that is also true. He is pretty much symmetrical, but the controls thing might deal break it for me. So if he's not driven from the back, I would say no, he only has one face. But if he's driven from the back and the front equally, and he also has symmetry, yeah, I'd say he has two faces. And that doesn't bug me too much because we haven't developed a form of filmmaking yet where you've got two shots running simultaneously and can see like several like live replay angles of the same scene. And so therefore I can never see that he has two faces at one time, and that doesn't really distract me. But maybe one day we will.
Unless you have two shots from two different angles and then put them and then purposefully edit them to be split screen.
Well, the technology exists, but I'm saying that the filming convention does not exist. Like no one does that, but you could popularize it if you like, Dustin, and ruin my life if you want. I mean, I'm giving you that.
Right, but the point is that it would never happen by accident.
Yes, exactly. That's a much better way of putting it. But
I mean, Sentience with Vengeance is different, to be fair, because like it's like trucks again. It's like you know, you could be like, they're not important to the story, so it's like not make them sentient. But with engines, they're the main focus. So it's like if say I don't know, Oliver had a face, and then I don't know, some other 14XX didn't. It's like, okay, why is he not alive? What,
Right.
But with,
I mean, that does distract me.
But with the donkey, the number 2 of TKNE, it's like he's made out of spare parts, so he wouldn't be alive. And by my logic,
you mean like Percy, poor innocent Percy?
No, I mean like out of just like scrap.
You've just killed Percy.
My boy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would give him more personality than any of the other engines, frankly, or her. Yeah, I mean, like look at like looking at Percy. I mean, there's a reason he's so sprightly. He's probably a rather loud and interesting machine to watch work, considering he came from 7 different places. So, but again, like sometimes you just say fuck the rules, and it's like, well, if you don't have passion to create a character out of that thing, and in fact, if you want it to feel more like Bessie from Cars, have you seen Cars? You know who I'm talking about?
Of course, I've seen Bessie. Of course, I've seen Cars.
So it's like that, right? Like if Bessie could talk, then that would be a totally different scene. The scenes that she appears in would be totally different, and the movie would feel different and would maybe even be worse. So it's a good thing they didn't make her sentient, even if that would have made sense, which I don't think it would have, but they also could have gotten away with it. So, the point being, the narrative always comes first. And I don't care how many rules you have to break, even if they're your own rules that you invented, still break them because it'll make a better story. And at the end of the day, making a narrative impact is way more important than following rules that were set in place 80 years ago. So by all means, if the donkey is not sentient and that works the best for your story and just feels right, then do that, because the original rules are just based on what Audrey thought felt right. And he made that shit up.
But even he wasn't consistent with it, to be fair. At times, like the whole metaphor thing, the rule, quote unquote, where it's like. So
I'm curious where you thought he broke it. The one thing I can think of is, I can't really think of anything.
No, it's like, because the bit where, I mean, you could argue this illustration's in Barren Furnace or something, or Vicarstown at the stretch, but in Bluebells of England, the one where Stepney's
no,
3 diesels.
That I refuse to believe that Audrey either didn't say that at all or was taken out of context. There's no, his books, everything about his books implies that the engines on Sodor are no different from the ones in the rest of England. So when he said engines on Sodor have faces and engines not on Sodor don't, I feel like that's a gross oversimplification of what he meant.
No, it was a justification. I have the copy of this. It's in Tank Engine Man by Brian Sibley.
Right.
It gets to the point where it's like, why doesn't Audrey's models have faces? And it's like, do the engines on Sodor have faces? And who, other than the reader, can see it? I've done a video on this.
Right.
And it's like my rule is that faces are allowed in the book since the engines are on Sodor, where anything can happen and usually does, but not so in England. And simplify.
Now, when he says England, does he mean England in real life, or does he mean England in his books?
Probably in his books, to be fair, because again, the way I see it, I think it's just the justification for it. That sounds like he's committed a crime or something, doesn't it? But like,
See, I'd say
like,
he means England in his books, or in real life. Sorry, I meant the other way around.
That's the thing. I would say he's like, Audrey was a great writer, right? So he's not just going to say in the real world. He's going to say in England because it's more specific and sounds more poignant. So I don't think he's saying like, but also the thing is, the England in his books and England in the real world are simultaneous to this. There is no difference. So when he says in England, he means in the real world. Because those mean the same thing to him. But on Sodor, the fictional one, they have faces. That's kind of like what Brian Sibley knew before asking the question. Like, I mean, we know that. We know that in the books, the question was, why do engines have faces in the books but not in the real England? Well, it's because on Sodor, they have faces, but in the real England, they don't. Like, that didn't tell us anything new, actually.
Yeah. But,
so,
it comes about with, when it's, like, because obviously, like, Brian went to Wilbert's house for, like, the documentary as well. But, like, obviously, because his models didn't have faces. And I think, you know, I don't know, I'm ranting, but, you know.
No, you're not. No, it's rather interesting, the point you're raising. I think that... I mean, the question about his models is really interesting, but also you'll notice he didn't actually answer it there. And I honestly think he didn't know himself what he felt about the faces. Like, because the thing is, the way I'm not really looking at what he said. Everybody looks at that one line from him, from Thomas the Tank Engine Man, because that's the one thing he spelled it out for everyone. But the thing is, I would rather look at everything he wrote, his body of work. Because even when, J.K. Rowling, back to her, she goes ahead and claims that Hermione's black and Dumbledore is gay, and then there's like no evidence for it in the books, and it's like, man, that representation sure would have been awesome to actually see in writing. It's a little weird that you didn't mention it at all, and then just said so after the fact, right? The point being, an author can explicitly say that something is true, but then you look at their books and it says something different. Their world is bigger than they are. And so when I look at Audrey's world, I see a place where, it's about perspective. The engines on Sodor, they're alive through a matter of perspective. And because the people on Sodor view things so differently and are so imaginative and so, kind of different in that sense, that they can see the magic in steam engines and the liveliness of them. But Audrey, a man of the real world, who isn't Sudrian, though as close as a real man can get, does model them without faces, because that is how he pictures his engines, because there is no difference between Thomas without a face and Thomas with a face. They're the same thing to him.
And even if he did put faces on, you didn't have fancy 3D prints or anything back then. Mind you, you could make it with clay or something, but
right, and it wouldn't be something that interested him at all, probably, because that's not, he's not a human sculptor. He's a railway enthusiast, and he does what other railway enthusiasts do. But, so I would say, he put
the faces there in the first place because he was bad at drawing engines face on.
But I think, I overall, like, Audrey wouldn't say what I'm saying, where I'm claiming like, well, it's a metaphor. I don't think he would use that word. But I do think that his writing does kind of indicate that there's nothing supernatural about Sodor or its engines. And therefore, I don't think that England is any different from Sodor in that respect. So, like, when I see, the engines in England and they have faces on, I think for them to disappear, like, if Audrey was to tell his illustrator, like, hey, make sure you don't draw faces on the engines in England, he would have had to actively acknowledge that there's a magical, like, change as they go over the bridge. And I don't think that's in character for him. I don't think Audrey would say some magical reaction happens the second they go over the bridge. That's a Britt Allcroft thing to say. I think that Audrey,
I think it's a stylistic choice, to be fair, because just being like Kenny and Hodges to an extent, but that's not really Railway Series. That's like annuals. But sorry, throat. With
You're
Edwards
good.
and sorry,
you're good.
But
That's
like
all I
with
said.
Edwards and Kenny, them two, and also Spong. Just been
Right.
like, Well, mind you, with Spong, you could argue Chris, he just did it because Audrey's illustrators did it. But, like, you know, just being like, you know, as like a representation of these are real engines without explicitly saying it. Apart, because, like, every time he was asked about anything, like, every time, like, a reader was like, why is James black or something?
Right.
Like, and he'd, like, he wouldn't say, you know, I mean, everyone knows this and, like, watching this, but he wouldn't say, oh, the artist was a fuck up. He worked around it, being like, no, you know, that's a different end. Well, I don't think he said that was a different engine with Winston.
Yeah, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and it's part of what made Audrey such a great and admirable writer. Is he always rolled with the punches? You know, he understood the improvisational tactic of yes and very, very well. So he
like
would
David,
just, you know, he'd roll with it. You know, and
like
he
David
would
to a degree. Like he'd work around the problem, sort of thing.
Like who?
Like David Mitten, how he'd like work around the problem.
When did he do that?
It was in Big Retrospective. I can't remember his name. It's a Scottish bloke, and one of the model makers saying that David was a very practical person. Like if there was a problem, he'd work around it.
Huh. Yeah, I don't see that in the show. Like it seems like he had total control over everything, so he didn't really have anything to work around. And in fact, it seems like he altered things quite drastically from the Railway series for his own convenience. So I don't really see that at all with David. Yeah. But I mean, if one of the model makers said that, I'm sure he was a resourceful man. And I'm sure that, you know, if there were limitations, like practically, like say they couldn't get a hold of a certain material or they only had access to certain types of wheels or something, he would make something work. So I'm sure in that way he was very resourceful. But but narratively, he was brilliant, but rather lazy. He didn't do what Audrey did in that sense.
Mind you, this was like talking about production on Tugs, but obviously he did Thomas stuff as well, but you know.
Yeah, well, Tugs, narratively, well, but Tugs honestly is another example, even stronger example of how he really did not roll with the punches. He would alter things drastically when it didn't go right. It's like, okay, well, we can't film this episode. Let's write an entirely different episode rather than just, you know, building off of what they already had. But it's also difficult, right? Because it was all being made at the same time. It's kind of like asking, well, what would Audrey do if the 3 railway engines, one of the stories, like kind of didn't work out? Would he like just retcon it or what? It's all one book, right? So like if they'd made a second season of Tugs, then maybe we could see more clearly, okay, well, David turns out that I guess he almost did that where he was like, okay, I don't like filming Big City Port. It sucks. So I'm going to film upriver instead, a location we've already created. And then we're just going to kind of make a justification for why the Tugs are working up there so much instead of the harbor. So in that way, yeah, that is a lot like what Audrey would do, but he never really got a chance to do it, you know? So,
yeah.
Well, one to the list of many, many reasons why it's unfortunate that Tugs never got further than the first season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less high.
I can't believe my phone has lived this long. I mean, I was so ready for it to die so long ago. I mean, even once it does, I'm like 9% maybe. I've had it plugged in, but Christ. The plug is it's very unreliable. So
the end is 9.
Yes. That deserves to be an episode title of something. I don't know what, but something like Donald. That would be a good story title for Donald. Like if I don't know, like maybe he thinks he's going to be sent away after all this time or something, you know, and then it's called The End is 9. Like someone
what if Douglas wasn't saved story.
Yeah, somebody get Key Cray on the phone. He's gotta do that. Come on, The End is 9.
I mean, I have an unhealthy obsession with puns, but
oh, I think a lot of us do here.
Yeah.
But, yeah. You know what I like an underrated characteristic of the Fat Controller is his love of puns. The thing he does, you know, where he's like, well, it seems that this is very, and then he like says the rest of the pun, like that kind of like he has that pattern. He does that every time he makes a pun where he's so aware of it, and then he clears his throat to kind of
as if he's holding back a laugh.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's laughing at his own joke. Yeah, like it's just so good. Like that
he's laughed at his own joke before he's made it.
Exactly, yeah. Which I just love. Like that's just a
If
telltale
anyone
sign.
needed any further proof that Sir Topham Hatt was a dad,
Yeah.
Oliver, it's fruitless for me to say more, but Thomas,
Yeah,
you
there
must
you
have
go,
to-"
right?
And then
Like
he
that.
recovers. He like trails off when he says fruitless. He goes, "For me to say more," and then he goes back. He's like, "But Thomas, you must help clear up this."
Yeah. There's the other one where he's like, to avoid any disturbances. I don't remember where that one's from. Do you? Something.
Fucking what's it called? Bowled out, I think.
Oh, that's right. Like, you know, and that's not really a pun, but that is like he's putting an idea in their heads, you know, sort of situation. Yeah, I love the Fat Controller. He's just Thomas would not be Thomas without him. And I think it's like it's nice to see him getting recognition. Like again, that story I read was all about the Fat Controller. A while ago, I was reading a lot of stuff on Tumblr too, and there were a lot of stories that just starred him, which I think is no coincidence that the second you get rid of the visual medium, all of a sudden you get a lot more stuff about humans, because that's something that I think holds a lot of us back. Is it's really hard to represent humans, and you either have to bite the bullet and just do it in kind of a simplistic way, like with Lego figures, which can be done extraordinarily well, but is limited, right? Or you've got to really like make something elaborate, like animation or live action or something, which God knows most people do not want to have to engage in.
I've thought about many a time, to be fair, but it's like, no, it's too much work. It's easier to do everything on your phone. It's why I'm not going to turn my camera on again because I can't be bothered. I've shown off enough today, but
You're good.
I've just got I'm looking at it now. I've just got a tray of just like Ertl faces with like cross, sad, and just to put on the Ertls, just because I can't be bothered to like go like film a thing. I can't be asked to do that. Send it to my computer or laptop and then do face stuff, because it's better that way as well when it's physical. Because when you move, because when it's moving, you could, with me especially, because like I'm dumb with computer stuff, like but like it's like you have to track it, but it's hard because the face can like bob about, if you know what I mean.
I know. I like that is the single biggest reason that I used like live, like actual proper faces for so long that weren't digital, because I didn't want to have I didn't want them to suddenly be smiling while they were in movement. And if I just never edited the faces at all, that would be different. But like it really bugs me if like Edward and like James are having a really tense conversation and then James is smiling all of a sudden when he leaves. Like that bugs me. So, you know, and I had to tolerate that for Salty Story and was, you know, just kind of had to be okay with it. But I think I will go back to just to static faces that I interchange, because I think that they're just they have a lot more options. You know, like you can, you know, when and also you can get great shots.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I do think.
As if you haven't already made up your.
Look, all I'm gonna say is 1,000 winks and 1,000 nudges. That's all. And that's not even saying it. That's actually all. That's all mannerism. So never mind. But yeah, no, I definitely.
All right, I'll wink. That I can't wink on camera. No, I'm gonna stop winking. I was gonna wink for you, but I can't do it on camera. It just becomes blinking.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah. So anyway, I think that you know, it's very liberating to have physical faces, because the other thing, I love getting slow panning shots around the engines while they speak. It's a great way, like, because I have long drawn out dialogue scenes, right?
Yeah,
so,
it's
like,
immersive almost.
Yeah, it's immersive, and it's less boring than having a static shot of here's Gordon, here's Edward, here's Gordon, here's Edward, and maybe you do it from a different angle here and there. It's a lot better to have like different types of shots, and like you have a slow pan, or you have like a swoosh across them, or you have a focus shift from Gordon to Edward. I love that.
Makes the video more diverse. I mean, like,
yeah, no, absolutely. And it's a lot easier to do that when the face is actually there versus having to like edit it blurry and then edit it unblurry when you do a focus shift. It's very aggravating to have to do that.
Or like match the lighting as well of the fucking take if it's at night.
Oh yeah, that's tricky as well. Like, I mean, it's really the only reason I did edited faces for Salty Story was because I just wanted to get it out already. And I knew that if I sat down and did a bunch of post-production and made hundreds of faces before I started, I would have quit before I even filmed anything. And so I just had to dive in and film something and worry about whether it worked later. And so I had to edit faces for 2 weeks straight. But it existed by that point. I wasn't going to quit when I was that far in. So like the whole film was shot. I just had to edit the faces. And that got me through that particular project. But I don't think that same trick is going to work twice because it was grueling getting through the faces. And so the next thing I make, I probably will just do a bunch of post-production and make all the face masks. But I'm still going to make them all flat. I'm not going to make them like I'm doing this thing now where I take off the existing face. Actually, I have a camera here. What am I doing? Here. So here's Edward, for instance. So he's got this face mask on here, right? And
the man.
Yeah, here's the man. And it comes off. So I've pried the original face off, and then it's got these pegs in the back. So I 3D printed it. And it prints really quick. It's like 6 minutes it takes to print. I could print a bunch of them at once. And then literally all I have to do is design the face in GIMP, which means I have total control over how they look and, what the personality is. Like, here's Thomas. He already made, he made, what's a tractor pun? People have seen him, but like,
Star Attraction.
Yeah, he's been getting traction. That's what it was. I should have said that. He's been getting traction. But, like...
Should never let you take that, Terrence. I should have never let you take that, Terrence.
You really shouldn't have. You learned your lesson now. Hopefully when I'm in your house, then you'll hide it. That'll probably be safer. But anyway, so this is, very liberating because I can just make the engines look however I want. And the face is the center of the shot, right? So like it really adds a lot, to see, how much personality they've got. Like there's Percy, like look at these two. Like, isn't that cute? Look at those guys.
Look at those guys.
They're friends. And then Percy's just fixing like blue tack.
Thomas is just looking at him like this motherfucker.
No, he's more like, oh, this motherfucker.
This sweet summer child.
Yeah. But anyway, so the point being, I think this will be a lot quicker because I can basically automate the process by printing all the faces and then walking away and working on actually drawing them. So the thing that takes the longest here is drawing them and then cutting them out and gluing them onto the plate. But I think that's going to be a lot faster even than back when I did the paper ones that wrapped all the way around. Also, my phone is making some very horrible staticky noises. So get ready for... Who are these two engines, by the way?
They are Bill and fucking Rennie.
Come on, you know the other one.
They are Hames and Genry.
Okay, that's not quite right, but points for effort.
The spam can and bowler.
Okay. Yes.
You can tell by the funnels.
Oh, that's right. I hadn't even thought about that detail, how much it could give it away.
Like, it's why I'm doing like faces like these for thing. Like because with 2D
Right.
you can change the direction of the eyes. That's
right.
You can't really do that with 3D faces. And also I use paint pen for everything. So sometimes if you mishandle it or like place it, this is fucking stupid, but face down, the eyebrows can scuff up, and it's like fuck's sake. And like,
right,
obviously these are tiny, so it's like you have to get it right in one shot. If not that, like over apply it and then get a toothpick and then like scrape it to a point where it's satisfactory.
Right.
That made me sound so toy, but
it's a lot more work than would be fun, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's fun, but like sometimes it's like but
Yeah, it's nice to automate it, and I think that yeah, I mean, it's the movement of the eyes is definitely something that can add a lot, right? To have engines very pointedly looking at a certain direction, I mean, that tells the viewer a lot. And it's like, so that's why, I mean, like if I want to get Edward looking left versus right versus up, I'll probably just print different faces for that. And the key is I'll just have to have some idea of what I'm filming first before I do it, because I'll need to know what faces I need. But the thing is, when I write a script, I know exactly what it would look like. Like I when I'm writing it, I pretty much immediately know Edward's looking this direction, or he has this face. So I can picture all of it in my head. So I just need the script, and then I can make all the faces I need for it.
It's going back to what I was saying earlier about you, only you know how you want the story to play out.
Right, exactly. And that's, the biggest reason, that's like the biggest draw of filmmaking for me versus like doing an audio story or whatever, is that it's so specific, I mean, it's definitely, that is my vision right there that people are seeing.
It is the biggest draw and the biggest challenge.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And for a while, I couldn't fucking work with audio because, or just audio stories, because I'm a visual person. So I have it's different for most people because like voice acting and stuff comes last. But for me, I do that first so I can like work with it and like sync up with the visuals, if that makes sense.
That makes sense, honestly. I mean,
and like sort of sync it up. I don't know if this makes sense. It probably does, but
I mean, animation studios, they get the dialogue tracks done long before the animation actually begins.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got storyboards and stuff, but I mean, for the most part, it's what you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, granted, most of it is just like downloading Barry Truck's narrations and then working with that. And then sometimes voicing a character I want to voice in the thing and then like splicing that up with the thing. And then, but it's fun, but it's a lot of work. Do videos. It's why I'm taking a back seat and doing SoundCloud and what have you, because it's like I still love what I do, but it's like sometimes it's like fuck. And especially like nowadays, I've got a job now, so it's like
Oh yeah, I mean that's demanding, like it's. I definitely I understand taking a back seat, I mean, I wish I had the drive to do everything I want to do, but I quite simply don't,
Yeah.
And I want to get to the point where I do, but I mean, at the end of the day, the end of this week, I can look back and I could say I did a silly little story about Duck at Paddington.
Yeah.
And that is much better than saying I did nothing. So, that's how I stay sane, even if I don't have the motivation I wish I did. But also, I mean, you've got an external factor there. I mean, work definitely takes some of your time. So, you just want to be practical.
And I've like mainly me taking the back seat. I've just been focusing on that because like I hate it, but I love it because like I say hate it because like it's the first week and it's like sorting out contractual shit like DBS check and what have you, and like not I was gonna say drug test, but not really. But that's what a DBS check is. It's like criminal background stuff like that. And like the again paperwork stuff, and it's like fuck's sake, it's like a hassle. But like overall, I do enjoy it, and like and there is going to come a point where I have to like let go of my channel, but I don't. That's the thing. I've been doing this for what 4 years almost.
Right.
So it's like, like once you get into content creation, there's not like it's very hard to fucking unless you get cancelled or something. It's very hard to like. It's very hard to be like, okay, I'm done with this.
And you shouldn't have to either. I mean, the thing is, if a day comes, maybe tomorrow, maybe in 20 years, where you say, I'm done making art, I don't get the kick out of it I used to, then quit right off the bat. But if you still enjoy it, find a place for it in your life. No matter how busy you are, no matter how small its presence is in your life, you should still do it.
And if I did quit tomorrow, the worst thing I could do is sell everything. Because like a couple like a month, like 3 months or 4 or whatever down the line, I could like that pack, like the spark could come back in me.
Exactly.
So if I'm not saying I would, but if I dropped everything and like just stopped doing videos, I'd still have everything on me, so I can come back whenever.
Right.
Like,
because a lot of people have done that. I mean, hell, Richard Jordan, the Scarlowy 123, the Sodor Dark Times guy, he came back, right? From like med school or some shit. Like, So that if he can come back,
How many times did Kikray leave and come back?
don't make me count. It happens, right? Everybody comes back eventually. Come on now. You know, I mean, you're never free of this place. It's not true. Sometimes you are. I haven't seen turtles kicking around here, but it's also not been long enough to know for sure. Anyway, the point is, you know, it's the to semi quote Lightning McQueen. You decide when you're done.
Yeah. And it's like ADHD as well. I
I'm
can't,
not
like,
God damn it.
I can't like sit down sometimes and just relax. I can, obviously.
Oh yeah.
But like I have to have a system. You know what I mean? I have to like.
Oh yeah.
Again, it's like managing shit and being like, okay, no, fuck this, hold this off for a bit, work on this first, and like decide what to fucking do.
Right.
Like, I mean, I've got, you know, again, the faces. I've done Wilfred, Terry, and William. I've got to do Treffy, like the number 4, the corner and middle one. But
Right.
I haven't made a custom of him, let alone a face. So it's like, and I've drawn a sketch up. I'm not getting it because it's upstairs. It can't be else. But it's like, you know, it's like I've done the happy faces. And I'm probably gonna work on the sound mixing and then get it out there, and then just come back to this, and then, you know, and it's easier with audio as well because you don't have to worry about getting the like obscuring the fishing wire and like, you know, get everything, you know, how you want it.
Oh
Well,
yeah. No, audio is so. I found it so liberating when I did it for the first time, and then I did it again, and then so on and so forth. I mean, it's like I don't know what I'll do.
Audio tracks are almost too easy to edit.
Yeah.
Almost. Well, if you've written the story already, you I mean, what do you really have to
just
edit?
like when it came to track plan banter, when I was editing that, like
Oh, I see. You mean too tempting to edit. Yeah. Like you end up editing extraordinarily, like a lot, every breath out. Yeah, and I did that with character gallery too. And the key was all the editing actually happens like for when you do an audio story, it happens when you're doing the dialogue and when you're voicing it.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen when you're editing. Because like what I'll do is if I get a paragraph wrong, then I'll just say that paragraph again and so on and so forth. And, you know, so then, you know, sure, that might take a while to edit, but also there's not really any thought involved in the editing. It's literally just going through and picking the best take, which is usually pretty obvious. It's usually the last one. So
Yeah.
in that sense, I mean, it's a lot easier. Every part of it's easier. The editing is easier. I mean, it's everything about an audio story is just a relief, you know? So I totally get the appeal of that.
I mean, it was a lot harder for me, like when making an engine's name, because again, I like to focus on, I like to like work with the audio to the visuals, so it was kind of difficult. And when I've like, even though I don't have mine free to adapt, because it's like, you know, people would distort stuff as different. That sounds bad, but you know what I mean. But
I mean,
like,
it's understandable, right? It's
Yeah.
your work. It's your work, and you have every right to it. However, you also have no copyright, and therefore you have no ability to actually enforce that. So it's literally just other people being polite, which usually does the trick.
I wouldn't say copyright. I wouldn't do a futuristic hub and like take down people's channels just because they mentioned my name or something, because that's just petty. That just makes me look like a dickhead. But like, you know, if I'd just be like, you know, no, I'd prefer if you didn't, sort of thing. It's like, you know, if you did, I'm not going to stop you again. This is like public domain. But like, I mean, I've done this as well with like other people's characters, but I've only made people and like engines like Brad or Paddy, I guess, from Jimmy DeGinty, but I haven't used them in quite a while. And like, you know, I've used them to use as background and not given them dialogue, just out of respect to at the risk of pissing people off.
Right.
Because like, it's happened with Luke Ryan before, because it's like I assumed, because like I used an edit of his for a 2 Henry series video. I assumed stuff because he has a Redbubble store and it's complicated. But like, long story short, I used the thing from his without asking him, and he got annoyed through it. And then I've credited him since because I didn't credit him before, and I was like, okay, yeah, it's all sorted now. But
yeah, I guess
you know.
I suppose part of my belief is just the futility of it. Is knowing there's almost no way to actually control what people do. You know, it's kind of like having a rebellious teen, like not that I know anything about parenting, but it's like having a rebellious teen. You know, if you tell them don't do this, they're just gonna go and do it. So it's like, just give them the absolute freedom, and then they'll show you respect. And I think, you know, but overall, the thing is, if somebody took something that I'd written and they did something, they would have to go quite a ways, right? I mean, like to really offend me with it. But say they took a character I'd created and put them in like a highly transphobic story or something, right?
Yeah.
Then I'd be furious. But
then that would make you look like a transphobe, because people would be like, "Oh, this was written by Thing."
It would, yeah. But what would ensue is a long and probably eloquent open letter. I mean, I'm part of it is I'm fully confident in my ability to defend myself. And so if somebody uses something of mine, I'm quite convinced that I could quite poetically and succinctly put them in their place. I don't intend to, and I wouldn't want to. But if somebody did something with my work that harms other people, then I would start writing shit. But I don't think I ever would, you know. And that's the thing. Overall, I believe in humanity, and I believe in the community, and everybody I've encountered has been pretty lovely, you know. So I think that people will respect your wishes, and I think that if I had restrictions on my work, they'd probably respect mine too. And like I've said, I mean, I've hardly ever seen. I mean, like I've never seen somebody like using something of mine like brashly. It's always been like, hey, can I please use this? You know? And the thing is, like, say when you went and did Henry in Blue, that was so awesome. Like that made my whole week, right? Like that was so great. So, you know,
I made mine seeing your comments, to be fair.
Yeah, no, I'm glad, you know, so that was so great. But like, I could understand too, wanting to be kind of protective of your characters. I know how dearly people, you know, hold their characters. The thing is, I've done a lot more for the 8 famous engines than I have anything that I've actually invented. And so in a way, it's the reverse for me, because I see people bastardizing Thomas or Henry or whoever and treating them with disrespect or not conveying them properly. And I want to write something to restore their reputation. That's kind of how
we all see the characters differently as well.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. There is no one correct Henry, though in my soul, I feel that there is, and I feel that I know him. And if I had to, I could have a conversation with him. So, you know, he's real enough to me that I am.
Of course, there's not one correct Henry. There's
no,
two.
Stop. No, stop. Enough. So we're gonna ignore that and that whole insinuation, and we're not gonna talk. I just want to make it clear to you, Dustin, we are 3 hours and 46 minutes in. If there was a time to bring up 2 Henrys, it was 5 minutes into this. I don't care if you had to dip out of work early. You do not bring up 2 Henrys this far in. I've got a family reunion tomorrow. We're gonna be here all night if we do this.
I haven't said anything since.
Good. So don't say anything more. All right?
You made a severe and continuous lapse in your judgment.
But supposing that there were 2 Henrys. There aren't.
There was a long.
Are you sure?
Oh.
No. Okay, look. There's no way to rebuild what Henry was before into what Henry is now. Unless what Henry was before is terrifyingly similar to a design that didn't exist yet when he was constructed.
Yeah.
Like that could be possible. I have heard the theory before from somebody that Henry's rebuilt in 1935, a year after the Black Fives come out. What if he's rebuilt a little earlier and he's the prototype for the Black Fives? That would make sense. Like they rebuild him into a Black Five and they're like, shit, this shit slaps. Let's make a bunch of these. Like that would be pretty cool and make sense.
And then Henry becomes the Gordon of the Black Fives.
Yes, he does. And he finally has something to spar with Gordon over. So if that happens, then you can design Henry Mark I totally around the Black Five and make him look weirdly similar apart from like the aesthetic, and then justify it by saying, well, it's not that he looks like a Black Five, it's that the Black Fives look like him. And then that would explain everything, right? So that's the most people-pleasiest answer I have. But I don't really think that happened because I like how he looked before. He looks cool in the illustrations.
He does, to be fair.
It's cool how sick he looks.
Yeah.
Proper Sigma male.
What's funny, though, is like I like how old Henry looks, but I also feel like, well, maybe I shouldn't like it, you know? He's like, he should be hideous. Like, he gets rebuilt, right? Like, he should kind of be really ugly to look at.
He'd have a mental breakdown if he heard you say that. He'd be on the floor crying.
I don't think so. I think he might be like, you just haven't seen the photos that I have. Like,
why do you think
Henry
I was
has
so
an OnlyFans.
protective over my green paint?
Henry has an OnlyFans.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know. I know that. I know that he does.
Wait, how do you know he does?
Because I am a big fan of Henry the Green Engine. A really big fan.
You could say that he is one of Henry's only fans.
That's really tragic and true.
Lol.
One of Henry's only fans. Damn. That's
That was good, to be fair.
That's fine. I'm one of Oliver's only fans.
Oh no. Oh no. So I did 3 sketches today. And they're rather nice sketches. I would show them off, but literally their entire creation has been contained within the length of this live stream. So, you know, I don't need to. I like these sketches. See, that's like 3 pencil sketches that I spent a lot of time on versus like 1 digital sketch. It shows like, it's interesting. Like the last time I only did 1 digital sketch the whole time. I don't know if that was because I was more distracted or because drawing with pencil is more natural for me. Who knows? I'm gonna scan.
Kind of sketchy, to be honest.
Oh no!
All right. Don't you didn't even clear your throat. Come on now. This whole situation has been rather sketchy, to say the least. Fat control.
I said that was horrible.
But I'm glad I could have led the situation.
Oh my God. My goodness, indeed.
All right, everyone, we need to stop Sir Topham Hatt. He's gotten out of hand.
I quite agree. He's making puns every 5 minutes.
You could say I'm very punctual, Gordon.
Oh, how did he get into the intervention? Gordon, it's an intervention. He's meant to be here. I don't understand how these bloody things work. Despite your attempts to invite me to one on countless occasions, for whatever reason.
What's an invitation?
What a guy. What a guy that fat controller is with his puns.
What's this about intersections?
I don't know. Something about traffic congestion in Tidmouth Town? That is not what it's about. I explained to everyone what an intervention was before this started. How many of you are unfamiliar with the concept?
Me and Percy were busy, okay?
We went to Insomnia Gaming Festival.
Is that right? Well, I sent out a newsletter. And it was
I was busy staring down Bertie the bus, so, I wasn't paying attention.
Just staring him down. You weren't even racing him. You were just in a...
No, but, there's a 12-hour stare down period, Edward.
After or before?
Both.
Oh, my.
Only without a horse kicking him into splinters.
Now, excuse me, I need to go start my 12-hour stare-down period with Bertie before our next race.
No.
Oh my god. That's great. All right, I'm scanning the illustrations as we speak, just so that they may exist. And then I guess I'll put them on DeviantArt.
And what if they don't exist?
Then I don't know what I just spent the last 4 hours doing besides conversing. Conversing.
For a second, I thought you meant the Railway Series ones when you said you were scanning them. I was like, oh, okay. So what if they don't exist?
Wait, which ones?
The ones in Bluebell Engine, and then you said DeviantArt. I was like, okay, he was on about his sketches.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh my god. About the two theory. One does this mean Henry would be a Great Western design similar to the Hall? LMS 5, please. Please, do you know what you're doing here? Okay, well,
look. All the green engines can't be Great Western. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the Great Bear? Because that did actually seem like a cool idea. It was weirdly, despite having a Bell Pair firebox, it was weirdly similar to how Henry looks in the illustrations before he's rebuilt. Which is kind of interesting.
Look, it might be a cool idea, but we can't have all 4 green Northwestern engines having ties to the Great Western Railway.
Interesting argument to make against Great Western engines, considering you just turned Percy into one in the middle of that sentence.
I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't do that.
That was Audrey. Dastardly man.
Everyone's been saying he's a Trojan.
Saying I have home videos on my old 2009 camcorder of me calling him a Trojan.
Well, that's atrocious.
Don't you dare! Oh,
don't what?
Learn to clear your throat, please.
Oh.
There's some warning required in a situation like that.
Well, I'm not fat. I don't have a suit, and I'm not bald,
so you don't have to do all the other required activities that the Fat Controller does.
No, I only do voice.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
All right, but this means you do have to push and you do have to pull.
My doctor's forbidden me to do that.
See?
All right, then you have to warn us when you pun.
My doctor has forbidden me to run the railway. So I'm giving the keys to Mr. Beeching here. He will take charge. Goodbye, everyone.
I can't do it.
We're doomed.
It's yours, Gordon, as long as you have enough rubies.
Oh my god.
Oh. Then we're in business.
I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little richer.
Right. All the small engines either get in a yard or get off the railway.
Or else you will die.
I'm loving all this appreciation for the Zelda game.
Oh, it's all my fucking humor is because it's like all YouTube poop stuff was back in the day.
I know, right? Like,
it's why in like top 5 tip stuff, I've got every number. It's just like you didn't make it or stuff like that. That's just my humor. I'm like,
you remember when everybody would use the snooping as usual? I see.
Yeah. No. I've even got like
spaghetti.
It's sad as well to an extent. Because, like, if you just quoted Hotel Mario or just referenced it in any way or showed, like, do you watch Caleb Train's videos as a recent?
Yeah, I do.
Like, it got to a point, I think it was the trucks one, where it was like, all engines pull trains, and it showed the image of Mario going, all toasters, toast, toast, and I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake.
All toasters, toast, toast.
Oh, it's from Bowser.
You do a really good job of that. That's scary accurate. Oh my god. That's brilliant. Okay, so I've been doing a thing recently where my DeviantArt sketches, I've been tinting them a certain color to make them more interesting, rather than just white. what should Henry and James's sketch be? Because I they're at odds with each other, and their colors. What do I do?
What color does red and green make?
Blue.
Okay,
No.
yeah, doing blue.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Red and green make like a horrible brownish gray.
Their appearance would be queer if the color was new, to be fair.
Nice.
Red would be a common color between the two of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Henry would rock red, to be fair.
Maybe I should make it.
He
something
has
else.
rocked red, to be fair.
He didn't rock it. He
Oh yeah, he did.
colorated it. Well, this could work.
Well, he
No,
at
I mean,
least
like,
saw red. Maybe he didn't rock red, but he did see red.
He wasn't ready. Fuck.
You could say he wasn't ready.
Ready for anything.
James, you know the rules. Yes, sir. I'm a splendid red engine.
You
Red
know
engine
the rules,
for
and
anything.
so do I.
Please. You're killing me here.
You're killing me,
This is-
Smalls.
This is the fat controller's like speech. This is the rest of the enterprising engine speech, where he says all engines are welcome anywhere, and he's like, a true commitment is what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
We're never going to give you up, that's the wrong one. Never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. And then he does the thing, and he's just like, nyeh, nyeh, but it's a synth cover. Nyeh, 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 nyeh.
And he collapses from the podium and is immediately taken to the nearest hospital.
He dies.
He dies. The fat controller has died. Breaking news! The fat controller has died. Bloody hell.
So Sir Topham Hatt died.
Oh, God. It's like my kryptonite. Die.
Oh my Christ.
All right, so it seems the fat controller has died. So, as senior engine,
Hold on a minute, Gordon. I'm not suggesting it should be me, but it bloody well shouldn't be you.
And then he comes out of the hospital.
preposterous. I'm the express engine. That's as close as one gets to running a railway.
Could you please stop claiming that you're oldest just because you pull expresses? Thomas, please don't bring up the thing. I'm going to bring up the thing. I am 7 years older than you.
No, it's
And
not
then-
true.
And then
Yeah, it
Topham
is
comes.
Possible.
Here's my birth certificate. Tom, what is this document? My birth certificate?
It's just
I know you
ashes.
think that. Mhm.
Thomas, don't you mean to show him your builder's plates?
Oh no, this is my birth certificate.
Oh God, we're running by Shed 17.
I was
No,
born
I'm
in
not-
Brighton
I'm not
Hospital.
being a part of this. I'm leaving.
Just like Topham comes out of the hospital, he looks at the nurses and goes, "You saved me."
Yeah. You know, the king from the CDI game would make a really good Gordon, wouldn't he?
He would, yeah.
My boy, this piece is what all true warriors strive for.
I wonder
what's for dinner.
And then you just have Thomas going, "I just wonder what Edward's up to." And then he comes over.
I wonder what Edward's up to.
Gordon, the diesel has seized the steamworks.
That is illegal, you know.
It's like he start like the guard blows his whistle. He departs. He's like squad alarm.
All right, I've made James and Edward's illustration purple because I feel like that's just a nice neutral sketch color. Neither of them is represented in this color. I think that's the safest bet, frankly. It's like they're in the evening sun or something.
Insert FNAF joke here. Lol.
What should I call this? The picture of James and Edward. What should be the name?
Fuck's it. I'm trying to think of puns now. Stop it, Sam.
It's like they're old friends, and in this image, I imagine it's rather modern. Like this is after they finally sorted their differences, and they don't just have to pretend they don't like each other. They actually like get along openly.
See, I was thinking that you were like, no, they don't have to pretend they don't like each other. They just don't like each other.
That would be really sad. Be like, I admit it. I hate Henry. I wish he would just die already. No, I knew it. See how sad
we're not friends. We're not friends. We're just associates.
All right, James, it's time. Now that you've admitted your feelings, we need to kill Henry.
Fuck yourself.
I've been waiting for that. Here's my gun. No, no, I don't think so. Okay, where's
you said that like a lucky prize. Here's my gun.
Man, for a limited time.
I knew that engine-sized claw machine was a bad idea.
The new James Action Canyon.
Oh my god. It's just Action Canyon, but you use James.
Well,
Instead of Action Canyon, it's Action Cannon.
Oh, it's just James with a helmet on and like a Evil Knievel kind of paint job. So,
it's just James with a big-ass gun.
Oh my god.
And this takes Red Rocket to a whole other level.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh my god, they actually do call you the Red Rocket.
I can fly, dickhead.
Does the chat have any ideas for the here? I'll put the image on screen. That's bound to give you some thought. All right, here.
Okay, J88 Production says Kentucky Fried Chicken and nothing else.
Well, that doesn't help, really. Frank.
Like I opened chat for the first time in a couple of hours, and that's the first thing I see.
Yeah.
Just Kentucky Fried Chicken.
All right. Everyone see this?
To be fair. Haha.
Everyone see the trains?
It's the boys.
It's the boys.
My boys.
So what are their? What is the
so
name?
Pretty. I'm so scared.
I'm so fast. So they have.
No.
What is the name of this image? What people give it a name? Come on. It's something.
Frenemies.
Frenemies. Yeah, that's the first legit one.
Nice of Edward to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Henry?
January. I'm not shipping them Purple Todd. January. Oh well, with a name like that, maybe I will.
I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
Shipping people based on their shipping names.
That's Zone Insanity says quality time with Henry and James. That is cute.
The 2 5s.
I think Frenemies is the best so far. The 2 5. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's a good one. The 2 5s.
Yeah.
My paint is so good, and yours is in sad green. 2/3 big engines. What's unique about James and Henry's relationship is that they're like they're in kind of in direct competition with each other. Like both of them have strong relationships with Gordon, but there's no confusion about who's on top, you know? Like Gordon is definitely like the dominant personality. Whereas like
Gordon's definitely a top and James and Henry are definitely bottoms. I
could have made that joke too. I didn't, but I could have. For some reason, Henry's face made me think of Hank from Breaking Bad. So like sex_gifts PNG. I love that the PNG is included. Like if I use yours, I have to put in the file type as well. The splendid mixed traffics. That's kind of good. Preparing for rap battle. That's Purple Toad. Or just the mixed traffics. 2 engines. Think about who's going to pull this express today. That's great. The 2 lackeys. Okay, says Malin Madness. What if you drew a Thomas character in a style of how they would look in the Cars universe or a Cars character in the Thomas universe? They're both kind of gross. I've done it before. steam engines don't fare well in the Cars universe because their eyes are all the way back, so they just look like a big horse. And as for cars,
And Renee kills horses.
I mean, I feel like if you said that in front of him, he'd be really upset.
NWR
that's why I didn't say it in front of him.
Of course.
NWR number 13
Right.
says primary goods engines just to piss off James.
To primary goods engines. That's great. Henry and James at the Battle of Waterloo, 1815, says Murdoch 23. That's great. That's you, AJ, isn't it? Let's see. Express is due. J88 Productions. I like that. I like the there's something kind of I don't know, it's vague in a nice way, you know? Express, it could mean that's why Gordon's not here. Or it could mean they're trying to debate who's going to pull it. Like, I kind of like that. Engine on the grass. I don't think so. Waiting for Gordon, Purple Toad. Express is due. Maybe that. We'll give a chance for a few more comments. If somebody can come up with something that knocks Express's due off its podium, then be my guest.
I'm still quite proud of 2.5s. I'm still quite happy with 2.5s.
Yeah, it is good, but it does insinuate that that's the thing that bonds them.
Yeah.
I think I'm better than you, says J88 Productions. No, the wannabe Express engines. See, Express's due is like the more kind of subtle version of that. Do you like Henry's Thomas and the Magic Railroad voice? It's weird. He's kind of he sounds radically different depending on the scene. He's a total Chad in the scene where he's with Percy and Toby or whatever, where he's
I never thought I'd ever hear you say Chad.
Well, it's accurate there. Like, he's really like,
yeah,
like a magic that is more powerful than Diesel could ever be. That's why he wants to find her. Like, that's not Henry. But then he's like, oh god, Boilerake. Like, that's totally Henry, right? So
this will make me feel much better.
I think
Henry comes back healthy and happy. Like, no, you're not Henry. Henry doesn't sound like that. Good God, do I have to be on the verge of death for you to accept me?
I guess I'll just pretend I'm sick then. But
my box doesn't feel stuffy. Fuck, that's not the line.
Titles.
All right, Henry, we can't keep ordering actual special coal just so you can fake taking special coal because you're faking your illness. We're just gonna tell the engines that Sodor coal is special now, okay?
It tastes so good.
I have had it up to here with the Welsh coal jokes.
That wasn't a drug joke, I swear to God.
I know it wasn't. It was just barely. If it was, you would have gone a lot further with it.
Yeah.
But so many people are like, "Oh, Welsh coal." Oh.
It's the same with Dirty Percy. To be fair, it's not. It's just to the point where it's like annoying, almost.
I've not heard that one very much.
Oh, I hear it all the fucking time.
Yeah,
every time they fucking quote the thing, and then they have like this, turn the audio to like 300%, and then just have "Don't call me." It's like, oh, it's not loudly
Purple
funny.
Toad. Purple
What's
Toad.
a railway testicles?
So Purple Toad has laid siege upon the UK CGI Henry voice, to which I reply, "Shut up, fat hat. I'm staying in this tunnel." Which I don't think doesn't sound like Henry. I think that sounds quite like him. The thing about Henry is just because he always sounds like this in the CGI series doesn't mean the voice is inherently flawed. It means that he's just not speaking with the right cadence. I think it sounds right on the money for Henry, frankly, because he is, in his very nature, a bit weak, even after he's rebuilt. I mean, I could see him speaking in this hushed tone because he's used to having to speak without very much steam. So he's kind of always sounds like he's out of breath, even though he doesn't really need to be.
I've gone through the worst with this, to be fair.
Beg pardon?
I die whenever I voice him because I have to literally stand there.
Oh,
and just
yeah.
go, and try and
No,
drive a fucking front.
you really have to breathe in quite a lot when you're doing Henry. It's dangerous to do otherwise because he's very breathy. He's the most breathy out of all the main characters, in my opinion. But I quite like him sounding like this. I think it betrays his sensitivity. But when he's feeling rather grand and better than other engines, he's certainly able to give off that impression. And he can actually sound rather smug and posh with this voice. He can sound quite aristocratic, but he can also sound so ill. Oh, goodness me. I can barely catch my breath. Oh. So,
yeah, Henry, you said that last week when you were late.
And it was true last week. It's always true.
You know what I think, Henry?
No, I don't.
You're too fat. You need exercise.
So you always claim. But you're a rather large tank engine yourself, Thomas, all things considered.
Not an ounce of fat on me.
Fuck you.
Is that right? Mm-hmm.
None of this weight is extra.
You know, I don't think my tanks ever grew. Let me just say that much.
Thomas, it's water weight. You wouldn't understand.
No, see, Henry, I didn't gain fat. I was underweight, and then I came into weight.
Oh, sure you are. Yes, I quite believe that. That's certainly not an excuse of any kind.
You, Henry, have too much everything.
I'm sorry, is that the guard's whistle? I'd better get
Therefore, you're too fat. Look. Last time I ran off.
Thomas, calm down. Calm down, old boy. He's already left.
I left the guard behind, so now I'm waiting patiently.
He's already gone, old boy. He's a mile off.
Fuck.
God fucking damn it.
You'll get him next time. I'm sure he won't just stop for 30 seconds and leave in a preemptive strike. He wouldn't do that. That's not our Henry.
Are you sure?
No, I'm being sarcastic, Thomas. You gotta learn to understand when I'm being sarcastic. I know that you're honest about literally everything that goes through that smoke box of yours, but not everyone is.
All right. We've spent enough time dawdling around here with Henry living in my head.
Oh, look at this.
We need to get to Farker.
Don't you back to the shed for a little
look,
bit.
2 Henrys
You're
was
getting
bad
a little fired up. There you go. I caught that time.
You do great accents. You know that, Sam?
Yes.
I know Dustin's accents already, so I'll stay respectfully silent. But I've just platformed them anyway, so never mind. It's a compliment that's not a compliment. So TGC says, honestly, the voice I hate is CGI Duck. All right, so look. I think quite a few people go too far with Duck's voice. He doesn't sound casual enough in the show. The way he talks in the show is more like this, you know. He's got kind of a weird cadence about his voice. It's sort of mysticism.
I got it as well, to be fair.
He kind of exaggerates. That went too goofy.
No, you're right.
Paxton.
That's a rather accurate portrayal, I think. And the thing is, you've just got to speak normally when you're talking about Duck, or talking as Duck, rather, because he's...
Or talking about Duck.
Or, yes, you can only talk about Duck in his own voice. The thing is, when I, growing up, right, the voice that struck me was, I can't remember which one, actually, but listening to the narration from George Carlin and from Ringo Starr and all the rest, I pictured Duck sounding something like this, you know. Just kind of a received pronunciation, regular.
It's more with George, I think, to be fair.
Beg pardon?
It's more with George, to be fair.
Yes, I would say so, probably. Less with Ringo. But I would say that I got this sense off of Duck, that he had an accent like this. And at first, when I heard Duck's voice in CGI, I didn't like it. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought, well, for one thing, it's more Western in nature. And for another thing, it sounds so different from the rest of the cast. I like it a lot better. Now, the thing is, he spent his whole life in Paddington, right? So he's in London. Now, you could argue that an engine should sound like the place they were built in. However, I think that really, if you're going to emphasize where Duck spent his formative years, then he probably should have kind of more of an English accent, more of a London accent, really. However,
don't say he's Cockney, please.
I don't think he is. Wild Nor'Wester always did something like that, and I don't think it fits Duck. It fits Thomas. Honestly, Cockney Thomas, I'm here for that. Like, that's, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing with, like, West Country Duck or Swindon, whatever the fucking accent's called, Johnny Morris did this as well in the 60s. He kind of did it more, like, lower pitch as well, as if he was, like, smoking, not drugs, or he's smoking 20 a day or something, but, like, it's like,
I say,
it's
smoking drugs.
Because there's a danger.
I would never.
There's a danger.
It's legal here.
There's a danger in putting him at the same level as Henry or Gordon, even. And I think he's mid-tier, though I do think he has a lower voice than Thomas, who's more up here. Hey, how's it going? I'm Thomas the Tank Engine. A pleasure to meet you. Whereas if Duck was talking this way, he'd be up here. Hello, I'm Duck, the Great Western Engine. It's a pleasure to meet you. But I don't do his voice that way. I do it down here. And I think the reason I do is, for one thing, it makes him sound a bit more mature, which he always will be than Thomas, even though he was built 10 years after him. But the other thing is, it just, I don't know, it seems the most natural. It feels right. So I like the accent they gave him. I think that works. But it's more how it's performed and how it's a bit campy. And I don't think it should be so campy, because Duck is the most matter-of-fact engine there is on the whole goddamn planet. So he's going to speak in a very matter-of-fact way and not put too much emphasis into one thing or the other.
And the thing is with accent, like, no matter what character it is, you're always going to sound like an old man.
How so?
No, like, because if any character talks like this, you always get the impression that they're an old fucker.
Yeah,
for lack of a better word.
It's true. Yeah, and I think that's an interesting territory where you get into what's the voice of the narrator and what's the voice of the character, right? Like, for me, if I do all the voices for my characters,
well, that's why you got to be careful that Duck doesn't turn into Toby.
That is true. Here's the thing. For the longest time, Toby, to me, did not sound like this. He sounded something like this. Hello, I'm Toby, I'm a tram engine, etc., etc.
What's important is that we differentiate our voices.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier with Toby sounding like this, because otherwise he sounds exactly like Edward, pretty much. And so,
yeah.
But also, I never really liked Toby growing up, and I didn't like him until I realized what it is that I do like about him. And what I like is that he's this big old rotund man who's just kind of rolled out of bed, and he's just kind of, you get the sense that he's just kind of dragging himself through life. And he's seeing other people's bullshit, and he's saying, I really don't give a damn about that. That's what Toby really is, He's just an old man who's let it all hang out. I think that's something that the unlucky Tug hit the nail on the head. And that's one of those things where people are now starting to get that part of him that they never did before. But I do think
that bug as well.
Yeah, it's a rather good characterization. I didn't get it from him, but it was bolstered by what he said. But anyway, the point is, Toby sounds old, and just the way he looks, and the fact that he's this big old box that's waddling along the line, that definitely sounds like an engine that sounds something like this, But then you've got Duck, who is quite different sounding when you think about it. You just got to make sure that his voice doesn't get too scratchy. But the thing about Duck is that he's a lot closer to someone like Thomas than someone like Toby when you think about how different they all sound. So anyhow, I like all the characters I've got for the voices now. The voices I've got for the characters. You know what I mean.
What do you mean by scratchy in terms of voice?
Well, Toby, is like this without the
like more gruffish.
Yeah, without the if Toby didn't have that sort of scratchiness to him, he'd be down here like this. Hello, I'm Toby. I'm Toby the Tram Engine. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Toby the Tram Engine. It's a pleasure to meet you. They sound rather different if you take away the scratchiness and are just left with a deep voice that's rather close to Gordon's in terms of tone. So then if you go all the way down.
Named after him.
Exactly. I reserve my very deepest tone for Gordon, of course. No one is allowed to go deeper than Gordon. He is the best, frankly.
I'm 14 and this is deep.
This is deep shit.
Unfortunately, this is deep. Oh, Carl Matthews 8 says, "What's you guys' ideal Oliver voice? I can never figure out what to do for him, and I always make him accidentally sound too much like Duck or too American because I was trying to do Carlin's voice." Here's the thing. Growing up, I also thought Oliver sounded something like this, Alec Baldwin's voice. That's what I thought of. But then I thought about his character and the fact that he's such a rebel and that he's like, he fights tooth and nail to kind of rough it across the country. And now I think he sounds something more like this. Now, the thing is, he's kind of almost a cross between Toby and Duck. He's got the same sort of accent as both of them. But at the same time, it's a higher voice and it's more energetic. You get the sense that he knows danger could be around any corner at any point in time. And because of that, he's rather vigilant. Never quite lets his guard down, even though at this point he probably could. But he's gruff. And if that's different from the Oliver that's in the CGI series, is he sounds something like this? Well, Toad, I worked on the Great Western Railway, which is exactly, it's a more extreme version of how Duck is kind of more campy. So I prefer Oliver to sound a little gruffer, something like this. Honestly, if I could just get the guy who did, if I could just get the guy who did Sea Rogue and Tugs, I'd probably hire him for Oliver. Because in my head, they're the same guy. Here's the thing. There are some characters that just are other characters.
Oliver moved to America and became a boat.
They'll get no quarter if they do.
Yeah. It's a great voice. And it just, but the characters just, they're both in very tense circumstances and have strong moral compasses and are kind of outsiders to the main cast. So Sea Rogue and Oliver in my head are the same guy, just in a different universe. And
they're trying to survive as well.
Yeah.
Different circumstances, mine, because it's
it's survival, and that's huge. I have other characters too that are like that for me. I think Harold and Hercules are almost the same guy. Harold should be, I think, really badass and kind of just very competent and always have the upper hand and able to just kind of save any situation. I'd love to do more Harold.
Except with mailbags.
Except with mailbags and your very precious Harold Percy in the mail. Something which I could straight up ignore if I so chose. Or maybe not. I don't know.
That's Harold's one weakness. Look, you can't make him all powerful. You need to give him a kryptonite.
You can.
Kryptonite is mailbags.
Everybody lives in fear of Mary Sue's and what do you call the male version, Dustin?
Gary Stew.
Thank you. Gary Stews. Everyone's terrified of those. I'm not really. Because if they're fun enough to watch, we'll allow it. The thing is, it's annoying when they're overpowered and unlikable. That's the thing.
That's the thing, is that the problem with Mary Sue's and Gary Stews is not that they have no weaknesses or no flaws. It's that their presence causes everyone around them to bend to them being the center of the story.
Right, which annoys you with other characters. It's it's really, because then it devalues the other characters, and you're like, these guys are all cool. Why are they taking a back seat? It's annoying. It's there's this really great scene in an episode of Justice League, the animated series, where Batman and Hawkgirl, you talk about kryptonite in this scene. So for those who don't know, Hawkgirl is not typically part of the Justice League. There's 7 members in the Justice League, and she's not typically part of it. But all the other characters in that show were. So you have Batman, Superman, The Flash, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, who are all typical. And then you've got Hawkgirl. And so that show kind of had to prove that she was worthy of being on the team because she hadn't been on the team prior. But they do a really good job of building her up as this badass who kind of, she's very warlike, she's just dives into situations and just kind of fights battles. But she's also extremely practical and an excellent strategist. And she slowly kind of learns to let her guard down and trust her friends and have empathy throughout the course of the show. It's really great. But anyway, so there's this one scene I watched recently in that show where it's her and Batman. And Batman reveals that he has kryptonite to use just in case. Oh, I know what it is. There's another bad guy from Krypton that also is vulnerable to kryptonite. So Batman takes it out and uses it, right? And stops them. And then Hawkgirl, after the fact, is like, what the fuck? Like, why do you have kryptonite? And Batman's like, just in case. And then he grapples away, right? With no further explanation. And she's just like, yeah. And she's like, don't you do that voice with me, Buster. Especially not after Kevin Conroy's passing. We are in a Kevin Conroy Batman live stream. And so Hawkgirl says, man, they say I'm scary. And it's like, I wasn't annoyed by that, which I easily would have been if they hadn't built her up so well. But, I wasn't annoyed. I was like, oh, that, because she has been kind of scary throughout the show. She's like a really good fighter and she's very impulsive. And I'm like, yeah. And that's an impressive sign when you have a character that literally just came into like the league and then you make them feel like a character that belongs there. So, it's cool because otherwise you'd overshadow Batman, and you don't want to overshadow Batman because he's so widely respected. But anyways, it's that sort of thing.
Yeah, people misuse the word Mary Sue, especially nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know if they misuse it so much as they overuse it. The thing, it's like fan service, right? It's used the exact same way as fan service, where, I mean, what people mind isn't fan service. It's when it's just story elements that don't make any sense, and that are gratuitous, right? Something that takes, like, fan service should feel totally natural to people who know nothing about a show and really gratifying to people who know everything about a show. And if it takes people who don't know about the show out of it, it'll even bug people who know everything about the show because they'll know that wasn't earned and they'll know it feels weird to do that, right?
Yeah, the two methods of fan service should be either like what you just said there, or it is essentially invisible to anyone who is not watching the show frame by frame.
You're right. You're right, Malum. He says, call it insurance. He doesn't say just in case. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Purple Toad says, I read that as insurance. Well, it is. I think that's funny. So Malum spelled insurance wrong, and then Purple Toad was like, man, I read that as insurance, which was the intention, like, all along. So you're both so polite that you're like, I don't know, that's funny.
Who wins the humble war? Nobody knows.
That's the question.
Both sides keep on insisting the other side won.
God, Sam, what time is it for you?
It's fucking 2:40.
I figured as much. I am sorry.
No, it's fine, mate. I'm not going anywhere tomorrow anyway. It's like, but
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome talking. I have to go to the bathroom. I know that's not really related to anything we're talking about right now, but I got to go to the bathroom. So
you go do that then.
Yeah, so you guys have fun. I'll go to the bathroom.
All right, I own the stream now. So how's everyone doing?
So Sam, you're in charge of the stream. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Hey, I thought I had future roommate privileges.
The lemon takes over the lemon channel of the lemon.
I'm just trying to avoid power hunger. That's all I'm doing here. So, in fact, this is an unorthodox move. The chat is in charge of the live stream.
Oh, God.
Oh, shit,
you're going to let the inmates run the asylum? When has that ever worked in any Batman comic?
Everybody's losing their minds. And Lemmy's gone, okay, chat, please don't shoot us. Thanks for making
the chat
all.
Owns the stream now.
Shit. We are their ploy. Viva la chat, says Murdoch23. Raid Lemmy's house. No, that's Dougie's job. Number 13.
I mean, I'll be doing that in June.
To be fair, you probably know where he lives.
Not really.
Well,
I mean, I will, because he'll be living with me soon. So, but
well, yeah, but I'm in shithole England. You're in America.
yeah, but like we're on complete opposite sides of America.
Yeah,
which is a big deal when we're talking about America.
Mind you, Dougie's from Scotland and he keeps breaking in Lemmy's house.
I don't know how he does that. He has like special superpowers or something.
Or she, I think she goes by now. I'm not sure. It's either they or she. I can't remember. But
they are. That's right. I am bad at remembering those things.
I am as well. To be fair, I said he breaks into his house, and I was like, oh fuck's sake. that sounds bad out of context, doesn't it?
It doesn't help that I don't know Dougie all that well.
Yeah, I don't either. To be fair, like I've got. Like I'm not going up to get it because all my fucking Ertl shit's upstairs. But like I put on the back of one of the Ertl cranes, all hail Dougie, because it was like a running joke with the stream.
All right, so we're gonna ask Lemmy to pop a squat then when he gets back, correct?
No, he's done that. We got to ask him to whip a nene now. And if
Dougie is there. Okay. Thank you, the small green bean.
I vote Sam says small green bean for what?
Which Sam? Actually, don't answer that.
Oh God, there's multiple. There's Sam. See, there you go. I don't even know. There's me. There's fuck. I'm trying to think now. There's SG.
Lemster the Webster himself.
There's Lem. There's others. I'm fucking sure of it. There's Talent Studios. There's
Sam's Trains. Let's make him our new leader.
Well, welcome back to the railway. Fucking hell. Sam's Trains. Fuck's sake. The thing is, there's probably multiple other Sams, but they just don't have their names out there. Or real names, rather. But, you know.
They just are not known by us.
Yeah.
You're not popular.
What?
The other Sams, they aren't popular.
Ratio Bowser.
That's right. Sam's not here. I can do Dumb Gordon all I want.
You fell off, Bozo. Take the L.
Dumb Gordon is taking over.
I will make your face the greatest in Colodai, or else you will die. Oh, I can't even do it. You will die.
Yes, mobilize the Grand Army. Actually, no, don't. Wait, because that threatens my position of potential power. Don't mobilize the Grand Army.
Purple Toad says, I have a question for you. Are you a Sammy or Samuel, or maybe even just a Sam, just Sam? If you call me Samuel, I will come down your house, kick your door, and say sorry, and then just leave, and then take your door. And then probably come back with the door cut in half. No, not even that. I'll be a dickhead. I'll just give you the hinges and be like, yeah, suck it. And then be like, yeah. And then just leave you with that and make you buy another door.
Well, depending on which door you kick down, that could work out in my favor.
Well, I could, well, because, like, it depends on the age of the person, because, like, they might not know which door they need. To be fair, I don't. But they could need a fucking fire door.
What is this conversation about?
Oh, hello, Mr. Lem.
Hello.
Hello, Lemster the Webster.
Oh, nice. That's new. It's hard to come up with a new one of those.
I mean, yeah, it's new. I mean, I came up with it like 5 seconds ago, but yeah, I guess that's new.
Let me say this
You're
though.
just arguing the very nature of time with that. Like,
Could be the middle of last week for all we know.
Look, let me say this though. We weren't talking about breaking down people's doors for mispronouncing the name. That was all a gaslight. That was all a siege. That's not the right word. Small green band. That didn't happen. I didn't steal anyone's doors. Oh fuck! I just said that out loud.
Oh, Purple Toad says, "I have a question for you. Are you a Sammy or a Samuel or maybe even just a Sam?" Well,
yeah, it's just I said earlier. It's just
my full name.
That was the question that spawned the discussion that didn't happen.
Yeah. Okay.
And I bet.
So I'm a Samuel, but I go by Sam in regular non-YouTube life. And I was Sammy when I was younger. Everybody would call me Sammy, but now I'm Sam.
Yeah, I mean, I just go by Sam, and I was saying earlier, if you call me Samuel, go to your house, take your door, and be like, sorry, and then just like walk off with the door.
Nice.
And then like I'll be a bastard. I'll bend the hinges and be like, haha, sucker, and then just leave them with the hinges and no door.
Awesome. Yeah,
I've got to give him something back at least.
So, Lemmy, do we want to get our back front door replaced?
Back front door. What is our lives, Dustin? Back front door, indeed. Yeah, I'd say so. We'll let all the bears in if we don't.
The great bear or just bears?
Well, I'm saying, like, if we want it replaced, then if we know someone who will remove the door for us.
Well,
True.
you don't know what I look like. So, mind you could distinguish it from voice, to be fair. So
yeah, probably, yeah.
I mean, based on what you've told me, we have the ritual to simply summon you here, and you will do the deed.
The fuck is a ritual?
You have flipped this on him bad. I don't think there's any way.
I dare not announce the ritual, or else I risk invoking it. And I'm not sure I want to replace our French doors yet.
Oh my god.
I mean, to be fair, I have shown my face on Instagram, but that's like more of a personal thing.
This right here is what we call a bridge joke, fellas. So back in the day, me and Lego Lover 117 and Train King James would all go around in a circle. I would say that I'm a bridge. I'm secretly the old iron bridge in disguise, and I love bridges. And then Garrett would be like, "No, actually, I am running the anti-bridge empire or something." And I'd be like, "Well, I have the bridge empire." And then James would be like, "Well, I might have an uneasy alliance with you, Garrett, if it means fighting the bridge empire. I hate bridges." And then I made a video of like a wooden railway bridge beating up a wooden railway James. And then James was like, "That's it. We're escalating this to war." So my point is, that is an incredibly tired form of joke.
He was never found again.
The type that's fun at first, and then you end up getting trapped into it every single time you talk to a person. I have long experience with this type of humor. It's also the same type of humor that Dougie and I have, where they're constantly trying to break into my house.
No, how is it a joke if they actually do it?
They don't. I will let everyone down. They don't. And believe it or not...
No, Lemmy, that's just what we've been telling you, so you stop ripping the walls apart looking for them.
This is a gaslight, my boy.
I'm pulling you both out of the bridge joke, okay? It's not a place you want to be. Believe me, I've been there. I've done that. So
you can't pull me off of the bridge joke. I've chained myself to the bridge.
Don't make me do the bridge joke by responding to that. I know what you're doing. Anyway, a great question here that actually furthers my relationships with people. By the way, I should say for the record, the Dougie jokes were a lot of fun, but at the same time, in private conversation with Dougie, it wasn't just all that. It was normal conversation, folks. normal convos all around. Anyway, I'm at the point in my life where I'm 24 and give no shits. So those are my thoughts. But here's
how is Dougie doing, by the way?
I haven't talked to them in a long time. I assume all right. They popped into a stream the other day. But let's see. Edward's Day Out says, Lemmy, any tips on voice acting? I really want to know how you do it so well. That's a huge compliment. And I love talking about voice acting. So firstly, my biggest advice is go for it. Do not, and what I mean by that is don't hesitate to really do weird things with your voice. Like a lot of people I noticed that if I, yes, like that, like that exactly. So like if I were to do voices the way that a lot of people do them, then my Gordon would sound something like this. You'd say, hello, I'm Gordon, the big engine, and I've come to Sodor to help improve the railway. Like that's how I would do Gordon. But I don't do Gordon that way. I do Gordon like this. And the reason is I found the corners of my voice. Imagine your voice box like a box. Here's the thing about it, is that you have to feel around to see where the edges are. And it's very difficult at first to find those edges. You think that your box is a lot smaller than it is. But you'll find you can take many steps east, north, south, and west. And then you'll find the wall. And so I suggest
you'll find your way to the great north.
Yeah, the great northeast, as a matter of fact. But yes, so that's the thing about that, is that I wouldn't be able to do this voice if I hadn't found the corners of my box, You need to know what your limits are, and they are way further than you think. Likewise, if I want to do the highest voice possible, it's all the way up here. This is the highest possible voice I can do. It does sound a bit like Mickey Mouse. Starting to sound like Roberto.
I've talked about this as well. It's like practice makes perfect.
Can you go get Elmo a beer?
That's pretty good, actually.
You got Elmo a beer. Yeah.
That's right. On point.
I've talked about this in length as well. Top 5 tips for voice acting. Go what? Shut up, Sam. But it's like when you base your voice off a thing, you sort of like play it back almost. And then, sort of repeat after it, and then, sort of pick up on quirks with an accent,
right?
Or with a voice, how it's or pronunciations of words, with how because Charles, obviously, because he has a northern accent, he doesn't say the in the sentences. It's like can I trust you to handle something until because that's what people from the north do sometimes,
right?
And it's stuff like that, and it's
I envy your ability to do authentic sounding British accents from different regions. I'm sure it helps you that you're actually British.
Yeah.
But also that there's a great deal of talent involved in that, yeah, so it's rather impressive. I love that. But it is a little easier too, to do a Bronx accent, right? It's a lot easier because it's closer to what my accent is than it is to do a British accent, which is a little further.
I love me.
Take care of it.
We're taking care of it.
It's thinking outside the box as well, because recently, I reckon part of me thinks that Scruffy. You kind of sound like Swagger Souls, if you know what that is.
That's great.
It's just he's sat in the yard. It's just, I want to fucking go outside. What the fuck?
I don't see the character association, but the voice is tremendous.
Yeah, the character association, not really, but again, the voice.
Is it weird that it sounds like British mobster Seinfeld?
Seinfeld.
I've watched Seinfeld. I can't really say.
It does kind of sound like that, though. Just kind of, it's like doing the voice thing he does in the downward direction instead of the upward direction. You know, it's like, so what's the deal with this and that? Instead, what's the deal with this? You know, like,
I'm the master of my domain.
Who are you replicating there? What is that voice?
Just said Scruffy is Swagger Souls.
Who is Swagger Souls?
He's a YouTube. I think he did like CS:GO stuff back in the day, but he's like a gaming YouTuber. I think
it sounds a great deal like some old Cartoon Network show or something. I'm struggling to find.
To be fair.
Yeah, I can't remember what character, but it sounds strikingly like it. But you are very good at making voices that don't sound anything like your regular voice, and that's another thing. Yeah, no, you're great. The thing is, you want to make the voice sound as different from yours as possible. Some aren't going to. Like, for instance, you'll notice that the way I voice Thomas is pretty much just me, but British. That's pretty much it. Pretty much it. Now, he's a little bit more energetic. He's a little bit more confident. You know, he's got more excitement in his voice. But for the most part, it's my same register. It's the same kind of level of voice that I do. Like, my voice is right here, right? It's not higher up like this. It could be. It's not lower down like this. You know, if I really cared about my masculinity, maybe I'd be speaking down here all the time. I definitely could, but I don't. I don't talk like this. I talk like this because this is where Sam Webster's voice is at. And so the thing is, with Thomas, he's a little bit higher than that, but for the most part, he's just my voice, but British. That's basically it. I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe a received pronunciation. It's definitely not Cockney. It's just kind of whatever Americans think British is. No, scratch. Americans.
Because Americans think British people talk like this all the time. We have tea and crumpets. It's like, fuck off.
Well, here's the thing. They think that if you're lucky, most of the time, they're convinced that the entirety of the British Isles has a Cockney accent. A lot of people think that.
I'd rather that than have everyone talk like this, bro. It's like, especially my age group.
It's Tuesday, innit?
Yeah, if it's that fucking goofy, then yeah, I would agree with you. But typically, it's like, I think people are rather, they think any sort of British accent is rather distinguished, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's not a British accent; it's more of an English. I was like more, not pronounced.
It's a rather interesting point, yes, because Britain is everything. England is England, you know.
Yeah, it's weird to think as well, because like, apparently I talk like this because I'm from Midlands, but like apparently I can't hear my accent, and I don't think I have an accent because. I've argued this with my mum. She brought this point up. What?
Well, so here's the thing. Nobody has an accent, and everybody has an accent. Like, it's your baseline. It's how you say words, you know. Yeah. Likewise with me, I have an accent. I'm sure I have a very strong American accent. But I don't hear it. To me, that's just normal. That's just how I talk, you know. But that's true of everyone.
But the way she implied it, I'm not slagging her off by any means, but if you watch this, Mum, I love you. But fuck it, she implies that I can't hear the way I talk. If I talk like this all the time, I don't. But like, it's like, so say if I was heavy Glaswegian, you're saying I wouldn't hear. You're saying I wouldn't hear it if I talk like this all the time. No, I definitely don't. And like,
you do have a knack for that. That's the thing is like I don't know. I mean, it's maybe not so much that you wouldn't hear it. The thing is, you're familiar enough with accents that you can compare your own to other things. For instance, with my accent, right? I mean, I know what I'm doing here and how I'm like the fact that I know how my voice differs to a British accent of any kind or a Bronx accent or a Texan accent. I can tell you what is actually happening with the syllables that makes it sound different. And so likewise, you're able to do the same thing with yours. So you probably don't have a particularly thick accent. I mean, I have no idea really what people sound like in different parts of the United Kingdom. But
it's very to be fair. Like like Birmingham, you kind of talk like this, bro. Like almost Scout and then like fucking Scouts. I'm just showing off at this fucking point. Scouts is like what James is almost, except more pronounced sometimes. Like Paddy the Baddy almost, where it's like, I want a fucking teabag and lad. But that sounds fucking weird out of context. But if you go north, like what Sunshine is, he's fucking Geordie, mate. And it's like,
Right.
And like people from down south talk like this, or like southwestern or whatever, and then like stuff like that. And And there's different, again, it's different. Like with Scotland, Edinburgh's a more like pronounced accent, and Glaswegian is like all the way down here where you feel like you got lung cancer or something. And it's like, you're gonna die.
Right.
And it's like, you know, and Irish, I'm not as well equipped with Irish because I'm not Adam, but you know, Dublin accent's kind of like this, but and then fucking Brad Pitt Irish, just say, where's Foden with car? I'm gonna fucking wheel. It's like, you know, it's weird. It's weird to think like, you know, because England's quite small, I think. And like how varied people's accents are. And like,
yeah, there's a great deal of variety for, you know, I think my state, California, is bigger than the United Kingdom.
yeah.
Like it's nuts. I recently drove 6 hours up to Sacramento, the capital of my state. And I was only halfway up the state, you know, and I'm not even at the very bottom of it. So to get across my state, something like 14 hours by road, which is just insane.
Yeah.
And yet, there's not nearly as much of a variety of accents.
Do I return to discussion of our plans?
Beg pardon?
No, let me say, you can't talk about ripping off his doors or anything. Oh, fuck, said out loud. Shit. But
Never mind.
And it's like self-insert as well with content, because like with Long Repeater, my son, like he's got like, you know, he's got an Irish accent, but like it's kind of deeper like this, and then for like fucking Stella Bill, he's got a list because they're not to Mike Tyson of all things, you know,
right.
And you know, because the list kind of sells it, I think, because if it was just a standalone Irish accent, it would kind of be boring, but it kind of gives him a bit more character. It kind of tells more about him. Like if you just had his fucking voice, I can't even do it. It's too fucking complicated. But like if you didn't fucking looking at him, he's got a beard stench with fucking oil. He's got a glass eye. He's wrecked his shite. It's like he's got a fucking story to tell. It's like, what the fuck is he doing?
You have a mastery over these. Like that's great. I gotta practice more on my accents, because I feel like I've fallen off a little bit, where I'm good at the ones I still do, but there are some that I used to be a lot better at, and now I've kind of lost it. Like you know, the second that I started doing the Scottish accent and I figured out how to roll my R's, I can't help but do it in every single time there's an R of any kind. Like
see, that's the thing with a Scottish accent. Not every Scottish accent like rolls the R's. Some people do, but at the end of it, it's like let's go together like that. But then you kind of sound like duck almost.
Yeah, you do. And that's the thing, is I don't know, for instance, what the difference between all the Scottish accents is, but I also don't know how I did it without the R rolling all the time. Because once I figured out how to do it, then I just kind of did it every time. And now when I do it without the R rolling, it doesn't sound right to me, or it feels, I've got a muscle memory I'd like to get rid of. So I've just got to practice it.
I mean, yeah, it's because it's in media, isn't it? I say this while looking at Neil on my fucking wall. I went scouts there, fuck me. But it's like, because most media depicts it like, because again, Glaswegian, I picture all the S&M engines to be like heavy Glaswegian like that.
Yeah,
like, they're built in Glasgow. But but also it fucks your throat up. Because
yeah, it's easy to
if you do it for long periods of time anyway. But
the only real kind of Glaswegian accent I'm familiar with is Big Mac's. When I think of Big Mac, he's a very strong example of that, and his throat is all the way down here. But what I like about his voice is that he's not always, his voice isn't always deep. Sometimes it's all the way up here. Hey, warrior, come on, let's go. We've got to take the Duchess in. Hey, come on,
I mean, I guess it's gravelly, but I don't think it's always down here.
Well,
I think it like that.
It's always gravelly, but it's not always deep. That's a very good way to put it, because
we've gone senile, chat.
Like, for instance, you can do, this would be Edward's voice if he was gravelly, but he's not in the slightest. The way I do him, of course. Some people might. But
he's more gentle.
He's extremely gentle. That's his very nature. And
my voice is kind of more high pitched, and I fucking hate it sometimes. But it's you get by after a while.
yeah,
Same with Dirk, to be fair.
yeah,
I'm
that's
just showing off this fucking point. I love it. But fucking with Dirk, it's more annoying because I kind. It's not this high pitch, Grant. It's more like this, but it's more like this, I think. But it's kind of annoying. It's grating after a while, especially knowing Dirk be like, you're in two ways of doing things. It's like, fuck off, you bastard. It's so weird.
Yeah. The small green bean says, "Do you guys watch South Park if you can do their voices? Can you do their voices?" I'm not going to try because for one thing, they pitch them up so much that they can't even do their voices. But
and also any quote from there is like something racist or
yeah. Well, okay. Well, here's the thing: South Park is really left leaning, so it's extremely offensive. But
that's kind of the point.
Yeah, but it's offensive. But the thing is, it's not racist or sexist or anything in the slightest.
Yeah.
Like when you watch the show and what it's actually saying, it never punches down and it's very defensive of people's rights. When you really think
like Family Guy almost.
Family Guy.
The joke that makes acknowledges that shit exists.
Yeah.
No, I mean like the shock value is what sells it. Mainly, granted, with Family Guy it's different because it's all on fucking cutaway gags, but.
Yeah, well, Family Guy is pretty racist and pretty sexist, and sometimes they just make jokes about Jews existing, period, and then they don't make any commentary. They're just like, haha, isn't it funny that Jews exist? Which is a really Hitler-y, shitty thing to do. So, look, in a lot of ways, I grew up with Family Guy. I like it. Some of the jokes are still great, but the overall politics that the show conveys is just kind of gross to me because a lot of the jokes are literally just laughing at black people or laughing at Jews or all the people Hitler didn't like all that much.
Whatever the one is where like Peter's a fucking crime investigator and he's just like I gotta go rush get you. It's just a man who was and he just shows like the Chinese like stereotype face on the thing.
Yeah, and it's like at what point does that become funny to Chinese people? It doesn't. It's just all at their expense.
I was talking about this with a mate, and it's like he said it's like Family Guy's funny out of context, but like while watching the show, it's like this is worse than the time I became so top and hat. It's like it doesn't have anything to do with the fucking
right. Yeah, when you look at what the show is actually saying, and a lot of the morals of the episodes are egregious and really just messed up. Oh, Joey the Cat says South Park is if George Carlin was a modern day TV show. That is a great way to describe it. Because George was also, he never punched down, He made a lot of jokes at a lot of people's expense, but it was almost always in, like the way he told jokes, a lot of it was in defense of women or in defense of minority groups. It was never like him laughing at people that were already down on their luck. It was always him laughing at the smugness of humanity. And the fact that so many people think they're invincible and think that they're entitled to do whatever they want. And he just kind of destroys that whole illusion. That's what makes him so funny.
It's why Wild in the West's thing with Duncan works so well. Because it's like they just fucking complain all the time.
Exactly. But it's also why honestly, Wild Nor'Westers made a lot of stuff that I adore. But that ode to George Carlin is up there because there's something so utterly beautiful about that story. The fact that Duncan knows nothing of the television series and doesn't discover George Carlin through it. That he just, by some cosmic miracle, finds out about George Carlin and appreciates him for his humor first. Something that not even we were able to do because we saw him through Thomas first. But Duncan gets to just see George. And that's so powerful. Like the fact that the universe brought them together and only afterwards does he find out about his association with him. What greater gift is there than to find out that your hero narrated your life already? Like,
and the thing, and the clips that Wild in the West uses is like taking wording of stuff literally, or it's like, get on the plane. I said censored word. I don't know what he says. Just I'm getting in the plane. In the plane.
Right.
And Evil get on the plane.
And he had plenty of material that was perfectly clean like that too, And that's the thing. It's like there's a bounty to draw from. But I'm sure Duncan listened to all of it, including the raunchiest stuff, and loved the shit out, And that's the implication. And that's it. Like, of course, the two of them are so in sync. They're so similar to each other. It's such a great comparison.
I am pretty sure Ode to Carlin was my first experience with George Carlin's comedy.
I believe that. That's,
With
I mean,
most
it
people's, I
came
think,
out a
to be
while
fair.
back. I think I don't know about with me. I'm pretty sure I don't remember the first time I saw George Carlin's comedy, but it's long ago. I don't remember when it was. But it goes without saying at this point, but I'm an enormous George Carlin fan. I've listened to all of his material all the way through. His books, his performances. I'm sure there's stuff I haven't found because he had a long and prolific career, but like everything that's easily available, I have listened to at least twice or three times because
both of them have a really blunt approach to life, which is commendable, to be fair, in this day and age. And it's like, George, like in the words of George, it's like, it's like you can joke about anything you want, but it's about how you construct it and like what the exaggeration is of the punchline, and like, and
yeah, no, it absolutely is. But there's the thing is, it's about how you construct the joke. But what he doesn't say there is the reason that matters is because you can construct the joke to make fun of a group, or you can construct a group. You can construct a joke to treat that group with understanding. And the thing is, like, George would never openly say like what his like political affiliation was in those interviews.
Like, not to be racist, but
right.
You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, like the thing is, like George would, I mean, he didn't put too much focus on that, but he was obviously left leaning. I mean, the guy was a fucking hippie, right? And he
always felt more, for God's sake.
Yeah. So I mean,
conspiracy, man.
He was very left leaning, and sometimes he couldn't help but just claim he couldn't help but just say things in his jokes sometimes that weren't even necessarily jokes. They were just how he felt,
Yeah.
Like there's this one bit I like where he's like talking about when the camcorder first came out, and you've got all these these men who have bought a camcorder and they're using it, and he says and every time you go to any amusement park or any monument, you see some dick, some yo-yo, and he gets down on his knees. He's doing the thing with the camera where he's looking through the lens even though it's not there, and he's like, but they don't let the women touch it. No, it's a very technical skill, like, and the whole point of that joke is like that these guys are so tied up in their own masculinity that they like aren't even respecting their own wives, right? And it's like a great joke because it's funny the whole way through, but it's also quietly defending women, which I just is why I admire George above just, loving his comedy and thinking he's hilarious. I think that he made the world better by being in it. And that's why he's my favorite comedian, Not that that's the job of a comedian, but it's certainly the job of any human being, not to make the world worse, at least. You can make comedy that doesn't, I mean, you can make comedy that doesn't have any difference. That is just slapstick. That's just funny, and that's it. And that does make the world better. But a lot of people make comedy that punches down and feeds into existing stereotypes and hurts people that are already hurt. And those people I have no respect for, But George made the world better, and we're all the better for him having been here. So he's one of my heroes.
It's like when like you tweet something like there are two genders or something like that. Like that's bait because it's like you want the attention sort of thing. Right. It's not like, and then you defend yourself being like, oh, it was a joke, and then it's like, no, you did it to piss people off. It's
right.
Like,
and that's the thing, is if you're, I mean, sometimes when you're telling a joke, you do intend to piss people off, but like you then have to acknowledge that you believed the thing you believed, right? Because if you like. The bigger question is, why would you want to piss those people off? Like, if you made a joke that was at the expense of trans people, why are you trying to piss off trans people? Like, what do you have against them? You must kind of be transphobic, right? If you made that joke, you went out of your way to do it. And that's the thing. I mean, like, I'll own anything that I do, and I think anyone should. It's like, if you say something, you shouldn't make the joke. Like, you shouldn't punch someone and run away, Like, you should be like, okay, well, this... but also you got to be careful about jokes. If you don't want to have a long and awkward conversation, you got to be careful about where the emphasis of the joke is. And if you say there are only two genders, then that's just a claim, right? And it's not even funny. Like, but if you say something like there are, I don't even know. I don't even know how I would say that because I wouldn't say that. But like, if you make a claim like, I don't even know. but
Yeah.
But comedy is a tricky beast, you know. And the key is if you're a good person, I feel like you make a joke and maybe it bombs, but it's not gonna ever offend anybody because it's gonna inherently reflect your values. Same as writing a story, right? Like if you write a story about a tricky subject, but you have good values, then they're gonna come through in the story. You know, like
it's harder with stories in the 20s as well, because the world was a shittier place, and it's like it's tempting to like delve into that, but at the same time, it's like no. You know.
I know what you're talking about. I think the key there is you need a kind of a way to show that you don't support what's happening on screen.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you write the character saying, I can't even say a piece of dialogue, fucking hell. But like, you know what I mean? If I say like Gordon saying the N-word or something, people obviously that's asking for some controversy. But like, if I say some like racist statement as Gordon, like that's his thing, people will assume because I've written it. They'll think I'm pushing, like it's a self-insert. And with the internet, like if you say, you know, I'm sorry, like, you know, it's very hard to convince people that you're sorry unless like it's your friends.
And that's a whole problem in and of itself is cancel culture is wildly out of control. Like I do think that a lot of really extreme people with bad beliefs also claim that because they're getting called out on their bad beliefs. But I do think that cancel culture is a little crazy. That being said, I probably prefer that to people just getting away with bad things, you know. So but I would say that Gordon, like, say it's pretty easy to diffuse that where if Gordon says something racist, say the engines do have an understanding of race and they do share the beliefs of the people of the time, Edward is extremely enlightened, and I feel like he would understand even back in the 20s that it was wrong, and so he would then say something clever and witty that undercuts Gordon, you know. It's like Gordon would say something like, you know, those people, if they're anything more than cleaners, I'm not going to pull the express anymore. And Edward
they're all pink on the inside, Gordon.
Yeah. So, well, he could say that, absolutely, and just flat out tell Gordon, hey, you're wrong and you're a dick, which is what you're saying there. That definitely would do the trick. But what would be even better is to see Edward say something like, oh, not pull the express. Oh, maybe they'll hire that man as the new driver. For what? Well, for the new engine they're going to buy to replace you, of course. He just leaves, you know? Like something that just makes Gordon look not just wrong, but like stupid, you know? Because racism is stupid, you know? And the people, and if you don't want to be seen as stupid...
Wouldn't be the first time the Fat Controller bought a new engine amidst a strike.
No. But for the record, I don't think any of the engines have any bigotry towards people. I do think that they are totally innocent in that regard. Because I think at the heart of it, humanity isn't inherently racist or sexist or anything. And so if an engine is just a person that just becomes like, say Gordon, right? He's just a train, but we've now brought him to life as a character. Well, he's not going to take all that baggage with him. He's just humanity at its core. And at our core, we aren't like that. It's just a programming error. Racism is just something we learned that we need to unlearn. It's not part of who we are. And so with Gordon and Edward, and no matter how bad an engine is, I don't think they have any of that racism or sexism or whatever. If they were people, that'd be a different topic. And so like with something like the Fat Director, well, he's a controller in the 1920s. I
feel like even if the engines did have an understanding of it, it would be impossible for locomotives to be racist against specific groups of humans.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it just wouldn't narratively track. It'd be like, why?
Like, I could believe engines being racist against humanity as a whole. Like, I could see that happening to a character.
He called it biofusion, though.
Oh my god. But yeah, you know, I would say it definitely, you know, it doesn't make sense. Like, what stake do engines even have in that? But then again, it doesn't make sense with people either. It's an ugly thing all around. But it's interesting to talk about. It's interesting to explore. I have a lot of writing that is kind of doing that I haven't published yet. not for the reason that it's controversial. I don't think it is. It's just I never published anything because I'm silly.
Yeah.
It's for the normal reasons you don't publish things.
It isn't wrong, but we just don't push them.
TGC and Junction Malfunction are having a rather interesting conversation. TGC says the thing about cancel culture is that being canceled is completely a choice. And then he says, or they says, I know that from experience in this fandom, I've been canceled like 7 times. Oh boy. Interesting. A Junction Malfunction says, how is being canceled a choice? That's the choice of others, not you as an individual, despite what you have or haven't said. And then TGC says, just don't leave. Cancellation is a self-imposed exile. If you just don't leave, there's nothing anyone can really do about it.
What the fuck have we started?
Okay, so that's true. But the thing is, humans are social creatures. It's very difficult to survive in an environment where people don't like you. And the thing
that's the thing. Cancel culture isn't make this person delete their Twitter account. Cancel culture is everyone who interacts with this person, stop.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's beyond Twitter. And that's, there's still going to be people in your life who you still have. But, we're all on Twitter and YouTube and whatever for a reason. It's because it's worth it to us. It's because having these people in our lives makes it better. And losing them is a pretty powerful bargaining chip. But I would say that if you've been canceled 7 times, you clearly were affected by it, and it clearly did work. Because otherwise, you leave and come back and leave, and you say just don't leave.
Yeah,
you did leave 6 times. At any rate, I don't even I have no idea what went down with you, but I hope you're all right. Not saying I agree with you necessarily, but I have no idea. But at any rate, I don't want cancel culture to destroy people. I don't think the answer is ever to destroy people.
Yeah.
And some people
it's
want
like mob mentality as well. It depends on what it is, I guess. Because if you're like a nonce or like a pedophile or something, then it's like that's obvious. Like fuck off,
Those are the two big things, yeah. Because it's look, in those situations, there is a point where I stop caring. Where I'm like, okay, if this guy's a full-on, I'm not saying anyone in particular. I'm just saying, say somebody on Twitter is a full-on Nazi, right? No, so straight up, drive them out of town. There is a point, I don't believe in war. I believe in the Second World War. I think that we had to do that. That was, without a doubt, fighting the Nazis was the right move. And, you could even argue that the First World War was a little petty. The second one, though, that had to happen.
Because it happened during the first year as well. When Christmas of the first year, the thing, they were just like, fuck it, let's just play footy. And then on Christmas Day, they the Germans and the Brits just put their fucking guns down and just had a kickoff.
Right. It's interesting. TGC says, even in real life, everyone who's been canceled has a whole Netflix special complaining about it. See, that's true, right? Because at the end of the day, as long as they don't threaten the powerful or the bottom line of large companies that are supporting them, then they'll be fine. Because at the end of the day, money is a little bit more powerful than justice.
Yeah.
How it is. But that doesn't mean they're not affected either. But yeah, the most powerful people aren't affected by cancel culture. It's mostly small people who don't have the power. It's difficult. But I do think that overall, and this is cheesy, it's just about talking to people and understanding them and just showing them respect, even if you've heard terrible things about them. I can say from experience definitively that I have had friends that have been driven out of this community and didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
And, that's happened. But I've also had friends that, are not here anymore, and I get why, right? So it's it's like anything. Cancel culture sometimes has a good net effect and sometimes doesn't. It really depends on the situation. It's like Batman. It's why people debate Batman. He's like this vengeful creature that just you might know me as Shrillith. Oh, Bean. It'll take forever to explain.
Okay.
But Shrillith, you were in a stream with a few of my friends. I'm well aware. But Yes. Anyway, so what was I saying before I realized this was Shrillith I was talking to?
Something Batman.
I've been canceled. I mean, I've been at the position where the average Twitter user leaves. I've been staying out of trouble these days. Lol. Well, that's good. Stay out of trouble. Stay out of trouble, kid. Stay out of trouble, Shrillith.
Yeah.
The First World War? A junction malfunction says First World War? Oh, most definitely, Petty. It was the European royal families have on big giant family feud. Yeah, that's kind of the sense I get. But
see, if only Family Feud existed at the time, then there would have been a healthy receptacle for all of it.
Of course. You're right. That was the solution to war. That makes so much sense.
Steve Harvey saves everything.
So I see.
But it's Steve Harvey. He's fucking epic.
So I see saying the small green bean says, "Why is the TTTE fandom toxic?" It's not toxic. Twitter isn't toxic either inherently, but here's the thing: Twitter is not a good forum for communication, especially when that communication is controversial, because you can only speak in very short kind of sound bites, and you can't really go back and forth. You can't hear the other person's intonation. Most of the people you argue with on Twitter, you'd become friends with if you were to sit next to them in not even in real life, in a Discord call. I'm not saying get on Discord with all the people on Twitter, but I am saying
you will die.
If you're one-on-one with somebody and you actually, you'll die. If you're one-on-one with somebody, then you will start to get a sense of them as a human being. And there's still people I've been one-on-one with that I don't like. You know, that happens. There are people in this world you just don't like. But the vast majority of people will like each other if they just get to know each other. That's almost everybody. I know from experience. I know because there's people that my first thought was, I shouldn't talk to this person. They're weird or they have bad views or whatever. Yeah. And then I talked to them and I totally changed my mind. Maybe not even because their views were different, but because they had the views for reasons I didn't realize. And it kind of made sense. And I thought this person's extremely redeemable. So, you know, my point is you don't have to go around trying to save everybody, but just understand that if somebody's being dogpiled by the whole community, there's no guarantee whatsoever that person's actually bad.
What we have to do is talk to each other.
It's true. There's a reason that's a cliche. It's because that actually does solve the problem. You know, so I refuse to believe that every single person that I've met that's been controversial has magically changed their personality every time they talk to me. It's just that I know how to talk to them and I show them respect. And the truth is we can all do that. And it might be difficult. And it, you know, if it's at all stressful, don't do it. You don't have to do it. You have no responsibility to engage with anybody. Hell, you could spend your entire life in your room if you wanted to. I don't recommend it. I've tried it. It sucks. Or you could just spend time with a few people, close people that you trust. That's enough. Yeah. But I think most people are probably, if they dig deep, willing to talk to somebody they don't agree with or who they might even think is a bad person. And just see what they're about, you know, and not, you know, go in without judgment. Just see what do they have to say and don't try to provoke them. Just see what they, you know, have to say on the matter. And oftentimes people have good intentions because the vast majority of human beings are good. So that's my belief on things. And that's how I engage with the world. Now, I'm not saying, you know, there aren't bad people. There are Nazis out there and we need to weed them out. But you know,
you need to fight the Nazis.
Yeah. But the thing is, a lot of people are Nazis for terrible reasons and would drop it at the drop of a hat if they realized how shitty they really were and if somebody confronted them on it. You know, I mean, good people do turn into Nazis and they can be turned back out of that horrible thinking. But, you know, but also there's a huge gradient. Some people are Nazis. So some people are just a little bit bigoted. And it's like, well, you know, obviously you don't just, if someone says something bigoted, you don't just sit there and say nothing. You certainly don't agree with them, but maybe you just say, hey, that's not cool. And that's it. That's all you got to say. Right. And just to make sure they aren't supported in that belief. But also it's okay to have a few bigots in the world. Like that's not going to like cause a catastrophe. It's when they all get riled together and then their views get radicalized. That's when the problem is.
Or if they
One
start killing as
be
well.
able to argue that it's good to have one or two bigots in the world just to remind you that they exist.
That's kind of true in a way, you know? You don't want to get
sounds really
complacent.
bad out of context.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you don't want to get complacent, right? And I mean, we've always got to fight bigotry. So anywhere you see it, say something. Now, it doesn't have to be something big. It definitely doesn't have to be a speech. Just don't laugh and smile along with it. I've been guilty of that before, where it's like, you don't want to be the bad guy. You don't want to be, you don't want to cause a fuss, even if it's with a bad person. So you smile and nod along. But at least just say, that's not cool, or stop laughing. That's all you got to do. Yeah. And they'll get the message, and maybe they'll remember that that's the wrong thing, because they probably know it deep down. Anyway, so that's my grandiose speech. You're welcome. Yeah, my TED Talk says, who said TED Talk? Somebody said it was.
We don't have TED.
No, that is honestly what I thought when I first saw it. I was like, TED something. Oh, TED Talk. Oh,
the best speech will win a boiler flush.
Kanye West supports Nazis and Hitler. What an ass.
Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, that's shitty as all hell. So that's fuck him for that. And because the thing is, it's like just consistently gotten worse. At first, it's like he said some questionable things, and I was like, oh, well, maybe he just is an idiot. And then, no, this is bad. So yeah. Anyway, Spider-Man is quite literally my favorite superhero ever, says NWR number 13. And then let's see, the initial thing that started that was the Sudrian E2 said, speaking of trying to save everyone, what are your thoughts of the character of Spider-Man? I'm sorry, I know nothing about Spider-Man. I really, Peter Parker. He's like a journalist. He got bitten by a radioactive spider, and he can shoot webs and sling across the city, and his uncle got murdered, and that he felt really guilty. It is interesting that he basically is driven by failing to save somebody he cared about, rather than being driven by something bad happening to them and wanting vengeance. Because a lot of heroes are like that. But Spider-Man just feels like he neglected his duty, and then he's acting out of trying to make up for his own mistake.
Well, in a lot of iterations, it's because he did. He was doing something selfish, and in the process, a chain of events happen that get his uncle fucking shot.
Well, I've only seen that one live action movie where that happens. So that's kind of the one I'm thinking of. It's Spider-Man something one, probably.
One. Yeah, it's just Spider-Man.
It would be weird if his uncle died after he was already Spider-Man and then it still caused it. That would kind of be a fucked up time situation. Didn't he watch some movie and totally have a 180-degree turnaround? Who did? I'm kind of bored. I'm leaving. Bye, says the small green bean.
Goodbye. Bye. Have a great time.
Oh, my goodness. My goodness.
You have an online platform, and with great power comes great responsibility. That's all I know about Spider-Man, to be fair.
Nice. Yeah, that is true. That is I don't know if that's his catchphrase, per se.
No, that's fucking, what's his name? Uncle Ben's Fried Rice, or whatever his name is in the thing.
Yeah, that was kind of Uncle Ben's kind of parting in Peter.
That's been quoted so many fucking times. And it's true, to be fair.
It's not his motto or his catchphrase, but it is his mission statement.
Well, no, it's become a catchphrase online, I mean. He said it.
Well, yeah, it is a catchphrase, and that it is a catchy phrase.
Yeah.
But it's not a thing that he says as he charges into battle. It's a pep talk that he gives.
Joey the cat. With great power comes great electricity bill. That's true.
Insert Toby joke here.
With great power comes great electricity bill.
Oh my gosh. That's when they opened the Peel Godred dam and shit. With great power comes great electricity.
With
great power comes great water. Cool. Oh shit, the dam's broken.
It's so weird. Oh my god. It's so weird that the Peel Godred branch line starts in 1923. Like, what the hell?
Jesus.
Like, the
It
thing
feels
is,
like a 40s thing,
And it
doesn't
starts
Yeah.
out with electric engines from the beginning.
yeah, like, the thing is, I don't know. It's like, sorry, I'm distracted by this question. NWR Tank Engine said, Lemmy, what superpower would you have? I mean, flight is the obvious one. That would be really cool. I think there'd be something more useful, though, more practical. I mean, teleportation would be amazing.
What about telekinesis?
See, I've thought about that so many times. It would be so great, like, for filming. You wouldn't need string or hands. You would just, you can pull off so much shit
Yeah.
that way.
But then would it come to real life, like depictions where like you'd have a wave like going around the thing? So if you film
I don't know. Yeah,
like you'd have a thing. You'd have good old fucking Cecil, just going to quote Dougal.
I never actually thought about that. Like, yeah, I guess that could be the case. I'm assuming it's totally invisible. What about the power to create literally anything you want at any given moment? I think that'd be incredibly depressing. Because then there's no real reason for an artist. That'd be horrible. Because then there's no reason to do anything, right? Like, you would just create all of your life's work like right now. Now, if it's just like objects, I would never be able to make a model again. I could just poof a replica accurate top hat into existence, and then
you learn that fold as well.
Yeah,
with it.
Now, I would love that.
Yeah, you would, but you're not. You don't have a passion.
Says what electric shock.
Like this is why I was so threatened by the 3D printer when it first was.
No, I know all of yours. Well, they don't, but I do.
Exactly. It's Dustin. You have a habit of forgetting we have an audience. I'm rather careful not to make in jokes or do things that they're not going to get.
Hey, you gotta help us. That was the most shoehorned fucking reference. I swear to God.
But yeah, so I when the printer first came out, I just saw your message now, Dustin. Like, hey, I'm off work, but I'm in the car driving home, but I can join now. So
driving home for Lemmy stream.
Better late than never. So yeah, I mean, I was really threatened when the 3D printer came out because I spent a lot of time.
Intimidating, to be fair. It does seem a kind of bit intimidating, to be fair.
Yeah, well, because I spent so much time. I took a lot of pride in my ability to craft complex shapes out of cardboard and masking tape.
Yeah,
and because it was. But the big thing is, I didn't just do it because cardboard. It's fun and cool. I did it. Yeah, I did it because it was the cheapest way available, and I felt like I was beating the system by doing it. And all of a sudden, a 3D printer makes up for that. Like, a 3D printer is so much cheaper. For all the time I've spent on cardboard models, a 3D printer could have done them in half the time, probably faster. Yeah. And so I felt, easier. Yeah, sorry, go on. It is. It's a lot easier. Now, you still need knowledge of 3D modeling. Luckily, I have a great deal of that as well. So I was, I could still use my skills. But, it took me a while to get a printer because I was just so intimidated by the realization that I was basically being replaced, I felt. But I eventually did it and just got over myself and decided, well,
all my cardboard models drawn the same time as me.
Oh God.
I was also trying to think of a Gordon joke, but
one, blue nose. But it's also like a detractor almost, because like modeling up close, it's easier because like you can like look at shit like shut up, Sam. It's not 3D, but you know what I mean. It's like it's in your hands. But like the closest
that's 3D. We're 3-dimensional.
Well, yeah, but like when designing it, the closest you can see to it is like staring at a screen. And
it's true, but you can see every angle of it, and you can get way closer on a 3D model than you ever could on a real one. And so it makes up for all of that kind of. The thing is, like, it will never be as tactile, and that's the one reason that I really still love physical modeling is it's just so it's in your hands, it's real, and even after it's printed, well, you don't have memories of slowly constructing that thing. You know, you don't know what
you don't look at the thing and be like, oh, hang on, wait, fucking storyteller. Actually, you don't look at the thing and be like, oh, I spilt beer on the back of this fucking thing.
Right. Like, yeah, but I do have memories like that, which are awesome.
Yeah.
And it's like, but the thing is, if you print enough parts, you do have those memories because you print the funnel different from the tanks, different from the cab, and eventually, you know, it does have its own story. So, like, sure, the actual physical crafting of the parts, that's not done by you anymore, but everything else still is. So it's, you know, it's not nothing, right? But it is just, it was mostly pride.
Sorry.
Like both of the models we 3D printed, both of the wooden railway models that me and you 3D printed here. By the way, audience, me and Lemmy 3D printed 2 3D models during some of our meetups.
Good job.
Like,
it's like the fun stories.
Like, you know, sure, we didn't craft them, but like both of those were involved with, like, we were doing mass custom making, and it was a fun time and a great experience. And we're like, hey, we got like 9/10 of a Percy done in a day. All he needs is the base.
And that's the thing, right? It was a fun experience, you know, but also it is pretty awesome to get it done that quickly. It's a good middle ground where, like, the teleportation or the making something poof into existence, that
squad a lot,
right? But but 3D printing a model, that has different, like, that is still creation. You know, it's not instantaneous. It requires work, and you know, in some cases, it gets you a better result than if you're really, really into it. It might get you a better result than doing it from scratch, but at the same time take longer than doing it from scratch because there's such perfection to it and you have to sand it and do all that stuff. So, you know, it's a tool like anything else, and I've gotten over it, but it took me a very long time to do so. LMS 5. Lemmy, explain 80 engines, please. So, I don't know whether to react to
all of the fanon characters are just real.
So that is your approach, Dustin. I think there are a great many engines on the island that we haven't seen. So there's a few components to this. One, you add all the engines in the entire show up. I'm talking Hank and Connor and Caitlin, even the crazy ones. You get up to about 60. So that doesn't even cover it. So yeah, you would have to pull in fan-in characters or make your own. But honestly, the way I look at the Northwestern Railway, at least right now, I'm picturing that these 80 engines are really, I mean, there's probably a few in there from the show, like Molly and Emily and others that I like. But for the most part, I think that they're engines that we have never seen before.
Yeah.
That are, you know,
different British
classes. You got 8 Fs maybe, and like Ginties. And like,
it's fun for like creative liberty almost, because you can kind of, I've done this, I'm guilty of this to be fair. Like just putting my own fucking thing in there, just seeing if people notice. Like I've got about 4 austerities, I think, just because, I don't know. Like,
yeah, I could totally see that.
Not because austerity engine funny, lol, but no, it's just because, like, you know, like just because I just want to put fucking austerities in there. Because like, there's about overnight. That's not really a helpful number, is it? There's a shitload preserved, I think. But so like, you know,
austerities are the Gronks of steam engines. They're freaking everywhere.
Yeah.
I could totally believe where a handful of austerities would end up working on Sodor.
I was talking to Wild Wester about this because on his Discord, I was like, "Is 10 engines for Knapford Yards impractical?" And he said yes, but it's like, no. I only.
I think I was a part of that conversation.
I restricted that to like 6 because But then my argument is they aren't allocated to that yard, so you'd have about 3 for that, or like something for a day, and then it would like switcheroo. But like, you know, just for like more camera diversity, I guess that's just a fucking shit term.
No, I think like, it's cool. That's the thing. I think there would be a lot of shunters in the big yards. That kind of have to be. And I mean, 10 is a lot. But also, it's a when you say Knapford, should I just think Tidmouth, like the big station?
Well, actually. Lucky for you, I have track plans for all my fucking sets. Hang on.
Okay.
Because I'm fucking fancy that. No, that's Cosby yards.
Well, any track plan you have is probably going to be about half the size of what it would actually be.
Yeah, but then it's difficult because hang on, fucking, yeah. Fuck's sake, charger. Second half. But like this is a fucking hodgepodge. I base most of mine on trains routes. So this is the station. This was originally going to be 3 sidings, but I got rid of that because again, you have to take into account what fits on the table. So this is like carriage shed, good shed.
Exactly.
Wagon works. Which hang on, fucking wagon works. I'm going to whistle now because I'm up late. Wagon works. That's for like rolling stock and what have you. Logos, fun.
Nice.
Yes. And like, fucking, where's the fucking thing? And then, I didn't notice that fucking buffer. What was that? You guys have gone back now. Yay. And then, fuck, is this still thing? And then it's just tinkering about with this. And it's like, you know, like when you're filming certain scenes, you've got to like, or like certain parts of the sets, you've got to somehow convey that it's, like if I make this bit and then like deconstruct that and then make this bit, you got to convey somehow that it's the same fucking set. Otherwise, people will be confused.
I know exactly how you feel. Back in 2016 when I did Tidmouth, I recreated the points exactly because there was never a consistent Tidmouth set. There was the sheds and there was the station, and so I had to move the whole thing over and just design the points the same way and then push it over. So the points were always at the edge of the set. It's a cool thing. It's a cool effect. People are always wowed by it.
And it gives you a good idea of where to film shit. So this is from Duck and Fergus. This is like the trap points bit. And then the stations, I've went there as if it was there, for fuck's sake. But like the station's there. Gordon siding, as I call it, you know, in what's it called, off the rails. And then, yeah, and it's like stuff like Vickerstown's probably a big culprit as well. I'm showing off massively. I love it. But where the fuck is it? Jesus Christ. I'm like a contractsman or some shit. Fire and furnace? No. Okay, now.
So the question in general, I love seeing your track plans, but I mean, like the plans you've drawn, it's all a question of what is it representing versus what is it actually, right? Like for instance, whenever I next build a Tidmouth station in Wooden Railway, I think I'm going to put just 2 lines between each of the platforms. But there's got to be a third one there as a loop line, right? Otherwise, engines wouldn't be able to get out. But I'm not going to show that because then the engines would be too far away and it would spoil all the shots. But in my head, it is there. So the yard might be 5 times bigger than you actually depict it being. And maybe you show as many engines because of that, because that would kind of indicate it. So like if your yard is genuinely what that paper shows, then it's probably like 1 engine running that yard because that's about the size of Wellswood, maybe something smaller.
And there's this bit as well. This is behind the sheds. Mind you, this is my way of putting what's the shed in season 7, and then I forgot this was here. To be fair,
interesting.
What?
Interesting.
Yeah, so this is where the shunters would be, or like just any locomotive that stays there overnight.
That's cool.
And there's out of use line there. And then
here's the thing: if I'll be honest with you, if we're having like a railway realism discussion of like, okay, how many engines are justified at Knapford? The second you incorporate a 90-degree curve of any kind, you don't need to worry about it.
Mate, have you seen Earthel Track?
I know, okay? I know what you're working with. Believe me, I know what you're working with. You're working with 45 degrees. You know what kind of grid Wooden Railway operates on, buddy?
What?
45 degrees. We're in the same boat, pal.
Well, no, at least
Hey,
horrible.
we have flex in our system.
At least you have track. This is practically, fuck's sake, phone. This is practically a fucking road. I'm getting pissed off now. It's so bad. My Tidmouth is literally a double track instead of a triple track, and I fucking hate it. But I mean, it's not as exaggerated as it is here. I've just drawn it for convenience. But like, again, bearing in mind, not all of this is going to fit on set. It's like, just as long as I've got a general idea of what the fuck I'm doing, it's like that's all that matters. And it's like,
yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's really key to think about it a lot, but not overthink it. And I think you're in the perfect middle ground there, because you convey the perfect energy with your sets, but you also don't think too extremely about it. And the truth is, if you're asking a question like, is 10 engines too many for Knapford? The truth is, you want 10 engines at Knapford, just put them there.
Yeah, just to put in the background. But like, like thinking about it, it's like, no, 6 is a stretch, but you know, it's doable.
Right.
It also depends on going to railway realism, it also depends on what the definition of 10 engines allocated to Knapford means.
Is it the harder? Is it
the big station?
Right.
Because you could say that some of these engines, while being, allocated to the yard, are technically do trip workings, where they technically leave the station in the yard, but they come back.
That's true.
Yeah.
You could say that.
And I work my way around it being like that they were bought for the purpose of like shunting there, but they also do odd jobs. So it wouldn't be all 10 of them, or 6 rather, just like doing the same thing. You'd normally have about 3 or something, and then it would switch about who's doing it or who's in the yard at the time.
Right.
Yeah. Which that would probably lean more towards, maybe we have 5 engines allocated specifically to this yard, and then we have the engines allocated to the main line and the engines allocated to the branch lines, and then we have this pool of engines that isn't allocated to anything. They just do whatever the fuck we need them to.
Goodbye, Purple Toad. Goodbye. Purple Toad is
out. Goodbye.
Hey, Lemmy, thoughts on Richard the New Engine? Okay, so look, I got nothing against who is it who created Richard? Is that Cam?
Carson? No, wait, it's Barry Truck, I think, because he wrote those.
Interesting. So Carson, Barry Truck, whoever the case, I mostly associate Richard with Carson. I think Richard is. I don't want to be mean, right? But I think he's way, at least back when he came out, he was way overhyped. Because the thing is, I think Richard so the visuals of Carson's work are phenomenal. They are just out of this world. I mean, for what the community had seen at that time, it was a next level, right? It was like twice as good. So
that was the first time, I think, because you were saying in Lemmy Plays with His Trains, how the claw thing on Diesel 10 was revolutionary back then.
Yeah.
This was the first time. This was the first time that people didn't mask faces from the show just to move the eyes. It was in game.
Right. No, you're right. Yeah, that was a key thing. That was huge. And just the look of everything was stunning. So here's the thing. Richard got a whole lot of credit for that. Because Richard is a pretty bland character. Think about it. He's just a big tender engine that gets saved from scrap by Henry and then brought to the island and then joins the big engines for seemingly no reason. Which, for one thing, I am dubious about adding anybody to the 3 big engines because they're an iconic trio. Imagine trying to add somebody to the Top Gear cast. It wouldn't fly. But for another thing, see this right here, this is the Mary Sue problem. I
was going to say, Richard gets very close to becoming a Gary Stu.
He does, right? But the thing is, it's because he hasn't really earned his place on the island. The other thing is, I don't know, it seems like he doesn't really provide us with anything that we don't already have. He's a Southern Railway design. Other than that, it just, I don't know. He doesn't quite fit in. He's still kind of in the same colors. He's in this elegant green with white lining. So he kind of clashes with Henry, I don't know. I feel like if there's going to be a 4th big engine, maybe they should be yellow or something, I must leave. Goodbye, everyone. The small green bean says. Goodbye,
Cries
small
of
green
banana.
bean. But the thing about Richard is, I mean, like, here's the thing. I've watched the videos that he's in more than once. Like, they're entertaining.
Richard.
They are. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
like the crane crashing into the coach. That's awesome.
Yeah.
And like just the Henry saying, we can't save every engine, but we can certainly try. That's badass, right? That's cool. But it just kind of feels underwhelming after Oliver. Like, to me, Oliver was a tide turner. He turned the tide, right? And after that, I feel like what should happen is like the works should open to heritage engines of all corners of the nation, you know? Like, it should be something epic. Like, Oliver opened the floodgates. But instead, it's just another engine being horrifically scrapped. It just feels like we're still in the same dystopia, you know? Like, after Oliver, things should be different, but they're not. It's I don't know. It's just a little... It's kind of taking bits and pieces from every like really great Thomas story, and it's just kind of using them again, but it's not doing any additional commentary on them. So that's what I mean.
You could argue that Bowler said script ages ago, so it could take place in present day. So
yeah, which is weird, right? Because why is Bowler even involved at all?
Convenience, I guess, from that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's I don't know. It seems repetitive. It doesn't really seem like it adds like a character that doesn't exist already. Now he does have character. He's kind of a clumsy, kind of well-meaning guy, but also that's why he doesn't belong in the big engines. You know, if this was like a Neville tier character or a Murdoch tier, okay, but like he's given way too much prominence and way too much hype, and that's kind of the trouble. Like, he's an okay character, but he's not worthy of the role in the main cast that he gets kind of launched into, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
and the thing that protects him from actually earning the Gary Stu title is that, save from being indicted into the big engines, the characters don't change how they act because of him. Right. And he does have a character. So
that big engines thing is pretty hard to stomach.
And then what's his name? Ryan Stock kind of played into like the overhype with him. How it's like James is going, the public is fickle, Richard, and then Topham comes out being like, this is a railway with a job to do, and then like saying something. It doesn't say Richard's pulling this train. It's the express to Tidmouth, and then like the crowd going, we want Richard, and then like shouting outside the fucking office.
Yeah, that was a bit extreme. But like, I think if Richard were like, here's the thing, Dudley, right? That's a character he's rather similar to Richard in the role he occupies in the fandom, but he hasn't gotten nearly the fanfare I think that Richard has.
It flips it on its head as well, because he's an antagonist, but he has like.
Honestly, I haven't seen anything with Dudley in it yet. Like, I haven't watched any of the Dudley stuff.
It's basically it's in the 60s, it seems, and it's a kind of underhanded steam engine trying to get Bear sent away because he doesn't like diesels, and because he wants a place on the railway, and the only way that he sees to do that is by doing underhanded things, So he's trying to kind of he's trying to secure a place for himself in a very underhanded way.
Yeah. And it's a steam engine as well, which kind of, because normally you'd expect it from a diesel, but like he's doing it for sympathetic motives in the sense that he wants to survive, but it's juvenile the way he's going about it.
Right.
And
that's the thing, is like, it's an interesting story. I do think it's a little bit more interesting than Richard's stuff, but it's still like not like it's not like it didn't blow me away or anything. It's good. It's really good, but it didn't like stun me. And so, but the thing is, I feel like Dudley's getting exactly as much praise as is Alana. Like, I think it's like, yeah, Dudley should be praised. It's a good story. It's a really cool character design. It all makes sense. But I feel like it's not like a crazy amount of praise. And it's like, I feel like Richard got way more praise than he deserved. And it's because he was the flagship for a totally new kind of age for trains, right? He wasn't getting praised because he was Richard, and Richard was really interesting. If he was some Sprite OC on DeviantArt, people would not give him the time of day. It's because he was in this
Like an
brilliant
E2 with hair on one side.
Yeah. It's always on one side. Why is that?
Edgy.
But yeah, you know, I mean, I think that anyway. So that's, I hesitate to say anything negative about anybody's work because any art is worthwhile, obviously. But Richard, I was pretty annoyed by how much praise he got back when he came out. But the praise was deserved. It just wasn't directed at the right thing. It was directed at the character in this instead of the style as a whole, which they also praised. But Richard was very bland, but I don't think that mattered much because he was lumped in with a style of filmmaking that was glamorous and stunning. So he was acting as a lightning rod for all of that praise. And it was just kind of annoying to me because I was like, who the fuck is this guy and what's he doing on my railway? You know, like,
Who the fuck is that
Who
guy?
the fuck is this engine and what's he doing on my railway?
Who the fuck
he
is
says
this
that every
guy?
week.
It's not even my railway anymore.
Yeah,
NWR Tank Engine says, so you saying he's only popular because a big user made it? No. Here's the thing. I'm sure that helped Carson gain notoriety, but also he gained significantly more notoriety around that time because of the quality of his work. So, you know, it's not because it's a big user. It's not the fame and glamour of it. It's because the work was genuinely stunning. So Richard only gained notoriety and praise because the graphics for trains that he was being depicted with were so stunning, I think. Because at the end of the day, that's why people become big users in this fandom. I don't agree with anyone who tries to enforce any sort of hierarchy. Obviously I am fundamentally opposed to hierarchy.
Yeah.
However, I don't think many people do that. I think that's
you ran for fucking TWRC president.
Did I?
Did you? I don't know.
I don't think I did. If I did, I certainly didn't know it. But also that whole thing.
Didn't you know you won a few times ago because everyone wrote you in?
The thing is, like, that whole thing is just a big joke, right? It's me and a bunch of other dorky friends who most of them aren't even particularly well known. You know, I mean, they're not like Carson levels, right? Like, we're all just kind of a bunch of dorks that are. It's like the bridge jokes, right? It's like just a funny role play that we all do because it's goofy. The idea that there would be a president, everybody involved.
It is the ultimate bridge joke,
right? And that's the thing.
Bridge even.
It's all a joke. It's not serious in the slightest. What power does the president have? It's literally just a giant role play. That's all it is, you know. And some people take it too seriously, but those same people, don't they they need to fight for their rights? The fact that they think that somebody could just do that, dude, no, they can't. Nobody can tell you what to do. But some guy can't just come along in the community and say, "I'm the president now. You do what I say." Dude, you laugh at that. You don't get serious. You don't say, it's just I don't know. I don't get how people can take that seriously.
I mean, you could argue that they're big users, quote unquote, for a reason, because their content is good, but I don't know, because some outside of Thomas as well, people shouldn't deserve the following they have, because some of it is shite, like Nick Av, for example, and stuff I could go on a massive rant about YouTube, but I'm not going to. But you know, it's with Thomas fandom anyway, because it's somewhat smaller, it feels bigger than it is, to be fair. But right. You know, it's criminally less talked about, I think, as well. Because people just see it as, Thomas, haha, child, lol.
I do think it's growing, though. I think the fandom is getting bigger, and I think that it's getting further reach, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think we're on the upswing. I only hope that my dream is that whatever iteration of Thomas comes next remembers what made the Railway series so beloved and endearing, you know? It has that charm. Because the current show has no charm. It may be okay. It may be well produced. It may be, you know, an okay kids kind of slime show. where it's just kind of they just watch it and it's like
Yeah.
something, it keeps me busy. But it doesn't have like the character and charm of the original, and
No.
and
It's just like
and so it just I don't know, like these engines are titans of children's literature. They really are. And Mattel doesn't realize it. These engines are Olton Hall in that story that Half Baked Hex just wrote. They're rotting away in a museum when they're capable of insane boiler pressure and speed, and yet they're sitting there, in an exhibition hall with their own sound effects being played on a speaker above them rather than using their real whistle. Like, the people who own Thomas don't realize the immense power and cultural impact that it has. And I think that everybody deep down remembers how much they love Thomas and James and Gordon and Edward and Percy and all of these characters. The public deep down remembers, but they need to be reminded. And I don't think it would take much to do that if the company were willing to do it. There is something there to be tapped into, and there's a lot of money in it if that's what it needs to convince them.
And
there's
the,
a hell of
and
a
the
lot.
sad thing is, Chattel don't give a shit about what Thomas is. They just see money, and like it's just trends.
Which is a pity, because they could make it into $1 billion franchise if they would just utilize Audrey's genius. Because it's true, he was a brilliant writer. He had great characters. He knew how to entertain and endear, and they don't. They know how to make cheap things out of plastic. So just I don't know. I take a few notes from the great man. Have some humility and just bring Thomas back to what it was. But not even the TV series. It could be something totally different, but just something where everybody's themselves, and where it's about trains and it's about watching those side rods go around and getting mesmerized by it. Because kids of any age.
That was the first attraction for steam locomotives for me, to be fair, as a kid.
Go back to the days where every time a new consist came across the screen, you were counting all the cars, paying attention to each one.
And our biggest qualms with the show was the lack of a brake van at every train.
Oh yeah, man, oh man. Now, NWR number 13 says, I'm curious, Lemmy, in your opinion, where does the line get crossed when it comes to unrealism in the Thomas universe? That's a very interesting question. The thing is, for a long time, I thought I cared about realism a lot. But I realize now I really don't.
I do as well, to be honest, to an extent.
Yeah, the thing is, I care about believability. And they are different things. Realism is about how measurably close the media is to real life. Believability is about whether you can get immersed in it and whether it distracts you or not. Back in 2017, when the trailer for Journey Beyond Sodor and eventually the movie itself came out, I was not happy. And the reason was that just the style of the show, the fact that the engines were bouncing, rattling around was gross to me. And the thing is, back then, I thought, oh, this is so unrealistic. Oh, rabble, and got all mad at it.
Most of us, to be fair, as well.
Well, you say that now, but I wouldn't have made a whole movie expressing my anger if it had been most of us. In truth,
like the outrage.
The outrage seemed to be coming from about 30% of the fandom, and the rest of the people were making concessions for it. That's what made me so mad, is the fact that so many people were defending it and saying, oh, there's nothing wrong,
Yeah. And then there was people being like, you're not a Thomas fan if you like this. And
before I was friends with Lemmy, I was making Lemmy mad and driving him to make a one of the few projects that he regrets.
Yeah. I mean, but a lot of people were, right? I mean, that's the thing. But, see, Mela Madness says, to be honest, I wasn't that disturbed by the bouncing. See, a lot of people weren't. A lot of people still aren't. But to me, I freaked seeing it. And it's like, and I realize now, it wasn't because it was unrealistic. It wasn't because the whole show was unrealistic. The fact that Knapford Station has 4 through lines. Where are they all going? Where? Don't show me
to the back of the yards?
Maybe, but why would you would have sidings to do that instead? Because all that track, the island would never have 4 stretches of track next to each other anywhere. It would be a waste of money.
Track
They
is
go-
expensive.
Yeah.
They go to the sidings. I don't know. I'm twat.
No, I get it though, Sam. I mean, it's like, it doesn't matter. Watching the show, I can still enjoy it with all those things, but that's the thing. Why is it that I could still enjoy the show when it had these blatantly unrealistic and impractical features, and yet the second the trains bounced, that bugged me? It's because I never cared about realism. I cared about Thomas feeling creepy to me. That's what I cared about. And the bouncing is creepy. I mean, look, if you like it, all right, more power to you. You can do whatever you want, and I'll throw you a parade. But, and that wasn't always the case, by the way. I used to throw an angry mob instead, but now I'll throw you a parade because
Or
I
write
used to
an
throw
angry
your
movie.
angry mother.
Yeah. But the
Why?
thing is, I definitely, like, I find it creepy. I think it's really weird for the engines to lean around like that. Because the thing is, if Thomas starts or stops suddenly, okay, that's just like his driver being a little reckless that day, or sudden, or there's some excuse. There's a just excellent little paragraph in Percy and the Signal that they cut out of the show, but in the Railway series it's there, where it's about how the driver, like, I gotta find the book. Here, I'll be right back.
He's gonna get Stepney Bluebell engine. I just know he fucking is. I sounded bitter there. I'm not, but
Didn't he say Percy and the Signal?
Yeah, here it is. Okay, so presently the signal moved to show line
fuck.
clear.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Its arm moved up instead of down. Percy had never seen that sort of signal before. He was surprised. Down means go, he thought, and up means stop. So upper still must mean go back. I know, it's one of those backing signals. How clever of me to find that out. Come on, Percy, said his driver. Off we go. But Percy wouldn't go forward, and his driver had to let him back in order to start at all. I am clever, thought Percy. Even my driver doesn't know about backing signals, and he started so suddenly that the truck screamed again. Whoa, Percy, called his driver. Stop! You're going the wrong way! But it's a backing signal, Percy protested, and told him about Gordon and James. The driver laughed and explained about signals that point up. Oh, dear. So there's a little bit. Did you catch what's different in there?
Yes.
Did you, Sam?
I think.
well, let me read it anyway, as I was always going to, as it was a rhetorical question. So Percy wouldn't go forward, and his driver had to let him back in order to start at all. So what it was is Percy was like jammed up, right? Like like with any machine, right? He had to like kind of back up a little and then start forward. But then he let too much steam in, and Percy shoots backwards. So what that is the driver just kind of making an error, but it's an error based on the stiffness of the machine. So it's not really his fault, it's Percy's fault. So Percy shoots backwards, but he has his own secret reasons that if he couldn't talk, you wouldn't know. But because he's speaking aloud, we totally understand why he's doing that, right? In the same way that if your coffee machine burns you, maybe it's because it's defective, or maybe it's because it hates you.
Maybe it's a Decepticon.
Maybe it's a Decepticon, you know? But the thing is, in the world of talking coffee machines, it's because it hates you. But you don't know that in the real world, just as you don't know that you're trained.
What?
What did you say?
I said, no, but coffee's foul.
What, you don't like coffee?
No, I drink hot chocolate, mate.
Hot chocolate? Well, that ain't coffee.
Yeah. I mean, tea's air. Coffee's just too strong, and then hot chocolate's like, yeah.
Yeah, I get you. but anyway, so the point is that Percy is like, Audrey had to put in that line in there so that he had to put in that line to justify that Percy could back up. He can't do that on his own. He's a train. He can't just suddenly disobey his driver's controls unless there's a mechanical failure of some kind, which there commonly are, and they're not a big deal. Like little ones like that happen all the time. But it's funny to kind of actually make it the engine's fault and see why they did it. And so that's so clever, right? But the point is, if for Percy to shoot backwards like that, you need a justification, then imagine if Percy's rattling violently left to right, forward, backward, up, down, side to side, and he doesn't have any machinery in place to make that happen. He doesn't have cylinders placed on his chassis that allow him to lean back and forth, up and down. There's just no way physically he could do that besides being possessed. And that's the thing, right? Everything else in the show I could handle, because at the end of the day, it might be goofy. The drivers might be stupid. They might be careless. They might be doing things that were against railway practice. I could justify all of that. But also, the second that the engines actually did something that meant they were genuinely sentient was a horrible rabbit hole. Because all of a sudden that means, oh, this isn't an engine. This is a great big animal on rails.
Yeah.
And that's creepy.
This goes back to like the sentience and overthinking shit. It's just like they're alive, nothing else. It's just like no organs. It's just like they have a face, they talk. Just, you know, you don't need to go beyond that. It's like,
right.
You know.
And it's like, you know, I do go beyond that to an extent where I do believe strongly in the metaphor.
But here's the thing is that like even if you don't acknowledge like anything beyond there being a face, like if you just say the face is there because freaking magic, but it is an actual thing that is there, that is still a sentient being, that is not paid to work,
which is
and can be threatened with death at any moment.
I know, which is still, and that's really fucked, right?
It's paid coal and water.
No, that's just
that's called.
I mean, well, that's called slavery, because that's. I mean, it's not like slave owners don't feed and give drink to their slaves; they would die otherwise. So slave owners do that too. I mean, you've got to keep them alive somehow. You know. So anyway, but the whole point is the show should never make me think about that. And if the engines are moving like real trains, I think of them like real trains. It's pretty simple. You never need to really delve into this. You just need to just see that the engine behaves like a real train, and you don't ever think about this. And the show made me think about it when the engine started rattling around like Cars characters. So that's why it bugged me, and it continues to bug me. But so this is in response to that realism question we got a while back. And I don't really care about realism as long as it feels right. So, you know, but that being said, I still am extremely accurate to real life when I think about Thomas in the world. For instance, I think that everything that happened in the real world happened in the world of Thomas. I think that, you know, if somebody goes and changes Stepney's backstory and says he works on Sodor actually, and the Bluebell Railway doesn't exist, I do die a little bit inside. I also applaud them if it's a good story. I mean, I can enjoy that sort of thing. But there is a part of me that desperately loves the Bluebell Railway being real and then intersecting with Sodor. I love that. And so, yeah, I'll do that. Like, I'm pretty realistic when I approach things, but I'm also hyper aware of what's unrealistic in my work. And for instance, an engine moving after another engine in any scenario, like, you know, an engine, like a chase between engines, that's very unrealistic. But also like an engine, you know, kind of wants to intimidate another engine. So they kind of move into the shed and they kind of back them up against the buffers. There's no justification for that either. Like that's all kind of, you know, like that's all very unrealistic to me, but I do it anyway because I think it's worth it for the story.
It's entertaining as well.
Yeah, no, it's very entertaining, which is really what I care about. I want it to be as entertaining as possible without losing the spirit of trains and being creepy. That's like really my priorities. So if it's totally unrealistic, I don't care as long as it feels the same way that realistic stuff feels, you know? Like, because really, the thing I like about the Railway series is realism isn't its rigid rules. It's the fact that it feels so believable and I can relate to it as a person in the real world. That's really cool. That's the part of it I like. I don't actually care all that much about whether it's genuinely real, you know? So, you know, that's how I look at it.
And going back to what you were saying about like quirks in real life steam engines, it's more apparent with the Tailin and Scully because Luke Ryan's described it, because obviously he's a volunteer there,
right?
Like it's like Peter Sam is very agreeable in the books, and it's the same with Edward Thomas trying to get him to steam up, whereas with Douglas, Duncan's basis,
right,
it's like he's, in his words, like if you look at him a certain way he'll burst his safety valve. And it's the exact same with Duncan.
Right. No, exactly. You know, and that's just great. I mean, it all comes from somewhere. And the byproduct of that, not so much by accident, is that these engines are real. You can go and see them. So it's like if they were just cartoon characters, you know, if they were just Mickey Mouse style fictional kind of if they weren't, if they weren't so real, then sure, they're more entertaining on screen, maybe. But you'll never be able to meet them. They're not real, But you can meet Duncan. You can actually meet Duncan. That's basically him. And that's
especially when they paint Douglas.
Yeah, I suppose, but it's, at that point it is a little strange because then my mind goes in circles about like, well, there is already a Duncan though. How does he feel about another engine portraying him? I know they're in theory supposed to be like traveling to the railway, but are they going to do it that often? No, I don't know.
I can't stole my identity.
My little headcanon is just that whenever a Tally-Clin engine is like fully done up in the identity of a SR engine, it's that engine's visiting.
Right. Yeah, which I think is what is intended. But yeah, I think that in general, I mean, it's really magical that these engines actually exist and have a place in our real world. I mean, that's why Audrey Extravaganza is as powerful as it is and why so many people love it.
Peter Sam hasn't been, sorry to cut you off, but like Peter Sam hasn't been read since 1985 or 83.
Right. Like,
that is nuts to me.
That is crazy. Sodor and Shenanigans.
I can't remember. It is 80s, I think, but like proper Scarlowy colors. Because
and they recently, like after they had Edward Thomas up in chorus colors, like shortly after they redid the lining with blue to be like, nope, it's Peter Sam now.
Yeah, they took the opportunity. Yeah. That's great. Sodor and Shenanigans says, I've never really minded the bouncing, to be honest. It's good for the engine's emoting, which is awesome for writing. See, I get where you're coming from, right? I'm a Cars fan. I love Disney Pixar Cars.
You owe me $22,000 in legal fees.
Not Thomas and the Killer. Wait, hold on. I was thinking you were doing the line where it's like, give me all your food and medicine. you're doing Mater. See, that's like not a commonly quoted Cars line. It's certainly not the first one people would quote, but it's really
the first one came to my head.
I didn't even realize a Cars line was being quoted.
Well, it's the one where Lightning and Mater are. It's like when Lightning is about to start work with Bessie, and Mater comes up to him in front of the Radiator Springs mural, and he's like, "Listen, you owe me $22,000 in legal fees," because he represented him during the trial.
Doc's going over like how to use it, and then Mater, like I say, walk over, but he's like,
hey, "It's been a long time since I've watched that movie."
That's fair.
This might be a bad time right now, but you owe me $22,000 in legal fees. What?
It's pretty good.
I'm not gonna do a Larry the Cable Guy impression. I probably could once upon a time.
Get her done.
Get her done.
Oh, now you do. You just need a little encouragement.
Yeah, I just need a get her done.
Yeah.
Get her done.
What Sodor and Shenanigans says, it's good for emoting. Yeah, I mean it is. But Thomas loses something by doing that. It's easy to that's the thing. People who like the bouncing, I hazard a guess that what I'm about to say is not a part of Thomas that they get a lot of enjoyment out of or care about. Maybe they don't dislike it, but that part of it is the kind of connection to the real world in the sense that train on screen is the train in real life, which you can never really get that with the show. They obviously look radically different from real life, and like the sets are different, everything's different. But it was more the insult, the fact that, there was just a sense of grace was lost when the engine started moving in ways that real trains didn't, And
that's the thing. I could get past the bouncing because the island was all fucked up anyhow.
Right. I understand like the desire to make the engines more emotive and kind of like do that with it. Like say My Little Pony has done a lot of updates over the years. Like they've done many generations, and then they did the one everyone's familiar with is the Friendship is Magic one, which is that's the big one that all the Thomas fans love too. And that one is like, after many iterations, they got rid of characters. They totally changed characters. It's a different show, but it's really great and expressive and better than anything that came before. And so, yeah, I mean, that's worth it, honestly. So if Thomas did that, all right, I was kind of ready for it. Like when All Engines Go was announced, I was hoping for something like that, where, okay, sure, it's not the Thomas we're familiar with, but it's like does some really amazing stuff with the premise and the characters, but it didn't do that, which is unfortunate. But if it did, I'd be willing to tolerate a totally different world. The thing about Big World, Big Adventures and JBS and all that stuff that was in that era, it's too close for comfort. I don't like seeing the thing that was sculpted in Shepperton Studios moving like that.
Yeah.
If it could be something else, if it's a totally different design and there's no drivers and all that, okay, I can get down with that. It's a different world. I'm a Batman fan, okay? I'm a DC Comics fan. I understand the idea of there being multiple universes. But just, it was too close. Bat fan.
Also, hi, Adam.
It's like first you have to redesign Thomas, then you can give him spider legs.
Yes, exactly. Oh my God!
Sodor Fallout joke here.
Is it 427 for you by any chance, Sam?
Fucking dead on, yeah.
Oh my God! Wow. Because I was just thinking I should invite Adam into this, and then I was like, hold on. That time zone is
Is Irish time different to UK?
No idea.
Oh,
maybe an hour earlier, but probably not. It's probably the same.
It's probably, to be fair, Dougie's from Scotland, so it should, and he's same time zone. Fuck,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, their time zone's the same, I think. So I don't know, but yeah, it'd be fun to have Adam on. To be fair.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. I mean, what say you, Adam? Respond when you get the chance. But let's see. NWR Tank Engine says, it seems like some fan content isn't realistic, but those fans aren't okay with the show being unrealistic. And yeah.
What being realistic?
The show.
Yeah.
I think makes sense. Look, the show is kind of for everybody. Not everybody's going to love it, obviously, but it can't afford to be as gutsy as fan content, because one fan makes a really crazy version of Thomas. All right. I mean, that's not like a cultural touchstone. That's just one person's series that some people will like and others will hate, and that's okay. But the show itself matters to a great many people, and I think it has a greater responsibility as a result. So,
with great power
comes great responsibility. Purple Toad says, wow, you still have the same guest since I left. Yeah, I do.
Unfortunately for you, yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, no.
And I keep realizing I've got fucking scranyarders by the username.
Yeah, I know. Scranyard. You scran left, right, and center.
The sad thing is, I say that unironically as well. I blame Willany for that. He's commentary YouTuber from Newcastle, so up north. This is where I've it's bled into my vocabulary since.
Oh my God, that's great. NWR Tank Engine says, makes sense. Yeah, I think they have a responsibility. I mean, obviously they don't. No legal responsibility, certainly. I mean, they can do whatever they want. But,
They could commit arson, that's fine. Right?
NWR 13 says, man, I can't stand that Scranyard guy.
Whoa! He's a dickhead, isn't he?
Yeah, it does appear. For legal reasons, that is a joke. Please don't airstrike me.
He uses Ursul. Fucking God.
Look, us, a bunch of Thomas fans, airstrike you. No, we're going to rail strike you.
No, what does that even mean? Don't introduce weapons. No. Please don't. I would.
The twins are going to carry out a rail strike.
Oh, the twins are going and they've gone. Oh, okay, never mind. You said the twins are going.
I think we need to grab ourselves our shot wagons.
God,
Donald, where's your trousers?
Garnet, hello. Thoughts on Oliver, gents? I've already spoken on Oliver a little bit.
Oliver Queen is a really cool character.
No. Oliver Queen from Justice League is a really cool character.
Look, I still love Stephen Amell.
I don't. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. I'm sorry. I don't like him.
I'm just the
Crisis
middleman
on
for
Infinite
Marvel.
Earths broke you, didn't it?
Well, no, Crisis on Infinite Earths was the punch that finally made me realize I had an abusive partner in that entire universe. I was like, oh, the CW's been pummeling me to a pulp, and I didn't realize until this night.
Apparently, The Flash waited until like the last 5 episodes of its final season to finally have a competent writing team again.
Wait, really?
Really?
Sick. Oh my god. So
I'm like, do I torture myself to get to the end, or do I just skip to the end?
I don't think Oliver. Yeah, I get you. I don't think Oliver really wanted to be painted in Great Western colors. I think he just accepted them politely. Because the thing is,
okay, I guess I'll match.
It's like company policy thing. I was like, okay, I have to wear this. It's like I'm not going to whinge about it.
Yeah, and it's like he's so lucky that the Fat Controller even accepted him. When he offers him the color, it doesn't even cross his mind to say no. But like, of course, he would have painted him blue if he wanted to be, but he didn't realize that, and might change his mind eventually. But I think that it's just so like Oliver and Duck view the Great Western in entirely different ways. Because Duck left the Great Western Railway in 1955 or thereabouts.
50. Yeah, it was 55, wasn't it?
Yeah, because the book was 56 and it takes place a year before.
55 exactly.
Nice.
You're 55 exactly. No.
Rule 55. Oh, I see how it is.
No, I said you're 55 exactly, but that's no.
Okay, but anyway, so the Great Western officially ended in 1948, but its effects slowly dwindled, I imagine, throughout the years afterward. Duck would have been painted in black or at least BR colors, right? So he would have had to lose his livery. He would have had to lose his identity, and it would have made him even more of a strong supporter of the Great Western. He would have felt he had to prove its value even more. And so what you're saying is Oliver could be painted
slowly. We're starting not to notice.
Yeah, that kind of would be like Frogs and Pots, though, where slowly the railway would lose its identity and not realize it, but Duck would and would hate that. And so he would, by the time he comes to Sodor, he would see the Great Western as a slain giant. He would see them as a great railway that was cut down. But that's because he never suffered greatly at the hands of BR. Oliver, on the other hand, would view the Great Western more like a negligent parent that handed them over to a monster. Oliver would think, how is it that you gave up the fight and you allowed BR to take power, and now they're killing me and everyone I know? He would hate them for that. He would have the Great Western spirit at first, but then slowly, as BR becomes more and more insidious, he would realize that he got sold out, essentially. And so he would be bitter. But Duck never had that happen to him, and Duck didn't realize that they're all the same railway, in a way. Oliver, I don't think, would buy into the petty railway.
One line.
It's all one line. That's right.
Sorry, I can't help working in the in jokes.
Yeah, yes, you can.
It's baked into my DNA.
It's well, sure, if you say so. But yeah, everyone's confused now.
Myself included.
Yeah, so polite company. Garnet Hello also says, so what you're saying is Oliver could be painted pink and it would be a canon compliment. It would be canon compliant. Okay, you win on grammar today. And in fact, you win on vocabulary. Canon compliant. That is a good set of words. Yes.
Though literally anything is canon compliant so long as it doesn't contradict the existing canon.
True. But we know, thanks to Christopher, that Oliver is green as recently as 2011. Thank you, Christopher. Okay, if you're watching, I know you're not. But seriously, thank you, Christopher. Yeah, thank you for everything. Pip and Emma, are sick, among other things. Anyway.
They're very ill. We've had to put them down.
They're dying. Pip and Emma are dying. What? I want the best doctor in the world. We're bringing Grizzly
Gordon,
back
I'm
from
right here, my friend.
Sorry, Victor. I thought you were on vacation. Can you help them? I have already cured them, my friend. I seem to have overreacted.
Damn it, my plan to take back the Express has failed.
Sudrian Shenanigans says, that is certainly an image, but I feel like he would be all right with it. Oh, I bet he would. Oliver is a contrarian. Like, Oliver, I think his whole life, he's kind of been like the type to kind of buck the status quo. But especially, it comes in handy for the first time during modernization, when he, the thing is, like, I think he believes strongly in kind of doing what he feels is right and not letting other people define the terms of engagement. And so he might get pink just to piss people off, or he might get it because he likes it and he wants to try it. Nobody's ever tried it before. Also, alternatively, I want more than one pink engine. Rosie being the only one who's pink, I want more. I want more that look like that. I don't care who, but somebody else should be pink. I want more pink.
The Northwestern Railway's breast cancer awareness livery.
That's cute. That would actually be cute. Like, I could see that being like a thing Emily Hatt would do. Like, that'd be kind of nice. Like, the last 3 generations just slip their mind. Like, oh, breast cancer. I didn't know that was a thing. She's like, what? Wasn't my mother and my grandmother and my great-grandmother, weren't they all afflicted with it?
I know, but I just didn't think I could do anything about it.
Okay, well, and now we are.
Look, it was limiting under BR. We couldn't introduce new liveries. We could just keep the ones we had.
Breast cancer was mandated by BR. We had no choice.
Put it in them fucking foul tenders.
Didn't you know Mr. Beeching created breast cancer?
That's horrible.
To be fair.
That's the worst thing.
Look,
when they say, "Oh, Dr. Beeching, what a naughty man you are," they aren't talking about the railways.
Oh. I had to buy a bike because I can't afford all the medical bills for my wife.
Honestly though, it would be the sweetest thing if the Fat Controller had some of his engines painted pink for breast cancer awareness. Like, that would be so.
Or had like a train dedicated to it. Like, you have this pink stripe across the like not Pullmans, but like
that would be neat. Like, it would be a stripe. Pink coaches would be too much, but like a pink stripe because it's a ribbon, right? That would be sick. Yeah, I could.
I mean, that was my first thought when I was going through my sort of like, okay, how do I justify some of these odder liveries in a more realistic setting? And I went Rosie, breast cancer awearness livery.
Garnet says, I dub it the cancer train. Wait, hold on.
or like for awareness things, or like fundraiser, they'd have like the trans flag is like the stripe on the coaches or something, or like
I fucked it up. Help, says Garnet. That would be cool though. That would be cool to see like,
and then they'd have a
trains
headboard
for months.
And then they'd have a headboard saying like Trans Awareness Week.
I keep bringing up this story, but Half Baked Hacks did something rather similar at the end of his story. Very good tale. Everyone, read the tale. It's a solid tale. Go to Half Baked Hacks on Twitter. He's got the tale on there. It's Topham v. Rowling. Read the tale. By all means, leave now and read the tale. That's what I recommend. So let's see.
They'll also read the head and the body.
Okay.
And do that before you read the tale.
All right. I see. Thank you for the. Yeah, it would have been catastrophic if they'd not done that. NWR number 13 says, Ivo in pink would be cool to see. I would like Ivo Hugh in pink. My mom always called him pink. She was always like, because he was a little off of a red. He was a strange red, you know. Hat v. Rowling rocks, says Typical Thomas. It does rock. It fucking rocks.
It
was
rocks and it rolls.
it's so
J.K.
so
Rowling.
good. I read it and I'm like, I'm glad I exist right now, which is awesome. That's
I love when I'm glad I exist.
Me too. I don't always, but I absolutely did reading that story.
Just you wake up tomorrow morning and you're like, yes, thank you, God.
Well, maybe not tomorrow. Certainly while I was reading the story. Maybe I'll just read the story day and night. That'll help. Mail of Madness says maybe one half of the coach is black and the other pink, like the BR coaches. I could see that. It would be kind of interesting. I see Ivo Hugh in the Talclin green. That could work. But I do think it's like, I don't want to like make anyone on the Skarloey Railway too close to the Talclin engines. Like,
yeah.
Peter Sam in mid-Sodor colors already gets dangerously close.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Good evening, says Cameron McElroy. Good evening, Cameron McElroy. Or McElroy. McElroy.
Yeah, McElroy, because there's a capital E.
Yeah, I see. That's what I thought too, but I don't know.
If it was McElroy, there'll be an A in between the M and the C.
That's true. Yeah.
Unless it's his stage name is MC Elroy or something.
Oh, true. But Peter Sam is just green coated. Look at him. That's not a red guy. I love that. Garnet, hello. Are you the Garnet from Annie's group, or are you a totally different Garnet? Either way, you're killing it right now.
Making us green with chorus. Fuck off.
I just darted across the entire house to get a bottle of water and came back.
Ah, very good.
Same one, says Garnet. That's excellent. Do you want to join Garnet by any chance? I have no idea how I'll even give you access to the stream. Hi, yes, I am aware of Annie lore and the spin-offs. God damn it.
Annie lore.
The name tipped me off, but also the fact that you're so witty. Oh, my God. Good evening, guys. Says Jessica, the LMS Ginty. HRU, is that slang? I don't know.
I think that's how are you.
Oh, yeah. I am good. Thank you. Oh, shucks.
I am bad. I am very bad.
You interested in joining the stream, Garnet? I'll send you a link somehow. I don't know how. I'll find my way. Maybe I'll just put it in the chat, dooming us all.
I'm breathing, Alex, so that's good.
I'm so glad that you're breathing.
Yeah.
You're breathing. Hey, at Jessica, the LMS Ginty, long time no see, says Joey the cat. Not sure how witty I can be. Lord, no! I assume that that's an answer to the claim that I'm going to put the link in the chat.
Do it, Lemmy, says Jessica.
Typical Thomas says Twitter, which I assume is an answer for how I should get somebody else into this stream, which is rather generous that you're willing to help get somebody else into the stream.
A curiosity.
Curiosity killed the catch. Curiosity killed the catch.
I don't know how to do. I used to know how to do the Michelangelo's fat controller. Now I really don't. Jomish, go and
I think we ruined how to do Chomish, Chobe.
Chombe. Chombe.
Just one day we were doing Chomish, Chobe, and then I did one of my famous slip-ups. Chombe. And
it just became the fat controller. Looking for Chombe. Chombe is my favorite engine. Not Chomish, not Chobe, just Chombe.
Sounds like a snack bar, doesn't it?
It does.
Chombe, come here, Chombe. I want you to be on the railway.
So ever since that last meetup, the Fat Controller has just been on a desperate hunt for Chombe.
He has.
Shumish, I need you to go to McDonald's and get me 1,000 Happy Meals.
Says Joey the chat. Joey
Fucking 1,000, you fat bastard.
I love and hate that Shumish is a meme, says Purple Toad.
Yeah.
Shumish.
Oh, that's Nameless. Nameless says Chubbish. That's how it's spelled, with a B in the middle.
Shumish. Shumish. Shumish.
So that's the one letter that we still had, and it's gone now. So, oh my god.
Trouble, I
weird?
need Mr. Prime,
The
please.
H and the S are in the right places. Like THOMAS
Shams?
Shumish. Shumish.
Chombe.
Now, Percy, I don't have any favorite engine. You are all equals. Except for Chombe. Let the Chombe memes begin.
Garnet, hello, says, what accent is it even supposed to be? That's a
It's
good
like
question.
Yorkshire almost, but it's hard because like
My-
you have to do the lisp as well. But it's like this is just normal Northern or like Leeds. This is Leeds, I guess. It's our pitch. I don't fucking know North. I'm not one of
Considering
them.
we have the
But,
accent expert here.
I wouldn't say expert, to be fair, but like
No, a hell of a lot more than I do.
it's more of a lot. It's more of like a Yorkshire accent.
See,
But, like-
the accent I thought it always was Sean Connery.
Yeah, it's
Just-
like
Just
it's
him.
hard as well because you have to do this shit. And, like
It's
you
the
know.
Chombe accent from East Western Chombe.
that's what I was on about earlier.
Chombe!
I was like picking up quirks
Yeah.
on picking up
fuck
quirks
is
and
Chombe?
pronunciation. It's like picking up quirks and pronunciation and then like adding quirks to how the person talks in the thing. So it's like this is how he normally talks. It's like I'll take care, but like you know, but if without the connotation, it would be just I'll take care. So it's
Yeah, I see. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it would be a combination of things, wouldn't it? It's never simple.
yeah. Same with Peter as well because it's just Irish accent, but Mike Tyson lisp.
Yeah. Oh my god. The group with Annie and Vincent and others is so like hard to navigate because everyone's always changing their names. No one correlates.
Chombe was the first platoon, says Garnet. Hello.
He went to war, never to be seen again.
Chombe.
That's gonna be plagued in my brain now. Whenever I go out, I'm just gonna hear Chombe in my fucking head.
Oh my god.
All right, I feel accomplished for the night. I've introduced one of our memes to the world.
Okay.
Yay.
Good job.
Chombe. Chombe is an instant phenomenon, isn't that right, Chombe?
It's just the passive aggressive delivery as well. Chombe.
Chombe. Chombe.
Chombe.
You've gone too far this time, Chombe. You'll pay for this, Chombe.
All right, engines, I'm having you all withdrawn immediately. You'll all be replaced but Chombe.
Chombe will run the railway alone. There'll be no one else but Chombe. Are we clear?
Yes, my boy.
All right, I think the Fat Controller has forgotten to take his medication.
Chombe's
The
real,
dementia
Gordon.
is setting in again.
He's coming for you, Gordon. He's real. Beware of Chombe. He is inevitable.
Oh my god. Anyway, so speeding quickly along from Chombe, maybe you should go to sleep at some point, Sam.
Nah, I've lost my sleep, mate. I say that's a bad thing. It's like I'm fine.
If you're sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please shit Joan.
Says Nameless.
Chombe. Oh, that's getting engraved in my skull now.
Like, this is how I will see if they made this in a Thomas version of Thomas. Edward, am I ugly? Edward, of course, not Thomas. I'm looking at you right now. You're the most handsome engine in the world. Well, I don't know what that fan fiction is, but thank you, Jessica, for the inclusion. Sounds like the SpongeBob thing. Am I ugly?
Yes.
NWR 13. You've lost your sleep. You better go find it. Oh!
Oh, you lost your sleep, man.
Nah, I'm gonna have to sleep
You
on that.
Garnet says,
better go
good for
find
them.
it.
They deserve it. I chose an accent for that because an accent was not provided with the comic. Have any of you seen the Newton Abbey saga? I assume it's Abbey.
Newton Abbott, yeah.
Oh, Abbott. Oh. How's that supposed to be spelled?
Well, Abbott.
Yeah.
ABBOT, I think.
Okay.
Could be 2 T's on the end of that, but I'm not entirely sure.
You're not a pleasant sight, Fruity James.
You're not a pleasant sight.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Alec Baldwin's James, it slaps, frankly.
The clip at what's the fucking
Here's the thing.
news guy? It's not. When he's on the thing, it's like, you made James gay. And then Alex just like, that's your interpretation.
Made James gay. Okay. God made James gay. Even Audrey had nothing to do with it.
That's just the way I was meant to be, frankly.
We can't even say Godry made James gay.
I'm
Because-
not gay. I
No,
just
I suppose we
enjoy
can.
meals.
Godry. I think that's the last open letter that SIF made that I watched. That's way back when.
Beware of the worms.
I think that was the first and last SIF open letter that I watched.
Oh, that's a pity, because that was the weirdest one. They used to do it in character as engines. It was so cool.
Was
Man.
this the one where Diesel gets tormented by Godry, or the one where Godry's in the whole thing? The one where Diesel's like, "Oh, goody, Christmas time is here again," and then Godry's like, "The worms," and then was it?
I don't know, honestly. I only remember the Godry bit of that. I know there were other segments.
Yeah.
The only James voice I recognize is DCG James, says Garnet. What is DCG?
It's fucking Scouts, but then sometimes he just talks normally, so it's either or.
Wait. So what's DCG though?
What's his face? I was gonna say his full name is actually stuff out without Jimmy the Jinty series.
Adam says games. Gay James. The way it's spelled is the funny part. Sorry, I cut you off entirely, but I couldn't not respond to that.
Respond to what?
The games thing.
No, I mean, what was I saying?
Well, you were saying what DCG was.
Jimmy, the guy who made Jimmy the Jinty series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hurrah! Anyway, Purple Toad says, I love Gay James as much as the next guy, but let it be known that it's the first step to shipping. Okay, look. So here's the thing.
Say
when I say Gay James, I mean extraordinarily effeminate James is awesome. If James were human, right? He's human now. I did it. I snapped my fingers. He's now human.
Kill him.
No. You're human.
We can't keep reverse shed 17ing, Lemmy.
It's not reverse shed 17ing. It's you know what it is. It's an excellent.
He called it biofusion.
It's the human Thomas movement does not need these associations. It's anyway. So do your PR, Dustin. Come on, I can't do all the heavy lifting myself.
Okay, all right. It's just a multiverse, whatever.
Yeah, good. Yeah, see? Thank you. Do not sillyify almost my favorite thing. And it is, folks. I do quite love humanizing the characters. And say that James was human, right? I can't picture him being in a relationship with anybody but himself. I just can't.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be gay. I think that he'd be very effeminate. But I don't think he'd be in a firstly, I don't see any reason why he would prefer men over women or anything like that. I think he's just obsessed with himself, and he couldn't really. I don't know. No one would be up to his standards,
That's the thing with humanizing. It's like if you look at what he was like what you said about Fergus as well. He's like a fat, overweight man who's like 70,
Right.
like working out the same factory. It's like that's like a figurative thing as well, and like you can sort of get a better idea as to what like who they are as a person.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
and that's the
as well,
biggest
human,
thing.
but...
Like, I use it for that quite a lot. And the reason, I mean, anybody who's enjoyed the way I characterize characters and the way I do the voices, you largely have humanization to thank for that. Because I've done a lot of my thinking on the characters with Matt Twellman, who I do character gallery with, or at least did. I don't know what the status of that is now. But the point being, me and Matt used humanization extensively to kind of gather the profile of the characters. Like we would say, okay, what if James were human? What if Henry were human? What if they were put in this situation? How would Gordon react to a surprise birthday party? What would Thomas do at the beach? What would Edward do, if he was trapped on a hot air balloon going across the United States and he had no way out? What would he do?
The lift scene as well with you and James.
Sorry, what?
Whereas the lift scene, I think, it's in the 10th anniversary one where it's you, Taj, and James, and it's like Gordon, Henry, and James are stuck in a lift.
Oh, good. I'm glad at least one of those got to the public. Yeah, me and James have done countless situations just like that with the big engines. They're so fun.
I could have been on Broadway.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. James absolutely would feel that way, I mean, it's great. It's just, it tells you a lot about the characters doing that. Let's see. Amy, ! Says, humanized Dennis would probably wear the most disgusting gray t-shirt imaginable. Yep. 100 times yep. Garnet says, no, go back. What would Thomas do with a peach? All right, fine. You caught me. There you go. I know what I said. What would Thomas do with a peach? You don't want to know what Thomas would do with a peach. You want me to tell you what Thomas would do with a peach? That thing with the microwave and the trick in a you don't want to know. You don't want to know, okay?
Why would he do that to Princess Peach?
No,
I kind of want to know
now. Well, Thomas and Princess Peach. I don't know anything about Princess Peach, so I can't even riff off of that.
I don't think there even is anything about Princess Peach.
See, that's the thing, right?
Beyond what they've done in the Mario movie now.
I've still yet to see
Adam
that.
says, how do last names work? Since Gordon and Scotsman are brothers, does that make Nigel Gresley their father? Does that make his name Gordon Gresley? I mean...
No.
Yes.
No, engines don't have last names. But
unless they're named after someone. Unless it's like Peter Sam.
I mean, here's the thing. When I imagine Gordon as a human, I imagine Scotsman being his younger brother, and I imagine Gresley being their father. But I also bastardize Gresley beyond any recognition, where like he's a different character because it's more interesting that way.
So what's Edward Thompson to Gordon then?
I don't know. I haven't thought about him in a long time.
Or was it like distant relative, do you reckon? Because he came into power like later down the line.
Maybe, or probably some sort of in-law.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not really blood, but I don't know.
Gordon's mom's new husband after his dad dies?
Probably, yeah. That would actually be pretty good. And that would also be great, because the way I've written my human stuff, I have Thomas, who's female in my thing. She's Gordon's daughter. But like Gordon, it's like Gordon's her father-in-law. So like he just moved into the house, and so she doesn't really respect him. So because I feel like Thomas and Gordon are kind of like
that. Means he's her stepfather, not father-in-law.
Right. Yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, but anyway, the point being that Gordon is not respected by Thomas, and it kind of feels that way. It feels like when I watch the show and read the books, I get the sense that Gordon isn't quite an older brother to Thomas, but he's also not a father figure. And I feel like what did you call it?
What?
I keep wanting to say father-in-law.
Stepfather.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Look, if you don't believe I know the term, read the stories. It's in there like 7 times. It's just we're 7 hours into this thing. So he's her stepfather, and I feel like that's like a kind of a good comparison. Is like it's he's not quite like he doesn't quite deserve the authority he has in her life because he's not been there all along. But also he's trying, and he does have more life experience than her, so that's worth something, you know.
Like
also,
he's an not indecisive parent, but like because Gresley obviously saw Gordon grow up. If you're humanizing it, but like Edward Thompson came in when Gordon was like what 20, so like very late in life.
Right. So like he would still be fathering some of his younger brothers, but Gordon doesn't have any connection to him. And then when he fucks up those younger brothers, he'd be furious at him because he'd be like, Gresley would never have done that. But then he's like he puts his younger brothers in the military or something. He's like, they had to go to boarding school. It was, it was the right thing for them. And Gordon's like, it absolutely was not.
As well. Absolutely bastardized them as locomotives as well.
That's why I say that. I mean, I wouldn't just make him evil for no reason. I mean, look, to be fair, it seems that 99% of the community is addicted to Edward Thompson, and they love him. They can't get enough of him.
Northern never performed better than after he was rebuilt.
This is a Thompson Railway now. Gresley is a thing of a fucker.
That's right, because our love of trains comes all down to performance, doesn't it? As long as the fastest, the quickest thing, Just go.
Well, if he's spending most of his time in the works, he probably wants to spend more time on the main line than in the works. And then Thompson comes along and is like, I need to do some Pacific experiments because we're hemorrhaging money and we really need to fucking standardize. Did
you just declare to me that the Pacifics, the A1s, are spending more time in the works than on the main line?
Some of them were.
Some of them.
This is World War II, my guy, wasn't it?
See, that's different, right? The war was hard on them. There's a reason the V2s were, fucking carrying the country.
I don't think the A1s were spending too much time in the works, but a lot of other of the big Gresley engines. So
the burden shifts.
Look, because I spoke and then I remembered more.
Well, here's the thing. Gresley is my dad. Okay?
My dad.
Okay, everyone? My dad? Sir Nigel Gresley. That's my dad.
You should tell...
Leave him alone! Leave my dad alone! He's got the hottest mustache in town. Have you seen that mustache? Have you seen that shit?
Fucking Chad he is.
Yeah. So leave him alone. Anyway, next comment.
I still think Nigel Gresley is the Chad.
Jessica says, Gordon, Thomas, you can't go break anything in the house. I'm gonna go American Gordon with this. Thomas, you can't just go break anything in the house. Just don't break. Oh, I see what they're doing here. Thomas, you can go break anything in the house. Just don't break my signed picture of Sir Nigel Gresley. Gordon
looking good,
like
Gordon.
A little girl. Thomas! That's great. This got so technical so quick, my brain's buffering trying to understand, says Garnet. We live Thompson is all I've understood thus far. We like Thompson. No!
No, we don't like Thompson, but we do. But I do defend his actions.
His engines suck, but the thing is, he's in a difficult position because bearing in mind war, you can't really. I don't know how locomotive building works, but you can't. I don't know, but he's had a lot on his plate. To be fair, because he had to. Gresley died right in the middle of massive conflict, and then
the LNER was hemorrhaging money, and it was in the middle of the war, and he was doing his best to set it all straight.
And people only I say fuck him over. That sounds like assassination attempt or some shit. But people paint him as a cunt for saying for implying that he hated Gresley, which he didn't, because there's a video by someone called History in the Dark where he claims that they had disagreements and what's his face Thompson would question Gresley on a lot of things, but they didn't hate each other for it.
Yeah, they had. Oh, Lemmy muted himself for a moment. I think he doesn't want to hear the Thompson support.
I don't know how I even got muted. But look, I know that Gresley was a dreamer, and in fact hemorrhaged quite a lot of money where he could have been a lot more efficient. He was a lot more about how the railway looked and about the kind of the story of it and the glamour of it than he was about how it performed. He's also the only reason we're even fucking talking about the LNER right now. So here's the thing. I'm a rail fan. I have never invested a dime in Gresley's LNER, and I really don't give a shit how well it did. What I do care about is the trains are fucking cool. And Gresley made them cool, and Thompson made them really shitty looking. That's really all it is, guys. Because the thing is, like, look, I know Thompson was a perfectly decent man. I'm sure he was. He lost his wife, and then he withered away and died and had a sad life, and he helped the country in hard times. Okay, all right. He's a good man. But no matter how hard I try, I cannot tell a story that's really an accurate representation of the man. I didn't know the man.
It's like the locomotive. It's like
and I think the same argument can be made of a lot, like Dr. Beeching. Maybe less so, but like a lot of
okay. Here's the thing. Edward Thompson, if anything, Gresley is closer to Beeching than Thompson is by a hair. And the reason is that Thompson prioritized the railway and the people who had to rely on it, and Gresley maybe prioritized the engines and how they looked a little bit too much. They're not, neither of them's even close to Beeching, though, because Beeching just steamrolled everybody in his path with his report, because his superiors told him, hey, could you write a report that allows us to, like, bankrupt and deprive of transportation all of these poor people? And he was like, sure. And then he went and did it, and then everyone lost their transportation.
Sure.
So like fuck that guy, right? But also, like, it wasn't his idea. It's just he was totally fine with it, you know? He's not Devious Diesel. He's not Diesel 10. He's Bowler. He's fucking Bowler. You know, he's a slimy guy that just does what he's told. That's who Beeching is. So I don't have any respect for him. There's a hell of a lot of politicians I don't have any respect for.
A lot of these people, it's like to pull in a nice musical that no one might know about. I don't think any of you know. Called Hamilton. Thomas Jefferson is one of the villains of that musical. But we wouldn't call him the villain of real life. But he was also sometimes shitty in real life.
Well, no,
but he also did some good things.
He was a bad person. He owned slaves. That makes him a bad person. Now, our country is what it is because of him, right? But, like, all of his slaves' lives were what they were because of him. Like, just because someone made the present what it is doesn't mean that they were good. It just means that we live in their dystopia. And, Jefferson was a monster for what he did. And really all the founding fathers kind of were. But also, they are epic figures in our history. I would liken them, and here's the thing. I would liken them to the Greek gods, you know? Zeus, like, would just level countries, you know, if he felt like it, or just fuck whoever he wanted. That was Zeus, right? Zeus is a horrible person if you judge him by any moral human standard. But Zeus is not real. He doesn't live. We can't put him on trial. And, you know, that's the thing. Like, in a way, obviously back then, I would have tried to stop the founding fathers owning slaves and doing all that shit if I had the morals I have in the present day, which who knows if I would, considering that period. But I would hope that I would fight against that injustice. So, you know, the founding fathers did monstrous things, but we can't do anything about that now. We just have to judge them as figures and how they impacted the world around them in the history. And the thing is, they're like the Greek gods in that aspect. They're wretched people, but they also shaped everything. So they're better looked at like Greek gods than they are like actual people, though they sucked balls.
My overall point being is that Thompson makes a very good narrative villain up against Gresley.
Right, in the same way that Jefferson makes a great narrative. Well, but he's not a hero in Hamilton. He's the villain of real life and the villain of Hamilton. He's a bad man. He's a horrible person. But
Thompson or Jefferson?
I get what you're talking about, though, right? Like, I don't know, like Hamilton, right? Hamilton did some questionable shit in real life, but he's the hero of the play, And likewise, Thompson is the villain of some people's stories. I don't know who would ever write Thompson as a villain. I mean, especially not make their debut to the entire community, which is quite heartfelt and important to them. They're all about Thompson and his villainy. Certainly not. No one would do that. Look, I'm convinced that I'm like 20% responsible for the way the community views Thompson. I'll admit it. I'm the elephant in the room. Okay, Pacifics is by far the thing that gets quoted to me the most as like an influential thing that I've made. And so
I also had no idea who Thompson was before Pacifics.
Right, exactly. I read Wikipedia. I read the one Wikipedia page about Thompson. That's how I knew who he was. That's it. I didn't read any memoirs. Fucking Solomon. He went and read like 10 memoirs. I don't know where he found them about Thompson. And he told me all this sad shit. And he's like, well, what do you think now, Lemmy? And I was like, and he didn't say that. He said Sam, because he always calls me Sam. And I said, and I was like, well, fuck, But also, like, I didn't know who he was anyway.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is, anyone who's frustrated with me over how I've treated Thompson, go rally with Solomon. I'm sure that you both agree on everything. Anyway, so a junction malfunction. Even if Jefferson wanted to release his slaves, legally he couldn't and would have been imprisoned under Virginian law at the time if he had released his slaves. Interesting.
History class be like from Jamester.
So just a real thing. If I had slaves, I would free them. And if I had to go to jail for that, I would. Because I could not live with myself owning slaves.
It's a moral thing.
Yeah, it's kind of there's this story. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It's this desperate engine and his coach and a brake fan, and they run to safety across an entire country, and then they come to the gates of this shining utopia of a railway. And the man in charge has two options. He can either let them in and risk peril at the hands of the other railway, or he can send them away and be totally legally free. And we know how that ends, doesn't he? He sends them away and says, fuck you, I care about the law more than I care about any engine's life. And then we all applaud. That's the best episode of the show. The one where Oliver dies, right? No, it's the one where the fat controller breaks the fucking law because he knows what's right. So, I like that one. I think that one's good.
Yeah, the best episode of Thomas the Tank Engine is the one that happens off screen because they can't show us the fucking bureaucratic shit. The cowards.
Oh, nice. that would be a great fucking scene, to be fair. Him trying to purchase a stolen locomotive, auto coach, and a fucking goods break.
The best part about it is that he did it. So I want to know how. How did he mastermind that? That's awesome.
I want to see that meeting.
That would be.
I want to be in the room where it happened.
Garnet says, okay, but he was rich. He could have paid him off. America runs on.
Why did you break off of capitalism? That's worrying.
It runs on Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Duncan D's no.
Henry is sealed in the tunnel and dies. The 2 Henry BS is wrong because he died before he went to crew. Some lying arsehole.
No, dumbass. He went to Railgate for his crimes.
Lemmy was muted. He muted himself.
Bad time.
Who's doing this?
Oh, hello.
Who's responsible for the deed? Either of you responsible for the deed?
It was me, Barry.
It was me, Barry. I turned away Oliver instead of you so that he would die on the mainland while you were in Dunkin' Donuts getting a whatever the hell.
What is capitalism, says typical Thomas? Well, it's where you put a capital letter in front of a sentence. or if you're 7 years old and you type a comment, but every word you type, you have to capitalize that letter. And it's very irritating.
Capitalism is people who think lowercase vowels shouldn't exist.
Nice. For anyone who's
lowercase letters, not just vowels, lowercase letters, period.
For anyone who's actually curious about that, I don't know if anyone here doesn't know what capitalism is, but capitalism is just a system, an economic system, and a bit of a government system.
Oh boy.
Where capital defines everything, and capital is just money, right? So, those who have I mean, those who have the most money have the most power, essentially. So, it's basically that, if you want to, do anything, if you want any endeavor of yours to actually come to fruition, then you need the capital to do it, right? And so if you start a business, then, you're going to need capital to start that business. The government isn't going to fund it for you. The government isn't going to step in. Likewise, if you want to be able to feed yourself, if you want to have a roof over your head, those things aren't provided under capitalism. Instead, you've got to work for them. So, you go and you get a job, and, you slowly build up the funds necessary until eventually you can afford a house or an apartment or pay rent or afford food. None of that stuff is guaranteed under capitalism. You have to work to obtain it. And if you have any greater enterprise than that, like a business, then you've got to actually you've got to front the money yourself or get other people to invest in your business. And then you'll have to pay them back eventually, so it better succeed. And if it doesn't, you'll get into some serious debt. But if it does, then the risk pays off. Then you'll have a huge business that's making a lot of money. And, over time, maybe that business gets bigger. Maybe you can open more locations, and eventually you have a huge chain of businesses and you're making a lot of money. Because here's the thing, under capitalism, the ones who take the greatest risk yield the greatest rewards. But if things go wrong, if your business fails, you could be bankrupt and destitute. And because it's capitalism, you won't be able to feed yourself. So it's kind of like a winner takes all system, right? The people who succeed really succeed, but that's a very small group of people. And most people are just trying to get by. And a lot of people are dissatisfied with that system. They think that the government should provide what the people need, including housing, including food. I'm one of those people. I think that the government should provide those things. Not a whole lot, not like an insane amount, but people should not be dying because of they lack things that human beings need to survive. Because the strength of capitalism, I think, is the fact that it's free choice. People can decide, I want to buy this thing or I want to buy that thing, right? And so
Thomas Vera says, EU days wins. Quote from Delboy.
So to simplify Lemmy's explanation, Nameless summed it up best. Okay. Money, 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 money. Urgh, Spongy Bob, me boy. Get back to work so I can make more money.
To be fair, it all went straight over my fucking head, to be fair.
how is this happen? Who's doing this?
The U.S. government, Lemmy.
You're talking about capitalism, and the communists are coming for you.
Oh my god! All right, okay. Look, so they're coming for me. They should be rooting for me. Not that I am.
No, I'm not a scientist.
That's why I said that the U.S. government is coming for him, because he's talking against capitalism.
Yes, exactly.
So they're trying to silence him.
Which I'm not nearly prominent enough for them to do that, but that is something they might do on a much greater scale. Anyway, so, but the point being that I do think the government should provide, the basic requirements, because the thing is, if they don't, people are choosing, should I buy healthcare or should I buy Raycon earbuds? Like,
I have those as well. That's the sad
nice.
thing.
You've also got NHS. The thing is, it's like businesses suffer from that, because then people are just spending money on basic necessities instead of spending money on the things that businesses produce, right? And the problem is that there's a lot of things that are actually businesses in this country that are for profit that really shouldn't be, like, say, medicine. There's a whole lot of medicine that you've got to pay for instead of just the government.
Insulin.
Yeah, there we go. I was waiting for you to chime in. But it's that's horrendous that you have to pay for that at all. That should be covered by the government.
I don't have to pay for it. For me, it is covered by the government, but that's because I'm poor.
Right. Which shouldn't have to be a requirement, but that's good, right? That's at least better than it could be, right? So the government, depending on the administration, they'll take care of some things, and you don't have to go all the way crazy communist. You could just do capitalism with some social safety nets, and that helps people a lot. And our country should do more of that. Other countries do. A country should take care of its people, because if you take care of the people, they can invest in the economy, they can make decisions, and they buy Raycon earbuds not because it is, it's their only choice, but because they have plenty of choices and they're actively spending their dollars where it counts. That causes businesses to compete with each other in a way that actually improves the product and encourages growth. So basically in summary, you shouldn't have to pay for anything that you're required that you need, right? Because there's no choice involved in that. You're going to buy it for, no matter what. And the thing is, the reason capitalism exists in the first place is because it's very difficult for people to decide who gets what. So it goes to whoever has the most money. Okay, that makes sense. But there's no deciding involved when it comes to medicine or food or a roof over your head. That's not a decision. That's just a requirement. So that should be taken care of. Take that out of the equation. That's like forcing somebody in Monopoly to pay for a seat at the table. That ruins the game because they don't even have any money yet. It's dumb. Anyway, that's a very simplified version of my thoughts on that. But in case there's anybody here who doesn't know really what capitalism is, or they think they do, and then I talked about it, and then they're like, well, actually, I've never really thought about it. That's basically what it is. It's an economic system, but it ends up also kind of influencing government in a lot of ways, because the richest people can lobby Congress and they can kind of make, a big impact on our system, which is obviously a problem, because just because you have a whole lot of money doesn't mean that you should decide how everybody else lives. But that's how it works, so it's complicated. Anyway, capitalism, I don't think is beyond saving, but I do think it's, it has a very, it's like a, I don't know. It's like a Pandora's box, it has a strong tendency towards creating monopolies and oppressing people.
Like what Churchill said about democracy. It's the worst form of government, except for all the other types of governments that have tried and haven't worked.
Yeah. Though I do think on a smaller scale, socialism or communism, that probably would make a lot of sense. But capitalism, the scale we have now, I don't know. There's definitely ways to make it work. But I don't know. I've heard a lot of compelling arguments to the contrary, that capitalism is inherently flawed, and that is a strong argument. But I don't expect it to be dismantled. I don't think it will be dismantled. I think that we can work well within it. Thomas loves capitalism, says Thomas Theorist. Really?
No, he doesn't.
No, he fucking hates it, I imagine. Thomas is a total rebel, though. It's in the fiber of his very being. So he'd be so against it, because anything that's a hierarchy, Thomas can't stand.
He'd have the Russell Howard approach.
Thomas is an anarchist, confirmed.
Yeah, I'd say
have the Russell Howard approach to anything Boris Johnson does. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Thomas is a victim of capitalism. Have you seen his toy sales lately? This is Garnet. I added the horns, all right?
Mom, get the camera.
A junction malfunction says, if someone can find an alternative to capitalism, which isn't socialism, crypto, or communism, hit me up. How is crypto? Crypto's just a currency. It's not like a system of...
Yeah, crypto's just a different currency. That's still capitalism.
It is. It might even be hyper capitalism.
And it's also an easy way to fucking scam people.
Yeah. Don't buy crypto, people. Don't do
Absolutely not.
So on the same note as capitalism, what are your opinions on Annie and Clarabelle? They are wonderful.
That comment reeks of change the fucking subject, please.
Yes, I'm sure it does.
Yeah, fucking hell.
So, I think Annie sounds something like this, and I think Clarabelle sounds something like this, which is just my attempt to mimic the CGI series voices, but I wanted to prove I could do it. And indeed, I think Annie is probably the more mature of the two. I think that she definitely She wears the pants, so to speak. She's the one who puts Thomas in line, and
Well, the toes, rather.
she's the one who comforts him, so more or less.
You know, I was just about to say, like, it kind of makes sense because, like, if we go to a meta level, Annie was like the first model built.
Yeah, that's true.
But also, if you wanted to flip it around, because based on what we have on the books, you could very easily do either. Clarabelle is the one with the brake compartment, and
she's got all the control.
Yeah, she has the control.
Yep, everything says that Clarabelle would be the leader in that situation. Everything. But it's just true. Annie's just in charge and Clarabelle's not. That's just it's been that way for me for so long. I'd be like, okay, well, I can pretend it's the opposite, but that's not it though. That's who they are. Like they're beyond me. I have no choice, right? I could rewrite it, but that's just how it is. And I know there's no reason to think that, but I just do, man. But also Annie's right up next to Thomas, so she can whisper in his ear more than Clarabelle can.
Annie being more mature is like her thing, which makes up for Clarabelle having interesting equipment.
Yeah, but also there's something cool about Annie having, like, I don't know, like Annie having more, like she doesn't, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say.
She's closer to Thomas as well, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing, honestly, for me, is that she's really closer to the front, and Clarabelle's kind of trailing behind and isn't always involved in the conversations. I just find Annie and Clarabelle slightly more interesting at like 11:30 p.m. Says Purple Toad. Nice. Garnet says Annie and Clarabelle are interesting characters, but I kind of prefer Henrietta as a vector to explore coach dynamics. There's just so much to her and Toby's dynamic that's so new and refreshing. So they are an old married couple, but quite an egalitarian one. You know, like Toby listens to her, and that's adorable. Like I love them. Look, I'm sorry. No matter, even in this community, if you are hardline against shipping characters, can you really say that Toby and Henrietta aren't an old married couple?
Nah.
Like they are, you know? They're not just friends. Come on.
Because like when people say shipping, they associate it with like kissing and like cringe shit. But like
a lot of people are just very uncomfortable with their own bodies, and having that involved with Thomas in any way really disturbs them. And you know, that's okay. I mean, people shouldn't be exposed to something that makes them uncomfortable, so long as they don't limit other people's creativity for that reason.
That's the thing. Is like I feel a little bit weird when I'm like, okay, these two engines are in a relationship, but like describing Toby and Henrietta as an old married couple just feels right.
Well, that's because old people don't fuck. That's why. You do know that's why.
And if they did, they'd die.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No. Okay. Old people fuck. All right. That happens. And it's good. I'm glad they're still spry enough to do it. Okay. That's as PG as this stream is going to get, folks.
Fuck's sake. Old people? How do we go from capitalism?
Old people should stop fucking. It's messing up the economy.
No. God. Oh, it's a tragedy. Listen, Toby is my fave character ever. And part of the reason for this is Henrietta. Like, you cannot have the full Toby experience without her. She's like this box of memories, and yet she craves the new, says Garnet. That's great. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? She wants new things. I kind of picture, without her, Toby would have just stayed in that shed and rotted. She was the one thing he had left. And she's like, come on, Toby, let's go and see the world. We can start anew somewhere else. I miss this line just as much as you do, but we've got to go somewhere. Yeah. We can't just give up on this, you know? And Toby would be convinced by her, just barely, to start again. Because she does, you know.
Oh, very well, Henrietta. What's one more railway, anyhow? Right.
And it turns out to be the most important one he's ever been on. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I think that's so sweet, you know, because Henrietta is, I think, more optimistic than Toby, and also just better with people. She's so different from him. And thank God for, honestly, this is a crazy thing I'm about to say. I think the most important thing the Brenner era ever did was Henrietta.
Well, that's not crazy at all. That's just facts.
She's such a minor character is the thing. So it's kind of crazy. But here's the thing. Just based on how it's impacted my own writing and view of characters, Henrietta is huge. Like everyone, and I got this is a good moment for the fandom. Everybody went crazy and immediately supported it. They're like, fuck yeah, Henrietta has a face. She can talk now. This has been weird for years. Thank you, Brenner. Everyone was thrilled, you know? And
the 10 points
we
to
could get away
Gryffindor.
with it in season 1, but after that, it started getting weird.
Yeah. And even back then, you couldn't really relate to her nearly as strongly. I mean, characters should have faces, you know, I think. And Henrietta, you know, all of a sudden became so much more alive, and she had such personality.
But no door.
Hmm?
But no door.
But no door. Oh, no.
She has a door the same
Oh, yeah.
way Henry still has a smoke box door.
Not just, I mean, yeah, everyone. We are in this problem so much.
But you can only walk in from one end, you daft beggar.
See, most people, this is a meme template here. So most people, the door opens on Henry. Lemmy. In the TV series, the door is smaller than the face. So then when it opens, there's a fleshy ring left on the smoke box, and then the middle of the face comes out. Okay? Someone make that meme. Go ahead.
Why'd you keep telling this back to Shed 17?
So it's like, I love how Shed 17 has just become an adjective for anything remotely uncomfortable in regard to Thomas body stuff.
Yeah. To be fair, I've quoted what's his fucking face. I've gone. You called it biofusion about like 3 times at this point.
You did, yeah. But you know, the Shed 17 was the singular reason why I developed kind of my view on the metaphor. Like that's why I see things that way. I watched that and I realized, shit. Why aren't the engines slaves? I shit you not. I started writing a novel. I didn't get very far, but I started writing my thesis on the metaphor.
Your feces?
Yes.
Oh.
Lemmy, we don't want anything to do with your your feces.
You couldn't even say it. You were so shocked.
Bit shitty of you, to be honest. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You could say that's a bit shitty of you.
Exactly. See, I can't believe you still haven't learned after all these hours. Wow.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
All of our puns must be Sir Topham Hatt impressions.
That's right.
With-
Arnett says, I think the best thing about her is that she's like the one Toby can be vulnerable around. Toby's interaction with everyone else, he's got this air of aloofness. But with Henrietta, it's almost all raw. I know, right? Like, it's so true, though. Like, she's the one person that he can, like, really open up to and trust and be vulnerable with. And that's just so sweet. It's so
because with most engines, or not trucks because they're dickheads, but like with most people, Toby would be like, Toby would go through adversity, he'd be like, no, it'll be fine, I'll just go through this. And then, but Henrietta would be like, no, Toby, it's not good. You gotta sort yourself out. She won't say that, obviously, but she'll, like, you know, sort of talk him out of it, tough love almost.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. She won't let him stagnate, and Toby desperately needs that because, for one thing, he is a total introvert. But for another thing, he's depressed after losing his railway, and he needs somebody to remind him that life is still worth living, even after losing everything. So she does that for him, and I don't know where she found the strength. I guess it's just who she is. But it's awesome, you know? And it's so cool that it's like, I don't know, it's just such a healthy yet traditional relationship, you know? Like, these days, you hear the divorce rates and shit, and you're like, oh, well, half of marriages end in divorce. It's miserable. Yeah. But, you know, there is love. And there is love that takes, like, a very traditional form. And that's Toby and Henrietta, and they're both totally happy that way. That being said, not every relationship looks like that. In fact, very few do. I dare say they're all different. But that one's rather traditional, and it's very cute.
So what would you say, not Annabelle, fuck's sake, Thomas, Annie, and Clarabelle's relationship's like? If
They're
Toby's
like
very
both. They're like in my head, and this conflicts with my other human stuff, like logistically. But in my head, they're like two like lesbians that like adopted like a 7-year-old like child. That's to me, that's what they are to Thomas. I know they're sisters. Everyone, calm down. They're humans now. Much more has changed.
I kind of see that, to be fair.
Yeah, I see it too, right? Like, and they are different. They're not. I mean, she's a break. It doesn't even matter, right?
It's not
like,
the situation that they're in that you think about. It's like the bond and like how they get on with each other.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like the allegory never has to be 1-to-1.
Yeah, it doesn't. And I think in this situation, they act like like that. But almost like. Alternatively, just like those like two really old sisters that never got married, but they're so happy with each other, they just live together, like the two ladies on The Simpsons. Like what are those?
Patty and the ones that smoke all the time.
Those two. I think. Or more accurately, the two ladies in The Grinch, the live action movie. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I know the live action movie. I don't remember the two old ladies.
Well, there's two ladies that take in the Grinch when he's a baby. It's cute. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Jim Carrey and Jim Carrey.
Annie and Clarabelle, I see them kind of like they're much older than Thomas. They go out of their way to describe them as elderly bogey coaches. So I mean, I think that they're like mother figures to him. And I for a moment I want to just say this is difficult for me to find a way to incorporate because I don't really think gender plays a role with engines and whatnot. I don't think engines are aware of it. I think if you snapped your fingers and turned Gordon into a woman, he wouldn't notice and wouldn't know because he's a train.
Unless it's by voice, but that's about it.
Yeah, and even he wouldn't notice that because it's still just a female version of the steam sound that he actually makes, which is what he recognizes.
That was just Henry, never mind. I attempted to do a female voice, but it just turned into Henry. Express coming through. Dies.
Yeah, it's a challenge. But
Henry died on the spot.
Oh no. But the point being, Thomas is utterly surrounded by female role models, and I think that's kind of adorable, I like the fact that Annie and Clarabelle are like two, people that he respects that like kind of raise him in a way, It's really cute. And it's like he doesn't have any issue with them, he's not like, I'm not taking orders from coaches. He's like he's just very overactive and they have to hold him back sometimes. But like he respects them. And I think that's just nice, It's really cute.
Because he shunted coaches twice the size of Annie and Clarabelle, so naturally he'd like get told like how.
Well, that depends on the canon you're going by.
Does it? What you mean, like Annie and Clarabelle being the same size as the coaches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'd imagine the Express coaches are like twice the size still because they're Stroudleys, aren't they? I know in the show they're not bogies, but.
Yeah, I'm picturing Annie and Clarabelle maybe being a little smaller than the rest of the Express coaches. Like they're different makes, but they're definitely bogey coaches in my head.
And they're not half the size of the main Express stock.
Well, I don't know. I'm not a scholar.
You're not a scientist either, apparently.
No.
Is he surrounded by female role models? It's only really the coaches and maybe Emily. Garnet, when I said that, I realized that was entirely my fan fiction. I've invented like 3 female characters that are all instrumental in his upbringing that I realized no one knows anything about. This is my pain, okay? I want to tell the tale, but I can't tell the tale. You know why? Because I suck. That's why. Anyway. So I
get your butt over here, Lemmy, and I'll help you tell the tale.
Oh, sure you will. That's what they all say, Dustin.
Get your fat ass back here.
Fucking Herbert.
I can't do
I'll
the
at
whistle.
least come home from work and be like, "Hey, dude, that set you made last night. Are you doing anything with it?"
And I'll be like, "No."
My mind went back to YouTube poop shit again. I thought he was quoting Darth Vader there. Just fucking no.
No.
No, our life is going to be entirely dumb Gordon memes.
We cannot allow that. At some point, we're going to be both sitting on the floor, just sitting up against the wall, staring at the ceiling like this has to stop.
It doesn't.
When did my career come to this?
but yeah,
In about 2015.
He just looks in the mirror, like on the sink, hands over the fucking thing. Just, what have you become?
I seriously doubt your ability to encourage or pressure me into finishing my things. No, many people have tried, but maybe you will. Who knows? But
I'll let you know. I'm not easily bullied.
Less espresso, more espresso.
Nice. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta tell the tale. God damn it, do I gotta tell the tale?
I'll tell the tale then, my boy.
Tell the tale! Because of Tug's recent video, I imagine Thomas chasing Annie and Clarabelle with Iron Horse music. Cool. I like that mashup. Donald Douglas 2000 said that. The main line came back to life. Donald Douglas.
I will say, I did not realize how much, God, I forgot the name of that episode. The one where he chases Annie and Clarabelle on the back of Kate.
Slow coach, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how much they pointed out, like how much of that was like, oh yeah, that is Thomas the fucking tank engine to a T.
It's Thomas the fucking no.
I was watching Tale of the Brave the other night and Sodor's Legend of the Lost Treasure before that. Boy, oh boy, do I wish Thomas had a different voice. Like, because I know as a writer, his lines are fantastic in a lot of those. Like, but Thomas saying, "Hi, how's it going? I'm Thomas," is different from saying, "Hey, how's it going? I'm Thomas." You know?
To be fair,
saying, yeah, like it's a big difference. His swagger, his stage presence just isn't there, but his character is, right? He's like, you know, I don't even have any like lines.
You got Martin Sherman, to be fair, so it's slim pickings.
Yeah, I mean it's Martin Sherman, and who's the other one? Ben Small?
Joe, what, in US?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Well, UK.
Joseph May afterwards.
Like this. Hello, I'm Thomas. You know, he's like way too high.
Let's go to Starbucks.
Yeah, honestly.
Don't know why Starbucks of all fucking things. But...
Thomas needs to have, like, his voice needs to have sounded like it's gone through puberty.
Yeah, I think so.
I like how he went English when saying that. I've gone through puberty.
I mean, I really wish. Thomas Theorist says, Lemmy, this why you watch the UK dub. No, it is not.
Yes.
For one thing, you made Porter British. What? For another thing, Thomas again just doesn't sound great. He's all the way up here, you know. I really wish Thomas sounded just a little older, like just straight out of high school or college, you know.
I mean, John Hassler's fine, but yeah, Hassler does make him sound a bit young. It's worse with Joseph, to be fair, because he makes him sound like SpongeBob, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Hassler does it as well, but it's more subtle. It's like slightly higher pitch like that, you know. It's like
Garnet says US dub has Jersey Henry, which is objectively really funny. I don't know that. Thomas.
I just want the Topham hat to be proud of me.
That's all I want.
There's a go.
I'm coming down with boiler sickness.
Yeah.
I'm sick, and I'm getting sicker.
It's the same guy.
Dedicated Thomas voice actors. Not people who have done the voice of Thomas, because that would also include the narrators.
Right.
But people who have voice acted Thomas. We peaked at Thomas and the Magic Railroad.
Garnet says, this depressed Italian man is trying so hard, and it is not working.
What a depressed Italian man.
You're gonna kill me, Garnet.
Oh no!
Oh, but yeah.
Oh no, the feds silenced the Lemon Man again.
Does just any key on my keyboard turn off my microphone? What the hell? Control D. I have Control D, that's for sure.
He's going insane. We've broken him.
Bum 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 bum.
What is that?
I think it's a bastardization of a Pokemon theme.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, what about this?
That is what we call weird ass in joke number 212.
Yeah, I think it is.
You can't see it from me, but my face is blank. I'm like, I'm so confused.
I know. I've given up.
These guys are Beyonce.
Excuse me, Lemmy. Okay, so throat clearing has happened. Reading Studios said this, so I'm very concerned. But excuse me, Lemmy, but this has nothing to do with scorching. Scorch?
What?
Okay, Gordon theme. Oh, that's true. Gordon theme. Never mind. Never mind. I have just totally screwed all the people I kicked off before you. Did I? What? I literally just kicked out Dank and no one else, didn't I?
Who voices Gordon's Snow Machine? Says Tom Spears.
Was that audible, or am I muted again?
No, you're audible.
Yeah, I just kicked out Dank, and then you stayed in here forever. But also, you got here after Dank. But also, we've been going 7 hours and 38 minutes. So God knows what. Let me in. I can fill the void Dank left behind, says Garnet. I would love to, Garnet. But I also feel like in the interest of some semblance of fairness, and also your sleep. I think, Sam, that it should probably be time for you to hit the hay.
To be fair, I've been here for fucking, 4 hours?
Yes, something like that. 4 hours. 74 hours.
It's been a fucking treat.
We've been here for 7,400 hours.
Oh my God.
I've been wanting to talk to you for fucking time, to be fair.
Gordon,
I know it's been
tomorrow.
that's part of the reason I've kept you on so long. It's like it's been an absolute pleasure talking with you, Sam. I really wanted to.
Likewise, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway,
you as well, Dustin.
Yep, nice talking to you.
And the NWR Tank Engine says, "Lemmy, go to sleep." JK. Yeah, JK indeed. When do I join?
He's not the one you should be asking to go to sleep. It's fucking 10 to 6 in the morning for me.
Yeah, honestly. And I guess I'll bring Adam in, even though it's going to ruin his whole life. But also Garnet. So there we go. Let's see. I've got to somehow deduce the location of Garnet on Twitter, perhaps by asking them. Garnet, do you know who you are? Question mark.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want.
Yeah, because it's only like 9:50 for you, right?
Oh yeah. Oh.
AM or PM?
Yeah.
How long have you?
How long have be getting to sleep soon?
Yeah, probably. I may have to doom you both, unfortunately.
We've served our country well.
Oh,
we tried the revolution. We failed, but we'll get them next time.
Mm-hmm.
I could have done a Call of Duty meme reference, but no. Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
Nice. All right. That's a great question, says Garnet. That doesn't help, Garnet. Twitter. What is your Twitter? Does that help? Are you even on Twitter? How do I send you the link, Garnet? I don't want to have to put it in the chat, but I will if I have to.
I live on Mars, says Reading 3412 Studios. How's Elon?
Nice. I don't think he's there yet.
Now
He looks like an idiot.
Mars wishes he was Reading. Elon wishes he was Reading.
He looks like an alien, to be fair. The fucking...
Oh, there we go. See, this is what I'm talking about, Garnet. Like, your handle makes sense. But your name, like, see, I've seen your messages constantly, which just wasn't sure if that was you. All right. Okay. So, yes, I'm about to bring 2 people in. I dare say you both maybe should be jettisoned, including you, Dustin, because I can't show favoritism. I can actually. It's my stream.
You can't see it, but I'm saluting.
He was here. Mr. Scran was here longer than I was.
Mr. Scran.
Oh, you're utilizing your legal right, huh? Well, also, I'm going to be seeing you for literal thousands of hours, and I'm going to be seeing whoever comes in next for perhaps 40 minutes this year. So that's why.
That is a fair point.
Yeah.
I don't like your logic, but I can't fight it either.
Well, there we are then. Say your goodbyes.
You've now met the 3 Brits. You've met Will, Sam, and Sam. So yeah.
Yes. All right.
I'd love to do this again, though. Honestly, it's been fucking fun.
No, it definitely has been. You both
this was a nice way to spend my Tuesday evening.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
Well, you both have a lovely night.
Wednesday evening. Time is an illusion.
Thursday morning, actually.
Yes.
I spent more of my Wednesday evening here than I did my Thursday morning.
I was carefully changing tact to Scran Yard.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
No, don't shut up. Just what's the opposite of shutting up?
Keep talking? Oh, you're gonna keep me on. Okay.
Yeah. No. Oh, okay. Vincent the 2. I can only assume that's Garnet. All right. Well, you both have a lovely evening.
I will.
Is this going to happen the easy way or the hard way?
I can just hit the leave button. That's right. I forgot I could do that.
Oh.
Bye.
Goodbye. He's dead. Anyway, so let's see. What else be there? Hold on. First off, Garnet, is that you or is that a total scary stranger?
Imagine if it was someone else. Hello, it is me.
Welcome to the stream.
Hello, glad to be here. I have had a day and a half, so this is going to be funny.
Okay, awesome. Let's see.
All right, give me a topic. I'm going to start morbing.
Okay. How about Rocky? What do you think about Rocky?
I have a character named Rocky. He's just a little guy, which is really funny, considering the canon Rocky is a massive... Someone said that Rocky reminded them of a crab one time. Never been able to stop thinking about that.
Oh. Well, he's got the little things on the sides.
No, that's exactly why. Because he puts them out, and then I think someone edited a video of him just scuttling along the floor one time.
I don't think I can see that. If I see that, that's never leaving my mind. Oh my god.
It's so good. It's so good.
Just scuttling. He's one who scuttles.
It's just like the Mr. Krabs sound effect. Just him anytime he enters the fucking room.
Nice. That's embarrassing.
I am going to swear so much. So sorry for the children.
Oh, that's fine.
Home.
I've sworn a great deal. Look, I said old people shouldn't fuck earlier, and then I said they should. So that's twice, right? So yeah, this stream stopped being PG very quickly. Though I
sure hope so.
Yeah, though I'm of the personal feeling that I'm not too concerned if children hear the F word. That sounds bad, but it's like it's not gonna hurt them. They're okay.
I mean, like they're not gonna remember it.
Yeah, they'll forget it. Like all these 15-year-olds, no, they'll just be like, "What happened yesterday? I don't remember." I hope
If you are 15 right now, you have a chemistry final to be studying for. Don't do that.
Wow.
I've been in high school. I know what it's like.
Of course. You had a chemistry final every single night, I'm sure, for just your whole time. There was never a night. No other
Every day I had to figure out what ionic bonds were. It was never good.
Well, here's Thomas Theorist. That'll complete our trio. Adam.
Greetings.
Welcome.
Welcome,
Fans old and new. To the world is new.
Oh my goodness.
It's been a while, Lemmy.
You and your visible microphone. It has been a while. Yeah.
It's nice
How
to
you
see you.
doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I hope
Good.
you're doing well too.
Very
How's
good.
the job going?
Oh, all right. It's doing rather well.
Oh, that's good.
It's a little dull at this point, but I'm going to be moving across the country. So
Really?
to
That's great.
the same job.
You're getting a new job. Where? Or not? No, maybe you shouldn't say on the internet where you're getting a job,
Okay, well, I'll give you the address, but that's all right?
but just the air code.
No, let me go ahead. Dox yourself right now.
Okay, maybe I will. Oh,
Well, Lemmy, I'm very happy for you getting your own apartment and all that. Or
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm
Wow.
moving in with Dustin, if that wasn't obvious from all of his accessories.
oh, you're moving in with Dustin. That's cool.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's in Pennsylvania. That's all I'll say.
Yep. You'll be making a lot of Hank references.
I guess I will. I only remember Hank as part of the Pennsylvania Railroad because of a faint memory that he is, and because there was some comment earlier that said, "Do you like the idea of Hank and Connor battling each other or their rivalry over?" It wasn't that dramatic.
By battling, do you mean like being switched onto the wrong line? They're heading towards each other.
Like,
Wasn't there that thing that happened back in like the 1800s?
I was
where they were
about
like,
to say, like, there's like Crash at Crush, and other things. Like, yeah, they used to do that, and it was silly. But also, I mean, usually they stood far enough back. Not
was there
always.
a guy that died that one time because like a piece of coal hit him in the forehead or something?
Yeah, that did happen. I don't remember the details.
Okay, well that's on him. He was clearly standing too close and a piece of coal hit him.
Of course, yeah, obviously. Scrapyard Studios. Sam says, "Ha ha ha!"
Good for them. I love that for them.
Now I must scran also. All right. Let's
Oh, all you
scran.
people live on like the East Coast, don't you? That's funny.
Yeah.
It is still early in the night.
Oh yes. Honestly, it's 10 o'clock for me. So
It's 6 o'clock for me in the morning.
nice.
I'm
Why are
very
you
late.
awake?
Playing the devil on the shoulder tonight. I've played that role quite a few times throughout my life. And this is
I
another.
could not see you as the devil.
Well, thank you. But I am the one tempting everybody to stay up. Though perhaps that's more like life of the party than the devil.
Master of the Lemons fell from the heavens. Do you remember that line?
Oh yes, I do. But don't say who said it.
I'm not going to say because I know
Don't
exactly.
say it.
I know
Oh my
exactly.
God, Lemmy Fallen Angel real? That's insane.
I'm still alive, says Dustin. I know you are, Dustin. But what am I?
It's a
Did
great
you know
question. We're about to find out.
Did you know Flying Scotsman isn't the fastest A3? Says Nameless. I'm going to need to hear why you think that. Because
It's obviously Spencer. I mean, didn't Spencer win the great race?
A4, gentleman. A4.
No, but Spencer's an A4, yeah. No, the fastest
I'm
one's
ready.
obviously Gay Crusader. I'm not taking any dispute. This can't be
But if
disputed.
that's true, then I won't be upset, honestly. You know,
It has to be Gay Crusader. If it's
we have
anyone
another
else,
chance to talk about either Gay Crusader or Sandwich. Sandwich, you know.
it has to be one of the fun ones. If
Yeah.
it's like, is there a boring named A4? There has to, or not A4, A3.
Nick Turpin's kind of he's pretty good though. He's
No,
named
that's
after-
funny.
yeah, it's like a cow wrangler guy.
Is it that diesel that's named Dick Mabbit?
Nice, awesome. What class is that? What?
I forget, but that guy's video was like all over Twitter for like a solid month. It was like a rotoscope video too. I was like, this is insane to look at.
Yeah, that's awesome. Vailsbridge says, you're both wrong. The fastest engine is obviously Dick Hardy.
Well, surely it's City of Churro.
How do I...
Oh, Papyrus was the fastest? You know what? Good for him. It should be Papyrus. That's a funny guy.
I'd like to make an example of Adam, that he's not allowed to speak anymore.
Oh!
Because of the thing he said just now. Are you going to behave? Or are you going to cause...
No, I'm not going to behave, Lemmy.
That's it.
Lemmy trying to get me to bed.
You're on full display. Tell us what you have to say about City of Truro.
City of Churro. I've no strong opinions on City of Churro, Lemmy.
You just wanted controversy. I know you.
Yeah.
All right. I don't even know how to make you small again. Hold on. Oh, there we go.
This is just how he's stuck now.
Stuck forever. My face is just stuck forever on Lemmy's channel. Like the stream just goes on forever. The Lemmy doesn't stop the stream. It's just forever in my bedroom. Like
exactly.
At some point, the profile picture changed and it's just your face. It's somehow still being live streamed into it.
So I've talked to you a whole bunch, Adam. I've talked to you hardly at all, Garnet. So I'd like to.
Get to know Garnet a bit. I think that'd be a good idea because you know me. You know my insanity.
Yeah, you can chime in, of course. But Garnet, we'll start with the perfect conversation starter.
Of course.
Which is, what is your favorite character?
Oh, Toby. That guy.
Already.
He's so. Oh, every time I look at him, I'm just like, you are so Glorbo. I love you so much.
That is so interesting because, like, I love Toby now, but for years he was my least favorite of the main 11. Like, it was him and Percy were the two I just had no interest in. And I've now since realized what I love about both of them. Toby, I mean, I've spoken on him a lot already, but he's just so like he just I don't know, he just kind of tumbles through life. Like Blorbo is like the word. Like just, there's some like old men that are like really stagnant and just kind of like tumble around are actually cute. And Toby's like one of those, he's adorable in a way, even though he's like this like rotund old man.
I think the way I say Toby, he's kind of like the ideal version of what I'm looking for and like my retirement life. It's just like you're with the person you love on this like peaceful little world, and he's living the dream life, and he gets to like make fun of like the people around him. Like, come on.
And he doesn't care what other people think of him, which is so empowering.
People call him old, and he's like, "All right, you're stupid," and then he walks away.
Yeah. Like, does he defend Edward and cows, or did I imagine that?
No, he does. And he's so real for that.
Yeah. And of course he would, right? Because Edward is so self-conscious. He's like, yeah, that's probably right. And Toby's like, well, fuck them. No, they're not.
Toby walks in, they're like, now hold on a damn minute. I know I didn't just hear this nonsense.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Which is so cool. And it really highlights the difference between Toby and Edward. They don't cross paths much. I think that may be the only time ever that they did. But
to the people that say Toby and Edward are the same character, you're wrong and you're stupid.
Whoa! Yep.
They are not the same. They are not the same.
We are not the same.
We are not the same person. I love Edward dearly, but he is not Toby.
No, that's the thing, right? And I love Toby dearly, but he is not Edward. Like, I love because they are so different, and that's why I'm glad I found a different voice for Toby. Because in my head, sounds like this, whereas Edward is really quite a lot more like this, and they couldn't be more different now because their personalities couldn't be more different. And obviously, personality doesn't have to track with your voice, but
I mean, you also got to keep in mind Toby worked at the dock, so he's seen a lot.
Yeah, no, that's true. Like, what an interesting life, that he's led. And it's like he got to enjoy the countryside and whatnot on his old line, and he also got to enjoy the docks. Like, he kind of had it all, everything that somebody like him would want. And then he lost it. It's like, well, damn, like.
And then he gets it all back, and then he's also in charge of a bunch of children. He's like,
I know.
Oh.
It's so great.
I think Toby's like initials, like even into like the actual later years, Toby is just so like funny to me because Edward is so easy to cast as like a dad. Edward is very much like, oh yeah, of course I love my children. Thomas, Percy, I love all of them. But then Toby walks in and is just like, if you kids don't shut up, I'm gonna kill you. I'm so tired.
It's great. There's one meme I saw. I don't. This was a template that I only ever saw this one, but it was clearly a template. There's some song playing, and there's 4 characters dancing, or 3 of them.
Oh, I have that video saved.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
the one
so
where
good.
Totally cuts to him and it's so good. That's him in a nutshell. He's just there, so tired.
No, because you have to think about it. Like, you have Thomas, who's just like egotistical, and Toby's like, all right, he's at least funny, so I can
Right.
give him that. And he looks at Percy, who's just like, he's trying so hard, but he's also so accident-prone. So Toby's like, okay, you're at least good to have around. Then you look at Daisy, and he's like, you're wearing my patience so thin right now.
You can't find
And then
anything
you-
good in Daisy. Like,
Like, he does eventually, but like, he looks at Daisy, he's just like, you don't work. You sleep all day, and I'm trying so hard to be nice to you. But
Yeah.
what do I say? And then you get to Mavis, and he's finally like, I've had it with all of you. I'm going to bed.
Oh my god.
I think
Yeah.
it just with each new character, it's just progressively just testing Toby's patience.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause Toby's he's literally the most patient, like he doesn't give a damn character ever.
Right.
And then like gradually you like put him with Thomas, you put him with Percy, you put him with Daisy, and then like Mavis. I don't think Mavis is even that bad, but he's just had so much stuff to deal with the others. That
Right.
he gets to Mavis and he's just kind of like, I'm done. I don't care what this girl has to say. I'm just gonna go all into her. I don't care.
Right.
He's like, okay, just do the things the way I'm asking you. Mavis is like, well, I don't want to. And he's like, well,
I
fuck
don't want to.
everything.
She's
I love
literally,
Toby.
Mavis is literally that rebellious teen, isn't she? Like, you know, Toby's like kind of the old dad who's like, you have to put the trucks in this side because that's where we've always put the trucks. And she's kind of like, well, I don't want to do it, you know, just for the sake of not doing it. I think in reality, like if Toby even asked nicely, I feel like Mavis, maybe she would have done it, but because she's just so rebellious, she just feels
Right.
like she has to kind of do it the other way, you know?
It's like, and especially like, I would just so love to see more of Thomas and Mavis interacting, because Thomas would be so down with Mavis, you know, like he would totally get where she's coming from, like that.
Maybe even like his girlfriend in a weird way. If they're not in a weird way, but like in a
Oh,
like
in a
they
weird
might-
way. In a like, well, you know, I mean, she is 50 years older than me, and I did just see her construction.
Well, look, I try not to think about the age too much, but like,
Yeah, I know what you mean, right? Most Thomas ships that work well are horrifying in terms of age, and you just don't think about it. It's
Do you
okay.
think Thomas and Mavis as a pairing is like they'd either really get along or Thomas would not be able to stand her?
I don't think they'd pair well. But I do know exactly who Mavis would love, and that's Duck. Like this. Here's the thing.
Go on.
There-
Interesting
Yeah.
comparison. Do tell.
Okay. So firstly, I don't want to think about Mavis's first few days on the island, because that's only a small part of her life, in the same way that Thomas is probably tired of everybody retelling for his first few days on the island, or at least the first.
I get it. I was an idiot. Let me go.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, like he was there for like.
No
8
wonder he
years.
wants to go see the world. He wants to get off this rock.
Yeah. Like the point being, you know, the it's compelling and it's very tempting to look at the very first book for a character. But I really love how Mavis progresses in the CGI series and in the new series. And and the thing is,
Really matures.
yeah, and I think that I don't ever get the sense that Mavis was really like very like rebellious, so to speak. I mean, I could see she didn't like being told what to do, certainly. But Thomas is just inherently kind of an anarchist. He just doesn't like rules at all, even when they are, you know, good ideas. He's like he fucking passes boards because he like feels like it. He's like, well, I want to see what's over there. It's like, dude, there's
you can't
a
tell
board.
me what to do.
Yeah,
There's a board that's saying danger, cliff imminent. I want to go see
Thomas,
what's
that
under
is
the
a
second
vat
floor.
of acid. Don't go in the vat of acid, Thomas. I want to know.
I want to shunt the acid trucks and see what. My face is burning up.
like, that's his whole thing, right? Thomas just refuses to obey other people's rules, and he's very, very prone to reverse psychology working. Anyway, so the point being, Mavis, I don't think is like him in that way, but she is kind of an underdog and an upstart, and in that way Thomas would definitely relate to her. But I do think she is rather methodical, and I think the second Toby stops breathing down her neck for the job she was literally built for, that she would really come into her own rather quickly, because she is really quite. I do see her as the kid that brings, like, she takes a lot of notes in class, you know, and she like is very kind of meticulous in the way she does things. And you'll notice she doesn't say, "Don't tell me what to do. I don't like shunting trucks," which is what Thomas said for 8 years, and then they finally listened to it. like with Toby giving Mavis those orders, she says, "No, I shunt them this way." He arrives, and she's already done the job very well with no training. And then he says, "Do it again." Like, of course she's pissed off by that, but she had her way. You know, she wanted to do it this way, and she did it. She succeeded.
So it's more like, you're saying it's more like two different philosophies. Like Toby has his way, and Mavis has done it in like another yard, and she has her way of doing it.
No, exactly. That's what I think it is. And I think that, you know, she just doesn't really like people breathing over her shoulder. She hates backseat drivers, you know? And so she works best when she's left alone to kind of do her work and do a good job of it. And she takes a great deal of pride in it. And you see this in the new series, in the CGI series, where, I mean, like, she's just so, like, you get the sense she's very in control of the story, and she really knows what needs to be done and how to do it. If we pretend for a second that Bill and Ben are just at the quarry because the clay pits are closed for some reason, that's definitely not their fault. But I think that Mavis, you know, she's so in control, and she doesn't really take much nonsense from them. She isn't even really amused by them. She's just like, "Come on, you two. This, and this needs to be done." My favorite Mavis story in the whole show, including the classic series, is Thomas the Quarry Engine. I love.
Oh, that is a really cute episode,
isn't it? She comes
what I
back
like
to
about the
Peru.
episode is kind of like how it kind of parallels Salty as well. Like, because, you know, Salty's first episode is about how he wanted to kind of leave the quarry, and then you've got Mavis, who kind of worked there for years, and like she's kind of
considers that.
She's been there for a long time, and she just kind of wants to just, not even that she wants to go work somewhere else, she just wants to see outside the quarry for once.
Right.
You know?
No, exactly. You know, and you can understand that, and it does build upon her original desires of wanting to go further. You know, and I love that whole story. And Diesel being tempting, being
a manipulator. I love how like he manipulates the whole situation. Mavis wants to go, and Thomas wants to do his thing, and then he's like, "Well, you can stay here, Thomas."
Yeah, no, exactly. You know, he's
like, "Well, if you're so good at the job."
Yeah, like he totally.
I love how he literally shunts into the back of Mavis, like he's literally pushing her, like, "Go on, Mavis, you get out of the yard." When in reality, he just wants to punish Thomas. Like his plan. His whole plan wasn't to, like, you know, get Mavis out of the quarry. He just wants to make sure Thomas would stay in the quarry for as long as possible.
Suffer because he's like he's a hater. And that's like the funniest thing about Diesel. He's like, he's just a little hater.
Yeah, no, definitely. It depends on the era, though. He is fun in that. I'm much more a fan of the Machiavellian Diesel. To me, that's who he is. Where he's very sinister and devious. Far beyond anything the show ever actually demonstrated. I just have made him very, very scary. But
the way I think of it, there are two Diesels. There's like the Diesel, there's the Duck and the Diesel, which never came back, and then there's a new Diesel with, like, who doesn't have silver rods, who's just the Diesel we know, who's kind of like
there being 3 or 4. But I do love the original Diesel, and I like to believe he still has a presence on the island and does keep coming back. But he's also utilizing a lot of decoys, and just, he's like, wouldn't that be so conniving? Is for Diesel to realize, well, all of these engines are racist, so
I'm sorry, Lemmy. I'm just picturing that TCC video where like all the Diesels with like glasses and freckles came to the island.
One with the fucking goatee.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly. But
did you see what I'm working on, Lemmy?
Do
you see what I'm working on?
Your Grampus?
Yeah, my Grampus. Yeah.
Yeah. You're gonna have to explain what the hell you're talking about.
This is a block of wood.
Okay.
And I'm going to carve this up and give it to Insane Edward Audrey Extravaganza. And this is another block of wood. And I'm going to carve this up, make another Grampus, and put it in Star Tug livery.
I love that they have blue eggs.
How do you? What do you? Are you good at woodworking? Do you do that?
Well, I'm a carpenter, so I'd hope so.
Oh my god! Okay.
I'll work.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yes. Anyway, sorry, did I interrupt you? I just wanted to tell you that, Lemmy.
I did actually. I feel like
I love that you've known this guy for so long. You did know that he's a carpenter. That's so funny.
Yeah, I know. That's news to me.
I
That's
knew you
why-
worked at Home Depot, Lemmy.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I should have like a sixth sense for carpenters around the world. But I don't, tragically. Anyway, so I think Mavis is rather responsible and very studious. And who does that remind me of is Duck, you know? So I think it's just, I don't know, like the two of them would deeply respect each other because they're both kind of very, very focused on their work, but also they recognize that they desperately need a break, but like they're not willing to give it to themselves. And so, like, I don't know, it would just be cool to see them both go somewhere that isn't Duck's branch line and it isn't the quarry and just bond, you know?
You know what's crazy about that though? Like, you know the way Duck kind of, I don't know if he has a Diesel prejudice or not, but like, wouldn't it be cool like if he ended up getting really along with like the likes of Mavis despite starting out with a rivalry with a Diesel?
Yeah, it would be fitting, right? Absolutely.
Do you think Mavis would have to convert to GWR Catholicism or something?
Oh God.
I think it's more likely Mavis would be the one to finally get Duck thinking. Oh, that's
yeah. She'd like open his mind. He'd be like, "Wait, why the fuck do I care about all this GWR nonsense?" Like,
that's what I needed. Okay.
Duck is such a deeply fascinating character because of his philosophy. Like being real. Like there's so much about him that I'm like, why are you like this?
Like the really interesting thing about Duck is he doesn't give himself any credit because firstly, all the best things he ever did were when he defied the Great Western Way. You know, was it in the Great Western manual to hold a strike to defend Percy? Was that
union worker?
Yeah, like that wasn't, you know, no one in the Great Western management would have told him to do that, but he did it anyway and then justified it after the fact as somehow Great Western. It wasn't. It was Duck. That was him. You know, that was his moral compass, which is incredibly strong. You know, likewise, I mean, just how he like, you know, I don't know, like he crashes into the barber shop, right? There's nothing in the Great Western Handbook that tells you how to deal with that situation, but he throws himself between the train and gravity and tries to stop it. You know, he could have switched off to another line if he really wanted to, you know, he didn't. He got behind the train and he endangered himself and literally put himself as the only thing between the lives of those people and the hurtling train that was about to take them out. I mean,
well, you know, Lemmy, I always equate Duck to like religion. So, like, you know, like with religious athletes, like when they win a race and they say, "Oh, thank God, I won the race."
Yeah,
yeah. It's like Duck is the exact same. So, like, Duck wins the race and he's like, "Oh, thank the Great Western, I won the race."
Exactly.
So, like, if he lost the race, like, "Oh, that Great Western next time," is like, you know, it's the exact same sort of religious sort of compass that he has
for sure.
So,
and I desperately want to see him realize what an amazing guy he is because he doesn't understand.
Part of that might be because I was talking about
Thomas?
This.
Is he that good though? Is he?
No, because I was talking about this with a couple friends like a couple days ago, but I'm thinking about like Duck's initial days on the island, and it's like you have to think about the logistics of him being there. Like he was so good at his job, and he's like, "Oh, I've secured myself a legacy on the Great Western." And his reward is being sold away to this random island in the middle of nowhere.
It sucks, right? No wonder he's like, the thing is, the other engines are like, oh, why? The other engines, I don't know who this is, but why does he have to go on about the Great Western constantly? And it's like, well, dude, he didn't ask to be here, okay? His railway shut down and he loved it more than anything. You know,
the Sunshine Line.
Sounds like somebody who's piping on about how you were young and green every 5 fucking minutes. It's like
this whole island, though, it's just full of rejects. Like they're all rejected. Gordon was rejected. Henry was rejected. James was probably rejected.
Duck was so good at like everything he did, like according to the lore, and it's like, oh yeah, Duck, you're like an A+ guy. Go away.
I think the truth that he hasn't told anybody is that he sent a letter into the Northwestern begging for them to take him because he couldn't stand what this place had turned into. Because
go on.
Maybe it's like, oh, they don't stand for what the real Great Western is.
Right. Well, that's the thing. The place would be changing beyond recognition. He would have to wear black.
What's he doing here?
Yeah, like, he would really not want to have to, encounter that. But also, you keep trying to insert bigotry into Duck. It's very interesting. I
love doing that. Yeah.
I think Duck, he's been raised with like certain things, and it's not his fault. It's that whole nature versus nurture thing where it's it's like he's raised in an environment where it's like I'm sure Western is like relatively hostile when it comes to new things, considering how like standardized their designs are. That like a new thing comes and everyone's like, doesn't look like a castle.
Right.
It's not supposed to be
I
there.
could see that, but alternatively, the Great Western seemed to just care about what worked and was willing to kind of try anything. You look at something like the LNER, and it had like a very strong kind of like focus on its aesthetic, right? Like the Great Western wasn't trying to design anything that was like stunningly beautiful and different. It did for some of the engines, but for the most part, it was just trying to do the job the best way it possibly could. And I think that if they discovered that there was some better way to do it, they would just embrace it, you know. And you know, so it's you could go either way, honestly, on that. You know, and I think that
it ultimately comes down to like how you see the Great Western in Duck's eyes, which
Yeah,
is very interesting.
Yeah, and he could be totally wrong about it. I do think, and this goes back down to who Duck is, that the Great Western Railway, nobody on the railway is as into it as he is. That's not how everybody is. That's just Duck. And if it hadn't been the Great Western, it would have been the LNER or the Southern Railway. And like the little kind of, you know, like legal loophole finder he is, he would have found a way to justify it into his own moral framework because he feels how he feels. And he doesn't feel
being like, oh, we didn't do it like this back in the South, and Thomas being like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Back in my country, boy.
I think it's so funny, like that Thomas is the only one from the Southern, and he's not really even, but he's the closest thing they've got, right? And it's like, I don't know. I think that's something like he would have brought that up if he were proud of it, and he's clearly not because he's a fucking E2, and he knows that he's not exactly remarkable, and in fact was a little bit of a failure and might have thrown coal at his firemen. So he just like, I'm somewhere in the general England part of the country.
Somewhere.
Somewhere in England.
Somewhere between London and the coast. Don't worry about it. I definitely didn't blow up a few branch lines or anything like.
Thomas, what is this report we've seen about E2 that blew up a tunnel? Don't worry about it.
We talk about E2 plowing into a shopping center.
Okay, all right. Look, they weren't even called shopping centers back then. They had another name, and I didn't. Also, that's more important.
Was that really the 107? I think it was the 106 E2. If you ask me.
Thomas, it literally has your face in it. What?
I mean,
no.
like Thomas's face.
Look at the
numbers.
It might not be mine. Who knows?
A better view
You
for
know
Thomas.
the media, the fake
Imagine the
news.
newspaper. A better view for Thomas and his face. Just going through the wall.
I utterly love the mystery of Thomas's early years. It's like it's the most interesting thing that ever happened to him, and he's hidden it very well. Like because think about it, Thomas is built in 1915. And yet the first book takes place in 1923. We don't see him until 1925. There are 10 years of his life we haven't seen. That's got to be some interesting shit.
I'd just like to point out that the E2s worked at Southampton Dock, and Titanic was also at Southampton Dock, and that ship also sank. That's all I'm saying.
Thomas.
All I'm saying.
Was Titanic? Did it? Wait, so it went down from... Wait, hold on.
It left the UK to the US.
Wait, but so hold on. I didn't realize it came from Southampton. I know it was built up north.
It was built in Northern Ireland.
I'm pretty sure there's a picture of like an E2 next to the Titanic too.
We should like totally edit like Thomas's face, like, and there's like dynamite in like his truck or something.
Thomas, I've never trusted those fucking boats.
I don't think the E2s made their way over there until the 50s, 30s, way after Thomas would have left.
Okay.
So
there was my fan theory about him being the iceberg.
Maybe he was just really upset and made a trip down.
Maybe he like caught into a submarine, like because as Audrey said, Thomas somehow ended up because of wartime stuff, ended up on this island. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean I have a lot of ideas. I think out of everything that I've not published, my Thomas story, and it kind of is one story, is probably the biggest. but I also obsess over how to produce it and whether I should produce
Yeah.
it. And then if is this idea too crazy? Yeah, it is. But
Well, I think, Lemmy, I would love to hear that in audio form. Like all of your like lost Google Doc stories, I would love to hear them in like audio stories, like the story of how Thomas came to Sodor and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, I might, but at the same time, I haven't quite given up on the visual medium. And especially when I'm so attached to how some of the characters look, it's like, well,
maybe what you could do, Lemmy, is you could do certain illustrations, like the way the Railway series,
Yeah,
they didn't illustrate the whole thing. They did like a few
love to agree
pictures.
with that, but no,
Yeah.
it's either film or audio. I'm going to go one or the other.
Okay.
I've not sorted it yet, but I've heard every suggestion under the sun. So
I know you have, Lemmy. I know. This is just old info to
yeah,
you, but
I appreciate it all nonetheless. But yeah, I would say Thomas is a favorite of mine. He might be the favorite character of mine at this point, which maybe every Thomas fan gets to that point if they're a fan long enough.
Yeah.
You have your rebellious, I don't like Thomas, he's the main character phase, and eventually you're like, nah, he's cool.
I don't think I've ever really hated or liked Thomas. I don't know if this is like a controversial take. Well, okay. I have like kind of strong opinions on every other main character except Thomas, and I think part of the problem is that Thomas is like he kind of represents because even looking at like who he is as a character, it's like he represents everything that I should be interested in as a main character.
Right.
I think the problem is that he hasn't really done anything that's impacted me.
Right.
Which is like a weird thing to say because like you have characters like Edward and Toby who are they've already gone through their arcs and yet they've left more of an impact on me than the guy that's like the main character, which is just
what do you think should have been the main character? Should it have been Edward?
It should have been Percy. Of the show, it should have been Percy.
You think so? Even though Percy came like way later and was like,
well, way later, being halfway through the first season out of 24.
I see what you mean. Because like Percy was always he always got more episodes, and it was very clear that loads of people loved him. But I still feel like Percy really works as the best friend character. But maybe that's just
I think Percy works especially later on because he's the goody two shoes SpongeBob that they desperately want. They kept trying to turn Thomas into that. That's why he sounds like this. If Percy sounded this way, it wouldn't be super fitting, but it would kind of work for him. And it's like, whereas Thomas, I just can't stand it. I'm like, oh my God, no. It's not.
It's all because he has that one. It's just more marketable. Like, he has a one. This person is a 6. You don't see 6 as the main character.
Person one, if we could fix this. Right, a story. I
don't know how you'd fix that since he came later, but
they turned Knapford. They turned Tidmouth into Knapford anyway. So
Edward was the first one, and then apparently he's number 2. So we can do anything we want.
They did in The Adventure Begins, where Thomas, they retconned it, so Thomas actually came later, but because Glenn was retired, they made him one. Does that make any sense?
That is Gordon apologetics right there. That's Gordon taking away Thomas's most important achievement of building the railway and saying, look, what happened is Brenner went to Sodor and he wanted to get the real story. So Brenner went to Sodor, but Thomas wasn't there that day.
You want to talk to me about it, Brenner? Well, you see, Thomas came much later. I was the one who built it by myself. Henry died in the tunnel. He didn't have his old shape. He just was too tired.
I could see it, but the thing is, I do genuinely feel rather defensive on Thomas's behalf, the way that the show has depicted him, because he was there first, and the one is an obvious sign that he was. You can see how clunky it is, how they try to describe it in The Adventure Begins. The fact that it needs to be described why he's number 1. I mean, they tell a good story, and I get why they did it, but to me, Thomas is he arrived and Edward arrived very shortly afterward, and the two of them braved the World War together. And they took this railway, which the government said, okay, all these 3 railways that are doing okay on their own, you got to put them all together and build 20 miles.
Just group them together.
Yeah, just put it all in one and then run it. And then they did. and I imagine the government did send in some engines, right? Like, okay, well, now that the bridge is built, let's send in 5 or 10.
Oh yes, my favorite character, Billy helped
Aled
build the
Greedy.
railway.
Let's send Aled Greedy over, said the government.
Aled Greedy. Fucking hell. Well, I'm sure engines of that nature, right? And then the war ends, and they take them all back. So now Thomas and Edward are stuck with all these coffee pots, just trying to make ends meet. And what a character builder that is. Like, there's no way that Thomas wasn't epic during that period. And look, this is an extreme thing. I'm striking at the foundations here.
No, go ahead.
I don't believe that he pulled coaches for the first time in 1925. There were 2 engines. There's no way Thomas is like, hey, Edward, do you think you could pull all the trains that will one day be pulled by 80 engines?
That does feel like a question that Thomas would ask, though. He would say, hey, Edward, look, I'm kind of tired. I've been building this whole railway. Can you, like, just deal with all the trains? I'm going to have a rest. Okay, thanks.
And Edward's just looking at him like, I mean, I guess.
Sure.
But I don't think so, honestly.
Edward's clearly against it, but he's like,
yeah,
I love you.
Like, I think that Thomas and Edward have a very strong relationship, and I think that they both pull different things out of each other. Thomas gives Edward the unbridled and unjustified confidence to put his brilliance into action, and Edward gives the wisdom and the intelligence necessary to have Thomas's boldness actually do anything, right? Thomas is the kind of guy that if he's, stuck behind a brick wall, he's going to punch it a lot. And it's like, he'll punch it for 3 days, but he won't get through it. And Edward's the kind of guy who knows how to make some sort of dynamite out of whatever's in the room, but he's scared it's going to blow up and he doesn't trust it.
And so Henry's the type of guy who gets bricked up behind the bricks.
Exactly. Which is why he's not here yet. So he's go.
He's not here. He's in the
top. He's on the other side of the wall, and once they blast through, there he is. See, timeline.
Thomas is very much like a
build the wall, and Gordon's the one who builds the wall. We're going to build a wall.
Yeah, that's right.
Stop.
That's true. It's not that true. Here's the thing. Gordon is very comparable to Trump in many ways. Eventually, he's not. Because he fell in the ditch.
Gordon's a little more nuanced, I would say.
He feels remorse.
He does. And the thing is, I love Gordon. I got to stop talking about Thomas and Edward because I'll go on for years. But they are.
That's before you leave Thomas and Gordon. Thomas and Edward. I just want to say that would have made a lovely railway series book. I think Unlucky Tug said this, but I love the idea of doing a flashback story where we get to see Thomas and Edward first meet.
He did really deserve
the railway together.
Same thing with very old engines. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there's that one Carson. There's that one Carson video. It's like Christmas #1, where it's like the first Christmas. It's really cute.
It's like TV series style, but they made Edward red. It's very good.
That's awesome. Yeah, I saw.
And disclaimer: I know Carson's bad. I know he's done bad shit in the past. He's not involved with anyone anymore, so I think it's fine. He's only talking to people who are trusted members of the community at this point, so it's
I see.
Okay.
Yeah, at any rate, I don't know. I don't know much about him as a person. I know he's been dubious, so yeah, I have the same level of trepidation. But also his work is.
It's God forbid I appreciate good faith.
I think it's important to separate art from the artist, because artists talk about yeah.
And look, it might be hard to fully appreciate the separating the art from the artist critically is different from separating it emotionally. There's some things that I associate with bad people and they're hard to enjoy. There's other things but even those things, right? I can say it's a good thing. I know I would like it if this other thing that is totally unrelated didn't affect it. But anyway, so I love Thomas and Edward as a duo, and they're great. It's great. Anyway, so Gordon is Gordon. He says some bigoted things, but I think he's misunderstood. Because the thing
I think it's also a nature versus nurture thing with him.
It is because he was a thoroughbred on this railway that it prizes the way its engines look, and it's interesting because I don't think Gresley was a bad guy, but I think that when you have all of your engines, you're prioritizing the biggest ones, and you literally flaunt big engine policy. I imagine that is going to create a hierarchy inherently. And that's so I think all the A1s and A3s are pretty, kind of pompous, kind of stuck up. They all, believe that they're better than the smaller engines, but in a sort of magnanimous way, where they think that they're pulling kind of history and the country forward, and they're all extremely patriotic. But anyway, the point being, I think that it's a very elite family that Gordon's brought up in, and he's kind of the oldest brother of that family, So
the crowning jewel.
Right, yeah. And at least he sees himself that way. And so I think when he gets sent to Sodor, he has, firstly, he's like, well, that was my whole life over there. I wish I were over there. So he sees it as he's on a mission, to kind of make Sodor a better place and to kind of instill his values. Now, let's take a moment to appreciate that Thomas and Edward have just been fighting an almost losing battle for 8 years, trying to get this railway on its feet, and they finally have, and they're both proud of themselves, even though they're covered in soot and Edward's funnel snapped in two. They have put their all into this. Then Gordon comes along, and he's stronger than both of them put together. He can do work that, they struggle with ease. And then he says,
I'm in charge now.
And it's like, dude, you have no fucking right. These two have been running the whole line on their own for years. You can understand why Thomas is pissed. And from that perspective, he's not just being like a little annoying, nosy kid. He's been fighting tooth and nail for this place. And Gordon arrives and doesn't respect Sodor, doesn't respect its customs, and doesn't respect the two engines that have been the Scarloey and Rheneas of their line. It's really, I can understand his frustration. But the thing is with Gordon, he has also left everything behind, and he kind of is trying to recreate home here. And I think the big realization for him would be that he is a reject, like you said earlier, Adam. Like, he thinks,
oh, I'm stuck here with this Gresley mongrel of an engine, with this ancient Victorian.
With the riffraff of the middle class.
Honestly, he'd say that. Well, and the thing is, he'd feel that way. And I think one day, his valve gear would jam in the most horrendous way possible.
In front of a tunnel, mayhaps.
Yeah. And I think...
No, wait, what about Henry, though? Because I thought Henry came first, just saying.
That's
so he's in charge of Henry too. Like, Henry comes in. No, wait. I'm a bit confused about the timeline here. Like, did Henry get put in the tunnel first? Or?
Who else would the mongrel be, Adam?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Just imagine Henry hooked up to like an IV, and imagine Henry hooked up to an IV with like a fucking mask over his face, and Gordon's like, "Ah, yes, my pet project." What the fuck is that?
Henry wore masks over his face before COVID was cool.
Nice.
Was the brick wall a mask for him?
Yeah, I think so. That would work.
Henry after COVID, just the brick wall, and there's a mask on the brick wall.
But
and then on the other tunnel, on the other mouth of the tunnel, there's like anti-vaxxers this way.
Oh god.
Henry's like, please learn from my mistakes. I didn't get the vaccine.
I must repent for my sins.
Where were these memes 2 years ago? Come on.
I know. We're reusing old memes, Lemmy, but it's the internet. We always reuse old memes.
I was dying in college. It's not my fault.
Oh boy.
Oh, but these actually, the Henry memes about being in the tunnel reminds me like when the UK left European Union, and like there was like, it was like the next day they left, there was like, I think someone put up a post of like the European Union tunnel the day after like the UK leaves, and it's just Henry in the tunnel.
Sad little man.
It's interesting. So Reading 3412 Studios says, fun fact, the only engine Gresley cared about was the one named after him. He didn't care for any of the others, not Mallard and Scotsman, not anyone.
Who's the one that was named after him?
A4, Sir Nigel Gresley.
Oh, that's the green one.
I think it's blue right now.
Hey, Lemmy, that ties into my headcanon that the engines have second names. Because you said that they don't, but Nigel Gresley, Sir Nigel Gresley.
Not the title, I think more so.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what's the first name then? If that's not the second. Oh, you mean last names? You mean
Last names, like how Thomas' last name would be Billington, or how James's or Edwards would
Oh,
be.
Thomas's last name is E2.
No. Well, look, Billington or E2, I'll take those gladly over Ginty or Terrier or whatever the else hell other people.
This is my son, Stepney Terrier. He's my favorite.
Look, if I had to make Thomas anything other than an E2, I'd probably make him a Terrier. And that's a radically different engine, but it's the same railway. And I honestly have gotten to the point where the LBSC matters a lot to my characterization of Thomas. So
how do you feel about Thomas being built on Sodor? Is that something that kind of makes you feel you hate it? Okay.
If I see somebody else do it, obviously I'll enjoy.
Oh yeah, you'll have some gravity, but like you personally do not like it.
Yeah, personally, I would hate to do it because look, I do believe that out of all the engines, Thomas is the most patriotic to Sodor. I don't think he likes the crown. I don't think he likes the government because he's Thomas.
Would that make sense for a character who was built on the island then?
Mm-hmm.
Would that make sense for a character who was built on the island then?
It would, which is why I'm saying it.
Okay.
So those are I'm starting with the points in your favor, and then I'm going to get to
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting to the points that aren't. But I think that Thomas is, for all those reasons, it wouldn't make sense if he was built on Sodor. But here's the thing. Thomas, in a lot of ways, represents the whole franchise and Sodor as a whole. And Sodor, the Northwestern Railway, the Fat Controller's engines are a found family. And that's what makes them so powerful, is that they are a found family, not connected by blood in any way, shape, or form. They just have decided we're going to fight the fight and stay together no matter what. And I think it's weird for Thomas not to choose Sodor. I think he should choose it. And especially because out of all the engines, apart from Donald and Douglas and Oliver and whatnot, where things got crazy, Thomas clearly stowed away or some shit. Like, he was not supposed to be there. The documents are not on his side. For some reason, he is like written off as lost on war service, as if the LBSC like totally didn't send him at all and had no idea he was gone. Like, he either made a great escape or a great blunder. But the thing is,
knowing Thomas, it probably was a blunder.
Yeah,
he's like, I can't wait to see London, and then he ends up on.
He like goes on the ship. Is London this way on the ship?
What's London? I can't wait to see London.
He's like heading towards France. I can't wait to see London.
He's like, I can't wait to meet the kid. He ends up on Sodor. It's like, what is this?
I do think it's very possible.
Or Steamworks. I love London.
The thing is, he wasn't intended to be there, and he wasn't forced to be there. I think that he chose to stay, even if he didn't intend to get there. And so I think that's beautiful. The fact that Thomas chooses this island and he chooses to work for it and he chooses to help build this railway and to, he sees something worthwhile in it. And it's not so telling, he helps build the railway. Okay, that was hard. That shows that he has, strength and courage. But it also shows that, the government was forcing him to. They had to do it, right? After the fact, though, the fact that they don't just declare bankruptcy, the fact that Thomas is still putting his all in trying to keep the place running and keep the lights on, that shows a lot. He cares about this place. Also pair that with the fact that he's so utterly dedicated to his branch line. Even Duck doesn't seem as dedicated to the Little Western as Thomas is to his branch. He's so proud, And I think in general, he just loves his island and he loves his branch, which in my head, Farquhar is the Sodorist place on Sodor. It's just, there's something about it that's incredibly just, it embodies the island, So to me, I think Thomas is a patriot, but he's a patriot to Sodor, and in his head, it's another country. It's not part of the United Kingdom.
Well, I have a slightly different interpretation of that. My interpretation is that Thomas is actually really patriotic to England. I know this goes against what you're saying, but this is just me thinking about it.
You're not allowed to say it if it goes against what I'm thinking, Adam.
Okay. What I was going to say was, I feel like Thomas is he really wants to support the war effort, and he really doesn't want England to win and all that. Or sorry, he really wants Germany not to win. Sorry,
Germany.
That wrong. Sorry. But anyway, so he really wants to get this line built because it was built for war line defense. So he's just building it. He's like, I've got to save the Queen and country. I got to do it. and he
Right.
builds the whole island with Edward and whatever. And then he suddenly he ends up kind of, I don't know, enjoying the island or something. I don't know. That's my interpretation. But
Right. Yeah, I mean, I could see that, right? But Thomas is just such an anarchist that I don't see him being okay with the monarchy. It just, to me, it seems like Thomas would be so against whatever.
I feel like maybe because Thomas is so young, I feel like he doesn't even understand what the monarchy is. He just sort of understands that that's a thing, that's an institution. But I feel like maybe a few years later, like he may be in his rebellious teen years. I feel like maybe when he starts running his branch line, that's when he kind of starts getting his anti-monarchy sort of status or something.
I
maybe
think
that's when
when the beaching axe happens, I think he definitely
maybe he's like, wait, they're beaching my branch line, or did the monarchy not care about us? You know, maybe something like that.
Yeah, but I think from the beginning, I won't like. I don't think he had a great time in London, and
he was definitely a work. He was definitely like a slave.
And basically. I think he's glad he ended up on a place that was dissatisfied with being part of the United Kingdom, and in fact had kind of a rebellious nature themselves. And I think it makes a lot of sense that Thomas is aligned with Sodor the way that they feel, because they do feel very strongly that, you know, they kind of don't really want to be part of the United Kingdom, but they're tolerating it. You know, that's been their whole history for hundreds of years.
I'm getting a lot of parallels here to Northern Ireland and England, where it's kind of like these people who are they're kind of like the Irish, where they're like their own people, but then they're like colonized by the English. You know, it's kind of like that situation.
It is, yeah. And I think that, you know, Sodor is quite a lot like that, you know, but also it's a lot of that's just in the book and People, History, and Railways. That's just how the Sudrians feel. They don't like, you know, they've kind of accepted themselves into like a arranged marriage with England, but they don't want it, you know. And they're you know, there's this one great line in there somewhere that goes something like, anything that doesn't conform to Sudrian practices or customs is firmly but politely ignored. Like, I love that, you know. That's what they do. So in theory, you know, the British government can be like, you got to do this, and then they're like, oh sure, and then they just don't do it. And then they come back a month later.
We'll get right on that, yeah.
And then they just don't, right? And then the government comes back a month later. Why didn't you do that thing? What? Oh, we forgot. So we'll do it.
Oh, dagnammit. Oh, yeah, we'll get on that.
You know, they don't bother, right? But also, the crown is deep down kind of aware that they're lucky they were able to beat Sodor the last time at all. So they're just kind of
they're kind of like, we like to have our friends inside the tent spitting out than outside the tent spitting
out. So they kind of just let them do their different thing over there, and they just don't really put that many, but they're still technically part of the empire. So they just allow that to happen.
Okay, now expounding on that, who on Sodor is the most anti-monarchy, in your opinion?
Wait, why did I say Duck?
Duck hates the Queen.
Duck is addicted to the Queen. Are you kidding me? What? Duck
is like a big portrait of the Queen in his bedroom.
Yeah,
like,
he absolutely.
Yeah.
Donald and Douglas look over at the other wall, just like, please, can you move that anywhere?
Oh, Donald and Douglas, they hate the Queen. They're like,
I could see them being very annoyed.
Duck is like singing "God Save the Queen," and Donald and Douglas are just there, like, you know, like.
Duck and Gordon are a lot more similar than they like to. I think Gordon is the most patriotic. I'll say that. He likes the Queen the best, which is.
I mean, wasn't he like the only one giving her any actual respect when she visited?
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Yeah, like all the other engines are making jokes about like all the wars and stuff, and like Gordon just like, oh, don't be making such jokes about that.
Toby goes up to the Queen and is like, hey, ma'am, I heard about Diana.
In
Were you in that tunnel, ma'am?
I know what you're planning.
I know what
it's
you
not
did.
Terrifying! What did you do? Oh,
Toby walking up to the Queen is like,
William, how does he do?
Henrietta's like, I know what you did last summer. I know that Camilla's a cheater.
Oh my god.
No, Toby pulls up and there's like a huge portrait of Diana on his side. It's like painted on, like
he would, honestly,
a real queen or something.
It's like in the style of the Mona Lisa too.
But yeah, so I think Gordon's the most patriotic. I think that like, yeah, Toby wouldn't give much of a shit. I like with anything.
Yeah.
I do think Thomas is the most against the monarchy.
People are saying Duncan and Oliver in chat, which are interesting takes.
Okay. Duncan, hell yeah. Oliver, indifferent, I think. Maybe a little against it. But Oliver and Thomas are very similar in a lot of ways. They're both.
I don't think Duncan would know who the queen is. Is that a controversial take? I don't think Duncan knows who the monarchy is.
He knows about it all right. He goes to the meetings about how they need to abolish it. He's going to a meeting in the shed, and he's the only one there, and he's given out for 2 hours, and like he doesn't even realize nobody's there.
So
Duke is out. When is he gonna go to sleep?
Are these the options? Is it either that Duncan is so stupid he doesn't know that other engines aren't here for 2 hours, or he's so stupid that he doesn't know who the queen is? We don't have any like smart Duncan options.
I don't think Duncan cares enough.
Him going up the incline and like going riding up the incline, and then the incline chain breaks and he goes into the pond. He's like, "Why did I do that?"
He falls into the pond. It's like, this is the queen's fault.
Goddamn queen, make me go up that incline.
Causing this shit in my life.
It wasn't me funnel. It was the queen.
Oh my god. Well, think of the other thing she's done, Duncan. I mean, she lifted you back onto the rails with her bare hands when she derailed.
Gordon comes into the yard. Ooh, Gordon, Duncan, think of all the lovely things the queen has done for you. Take away my country.
I could see that. Like, yeah, I don't think Duncan would care for the queen. But yeah, I think Percy would just be excited about the whole concept of her without thinking too much about it.
Percy's like a little kid. He doesn't really understand. He just sort of goes along.
His entire concept of the queen is just Disney princesses. He's fully expecting like Sleeping Beauty to walk out of the coach.
James, oddly enough, isn't too far off from that because James would just find the glamour so intoxicating.
Oh yeah, for sure.
James would love the pageantry of the monarchy.
Yeah, he really would.
James Charles.
It'd be interesting to hear what the engines think of it now. I mean, even today, I'm sure Gordon is thinking, like,
well, it's good to have another monarch and finally be able to say, God save the king again.
I'd say Gordon loves saying God save the king. Oh, I love saying God save the king.
I mean, I had no problem saying
there's nothing a woman can't do better than a man.
Oh, God.
No, not 2023, he wouldn't. But
it'd be like Emily, Rosie, and Molly would all come to start arguing. It's like, you can't say that, Gordon.
Yes, you love the trains and their genders, don't you?
I do. I think it's fun. Anyway, whatever.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, look.
I know you're very gender neutral with the trains, but I think the gender is what makes the trains fun and dynamic. But maybe I'm putting human stuff onto
gender's all in the expression of the train. Some trains give certain energy.
The thing about it. Some characters, yeah. Like, I'm glad Emily's female. Like, she's a total queen, right? If she was a king, wouldn't feel the same. So, like, I get it with some characters. But most of them, and this kind of comes down to my feelings on gender in general, where I kind of feel like people are people, you know? And I kind of don't like focusing too much on it in general. And because oftentimes you'll miss who somebody is in favor of what their gender is. And somebody who's confident when they're a man is bossy when they're a woman and whatnot, and so on and so
like forth. Emily and Gordon is a good example of that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they're very similar in that respect, but they're seen differently. But anyway, I would say that you know, with the engines, like I love like exploring the gender dynamics, but I would rather like look at like how Thomas is a tank engine fighting an uphill battle against bigger engines that don't actually respect his agency. Like that is
Lemmy. I think there's more of an argument to be made with the engines rather than people, because with engines they don't have genders; they're just engines. And anyway, in the real world, we actually always refer to them as female. So it makes, you know, there's a sort of non-gender essentialism with the engines,
right?
You know,
yeah, I mean,
what was that one fucking description for the Steam team that was like, oh yes, we've perfectly divided it. It's 3 girls, 3 boys, and Thomas.
And Thomas is like, wait, what? Thomas is what are you talking about?
Yeah, honestly, I stand that. Oh my god.
Do you see Thomas as non-binary then, Lemmy, or what do you see him as?
I mean,
you see him as female in your head canon.
I see him as male and female at once.
Like Scarlet.
Gender fluid Thomas.
Well, The thing is, it's look. So in any particular canon, like say in my human stuff, she's female. In my engine stuff, he's male. And I got very close to making him female in my engine stuff many times, and was like, I feel like this might distract the audience, changing something like that, which wouldn't bug me.
The audience is like, it's so woman.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Is like I kind of, but also it was the fact that I wanted to do commentary on the existing character, and I felt like I should probably make him as close to what is traditionally as possible. But the point being, I went wild with all the human stuff, and so my heart just went wherever it wanted to go. And Thomas became female because all of a sudden he's not a tank engine anymore. He's like
a young girl.
Right. So I was thinking, well, okay, what is the equivalent of like a little engine that's like locked in a shunting yard and has only one purpose in life, and nobody can see past that, even though they're capable of so much more. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's obviously like sexism. Like that's kind of what that correlates with. And so I wanted to make Thomas female because I thought, well, I mean, she would totally be the type of kind of feminist to like kind of fight against that and to kind of, stick it to the man. And then I like in my head, it's in the 80s, the thing I'm doing, because that just amplifies it a little bit. And then she's got like half of her head shaved, and then the other half has like all this like kind of dyed kind of hair, like blue and black, just kind of all frayed out. Like a biker chick, who's just like really, willing to stick it to the man, because I think that is how Thomas kind of convey as a human. And I've gotten a lot of people, not a whole lot, but some people look at that and they're like, what the hell? And it's like, well, that's exactly why I needed to do it, because that is how I see Thomas, and nobody would ever get that. I could say Thomas is like rebellious and anarchistic and cheeky all I want. People are still going to desperately try to picture the one they're familiar with. And so all those adjectives will do nothing, but the visuals will do a lot. They'll look at that and think, oh, you mean like fighting the system? And I'm like, yes, thank you. Like, that's kind of why, I do the human stuff, is because it like reveals a lot about the characters that you wouldn't get with an E2 with a big gray face on the front of it, no matter how expressive that face is. And so, I like doing that. But so Thomas is female to me in that, and male to me in the engine stuff, but they're both equally important to me. So he's both.
They're representative of the character in its like multiple iterations.
Right, exactly. So I wouldn't say any particular iteration is non-binary. I'd say the female Thomas is dangerously close, but I don't think, that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when you because I think Thomas fans have this issue where they tend to hybrid everything together. So
Right.
like obviously if you have different versions where Thomas is a girl, Thomas is a boy, then obviously, yeah, there's going to be, it's going to get very muddled very quickly. So I think it is important to differentiate between sort of different ideas that people have. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that with the one I do with the humans, I mean, they're just so stylistically different and separate that, you can appreciate one and appreciate the other for
Exactly,
totally.
yeah. That's the fun thing about exploring these different ideas, is you get to see different takes on it. Because, I'd never think of Thomas that way, which is why I like listening to it, because it sort of opens your mind in a way. It's like, wow, I never thought of it that way,
Right. But it's also like, I mean, I am empowered by Thomas, and I think that he's like I don't know, he's just himself entirely and truly, and he doesn't give a shit who thinks otherwise. And
that empowers you.
Hmm?
And that empowers you, yeah.
Yeah, it does, and I think he could empower a lot of other people too. I look up to him in a lot of ways. He's also a dumbass, don't get me wrong. Like but he's not a dumbass in any of the ways that matter. For instance, I don't think Thomas has an ounce of bigotry in him. I think that when Diesels first come to his branch, he doesn't even consider that they could be a threat. It doesn't even cross his mind. He just, he would resent Daisy's laziness, right? But he would invite Mavis with open arms and be like, but even Daisy, he'd invite in and say, well, let's see what she can do, But like,
he's very character focused before like anything else. He's like, prove to me that you're worthy.
Race or gender, he just sees the person,
and of course he does, because his entire origin story was about being judged for what he was. Like in his origin story, before his origin story was his tanks being too small and his, his speed being unstable and his ability to do the job he desperately wanted to do, pull passengers, being taken away from him because they said, nah, sorry, you failed the trial, you can't do it. And of course he would want to give everybody else any chance possible to achieve their dreams, because Thomas might like to play the tough guy and say that he doesn't, he's not a mushy guy. but the truth is that he cares deeply about other people, and I think that he's
is
willing
the
to fight.
mushiest. He is the mushiest of them.
Yeah, exactly. He's way mushier than he gives any credit for. And I don't know. I that's how I see him anyway. And I mean, you look at how he acts throughout the entire mythos of Thomas, throughout the show, throughout the books, and it's like he's a dick in a lot of the books, but he's also trapped on his branch line. He barely does anything. He's there most of the time. That's him day to day. Day to day, Thomas is not like the most amicable guy, right? He's kind of fussy and I don't really like Thomas as an asshole, even if Audrey saw him that way. I don't really like
irritable. He's easily irritable.
He's irritable, but I would go as far as to say he's honest. He never hides anything apart from his very dubious origins, which he knows could have legal ramifications. But
I think that's why he doesn't hide anything, because he knows it's like a dangerous slope. He says, "Oh, don't worry about it," and then just everyone forgets about it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like
don't tell him.
Like I just he's so honest, and he doesn't hesitate to say how he's feeling at any given moment. And I think that means that sometimes he says something people don't like. He's so direct. But also, if you have a friendship with Thomas, it is an extremely rich friendship. It is so it's just so authentic. He doesn't hide a thing, and that's so rare. So I don't know. I love that. I respect that about him, even though maybe sometimes he should have more tact, like Edward does. But
I think the issue with Edward and versus Thomas is I think Edward has too much tact.
He does.
Where there's some things that I think that's why Thomas and Edward work so well together, because sometimes there's things that Edward needs to say and he can't, and Thomas will just blurt it out.
Thomas can see the one thing that nobody else can about Edward. He can see when he's lying, and he does it a whole lot, whether he admits it or not.
He really does. And he has this sort of this need to kind of constantly make sure that everything's good and positive. And I think Thomas is almost not like that, where he's
he's a shit disturber. He walks in the room and fucks shit up.
Anarchy and
exactly right. And Thomas kind of wants to do that, and part of that is probably growing up in a fucking war and being used to things being kind of topsy-turvy and insane, and so he's kind of restless when they're not. So he kind of wants to shake shit up a little bit. But the other reason is because it entertains him, and because he likes to see if he can. He likes to test his own boundaries. But
the image of Thomas being an adrenaline junkie is insane, actually.
Yeah, I totally see it though, right? A lot of people,
Thomas is going up the slope putting his motor bike, and Edward's chasing him with the helmet. Don't forget the helmet, Thomas.
Yeah, exactly. It's that type of scenario, and it's I think that Thomas traveling the world, that would definitely happen at some point. I do believe he'd do that, because I don't know if he is ever fully satisfied. I think he might get to the point where he realizes he does want more. He wants to see the world. Things are getting a little bland. He loves his branch line, and I think at the end of the day he'd come back to it because he'd realize that you don't always have to constantly be striving to prove yourself. Maybe people love you the way you are, and you can just come back and relax. But it would take.
It also helped that Flying Scotsman said that he went there, and he was like, "Flying Scotsman went there? I want to go there."
Yeah, right. Exact warehouse in San Francisco. I want to spend 3 years in that warehouse.
And then the Scotsman in a very nasally voice goes, "You don't, Thomas. You don't."
I was like, "I'm going to America."
No, Thomas, you don't.
Bloody Americans, I can't deal with this.
So, are we going to acknowledge the fact that the Flying Scotsman should definitely have a Scottish accent?
Should he?
He just goes to Scotland. It doesn't make him Scottish.
He doesn't even go here.
That's not why.
It's like me saying, I don't know, I flew to America, so I should have an American accent.
That's not why.
Okay, Adam, if you did, what American accent would you want?
I'm okay. I don't need an American accent.
No, you have to pick one now.
I will pick New Jersey.
Awesome. So
whichever is the funniest sounding, I'll pick that one.
Okay.
Bud?
Sure. Maybe kind of with Wisconsin accent.
Oh, hey.
Sorry, is that Wisconsin?
Oh, don't you know?
How don't you know? Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
like
oh, so that's still.
Hey, oh, hey.
I'm walking.
I'm walking here.
I'm walking here. That's New York and New Jersey. That is what that.
Okay, yeah, that's my.
Yeah.
Howdy. Those are my two regional dialects. It's howdy and hey, how's it going? You know.
The YouTuber voice.
Are you both aware that Sir Nigel Gresley had a Scottish accent?
Well,
I don't know how I feel about that. Well, then wouldn't that mean Gordon would have one too?
Okay.
Wouldn't that mean Henry would have half of one since he's half a Gresley?
So
half an accent.
How the hell do accents work in this universe?
Well,
Connor and Caitlin have Irish accents because they were built by Irish people.
No,
But they're in America. It doesn't make any sense. Like Lemmy's now muted himself. Lemmy, we can't hear your accent.
Why does it do this to me? So okay, all right. Connor and Caitlin do not have Irish accents. They have American accents.
But they don't. In the show, they have Irish accents.
That's their depiction, yes.
But he's like, that's not real.
Yeah, that's not real. That's that was.
Why does Porter have an English accent in the English dub?
Sorry, who?
Porter.
What about him?
Why does he have an English accent in the English dub?
Because the voice casting people did not talk.
I forgot to hire an American.
Yeah. You have to hire the American. Okay, but like sometimes it makes sense. Like Harry Finn makes sense.
Prototype finding people, and they didn't realize he was American.
Why does Gator, a Colombian, have an English accent?
I have no idea.
In both dubs.
I have no idea, man.
Why is Gator's real name Gerald? Like, there's so many
Why
good
did it say
names.
Gator? What is wrong with like?
What a weird name for an engine, Gerald.
Because Gator is so cool, and then he's like, "Hey, my real name is Gerald."
I'm so upset they didn't bring him back for Big World Adventures. Like they couldn't have had like one scene where Thomas like saw him. Like he was going through. He went
Did
from.
you saw what they did to Carlos? I think they were afraid of it anywhere else in South America.
Yeah,
I don't understand. They went from South America to like North America. They traveled there. I don't even know how they did that, but they traveled there, and they went through Colombia, and they didn't think, oh, let's bring back that Colombian engine from 2 seasons ago.
Because they don't remember. They never knew he was Colombian in the first place. They flipped through a bunch of pictures and railway books, and they saw a weird sloped engine, and they said, "Let's do him. I think he's in mountains. Let's do mountains train." And they thought he was in like the Alps or something. They had no idea. Like that's. I mean that's.
But still, I'm just saying, like in retrospect, it would have been cool if they had. I don't care if he has an English accent in Colombia. Just give me a bit more of Gator, please. Like,
yeah, I know. Yeah, I would.
Gator's just such a guy.
He is such a guy.
Wouldn't have been so sweet. I would have loved if the end of Big World Adventures was like Thomas comes back and the first thing he says is like he says to like Percy, "Oh Percy, I saw Gator," and then he says to Toby like, "Oh Toby, I wore a cowcatcher was in America." He tells Henry that like he saw like trees in the rainforest, and he like tells Edward that he got to see the world. You know, something really wholesome.
So awesome.
Gordon, I went to the warehouse. Your brother was being held captive for 3
Gordon, your brother's still dying. Like all the other engines go, "Oh," and Toby
My
goes
driver,
like, "What?"
Thomas was here in the wall, so we both been there now.
My brother's still
Thomas,
there.
Thomas, imagine that. Like, and it's like got a really creepy, "Hello, my name is Thomas." Thomas like real creeped out by him. He's like, "Oh, okay. You're not Thomas." And he's like the big Rusty. The big Rusty comes out. He's like, "I'm Rusty."
Thomas like, "No, the hell you're not. Who are you?"
No, you're not Rusty.
You're too big.
Mavis comes out like this big long diesel.
Oh, long Rusty. That's what I want.
Thomas at Strasbourg would go insane. He'd be like, "This is not home. Who are you people?"
Those aren't Annie and Clarabelle.
I really would just imagine if the show had gotten to the point where they rendered a Strasbourg Thomas and did an episode about Thomas visiting Strasbourg. And
They could have. That would have been so much fun.
It would have been. It so would have been.
I would love to see like a horror-themed concept for that episode too. Like Thomas walks in, just like, "Oh,
Five Nights at Strasbourg."
Not Five Nights at Strasbourg.
Oh
my God, it's Golden Percy.
I'm gonna take a moment, Garnet, to say that people who say walked when they're talking about an engine and just don't even mind saying that are based.
Yeah,
that's my kind of crap.
Thomas rolled. Thomas, I don't know.
Okay. This is like completely off topic to this, but I just love descriptors for when they're moving. Like I love it when people are like, "Ooh, Daisy scuttled away."
Scuttled.
It's such a good word.
Yeah, that's what Rocky does, though. That's not That's not what Daisy does. That's a rock.
Daisy starts shaking violently.
Has anyone
and
ever
starts
done
scuttling
like
away.
Daisy, like Thomas sat down beside Percy? Like, is like how does
He just deflates a little bit.
Like Thomas walked over and sat down by Percy. Like,
And the audience is like, "What the fuck? What do you mean?"
No,
How
Thomas
did he
walked up
know?
a flight of stairs to find Colby.
oh, nice. There.
Colby was on the highest shelf. Thomas needed the ladder instead.
Did anyone else think when Tale of the Brave was first announced that it was going to be about the mountain engines? Because the description of it was like Percy meets an engine who works up in the mountains with sloping water tanks.
I feel like every time they mention the mountains, it's just like, ooh, look, possibly Colby, and then it's just a random international
like,
engine.
Oh, is she a mountain engine? I wonder if she'll work with Colby. No. Oh, Gator's a mountain engine. I wonder if he'll work. No.
Oh my god.
They did want to bring back Colby though. Apparently, that was something I read.
Oh, sure, they wanted it. Like, of course they wanted it. That's like what presidents say when they're like, "Well, I wanted to institute this or that." You didn't do it. Shut
You
up.
know that-
It doesn't count. Yeah. Okay.
Do you guys know how like Joe Biden tweets how he's like, I want to speak to the president. I need to know who's in charge. That's how I feel like every time they talk about Colby, he's like, man, why didn't we bring back Colby? Who do I need to talk to bring back Colby? It's like the
By the way,
executive
that's probably-
producer.
That's probably what happened if Gordon became in charge of the railway. Like, because Gordon always goes in about like, I do this, I do that if he became in charge. But I bet
Okay,
as soon as
listen
Gordon
up,
would become in
Buster.
charge.
Gordon did not become in charge of the railway. You're
No,
buying
but like
the
just
narrative.
hypothetically, like let's say they're democratically elected or whatever, okay, in this Chuggington universe, right? And so anyway, Gordon becomes the mayor train, and the first thing he does is he just says, "Oh, if only the president was around here," you know.
Man, if only we could level Gordon's hill, that would really help the economy.
That would be the first thing that Gordon would do. He'd level the hill.
How
So he
long
wouldn't-
do you think it'll be before they build a tunnel through Gordon's Hill?
I mean, I don't think they have to
It
wait.
makes sense in the CGI series because that thing goes like thing is like it's like higher than the Culdy Fell in the CGI series.
You guys remember when Percy pulled a whole express up that fucking hill?
That was Dowager Hat's busy day, yeah.
I love that episode so much. I love Dowager
I
Hat.
learned isn't the it's not really a hill in the railway series. It goes down like from
No, it's like a one-sided hill.
yeah, so like it doesn't really work because it'd be just a tunnel to more Sodor then, wouldn't it?
Oh, you're right.
You go into the underground Sodor.
Yeah, you would like, oh my god, yeah,
People
that'd be the entrance to the underground of Sodor, yeah.
This is where the rejects go. These are all the characters that we didn't know what to do with.
Yeah,
They
like
just
Molly,
move
there's
in a
Billy,
corner.
there's Wave.
Okay.
Oh no, it's the
Adam
tunnel to
brought
Misty
that up.
Island Rescue Center.
You rescued me, but you've also pissed me off. Because I really wanted that to happen. I was so
You want
ready.
that to happen? I just confirmed that you can't do it because Sodor's like that doesn't make any
You're
sense.
right.
How does
You're
that-
absolutely right. Because what happens is you start climbing the hill at Wellsworth. We all know that. It peaks at Marin, and then it slowly, it doesn't actually get back down to the same level until Kelsthorpe Road. So
what you're saying is, Lemmy, you want us to level Marin, like the track all the way from Marin to like Kelsthorpe?
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
I remember the first time I learned that the hill wasn't like just like a up and down. It was like a fully just an up. It was like this one fan video. It was like there was a station at the top of the hill, and I'm like, why would it do that? It goes back down again. This doesn't feel like this wouldn't be feasible.
Yeah. I think it's God, it makes so much sense why they had to do it that way then. Like I've known for years that
Yeah, because
the
they
state
swapped around the TV
Well,
series,
right.
didn't they? Yeah.
like I've known for years that the station that the hill is one-sided, but it never clicked for me why they wouldn't just do something. I always thought it was cost, but no, they can't. What are they going to do? I guess they could uproot Wellsworth and just slowly make the hill bigger, like make it a more shallow grade. They could.
I mean, you could also just let Mother Nature slowly degrade the hill to like sea level.
That's true.
Give it a bit of time.
Yeah, that's
Well, actually, I think it makes a lot of sense that it slopes down because when they were building it for the war effort, it makes sense that they were like, "Oh, let's build it down." They weren't considering about how they had to go back. Like,
Oh, well, no, because they had to build it both ways. Because you got to
yeah, but
realize
the thing about it going the other way is it gradually slopes, isn't it? So like they were building it, it gradually sloped. They got to the point where like they had to go down. They're like, "Oh fuck,
you assume
what do we do here?"
you assume that they're going from from east to west.
Yeah. Because there's no railways on the other side yet. They're building to that, yeah.
There are 2 railways on the other side, my friend.
Okay, well, there's coffee pots. Okay, I suppose the coffee pots would have built a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, they did have to
Little
connect the...
engines can do big things. You seem to be forgetting.
Oh, wait, no, wait. What am I saying? No, sure, that was already built. The Wellsworth and Sudbury connected with the coffee pots.
Mm-hmm.
So that line was already
and it
built.
happened before the war even happened. It was just.
Look, I'm not a lore guy. I'm a Thomas the Train fan guy. Okay.
Me too.
The two are mutually exclusive. Tragically,
completely different. No, whatever.
Yeah, but it is weird. I mean, they would have had to make a stretch that went from Wellsworth to Marin, and I don't know. I always thought it was kind of cool that maybe the railway met, like the viaduct was the merger between east and west, and so they're building from west to east and building from east to west. That would be cool. But yeah,
you guys have to deal with the hill. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, sucks. But yeah, Sodor's interesting. Sodor's a good place.
Sorry, Lemmy, I only got all my info from Victor Tanzig, so I don't read the ISX book.
Hey, at least you didn't get it from Sam Wilkinson, like 99% of the fandom does.
Do you guys remember when they detonated the boulder? That shit was crazy.
I don't know. Can I ask, what is your least favorite thing about the Sam map? Not your map, Sam. I mean the other Sam.
I
Sam
know
Wilkinson's
what you
map.
mean. First off, I want to say the map we're talking about is the one. It's the big
2014 one.
Yeah, it's the big Sodor map with all the comprehensive TV series locations on it. So anybody who hates Sam Wilkinson, sorry, but it's that if you use that map all the time, that's his map. He made it.
He made it.
It makes it look like a toontown
in like 2 days or something. Like it's very clear he didn't put any effort into it. So why should we?
Looking at.
We like decanonize it, please. Because like the wiki still uses it, even though we got the David.
I mean, everything's been decanonized since Egg. Nothing is real anymore.
I know they split the wiki into like 5 different segments. I don't know what is what anymore.
No, you're kidding.
You poor thing, Adam. You and your canon.
I know canon. What is canon, right? Yeah.
What is canon? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt
no more.
No
okay,
more.
but my least favorite thing about the Sam map, the canon Sam map, has to be Sam map. It has to be the Stepney branch line. Like, what is? There's a branch line that goes.
It's literally its only purpose is bankrupting the Skarloey Railway once and for all. Like, dude, like. What? So Rusty saves Stepney's life, and he's like, "You know what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna ruin your whole."
Can you imagine Rusty saves Stepney, and then like Stepney takes over the branch line, and all the engines are like, "Why the fuck?"
You shouldn't have let me out of that scrapyard. You know why they put me in there? Because I closed down too many branch lines. They called me Beeching's dog. That's what they used to call me.
That's why the Fat Controller closed it down in Series 6.
Yeah. Well, Stepney is just too profitable, I'm afraid. He runs the whole railway now.
It turns out you only need one standard gauge engine, and I thought you needed 5 narrow gauge ones.
Yeah, but so it's just
no, please, I can't go back to the mines.
Like the Fat Controller is lowering slowly into the watery mines, like Skarloey or someone. Well, back to the mines with you.
Duke's like I survived a war.
Or Smudger's like bubbles coming from his mouth. Finally, I have a friend.
Oh my god. So I have at all times above my computer the 92 Railway Series map, which is the best one that Audrey did. And I love it because it's all so well thought out. I have Oliver Duck, Ted, to thank for this because he's really enlightened me to like what is so great about it. Because looking at the map, like it's just a map, right? Like you don't really realize its value until you look into it and you realize it actually functionally informs the stories and is based on the stories, and everything about it just kind of makes sense. You know, it's been so well thought out, and every town has its own history. But I love the way that the map works. For one thing, height gradations actually make a difference. On Sam Wilkinson's map, he just drew lines straight over mountains. Like there's just a mountain here, he just went over it. Like it wasn't there. Like he didn't notice. Like he doesn't know how to read a map. You know? which is not just a Thomas skill. That's a human.
A human skill. It's like
And he didn't read it.
He's drawing the map like they're
geography,
all
like
just
you
like
read the lines,
wooden
more
railway
lines
sets.
together mean closer
Yeah.
mountains. Like, but Sam was like, "Oh, I'll just do a 90-degree angle on this mountain. It'd be grand."
Yeah. So
Gordon can't run the express. He's fully gonna die trying to go over a mountain.
What is the deal with that branch line that goes off and like goes 90 degrees? Like not the branch line, the main line. It splits in half, goes down to the coast, goes along the
I think it's
floodland.
supposed to justify the
The
search
Sodor
and
Search and Rescue Center. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he
And
put like the
then
Magic
on the
Railroad
way-
on that line.
I don't
Why?
know. I don't know if it ever went to any of these other places. I don't know. He tried to isolate everything Magic Railroad in one place, which just makes the Thomas the Tank Engine movie feel really lame because it all takes place on one branch line. Like the viaduct should be the viaduct. The windmill should be the windmill. Like
Isn't like the Magic Railroad viaduct called something different?
it's called
something.
the Big Dipper, but who cares? Like they put a viaduct in it and it looks so. To me, it's the same one. It's like it's the same one, and then they never rebuilt it. It's the suspension bridge after that. That like makes a lot of sense.
Why is it called the Big Dipper? Like of all things, like it's not even referenced.
They thought it would have a cool name if they did that. They thought they'd be cool, but
Okay,
they
you're gonna go for like the constellation motif. Why not like lead into that?
yeah
Talk about. There's a whole song about the moon.
yeah that's true. Yeah, they should have at least mentioned it.
I've never realized that the Big Dipper and they sang a song about the moon. Brit was
Yeah.
just staring at the stars one night. She's like, let's call
The-
the viaduct the Big Dipper.
So the line,
David Mitten's like, do you want to do anything else with that? No, I just think they're pretty.
They're pretty.
so I'm gonna go in like 10 minutes, but let's just look at Samuel Wilkinson's map, shall we?
Can you pull it up onto screen or something so we can like? I don't know.
I
Is
am
that
in
possible?
the process, actually. Yes.
Okay, cool, great. Because I'm gonna really dig into this.
All right. Do we see this?
I can see this. Yeah.
Malibu.
All right.
Okay.
so-
Well.
So you see
Go
the
ahead.
Skarloey Railway? Let me just as a refresher, let me show everyone what the Skarloey Railway is. It's this loop right here. That's the Lakeside Loop. It goes down and it goes to Crovan's Gate. All right, that's Crovan's Gate, where all the harbor's boat repairs are made. So anyway, it's this now. The dotted line represents Skarloey Railway. So it's 3 times the size in the television series. Apparently, one line that goes all the way to Olmsted, and one line that goes all the way to Vickerstown. I'm terrified.
You know the poor bastards have to run that line. They're like, please, I'm not built for this.
Like Marty Mac,
What I don't
you
get is
will
why is
run
it
the
like
new
3 different branch
extension to
lines? Like, why is
Olmsted.
everything?
Hmm?
Why is there a branch line going to the top of the line? Wouldn't it make sense if it went from Crovan's Gate to like the Vickerstown? Like,
Sorry, what
That's
do
the
you mean?
Normandy one, right?
like you see the way the line goes from Vickerstown to the top of the line. Wouldn't it make sense if it went from if the narrow gauge line went from Crovan's Gate to Vickerstown?
Oh, yeah, of course it would.
Also, you see, Grey Waterton is also. You see the way Grey Waterton is like. He's actually taken that from another part on the map. So that's just another town that he's copied and pasted.
You're right. Let's figure out which
That's
one.
why there's 3 roads coming out of it.
Oh my god, that's so sinful. Like Ted literally recreates the roads on his sets. He'd be so horrified. I mean, he's far past horrified. He's this map haunts him.
Ted is currently keeled over at this.
Yeah, he's been killed over for years. He'll never stop keeling over.
Carlowi was bought on a boat here.
Nice. Thank you for the.
I love how Sam left that in, like as if that's like anyway relevant, like to this awful map.
I think this might be Kronk. Kind of looks a little like it.
Yeah, that is Kronk, I think. Yeah, but like
Is
he
the
scaled
Colby
it
Fellow
down.
canon to this map or no?
Yeah, it's here.
But why was the Culdifell built if the Skarloey could go over the mountain as well?
Because
Also, how
It's
did
literally
this-
going
how did the
through it.
Skarloey get over that mountain?
like look at this. So the brown, for anyone watching who doesn't like know the code here, let's look at the code. So these are height gradations, okay? 2,000 feet, 0 feet above sea level, okay? So we go from green to yellow to tan to orange to brown. So brown is the highest a mountain can be. So here's where Rheneas is expected to cross, right here.
Climbing Everest.
So yeah, and then this
Rheneas
here
is going at like this angle, and then this angle.
So this right here would be terrifying going down this hill. He did seem to put it in the mountains. It's scary. It's all
What
scary.
happened here? You see that line? Like that's from the
This
Fearless
fucking
Freddy
90-degree
episode.
turn.
Yeah.
What is that? Like, why would the narrow gauge engine just go straight?
I mean, this is I don't know what this is. This is a quarry. So
Does that say the crack track? What is
a
that?
cracky track.
That's from the Fearless Freddy episode where like Fearless Freddy's, I'm going to take the crickety crack track or whatever, and so Sam just stuck it in as that.
Awesome.
Oh, Freddy, you have such good design. You were
What I don't get
sacrificed.
is the track doesn't even go to Ulfstead Castle. It goes like near it, but not to it.
It just goes to a void space. Like you go to the end of it, there's just a portal to where we don't know.
To the real map, I'm sure. So
Bill and Ben
Also, why
work
is there
here.
no high grade
Oh,
for
do
Gordon
they?
Hill? Shouldn't there be like
well,
I don't know.
Whispering Woods.
This is a painful map. So God, it's worse than I remember. So this
Track of old railway.
this is Stepney's line.
Lemmy, because you actively avoid this map, Lemmy. So the fact that you've seen it, it's actually worse than you remember. I love that. I love how the rolling river bridge goes to nowhere as well. Like as if Thomas would cross over that bridge and it leads nowhere. Like
Yeah, like what the
hell?
Like what?
even Sam doesn't know where that map's going.
Oh my God. And I hate that it doesn't even go to the mainland. So Vickerstown in the show is just a very scary place for some reason where steam engines are all scrapped. But don't worry, England's fine. England's great for steam engines. It's just Vickerstown is evil for some reason.
Why
Like-
is the diesel works on a mountain?
It's in a quarry. It's like a desert in the CGI. I'm surprised they didn't put cactuses in there or something.
Like, I gathered that, but the way this looks, it looks like it's like, oh yeah, it's a very nice stroll over, and then you have to climb 100 degrees vertically just to get your repairs.
Let's look at it. So 200.
Why does he show Henry's tunnel as like two tunnels? Like in the railway series, that makes sense, but in the TV series, it's one tunnel.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. For those who don't know, the roof collapsed halfway through the construction of the tunnel in the books. And so there's an opening in the middle of Henry's tunnel. So it's actually two tunnels. Anyway, so
this is deep lore.
It's deep lore, yeah.
I love that Arthur's line is like, and the beach line, or
Just
what is
one
it?
of the few lines I agree with. Like, Arthur on this branch, I like that. I can live with that.
Thanks for acknowledging him. Are we ever going to see him again?
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I want him back.
He's not coming back.
Please.
He'll come back in egg. Don't worry.
Okay, fine. I'll take that, I guess.
Why is there one branch line for the coaling plant? Is that it's like the coaling branch line or something?
Yes,
That's where the airport is. Right next to a repair yard too. That's really funny.
Nice. Awesome.
A train goes down and the entire pack gets blown up.
See, putting the airport in like Kronk would make a lot of sense because it's just a huge town and it's central to the island. This is not horrible.
He was probably thinking of like an airstrip. He's like, oh yeah, the airstrip can go here or something.
Yeah, sure it can.
I'm surprised he didn't put the airport on Thomas's branch line, like near Drya or something.
Yeah. See, like this just makes
And then
sense.
this is just a mess. Like,
look at all this green space, right? Isn't
That airfield, that plane is going straight into the river. Be so for real.
That's a real plane. You're right. That's to scale. Okay, that's legit.
now wait, does this make sense? You see the way he has it loop around to Elsbridge? Does that make sense, or does that not make sense? Or
Sorry, what?
You see the way the line loops around, because in the TV series, Elsbridge was like.
I know.
Does that make sense?
This is probably the most notorious aspect of the map. And it makes me wonder if Sam had access to the original David map.
I don't think he would, because he would have made a better map, surely.
Oh, you think?
He would have
access to like the literal props made by David Mitton, you think he'd make a better exhibition too? Come on.
Yeah.
The Fat Controller's shed is right next to the nunnery. This is an interesting place to store.
Why is the shed next to the nunnery? That's a very good question.
Why does he
That's
have
where he left. That's where he left Elizabeth.
That's the
So
shed that keeps
Elizabeth
on
is
catching on fire, by the way. What was he burning in that shed? Like nun clothes or something? Or
He hates the nunnery. He's very against it.
Control hates nuns. Okay, that's canon now. Thanks, Dan.
Awesome.
Oh my god, this is canon. You see the two. Okay, maybe he had access to the map because you see those two lighthouses. I don't know if that's canon on the Knapford Audrey map. Is it the two lighthouses?
Which ones?
Yeah, near in Knapford.
No, those are canon. Yeah, those are on
okay, right. Right, okay. Oh, because they're on the David Mitton map. I thought those were David Mitton exclusives. Okay, so that's cool. That's
David Mitton exclusives, indeed.
They're not really okay.
God damn it! David Mitton exclusive. That should be the name for like a really stiff drink I can get, so that I can witness his work.
Blows up in your face.
Too hard.
I got the David
It's
Mitton
just
exclusive.
several shots of vodka with like one mint leaf.
Several shots of vodka, and then you have to read the script to Magic Railroad.
To be fair, okay. To be fair, David Mitton I love him. He's a hero of mine. But also as a Railway Series fan and enthusiast, he did it dirty. He did it so dirty. Anyway, Elizabeth's shed. So that's different from the Fat Controller's shed.
How many sheds does he
He's got
just
two
leave
sheds.
things in?
Why
That's
did he call
the
it
shed
shed
that
next
catches
to the
fire, and that's
nunnery?
the shed that Elizabeth stays in.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, wait, hold on. So the Elizabeth's shed is also in the vicinity of like 8 other sheds. What is going on?
They're for the other forgotten characters like George and Isabella and Nigel.
You know, in video games where it's like a fetch quest, you have to collect all the things. To,
You
like,
have to go to all the
unlock
sheds.
secret-
The Fat Controller's like, okay, here's your map of all my sheds.
Inside each of them, there's one person I need you to bring to my party. You open it and it's just like Madge, and you're like, "What the fuck are you doing here?"
Like, I think it makes sense that the Fat Controller has 8 sheds across the island, and they're all the engines he couldn't convince BR to sell him. So
Is Bloomer and Emily like in one?
he's waiting for the statute. Yeah, he's waiting for the statute of limitations to pass, and then he's going to reveal all of them at once, and they can't do anything.
Okay,
Give it to me. I'll
no.
simply hold it hostage.
I love when Thomas found Elizabeth. He was like, "Oh, Thomas, you found Elizabeth."
How convenient. I don't know who owns this shed, but
Elizabeth is so real for that too. She's like, "Oh God, this idiot."
Yeah,
That's why I think they should have brought back Elizabeth, because she's like the only character who can actually talk to the Fat Controller in that
yeah,
way.
she's so
That's
cool.
why. Yeah,
Like,
Thomas is like, "She's gonna die," and Thomas is like, "Oh, you silly thing."
yeah, like he like oh you little ribscallion, you Elizabeth. And he's like, go fuck yourself, fatty. And he's like, oh you
the
Elizabeth.
2 first vehicles that the Fat Controller ever encountered: Elizabeth and Hero. Those were the 2. They were the first 2.
The most respectful guy on the
First
planet,
two, yeah.
and then just someone who's like,
Hero
"I'm
in
gonna run over your toes."
1957, and
Yeah, so true. Main sheds here.
somewhere the map doesn't elaborate, but they're here in the middle of a town somewhere.
See, you know what this map also needed back in 1983 or thereabouts? Main station here. Then we would all be slightly less headache filled.
The sheds being in the middle of town is actually insane. Like, imagine just trying to go to Starbucks and you look over, it's just Thomas screaming about
It
something.
would be so cool. Like, that's awesome. You know?
Like you mean like Gordon like puts his head like through the back of the shed and is like, "Can I have 2 cheeseburgers, please?"
Nice.
You're on your morning commute, you walk outside and you see James be like, "Well, I think
But what is the
should
story
get
with Toby's
this."
branch line? Like, so Toby's branch line goes off Ducks, but then meets up with Thomas's, so it just makes it utterly pointless.
It's horrifying. Look, Toby.
And it
did
doesn't even leave at a junction. It leaves halfway through the line.
If you
What's
reopen
going on there?
if you reopen Toby's branch line, that's fucked. Like, that ruins his whole arc. Like, come on. Like, he left his whole home behind, and then he finds a new one here, and he finally finds joy again, and then actually you can just go home. Just work here. Just work here. Come on.
I mean, if you're going by the Sodor canon, I guess it makes sense, but it's just like It's like Toby's
That was
old line
good old
existing on
days.
Sodor creates such weird.
If it's going to be, it needs to be like up here, you know, in the far north.
No, that's where Daisy works. You know, Daisy, she doesn't work on Thomas's branch line. She works up there now.
Do I know Daisy?
No, I said Daisy. She works up that
Do you
line
know
now.
the Daisy?
Yeah, just
Send Toby up to Ballaswain. Let's just see what happens.
Ballaswain. What a railway. It's painful to see all the things that are so well thought out with all the things that are painful. Like looking at like this little line right here that like Arlesborough West goes into the port. Like you know, there's the actual yard where the ballast chute is, but then you go on and it goes into the port. What a careful little detail that Audrey put in there. And then there's just this shit. Just going through a forest, over a forest, just over the trees. And then, you know, it's here. Oh,
You know, I would really love if mainland could like accurately depict this, just to show how ridiculous it is. Like just the train tracks on top of the trees, or like the Scarlowy engines going up 90-degree slopes. You know,
sure, I'm down.
He acts like you could just like God your way through it. He's just like, I'm gonna take my finger and drag it through the forest, and it's gonna deforest the line perfectly.
He's parting the Red Sea.
It's kind of like when you first get like your first like CGI editing software, and you just kind of go mad, like doing whatever.
You've edited Thomas, but he has like demon horns, a halo, and like blue eyes, and you're like, yes, this is peak character design.
Shiloh, the Kuhlenbeck. What?
Which is what exactly? It isn't even straight.
I don't know. Anyway, so there's.
You need to learn up on your Sudrig, Lemmy.
Oh, of course. Pardon me. Pardon me. You know what?
Standing stones. Standing stones.
Yeah.
The demon.
Moving on. That's the first railway series thing that's giving me a headache on this map. So
I'm surprised Sam didn't put a track going to the standing stones. So in series 29, they can do an episode where Thomas meets them or something.
Nice. Awesome. So what's so cool about Rheneas and Scarlowy is that I looked up, I think it was like, I looked up like Gaelic or like, you know, some sort of like some language that I thought would be adjacent to Sudric, and Rheneas actually worked. It was like Ren was like divided or split or something, and Aes was waterfall. So that's really cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of Gaelic. Like, for example, kill is a common Irish word for church.
That's
so
cool.
Yeah, so like, yeah.
Makes so much sense. Like, that's so sick. Church of the Devil.
Yeah, that's Audrey.
Lemmy, do you adhere to the Devil Kildane Association or no?
I believe that it has that history, but I just don't find it all that remarkable. Like, I mean, it's standing stones, yeah, but like,
Lemmy said, "Fuck the Satanists."
Yeah, like it's just like, of course there are Satanists on the island, like anyone else, right? Like, I don't find it all that interesting in the same way that I don't find like a Starbucks in Tidmouth interesting. Though I do find the morning commute from it interesting. But I think like it's part of Sodor, you know, like it makes sense. I'm not really interested in it. Like a bunch of random people I don't know who don't have characters. Like
Lemmy, I'm very sorry, but I have to go to work in about 20 minutes, so I'm going to have to go now. But it was nice hanging out with you.
Jesus H. Christ. Okay. You have a lovely day, Adam.
You too, Lemmy, and we'll definitely talk in the next 2 years or something.
Oh yeah, you know it. Okay.
You know it.
Take care.
Okay, bye, Lemmy.
Yeah, see you.
Adam dead. Now it is 2.
He's a good kid. So 9 hours, not bad. I'll go in a minute here once we just absorb a little bit more of this insanity.
All right. For the last minute, let me ask: do you believe any engines are Satanists? And if so, who?
I don't believe they have. Here's the thing. I used to say I don't believe engines have a strong idea of religion, but then I fell in love with the idea that Toby is like a devout Christian or something. Like, I think
deeply funny.
Yeah, like he's just really like old-fashioned, but he doesn't push his views on anybody or anything, you know. But it's like him and Henrietta are quite godly, and I love that. It's one of the few things he cares about. So Like, and then like if Thomas was like swearing up a storm, he'd be like, "You're making the Lord cry, Thomas."
It's also like, who are you to tell me who God is?
Yeah. Oh, exactly. But so if Toby can be Christian, or probably what Anglican in East Anglia, is that
He's
what?
Christian adjacent. We could just say that.
Yeah. So I if anyone's a Satanist, I don't know, because I don't really know any Satanists, and I don't know what they believe or why they believe it. Like, I think it's easy to say they're just trying to be contrarian or like kind of piss people off, but I don't know. I'm an atheist.
Mhm.
I don't believe half the shit people say about atheists. You know, I mean,
Real.
yeah. I mean, for one thing, people are always like, a lot of people think it's like a very active position. It's like every time I hear the term devout atheist, I'm like, what? Like the whole point of being
It's oxymoronic.
yeah, you're not devout to anything because it's not so much that I actively don't believe in God. It's just that I'm not convinced, you know, I just don't think there is one. I don't have anything against people who do believe, but I just am not convinced personally. In the same way that, like, you know, you've got to be convinced of anything, right? Everybody who's religious right now was convinced of it at some point. Something compelled them. And I'm just not compelled, you know? I mean, I wasn't raised with religion particularly strongly. I used to call myself a Christian, so did my parents. But, you know, eventually I realized I just didn't really believe in any of it. And so I'm an atheist, you know? And a lot of people say agnostic instead. They're like, well, no, I'm an agnostic. And I feel like people do that almost exclusively because they just don't like the connotation that atheist has. But an agnostic is somebody who doesn't know that God exists, aka everybody on the planet, because nobody knows that God exists. People just feel very strongly that he exists, and nobody knows for certain until the curtain comes, you know? And so it's like,
curtain call.
Right. So I think that, you know, I mean, anyone who calls himself an agnostic probably more accurately described as an atheist, but I'll call them an agnostic if they see themselves that way. I mean, I'll use whatever term they've got. But, you know, I think that, I mean, I'm definitely an atheist. Anyway, the point being, atheists are often mischaracterized and seen as like very active people that are actively trying to dismantle the religion. And it's like, no, I just am indifferent to it. I don't believe in it, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But like, so the question is, what do Satanists even believe? I would need to know that before I, you know, say which characters are Satanist. I mean, perhaps there's an element of kind of liberation, the feeling that kind of siding with the bad guy means that no harm can come to you. The fact that, you know, it'd be really funny if like Rosie was a Satanist or some shit. Or like Molly, you know, timid, poor, sweet Molly, you know, she really goes to these Satanist meetings, you know, and she lets her demon side out. That would be so funny.
And everyone's just like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, it just helps you cope.
Yeah. Oh, God. That's great. Yeah. I could see Henry, honestly. He has a grave side to him, you know. He's rather
Henry being a Satanist would be very interesting.
Yeah, it would be. Though I think more likely it's just that he's very in tune with death and would probably go to like kind of dark kind of poetry sessions, you know, where he can kind of vent his angst because he has a lot of it. But yeah, that's good. Okay, this map has received enough of our attention, I dare say.
It gives me a headache looking at it.
Yeah,
and I don't even read maps
in the slightest. It lacks satisfaction. But yeah, anyway, so I should probably bring it to a close, considering it has
fair. It is midnight.
Oh yes, for me. Where are you? If you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm in California.
Oh my god. I can't ask you where you are. I'm not going to slowly narrow it down, but we'll talk later. I'm leaving California for Pennsylvania to move there with Dustin in June. But I've got to figure out where you are, because if we live in like the same town, I'm going to kick him.
Imagine? Oh, that would be insane. That'd be
that
so
really
funny.
Would be, oh my god. Anyway, so it's been great talking to you, Garnet. I haven't really got a proper chance yet, so this has been fantastic.
No, of course, it was so great. This has been fun. This is a nice way to round out my day.
Okay, awesome. Anyway, so folks, for those still watching around the world, apparently, because we haven't really dropped that much in numbers, the very beginning we had 50, probably because of the tweet, and now we've consistently been floating between 15 and 23. So decent.
Good numbers. Good numbers.
Yeah, very good numbers. Yes. Anyway,
Quite.
so it's been a grand old time, and I'm signing out. So you take care, Garnet.
See you all later. Bye.
Goodbye.